Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Fate, I Heard After Death, You Can Ascend to the Throne of Heroes, chapter 157 to 220, Have You Ever Loved Someone? 1120 words. You want to hunt me, do you think I'm as foolish as Hermes? Aphrodite was furious, but there was also a hint of amusement in her laughter. It's not hunting, Promise replied calmly. The reason why I hunted Hermes was because everything he did was for amusement, so I thought it fitting for him to be the one entertaining others. As for you. The young man gave her a serious answer. So naturally, I won't hunt you, goddess Aphrodite. I simply want to ask you one question. As the goddess of love, beauty and desire, one of the 12 gods of Olympus, have you ever cared about the lives of others? And, have you ever truly loved anyone? As soon as Promise finished his question, Aphrodite hadn't fully processed his words when a goddess dressed in black, with black hair and red eyes, appeared in the temple, accompanied by a swarm of underworld butterflies. It was none other than Hecate, the goddess of crossroads and magic, and Medea's teacher. As she stepped into Gods of Beauty, Aphrodite's temple, flowers from the underworld bloomed beneath her feet, and the fluttering butterflies filled the air, darkening the space as she began casting the spell of fate that had been prepared for a long time. Helen's eyes widened as she recognized Hecate. She naturally knew the other party after all, she had been saved by her once before. But before Aphrodite could fully react, Hecate had already completed her magic. The wings of the underworld butterflies fluttered down, landing on the goddess of beauty and shrouding the temple in darkness. Promise, do you believe me when I say that after this, I'll throw myself into the abyss of the underworld? After doing all this, Hecate said with a sigh of relief, glaring at Promise with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. You've already tricked one god, and now you've become addicted to tricking a second one? And this time it is the main god of Olympus. I can't even imagine what you'll dare to do in the future. She continued, exasperated, and please, I'm begging you, please be a decent person. If you want to cause trouble, invite someone else. Can't you mess with someone else instead of dragging me into your schemes? No, Promise responded decisively. And I don't believe you would actually jump and hide in the abyss, at least not right now. After all, Medea hasn't returned home yet. He added with a sly grin. Beautiful goddess Hecate, you wouldn't want your student to be left in tears, would you? Hearing this, Hecate's face twisted with fury, and she nearly lost control of her expression. But by then, Promise had already grasped the threads of fate. Seeing this, the goddess glanced at Helen and noticed Cupid's bow and arrows nearby. So, in an act of petty vengeance, she wrapped Helen in the same fate she had cast around Aphrodite. In fact, from the moment Helen had first met Promise at the temple built upon a pile of severed heads, she had known. He was an extraordinary person. After her experience in the labyrinth when she was unable to get out of it and hearing more about Promise from her goddess Aphrodite when she returned, Helen became even more certain that she couldn't let Promise slip away. Because this world would never see another like him. Even so, she still hadn't expected Promise to be capable of something so outrageous, something that completely shattered her understanding of the world. Goddess Aphrodite was crying. Helen watched in disbelief as the goddess of love and beauty, the same deity who had always taught her how to dominate men and trample everything in the world underfoot, the exalted goddess she had once revered, collapsed before her in a flood of tears. Promise had enacted his revenge on the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. It wasn't a hunt. It was a glimpse into fate. He made Aphrodite see, at that very moment, the birth of a crimson rose. A white rose stained by her own blood, forever turning red and symbolizing eternal love. Oh, great and lofty goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, if I may ask. Have you ever truly given your love to anyone? On the island of Lemnos, inside Aphrodite's temple, when Hecate, the goddess of roads and opportunities, appeared, the dark sky descended like a morning moon. She performed what seemed like a magic from the age of gods. No, in the hands of this goddess the so-called magic seemed to be closer to a miraculous spell. That was the magic of fate. Even the great goddess Aphrodite, one of the Olympian 12, was enveloped by Hecate's power. This was the true might of Hecate, the ancient goddess of crossroads and magic in Greek mythology. Although she often appeared unreliable and laid back, especially with Promise and Medea, she was undeniably powerful. Even among the 12 Olympian gods, the only one who could firmly overshadow her, besides Zeus, was that one other deity. Let me think about it. If I were to give little promise a divine oracle during this trial of goddess of beauty, Aphrodite's, what would it be? A flawless face, with the corners of her lips gently curving into a smile. The goddess, clad in a pure white gown, lightly stepped onto the staircase leading to the divine realm. These were steps only gods could tread, and at the end of the staircase lay the Greek pantheon atop Mount Olympus. Beneath the radiant sunlight, the goddess's silver hair shimmered with a soft, glowing luster. Indeed, it must be about love, she mused. She is the goddess of love and beauty, the most beautiful of all the gods. Because of this, the gods love her, and mortal children adore her. She appears too perfect, but that perfection is like the surface of water, where even the smallest drop will ripple and shatter it. The goddess chuckled softly, her brilliant golden eyes glowing with absolute wisdom. Every veil of mystery in the world was laid bare before her gaze, hiding nothing. So, young promise, my divine oracle for you regarding Aphrodite is simple. That is, the goddess of love and beauty has never truly experienced, nor even understood, what love really is. With that, the goddess's words fell like a soft whisper as she stepped lightly back into the divine realm, leaving this long-delayed oracle for the young man she favored. Meanwhile, thunder rumbled in the heavens. In the heart of the divine realm, within the central temple, a towering male god sat upon the highest throne. Zeus, the king of the gods, had arrived. Chapter 158, Why is it, she? 1868 words. Where is this place? When the darkness gave way to light once again, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, opened her eyes, only to find herself standing in a beautiful ancient forest, with a confused look on her face. Instinctively, she tried to take a step, seeking answers, but quickly realized she couldn't move. As she struggled, someone suddenly appeared before her, and the face of that someone caused Aphrodite's eyes to widen in disbelief. Because, she was looking at herself. Aphrodite saw a version of herself in front of her walking forward, her face showing clear impatience as she passed right through her own body. Before the stunned goddess could make sense of the situation, a voice called out. Lady Goddess, wait. Wait for me. A joyful voice rang out. Aphrodite instinctively turned her head, and there, running after her shadow, was a delicate little girl. The girl had bright golden hair and a pair of green eyes, eyes that resembled promises. In her small hands, she held a vibrant red apple. Adonis, stop following me, the goddess of beauty said with an impatient look on her face. Go back to your mother. I have no interest in babysitting. But, Lady Goddess, look, this is an apple one just picked this morning. I wanted to offer it to you. I don't need it. With a wave of her hand, the goddess of beauty, who was already a bit impatient, slapped the apple out of Adonis's hands. It fell to the ground, shattering, leaving the little girl standing there, bewildered and motionless. Aphrodite tilted her head, puzzled by the scene before her. Just as she began to question what kind of scene she was witnessing, another image flashed on front of her eyes. It was still early morning, not yet light. The same girl, Adonis, was struggling to climb an ancient tree, risking her safety just to pick the brightest, ripest fruit from the highest branch for her. If I offer this to the goddess, she'll be so happy. Adonis said this while holding the apple with a very sincere and happy smile. Such a cheap offering. How could I possibly be happy with that? Seeing this, Aphrodite muttered quietly after a moment of silence, her tone indifferent. But for some reason, as she looked at the little girl in front of her, she immediately recalled the image of the apple smashing to pieces on the ground when her impatience stirred within her. She suddenly felt an odd sense of unease, though she wasn't sure why. However, while she stood there, momentarily lost in thought, the scene before her changed once more. It was as if she had traveled through the river of time or grasped one of the threads of fate, peering into the future. What unfolded next were a series of scenes, flashing before her like slides, each one featuring herself and the girl named Adonis. Lady Goddess, look at this. I made a flower crown. Isn't it beautiful? Can I offer it to you? Lady Goddess, are you thirsty? I'll fetch you some water right away. Lady Goddess, please slow down, wait for me. Like a shadow, Adonis constantly followed behind Aphrodite. But despite the girl's unwavering devotion, the goddess herself seemed to grow increasingly irritated with her. Any time that girl came up to her, she would either snap at the girl, ignore her entirely, or sometimes even send her on pointless errands, only to walk away the moment she left. The reason for this? This girl, why does she remind me of Hephaestus? And those green eyes, they look just like his, Aphrodite thought, perplexed. But despite her confusion, she quickly dismissed the thought, deciding it wasn't important enough to dwell on. By now, she had mostly pieced together that everything she was seeing represented the future, and she suspected that this was part of Promise's revenge on her. Yet, she couldn't understand how any of this could be revenge. Was it somehow related to this little girl named Adonis? It seemed laughable to her. Aphrodite originally wanted to stop this ridiculous game, but for some reason, as she watched the little girl endlessly chase after her, she found herself thinking about Promise's final words. Goddess of love and beauty, have you ever truly given your love to anyone? Aphrodite wasn't sure what she felt in response to that question. She didn't stop the vision from continuing. And so, she bore witness to the unfolding of fate. Naturally, the masterminds of this whole event, Promise and Hecate, stood watching from afar. Even Helen, who had been dragged into the scene thanks to Hecate's mischievous revenge, observed the scene. Although they were watching from a distance. Hey, Goddess Hecate, Promise asked, curiosity evident in his voice. This little girl named Adonis, why does she seem so familiar to me? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Even Aphrodite had figured it out, so naturally, Promise couldn't miss it either. Tilting his head, he looked curiously at the beautiful goddess in the black dress standing beside him. Humph. However, Hecate didn't answer. She crossed her arms, letting out a loud huff as she turned her head away, clearly sending the message, I'm really mad right now, so don't talk to me. This almost made Promise laugh out loud. Come on, you're Hecate, a revered and powerful goddess. Yeah, exactly, especially those eyes, they really look like. Helen chimed in, nodding as she glanced between the two, eventually concluding with certainty, they're exactly like yours, brother Promise. It's not just the eyes, Promise muttered, still puzzled. But why do I see traces of my goddess teacher in her as well? As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Hecate again. Seeing that she was still maintaining her I'm mad, don't talk to me attitude, he couldn't help but tease, my beloved, most respected goddess. Don't be mad. How about I give you a shoulder massage or rub your back? Get away from me. Don't disgust me. Hecate let out a sharp cry and at the same time slapped the hand Promise had actually reached out with. I don't need your shoulder rubs or back massages. If you really want to please me, swear that you'll never bother me again. Before she could finish her sentence, Promise cut her off decisively. That's impossible. With a playful grin and a look that screamed I've got you, the young man flatly refused. Goddess Hecate, your words wound me. After all, I hold you in the highest regard. Damn it. Hecate clenched her fists tightly, her teeth practically grinding in frustration. PFF. Oh, I'm sorry, esteemed goddess, Helen couldn't help but laugh out loud before quickly apologizing. I didn't mean to laugh, well. I am a little surprised, after all, I've never seen Brother Promise act like this before. After a brief pause, she also added thoughtfully, in fact, the way I see it, Brother Promise really does trust you, Goddess Hecate. Trust me? Ha. He's just out for revenge, that's all. Hecate felt that she was so angry that she didn't want to go out for hundreds of years. Her beautiful red eyes glared at the boy fiercely as she said. I've never met anyone as petty as you. Just because I gave you a disdainful look every time we crossed paths, you've dragged me into your mess again and again, using me as your backup muscle? Promise, still grinning mischievously, simply shrugged. Why don't you go to your goddess of fate, Clotho, for this whole fate-watching thing? Hecate grumbled. She's much more skilled in that area. Why are you bothering me? I'm worried about her, Promise replied without hesitation. What if Goddess Aphrodite causes trouble for her afterward? And you're not worried about me? Hecate's eyes widened in disbelief. Well, you're super powerful, goddess Hecate, and besides, you could always just hide in the underworld. Promise's answer was so matter-of-fact that it nearly made the goddess' fists clench in frustration. I really want to ignore all that and just pin him to the ground and beat him up. See? This is the true face of your dear Promise. Isn't it too infuriating? Doesn't he deserve a good beating? Hecate, still seething, turned toward Helen, pointing angrily at Promise. Not at all. The latter blinked her mesmerizing violet eyes and looked tenderly at the young man while replying with a soft smile, I actually think this rare side of Brother Promise is rather adorable. Ah, Helen, you're such a good girl. I knew spoiling you all this time was worth it, Promise said, patting the girl on the head with a satisfied grin, then turning to give Hecate a smug look. The look in his eyes made the goddess roll her eyes in exasperation, her face wearing the expression of someone who had given up on life. Just let it all end, please. But wait, that's not right. As she glanced at the bow and arrow in Helen's hands and reconsidered her doting attitude toward Promise, a realization struck her. This is going to get interesting. Her previous weariness vanished, and Hecate suddenly lit up with newfound energy. After a quick glance at Promise, she smiled in a way that sent shivers down his spine. But before the boy could ask what she was thinking, Hecate diverted the conversation, turning her gaze back to the real focus of the moment, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. And in response to Promise's earlier question, she finally answered, I don't know. If you really want to find out what's going on, go ask Clotho yourself. After all, it's Clotho, the goddess of fate, the one who truly controls and glimpses the future. She knows all that's to come. As for me, my powers in this magic of fate merely show one possible outcome. Hecate, as the goddess of crossroads, dealt with the multitude of paths that could shape destiny. Her role was to add a little grease to the wheels of predestined events, allowing fate to take its course smoothly or go slightly astray. So, for this point, Hecate hadn't lied to Promise. She truly didn't know what this particular fate entailed, nor did she know how it would ultimately unfold. She had simply followed Promise's plan and found the person called Adonis within this thread of destiny. The question that loomed over all this, whether Aphrodite had ever truly loved someone, was one Promise had known the answer to from the very beginning. Aphrodite had loved, deeply, giving everything to that person. After all, in Greek mythology, this was well documented. Aphrodite did indeed have a lifelong love. And that love was none other than Adonis. It was because of this man that the white rose was stained with blood, becoming the symbol of enduring love. And at the same time, it was also because of Adonis that Aphrodite cursed all love in the world, casting a shadow of doubt, worry, pain, and sorrow over it. However, no. Wait a second, wasn't Adonis supposed to be a man? How did he become a she here, and why does she look like my goddess teacher? Chapter 159, It's over, she's really crying. 1,697 words. Does this have something to do with me? Have I, without realizing it, rewritten fate again? Wait, that can't be right. If I had really rewritten fate, Goddess Clotho would have shown up by now, rubbing her crystal ball in my face. Promise was a bit confused. But no matter how much confusion swirled in his mind, the unfolding of fate before him continued uninterrupted. Meanwhile, Aphrodite indeed felt strange. Standing on the sidelines, she felt like a spectator alongside Promise and Hecate, yet because it was her own future being shown, it also felt like she was personally involved, living through it. Adonis was unusually persistent. Unexpectedly. No matter how much disdain or annoyance Aphrodite showed towards her, the girl never wavered. She continued to chase after the goddess, her clear green eyes always fixed on Aphrodite as though no one else in the world existed. Watching all this unfold in front of her eyes, even Helen couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Ah, if only Brother Promise could look at me the way Adonis looks at Goddess Aphrodite. And then it was just like in the myths and legends. Well, not exactly like the myth. There was a subtle difference. In the original story, Aphrodite fell in love with Adonis at first sight. But at this moment, under the influence of Hecate's magic of fate, the future being shown now had Adonis tirelessly chasing after Aphrodite, rather than the other way around. The small figure of Adonis followed her day and night, never giving up. At first, Aphrodite's feelings were ones of disgust and irritation, but slowly, gradually, she began to give in, moving from resistance to reluctant acceptance. Through the small gestures and constant companionship, Adonis slowly carved out a place by the goddess' side. She continued to offer simple, humble gifts, fruits or flower crowns, nothing extravagant. Yet, these were the things that mattered most to her, and she gave them all to the goddess she adored. As time passed, Aphrodite found herself increasingly aware of Adonis. Though she never dropped her prideful demeanor, and still treated the girl with haughty indifference, she couldn't help but notice the girl more and more. Aphrodite knew herself too well. She realized that each time she cast her gaze toward Adonis, she was beginning to care for her. As time flowed on once again, a sudden, joyful cry broke the silence. Aphrodite watched as Adonis, calling her name, ran toward her with a beaming smile. Instinctively, the goddess reached out, wanting to pat the girl's head or pinch her cheek. But soon found out that her hand passed right through her, intangible. She could only watch as the girl reached another version of herself, the Aphrodite of that future, who haughtily accepted the affection as a matter of course, without acknowledging the girl's devotion. Seeing this, Aphrodite frowned and couldn't help but hum softly. And then she froze. Am I angry? She wondered, surprised by her own reaction. Because it wasn't as simple as just being angry. A strange, suffocating emotion churned in her chest, making her feel unsettled. Why is the goddess acting like that? Helen, standing nearby, puffed her cheeks in frustration and voiced her dissatisfaction towards her goddess aloud. She doesn't know how to appreciate someone who cares for her. Brother Promise would never act like that, right? Helen's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Promise, who couldn't help but tilt his head, confused. Why am I being dragged into this? Seeing Promise's baffled expression, the girl looked a little dejected but quickly pumped her fist in determination. It's fine. If things continue this way, she'll figure it out eventually. After all, even the goddess has started to change a little. Not to mention them, even Hecate looked a bit surprised. Looking at the scene unfold in front of them, her gaze shifted between the flowing images of the future and the real Aphrodite, who stood there, staring blankly at Adonis. Interesting. The goddess of love and beauty actually seems to have brought out her true love. Is this your revenge, Promise? Promise didn't answer. He kept watching the scene in front of his eyes, then glanced at Aphrodite, who was gradually softening her gaze toward Adonis, only for her expression to turn sour with jealousy whenever she saw her future self. Thinking of where this might be headed. Why do I feel like I've made a terrible mistake? Promise couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The more he watched, the more uneasy he felt. Things were not going well, and it certainly wouldn't end well. He knew that Adonis was the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite's greatest love. It's just initially, he had assumed it was just another typical love story from Greek mythology, one of those impulsive attractions based on beauty alone. After all, that was how it was defined, lust. Aphrodite being a female Zeus was the prime example. But now? My goodness. Not only had Adonis become a woman, but more than that, she had successfully won Aphrodite over. Not just romantically, but emotionally. Aphrodite's gaze toward Adonis was filled with something far deeper, be it love or maternal affection. It was clear that this bond had changed. And if this were to play out to its conclusion? A cold shiver ran down Promise's spine as he realized the implications. Goddess Hecate, maybe we should stop this? He suggested, trying to keep his voice steady. But before Hecate could respond to his words, it was too late. The next scene came abruptly, as sudden and inevitable as fate itself. One moment, the young Adonis was happily running after Aphrodite, gathering offerings from the mortal world and presenting them to the goddess with her usual bright smile. In the very next moment, the sky darkened with heavy clouds, and rain began to pour, as if trying to wash away everything. On that day, the white roses were stained red. Just as in the ancient myths, the person named Adonis collapsed into the arms of Aphrodite, her body lifeless. No matter how loudly Aphrodite called out her name, she never opened her eyes again. The goddess of beauty stood frozen, her mind unable to process the scene before her. She was trapped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Meanwhile, Promise slapped his forehead hard. Hecate, after a brief moment of shock, reacted instinctively as she flinched and immediately started to bolt. Say what you will about her, but the goddess certainly had fast reflexes. Goddess Hecate, where are you going? But how could Promise let her escape that easily? She was also the mastermind behind the scenes, so he grabbed her just as she was about to run. Let me go. Let me go. This has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Hecate shouted, her frustration evident as she struggled, though not too forcefully. Despite being a powerful goddess, she couldn't bring herself to use her full strength, so she found herself helplessly restrained by a mortal. Promise, let go of me, she demanded, but he held on tightly. Brother Promise, what's happening? Helen was also at a loss as she looked at the scene, and said to the boy in a panic. This can't be real, right? Before Promise could answer, the scene shifted again. As he found himself transported back to a familiar place, the bronze temple of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. Child. A goddess with long, golden hair that seemed to cascade to the floor sat in a wheelchair, gently stroking the hair of the young girl named Adonis. Why do you care so much for Aphrodite? She obviously doesn't deserve it. Because there's no love around her, Adonis replied, her voice soft and full of sincerity. I want to give her love. Then maybe she'll finally be happy. Her innocent and beautiful smile illuminated the room. Aphrodite stood in stunned silence, looking at the scene in front of her blankly. In that moment, she felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss, overwhelmed by a suffocating sense of despair. She couldn't breathe. The magic of fate had completed its course. Suddenly, everyone was back on the island, in the temple of Aphrodite. This time, Promise didn't just grab Hecate, he outright clung to her, refusing to let go no matter what. Well, he still has some self-awareness. Though he wanted to take revenge on the goddess, he knew deep down that he might have gone too far this time, perhaps more than just a little. Hecate was livid. She could sense that Promise was trying to drag her down with him to avoid Aphrodite's wrath. But the problem is that she really doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Let go of me. I'm not getting involved in this. I don't want to die with you. Hecate snarled, trying to shake him off. Not so fast, Goddess Hecate. Promise shouted. He knew that, on her own, Hecate could easily slip away, leaving him to face the enraged goddess of love alone. Only you, Promise, Hecate thought bitterly. Only you could turn a simple revenge into a full-blown disaster. You've completely shattered Aphrodite's emotional state. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Aphrodite, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. No. Her voice trembled, haunted by the memory of blood staining her body and the girl's final words echoing in her mind. Aphrodite clutched herself, sinking weakly to the ground. No, please, don't. Her body shook uncontrollably, her tears flowing freely as she muttered to herself, consumed by pain and sorrow. At this, both Promise and Hecate fell silent, while Helen stood completely frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then, in the next instant, Promise, you bastard, let me go. Goddess Hecate, this matter has something to do with you as well. Don't even think about getting out of this. You selfish, let me go, please, I'm begging you. I'm sorry, Goddess Hecate. It really won't work this time. I'm really scared this time. You're scared? I'm scared too. Now let me go, you idiot. Chapter 160, When you return, that golden arrow of love will pierce your heart. 1746 words. Afternoon on the Argo. As the heroes aboard the ship heard Promise's lyre, signaling that it was time to depart, they all returned to the ship. But when they arrived, there was no sign of the young man, leaving them puzzled. Hercules, where's Promise? Jason, leading the group, asked the towering man in front of him, his expression filled with confusion. Wasn't he the one who called us back? Hercules didn't reply immediately. He raised his head and looked seriously in the direction of the temple of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty on the island. As the hero closest to the gods in Greek mythology, Hercules had already sensed the shifts in the atmosphere of the island. He too was confused. After all, everything had long since settled, so by all logic, Promise should have returned by now. Then, a voice that sounded rather gloating was heard, breaking the silence. He won't be able to come back, well, anytime soon. Serves him right for playing such a big game this time. Medea, who had been looking up in disbelief, saw the goddess Hecate appear before them, dressed in her black gown, with Helen in tow. Teacher? While everyone else was confused and shocked by Hecate's sudden arrival, Medea ran up to her, her emotions a mix of excitement and frustration. Teacher, why are you here? And how could you kick me out like that back then? You're too cruel. Upon hearing her words, the first to be surprised wasn't Jason or the others, it was Helen. She, having seen Hecate in action twice before, was amazed to realize that Medea had such a close relationship with the powerful goddess. Cruel? You think I'm cruel? I think I'm the one who should be complaining. Hecate snapped, her frustration boiling over as she recalled how Promise had used her again and again, dragging her into his messes because of this very student. Hecate felt a brief urge to give another slap to her but seeing the girl's confused, hurt, yet joyful and dependent expression on her appearance, she couldn't help but recall the scenes she had just witnessed with the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite and Adonis, and her heart softened once again. Sighing softly, Hecate bent down, ruffling Medea's hair and pinching her cheek lightly. She wanted to say something but held back, knowing it wasn't the right time. So, with a final glance, she dissolved into a swarm of underworld butterflies and disappeared. Even after Hecate's departure, the group remained in a daze. Fortunately, one person still knew something of the situation. Naturally, all eyes turned to Helen. Under the group's expectant gaze, the girl hesitated but knew she couldn't reveal everything that had happened. So she kept it simple. Brother Promise was taken by the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. I don't know when he'll be back. As she spoke, her thoughts wandered back to the goddess' tear-streaked face as she left, trying to maintain her composure but clearly shaken. Brother Promise. He'll come back, right? Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Atalanta murmured the name softly, her gaze sweeping across the gathered heroes. Set sail. She spoke in a calm, steady voice. We shouldn't wait for him. He won't be back anytime soon. What? Jason looked at her in disbelief. What are you saying? Atalanta, however, didn't feel the need to explain. She simply turned and walked away, her decision firm. Hercules furrowed his brow, glancing at Helen. Although he could see that she was a little absent-minded and obviously hiding something, after some hesitation, he did not choose to ask any further questions. Something about the situation reminded him too much of the time Promise had hunted Hermes, a matter best left buried, never to be spoken of. And this, too, was clearly another one of those things that should stay locked away, deep in their hearts. Wait till the morning. If Promise still hasn't returned by dusk, Jason will set sail. So in the end, Hercules came to the same conclusion as Atalanta. Wait, Hercules, what are you talking about? Are you planning to leave Promise here alone? Theseus came out at this moment and stood in front of Hercules excitedly, confronting him. Are you trying to abandon him? Don't forget why we all came together in the first place, it wasn't for Jason, it was for Promise. Upon hearing this, Jason opened his mouth subconsciously, wanting to say something, but found that he could not refute. It's true. But come on, I'm standing right here after all, at least give me some face here. It's not that we're abandoning him. I know he's off doing something more important. As he spoke, Hercules swept his gaze over the group, especially focusing on the likes of Meleager, the stag Actaeon, and Orpheus. You all should understand that, right? Meleager and Actaeon exchanged glances, recalling their past experiences with Promise, and then nodded in agreement. If I had to guess, the gods have turned their gaze toward him again, and now he's off on another distant journey, Orpheus said with a smile, strumming his lyre gently. I agree with Hercules. We should set sail. Otherwise, how can we ever hope to catch up to his footsteps? Let's face it, my friends, Promise, the one we once sought to protect, is no longer weak. His name has spread throughout the world. He's become our pride, shining like a star in the night sky, a great hero. Hearing their words, Medea, who was watching Atalanta walk away, suddenly realized what was happening. The boy they had all wanted to shelter had once again gone off to paint the gods themselves. There's no need to wait until dusk. Let's leave now. Melanie, now much more mature after all they had been through, said with a smile. Orpheus is right. We're no longer the ones protecting him now, we're chasing after his brilliance. And there is no need to worry that he can't catch up with us. He added, his voice full of confidence. Because he's already caught hold of the falling star from the heavens. No matter how far we sail, that star will guide him back to us. The heroes, upon hearing these words, fell silent. With resolve in their hearts, they raised the sails and prepared to embark once more. Helen stood quietly, observing everything. She knew the hero's judgment was correct. It was undoubtedly the right decision, otherwise, they'd only end up as a burden to Brother Promise. Still, she couldn't help feeling a pang of regret, wishing she could stay by his side for a little longer. As the Argo set off once again, Helen approached her twin sister, Pollux. Sister Pollux, you told me that Brother Promise was so weak that he could be easily held onto. She came in front of Pollux and said with some dissatisfaction and complaints. But now I see that he's so far away, no matter how much I try, I can never seem to reach him. Pollux blinked in surprise, looking at her younger sister with confusion and curiosity. Standing at the edge of the ship, facing the sea breeze as they sailed once more, Helen's expression darkened with sorrow. What happened, Helen? Pollux gently ruffled Helen's hair, her heart aching for her sister. Even if she didn't fully understand what had happened, no one could remain indifferent to the sadness in Helen's eyes. In fact, I know that Brother Promise has always seen me as just a child, Helen said softly, her gaze wandering up to the sky as if searching for someone. I tried to mask that, to do everything I could to draw his attention. She paused, her voice tinged with longing. The goddess of beauty herself told me that one day I would become the most beautiful woman in the world, and no one would be able to resist me. So, I always thought I had time. I believed that I only needed some time, and once I grew up, Brother Promise would naturally fall in love with me. But recently, no, if I'm honest, I've known for a while now. I just didn't want to admit it. Helen's voice trembled slightly. The truth is, I never had that chance, because his eyes have never truly seen me. In fact, it's not just me, they are the same. Thinking of this, Helen couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Atlanta in the distance. A person's eyes cannot be concealed. The moment Helen saw Atlanta she knew. The way Atlanta's gaze constantly found its way to Promise told Helen all she needed to know, she was her rival. Over time, Helen had realized something else. Of all of them, this huntress was the closest to Promise. Yet she didn't understand why Atlanta never tried to reach out and take hold of him. The reason was simple, though, Atlanta had given up. To be precise, until the day Promise dies, Atlanta will never place that silver leaf at the finish line. Because she knew something that few others did, Promise's gaze had never truly rested on anyone. He has always been looking ahead, toward something greater, something far beyond them all, a grand finale that would be the greatest conclusion of the entire Age of Gods. So, when Promise rewrote Atlanta's fate and when Artemis entrusted her with the silver leaf, Atlanta made her decision. She would never be an obstacle in Promise's way. Instead, she would bear witness to the completion of his dream and, at that moment, offer him her final blessing. Since she couldn't get the love she wanted, she would give him the love he did. Helen didn't know any of this, nor would she have cared. She was Helen, a devoted follower of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. And Helen was faithful to her own desires. I won't be foolish like the goddess Aphrodite, Helen said firmly. Pollux looked at her in confusion, watching as the girl extended her hand in the motion of drawing a bowstring. And with that motion, the golden bow, hidden within Helen by the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, materialized in her hand. Helen hesitated no longer, her resolve was clear. When you return, Brother Promise, I swear to Aphrodite, the goddess of love, that I will shoot this golden arrow, the symbol of love, straight into your heart. With her vow made, Helen's fate was sealed. Chapter 161, The Fates. 1449 words. At that very moment, far above on the back of a white-winged Pegasus. Aphrodite glanced down toward the mortal realm, her eyes falling upon the distant figure of Helen. Is something wrong, Goddess Aphrodite? The boy in front of her asked, sensing her distraction. Aphrodite raised her eyes, her pale yellow gaze reflecting the boy sitting before her. It's nothing, she replied coldly. She had heard her devotees vow, but how could she possibly share that with the boy before her? After all, the anger and embarrassment this boy had ignited within the goddess of beauty had yet to be quenched. Pegasus, the magnificent winged horse, soared obediently through the blue sky, carrying its passengers, Aphrodite and Promise, toward a destination both familiar and yet unknown to Promise, the ancient temple of the Fates. At this moment, Aphrodite had one goal in mind. She intended to visit the Fates and ask about her future, specifically about the young girl who had left such a deep imprint on her heart, Adonis. Where was that girl now? The goddess of wisdom, Athena, had already left her oracle. If Promise were to paint a true portrait of Aphrodite, the essence of it would lie in a single word, love. Athena, with her golden eyes of absolute wisdom, had already seen through everything about Aphrodite. Just as the goddess of marriage, Hera, couldn't control her own marriage, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, could never truly command her own love, nor would she ever experience true love that belonged solely to her. And this, in fact, was part of the reason Aphrodite had taken Promise. She wasn't that foolish yet. What's more, every god in Greece now knew one thing: that delicate, flower-like boy, though fragile, had hands capable of performing miracles even the gods couldn't, rewriting fate itself. Even the fates of the Olympian gods were not safe from his touch. The situation with Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, Hades, and Persephone had been proof enough of this. Goddess Aphrodite. Promise, feeling uneasy under the intense gaze of the goddess behind him, finally spoke up, his voice soft as he turned his head slightly. Actually, about what happened just now. I think I should apologize. However, before he could finish, Aphrodite interrupted. Just now? She shifted slightly in her seat, her eyes narrowing playfully, a beautiful smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Did something happen just now? Do you need me to help you forget? Oh, no, remember it? Her smile, although radiant, was anything but reassuring. Cough, no need. I think I've already forgotten everything. Promise quickly replied, turning his gaze firmly forward, his expression resolute. After all, he no longer had any intention of getting himself killed right now, especially when he was so close to fulfilling his destiny. There weren't many paintings left to complete, and the future he had sworn to Goddess Athena was within reach. It would be best to aim for a perfect ending, after all. Seeing his reaction, Aphrodite let out a soft, amused hum. But as Promise turned away, her face showed a complicated look. What Promise didn't know was that, in truth, Aphrodite could no longer bring herself to act against him. After all, those same clear and beautiful green eyes that she knew so well now stared back at her through this boy. That face slightly similar to Hephaestus and those eyes exactly the same as his. Could it be? Could this girl, this mysterious figure with Promise's eyes, be their daughter? Aphrodite's thoughts wandered toward the vision she had glimpsed through fate. The more she looked at Promise, the more her mind spiraled into these strange, absurd ideas. Even though she also found that her thought was a bit ridiculous. However, an odd emotion stirred in her heart, one she couldn't quite put into words. After all, putting every incident aside, Hephaestus was still her husband. How could she describe this feeling? It was like Hera, after searching all over the mortal world, finally found her husband Zeus only to discover that he had transformed into a beautiful woman and married a man, and was even living a happy, blissful life. It felt a bit strange. Well, anyway. Outside the Temple of Fate. When Pegasus landed gracefully, carrying both the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, and Promise, the three fates, dressed in their white robes, were already waiting at the temple entrance. It seemed they had been expecting them for quite some time. Noble Aphrodite, we are aware of why you've come. And Promise, we've been waiting for you as well. The first to speak was Atropos, the eldest of the fates, who, bound by destiny, had long lost all emotions. She, who held dominion over death, was responsible for cutting the thread of life. Looking at Aphrodite, who was approaching with an anxious look, the eldest sister Atropos said to her slowly and without any emotion, "But the answer you are looking for is not here." Although I already know it, however, no matter what, I cannot tell you. Atropos, hearing her words, Aphrodite's face twisted in frustration and her voice turned sharp with anger. What do you mean by that? Please, goddess Aphrodite, calm yourself, came a frail but soothing voice, filled with a calming gentleness. Lachesis, the second sister who controlled the length of life's thread and was forever burdened by illness and suffering, softly spoke to the goddess, it's not that we do not wish to tell you, but that we cannot. Because by bringing him here. As she spoke, she coughed lightly and then gestured toward Promise, who was busy calming Pegasus. Even the smallest word could alter the course of fate. The goddess of beauty paused, taken aback by this response. However, just as she stood there, momentarily stunned, Clotho, the youngest of the three, the one who saw into the future, finally stepped forward. Honorable goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, I can indeed reveal the answer you seek, as I am the one who sees what is to come. But the question is, are you prepared to face the consequences of the future? If you insist on knowing, you may never again see the person you so desire. When Clotho said these words, even Promise, who was watching her from the side, couldn't help but blink in surprise. After all, even though her voice was soft as always, yet, at this moment, it carried an unshakable authority. Though it still had its usual youthful tone, it was now very majestic, causing the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, who had moved her lips several times, to not dare to say a word. Hey, is this still my goddess Clotho, with a soft voice, a flexible body, easy to push down? Promise thought in disbelief. Almost as if sensing his thoughts, Clotho, despite her eyes being milky white, glared pointedly at Promise. Come to think of it, the gods could actually see into his thoughts now. Well, it was no secret among the gods that they could not read his thoughts, because the boy once had a silver strand of hair, left by Athena, the goddess of wisdom, that had shielded him from the gods' prying minds. However, that strand had been lost on his journey to reach Atlanta, and since then, his thoughts had been an open book to the divine. Later, Atlanta had tied his long hair with a simple cord, but that rope didn't have the same effect, so, the protection was gone. But Then seeing her stammer, biting her lip, unwilling to accept that this was the end of her search, Clotho, with a gentle yet resolute voice, spoke once more, in truth, you need not search for anything. The answer has always been beside you. When the time comes, you will meet them again. And besides, she added, you do not need to worry about the future you glimpsed through goddess Hecate's magic. It will not come to pass. Really? Hearing this, Aphrodite's face lit up with hope as she looked at Clotho. Lachesis, offering a weak smile, replied, of course, noble Aphrodite. After all, it is my dear sister who truly governs the future. And since you've brought him here, what more do you have to fear, she added softly. Aphrodite's tense posture finally relaxed, her expression softening at their words. As Lachesis finished speaking, she glanced once more at Promise, a gentle smile playing on her lips. This young man has already sworn an oath to ensure that the future my dear sister, Clotho, watches over will always be the most beautiful. Chapter 162, When the Ocean Desires to Conquer the Sky. 1401 words. Hearing this, Aphrodite turned her gaze to Promise as well. Her eyes lingered on his clear green eyes, and for a moment, her expression flickered with an unreadable emotion before settling into calm acceptance. So, that's how it is. I understand now, she said softly. In that moment, it seemed as though something shifted within Aphrodite. Whatever complex feelings she had harbored, whether resentment, curiosity, or frustration, were momentarily put to rest. The words of the fates had offered her clarity, even if they hadn't given her the answers she originally sought. Aphrodite nodded gently and spoke to Promise, congratulations, you've passed my trial. Your music dispelled the desires of those heroes, and your vision of the future served as judgment for the women on the island. Originally, I intended to give you the painting here and now. She paused, her expression growing more serious. But Promise, you still need to return to Helen. Helen? The latter tilted his head slightly to express his confusion at the beautiful goddess in front of him. I told you I intended to destroy you. Did you think I was joking all along? Aphrodite's expression turned complicated as she continued. The desires of the heroes were meant to turn you all against each other. The women on the island were meant to stir up the desires in your heart, and to ignite Helen's jealousy and fury. In fact, the true trial I prepared for you has been Helen from all along. Hearing this, Promise, who was still bewildered, couldn't understand the gravity of the situation. That's not a trial, Atropos, the eldest of the Fates, cut in, her voice emotionless. This goddess simply seeks to destroy you. Being the eldest and having no emotions, Atropos was the most rational of the three sisters, except when it came to her younger sibling, Clotho. That girl named Helen has developed feelings for you, Atropos continued. And the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, who noticed this at the very first sight, manipulated her into falling into the depths of her own desire. Helen now carries Cupid's bow and arrow, the very one that represents love. And after all these events, she has already decided to shoot that magic arrow straight into your heart. When Atropos said these words without any emotion, Promise's expression changed from confusion at the beginning to enlightenment and finally horror. The girl named Helen is the most beloved believer of the noble goddess of beauty Aphrodite, so, she is naturally loyal to her inner desires, Lachesis added with a smile, picking up where her sister left off. So, once she shoots the arrow of love at you and claims your heart, she will only do one thing. She will imprison you. Forever. She will keep you by her side, never letting you go. After she finished speaking, Lachesis coughed violently twice, but even so, it couldn't hide the upturned corners of her mouth and the gloating look in her eyes. Promise, Promise, you make us work overtime every day, and now you will have a day like this too. Aye. Goddess Clotho, save me. Promise, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation, suddenly remembered all the times he had unknowingly danced on the edge of a cliff with Helen. His face paled as the implications sunk in. That arrow was no joke. It was Cupid's magical arrow. The very example of what would happen to someone who got hit by that thing was Daphne, who still stood as a laurel tree. So, the panicking young man lunged toward Clotho for help, only for the latter to push his face away with a look of disgust, preventing him from getting closer. What's wrong with that? My Helen truly regards you as an important treasure. Aphrodite said, crossing her arms over her chest and watching Promise's increasingly desperate reactions with a satisfied smirk. The thrill of vengeance danced in her eyes as she laughed. And she will be the most beautiful woman in the world in the future. So, what's there to complain about? No way. Even if I really want to get married, it should be with the goddess Clotho who smells sweet when hugged and is soft to the touch. Shut up. Upon hearing his words, Clotho's face flushed bright red. She could no longer maintain her dignified goddess image as she furiously shoved her crystal orb into Promise's mouth to silence him. Stop spouting nonsense. Atropos and Lachesis remained expressionless, watching the chaotic scene unfold. They were used to this by now. Even Pegasus, grazing peacefully nearby, let out a yawn. As for Goddess of Beauty, Aphrodite, she was momentarily taken aback by Promise's audacity. She never thought that he would actually speak about marrying a goddess, but then she quickly remembered his achievements and found that it was not that surprising. After all, the young man in front of her had accomplished miracles no mortal should be capable of. Perhaps it wasn't so outrageous. In fact, regardless of other things, if we only count the matter of Hades, Demeter and Persephone, Promise was already qualified to enjoy a god status. Wait, a god? For a fleeting moment, Aphrodite felt as though she had grasped onto something important. She glanced at Promise with a thoughtful look, and subconsciously wanted to say something, but then she noticed the serious stares from Lachesis and Atropos. They were clearly warning her not to speak further. After a brief pause, Aphrodite finally spoke, her tone more contemplative. Actually, you might not need to worry too much. Now that I think about it carefully, that magical arrow may never even reach you. Promise blinked in confusion, his panic momentarily halting at her words as she continued. After all, Hephaestus has likely been aware of this situation for a while. Now I think, Athena sending me to her was probably her way of setting me up from the start. But Promise, Aphrodite continued seriously, meeting his eyes. Regardless of what happens, you must face this love. This is not only because Helen is dear to me, but also because this is your true trial. Only by resolving this can I give you the painting. So, you have to complete it no matter what. Hearing her words, Promise felt silent for a while. He didn't say anything so capricious as to say that I could not give it up. Because after a moment of silent contemplation, he realized there was no running from it. Thinking about that lowly Helen for a long time, he sighed silently, then looked up at Aphrodite, his gaze steady and resolute. I understand, Goddess Aphrodite. I will handle this, Promise said, his voice firm. I will properly face Helen's feelings and respond to her love. As soon as he finished speaking, Promise felt that his face was hit by the crystal ball. He tilted his head with an innocent look on his face only to see that the goddess of fate had turned around and was walking away holding the crystal ball, with an expression that showed that he didn't want to pay any more attention to him. Ah, such a tsundere goddess. The second sister and the eldest sister looked at each other. The second sister, Lachesis, shook her head in amusement, then stepped forward once again, taking up the lines that should have been Clotho's. Promise, you cannot return to the Argo just yet. Have you forgotten? When you arrived, we told you, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Promise blinked, confused, as Lachesis's voice echoed. The ocean desires to conquer the sky, and thunder will be bound by love. When the supreme god himself is bound, you, who seeks to paint the gods, what choice will you make then? At this moment, Lachesis, with her light smile and air of wisdom, looked remarkably like Athena at that moment. Recalling the series of events that had happened recently. Ah, my dearest goddess Athena. I'll remember this grudge, I swear it. Even with the golden apple tree incident, Promise had never really held a grudge against Athena. But this time, he really couldn't help it. Please go to the Mount Caucasus and the deepest parts of the sea, Lachesis continued. There, the foresight god and the wise seer of the ocean will reveal all you seek. They will help you ascend to the highest place in the world, Mount Olympus. Chapter 163, Revenge on Athena. 1,374 words. In Greek mythology, there was a god who regarded all humanity as his children. Even when faced with the torment of being chained and having his liver devoured daily, only for it to regenerate each night, he endured this suffering and humiliation for the sake of humanity, choosing to betray the gods for the sake of his children. This god Titan was called Prometheus, meaning, forethought. In ancient Greek myth, this god of fire was the one who defied the Olympian gods by taking fire from them and giving it to humanity in the form of technology, knowledge and, more generally, civilization, only to get eternal torment for his transgression. After that, Prometheus was bound to a rock, and an eagle, the emblem of Zeus, was sent to eat his liver, which would then grow back overnight, only to be eaten again the next day in an ongoing cycle. And so, when Pegasus, with his sacred wings spread wide, carried the dark-haired, green-eyed boy away from the ancient temple of the Fates to the heights of Mount Caucasus, the boy found himself before this legendary god. Chained by unbreakable links forged by Hephaestus, the god of craft, Prometheus remained bound, yet even in his captivity, there was no surprise in his eyes as he gazed at the boy sitting atop Pegasus. With a weathered but warm smile, Prometheus spoke in a voice that was both ancient and raspy, "You finally arrived, child." There was no trace of shock in his expression as he looked at the boy. He had known this moment would come, his foresight unwavering. And then, in his gravelly voice, Prometheus uttered words that stirred Promise deeply. I have been watching you for a long time. Before you began to change fate, before the goddesses laid their eyes upon you, before you even became the student of Chiron, the wise centaur, and stepped into this world. Because, child, I have always been waiting for this meeting with you. Hearing Prometheus's words, Promise was taken aback, gazing at the frail, weathered god before him, his body worn by years of torment. He was about to speak when his eyes met Prometheus's, eyes that remained brilliant and filled with a wisdom that shone through despite the suffering he endured. In that instant, all of Promise's doubts and confusion vanished. Because he recognized those eyes, which have been too familiar to him, they were the same as goddess of wisdom, Athena's, a symbol of absolute wisdom. I know why you've come to seek me, Prometheus said, his voice steady. Go to the edge of the ocean. I've already told Pegasus where Thetis, the wise sea goddess, resides, so it will lead you to the gentle and wise sea goddess. Hearing this, Promise subconsciously glanced down at Pegasus, who nodded in confirmation. Everything Prometheus said was true. And you don't need to worry, my child, Prometheus added with a strained smile, I won't reveal your greatest secret to anyone. And then without waiting for Promise to respond, the god forced a smile with difficulty and continued in a hoarse voice. Because the gods who love you won't care about such things. The only one who might is the goddess of wisdom herself. Athena. Promise's confusion deepened. Why would Athena care about that? Seeing his puzzled expression, Prometheus chuckled softly. That was the oath you made with her, your very first oath. She's guiding you to become the greatest hero of this era, preparing for you the grandest finale. But, child, Prometheus said, his eyes softening, you must already know, deep in your heart, that this goddess, who is as dazzling as a pearl, loves you so much. So, while she will not break the oath between you, how could she ever bear to see you truly hurt? With those words, Prometheus fell silent, refusing to answer further questions. No matter how much the latter prodded, he did not speak. I find that I'm getting more and more disgusted with you riddlers lately, Promise muttered, in a complaining tone. Despite it being their first meeting, he couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness with this gentle god who cared so deeply for humanity, treating them as his children. But, if you know so much, Promise said, looking at Prometheus in confusion, after all, the other person was Athena. Does she really not know everything? Prometheus gave a dry chuckle in response. The crystal ball in the hand of the goddess of fate. Since the moment she saw you, you've been held within it. Hearing this, Promise was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing again as he said. She's really quite the little Sundara goddess, isn't she? Prometheus's smile deepened, but before Promise didn't drift too far into his thoughts, and asked the inevitable question. So, noble Prometheus, how can I free you? This was originally Hercules' task, but since he has already completed his journey and claimed the golden apple, that fate has fallen to me, hasn't it? Hearing his words, Prometheus did not show any signs of embarrassment, and nodded gently, saying, Once this ordeal is over, I will be freed. That is one of the reasons the fates sent you to me. Then, how can I change the fate of my teacher Chiron? Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, can provide you with the sacred fire of the divine realm, Prometheus replied without hesitation. It will prevent the regrowth of the Hydra's 9 heads. After he finished speaking, he looked at the boy, whose lips moved slightly, obviously wanting to continue asking, and cut him off with a weak smile, speaking in a hoarse voice. That's enough, child. If I reveal any more, the goddess of wisdom might grow displeased with me. After all, she is the goddess who truly guides you. But she keeps playing these riddles with me. Promise curled his lips in dissatisfaction, looking at the god in front of him who, like Athena, had eyes that represented absolute wisdom. After a moment of thought, his face lit up with an idea, and he smiled mischievously. One last question, truly the last, noble Prometheus, how do you think I should seek my revenge on the goddess of wisdom? At the mention of the word revenge, Prometheus paused. He looked at the boy standing before him, whose eyes gleamed with excitement and eagerness to try. Child, it would be best if you spent less time with Hermes, Prometheus said with a chuckle, unable to resist. If Hermes were here, he would probably be bewildered, and maybe even feel a little wronged. As for revenge, Prometheus trailed off, considering the boy's expectant face. As for revenge. While speaking, Prometheus paused, looking at the boy in front of him, whose face was filled with eager anticipation and couldn't help but recall the beginnings of this young mortal. Prometheus had said it before, and it wasn't a lie, he had always been watching Promise. From the very moment the boy had stepped into the world, he had observed his journey, his struggles, and his growth. As Promise made his way down the mountain, Prometheus, just like Chiron and the other heroes before him, had always been watching over the boy, unable to shake the worry he felt for him. Now, at this moment, seeing the boy before him, sitting atop the pure and majestic Pegasus, having undergone so many transformations and trials, Prometheus couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. I don't know either. Snapping back to reality, he told his first ever lie to a human. Then, with a soft smile, Prometheus watched as Pegasus spread its silver wings, carrying the delicate boy once more into the sky, with the words of the gods in his heart. Revenge, huh? Prometheus chuckled faintly. My child, do you realize, from the moment you met her, when your presence appeared in front of her golden eyes, and you offered her your very first painting, the one sealed by the vow, that very moment, you have already exacted your revenge on the flawless goddess. For when you reach the end, when the final painting is completed, and the vow is fulfilled, that moment will be her ultimate defeat, the revenge she least wanted to see. Chapter 164, Her Vow to the Boy. 1,360 words. Wait. Am I misunderstanding something here? Promise stood there, completely dumbfounded, staring at the goddess, who had just calmly explained everything to him. So, you're telling me that goddess Athena, along with Queen Hera and Poseidon, have rebelled against the god King Zeus? And the task that she gave me is, to go rescue God King from his imprisonment? Is it me, or is there something seriously wrong with this plan? Seriously, what's wrong with that goddess? Even Promise felt very confused about this matter at the moment. Even though the idea of Zeus, the most powerful god in Olympus, being imprisoned was mind-blowing, Promise didn't react too strongly to that part. After all, he knew about this story as it was already part of the myths of ancient Greece. Poseidon had grown dissatisfied with the power he wielded and desired to control the skies as well, so, he teamed up with goddess Hera, Athena, and Apollo, to imprison the god Zeus in the temple of Queen Hera. What's more, the prophecy Promise had received from the Temple of Destiny made sense now. It seemed it was referring to this situation. As for how Zeus, the mighty ruler of the gods, had been captured? Just as the prophecy suggested, Zeus had been blinded by love. To put it plainly, he had fallen into one of Hera's traps. And the chains that bound him? They were the unbreakable chains forged by Hephaestus. After all, only chains crafted by her could temporarily restrain the king of the gods. Poseidon, the god of the sea, desires greater power, wanting to rule over more than just the seas. Hera, the queen of heaven, seeks revenge for Zeus's betrayal. But Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Thetis paused slightly, then looking at the black-haired, green-eyed young man in front of her, she said slowly. I believe the reason behind Athena's actions is you. Me? Promise was taken aback. Thetis nodded and said. It's the only explanation for why such a flawless goddess would make such a reckless decision. And why she would entrust you to me. In fact, Athena's choice to hand this critical task to Thetis, the kind and wise sea goddess, made perfect sense. After all, in the original myth, it was Thetis who played a key role in freeing Zeus. No, not the key role, it was none other than her, the sage of the sea, who helped the god king escape his bonds. What followed in that myth was god King Zeus's passionate love for Thetis. Yet, due to a prophecy revealed by Prometheus, that Thetis's child was destined to surpass its father Zeus, filled with both anger and regret, decreed that no god could wed Thetis, forcing her to marry a mortal. This decision weighed heavily on Zeus's conscience, and to atone, he arranged for the most lavish wedding among the gods when Thetis married the mortal Peleus. It was at this wedding, notably, that Eris, the goddess of discord, was not invited, leading to the infamous incident of the golden apple marked for the fairest, which eventually sparked the Trojan War. Things got worse and worse, but oh well, let's not talk too far. So, if one were to talk about the person who made the most regretful memories in the life of the god King Zeus, it would undoubtedly be the gentle goddess standing in front of Promise as Thetis. But, for my sake? Promise frowned, still trying to grasp the full meaning behind Thetis's words. Goddess Thetis, can you explain what this is all about? Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus. In the grand and magnificent temple of Hera, queen of the gods, the goddess Athena stood calmly in front of the door to Hera's chambers. She was clad in her usual white gown, flawless and serene, but in her hands she held the Aegis, the invincible shield said to be capable of withstanding even Zeus's thunderbolts, and her golden spear. It was this shield, along with her formidable wit, that had enabled Athena, Hera, and their allies to successfully imprison Zeus in Hera's temple. Now, Athena stood as a guardian with her usual calm expression, even though the king of the gods Zeus, himself was trapped just behind the door. I never thought you would get involved in something like this. Apollo, the radiant god of the light, stepped out from the sunlight, his golden hair glinting as he approached Athena and said. Because, to be honest, this is an incredibly foolish thing to do. While Apollo was technically part of the conspiracy, he had been less involved and had mostly been caught up in the momentum. Gods like Hermes had wisely fled the moment they sensed what was going to happen, avoiding the fallout entirely. You must realize, Apollo continued, that it's impossible to keep him imprisoned for long. Hera is merely acting out of anger, and the only one foolish enough to think this could work is Poseidon. So tell me, Athena, what were you really thinking? Athena turned to face Apollo, smiling slightly and made no attempt to hide her reasoning. Honestly, it's not as complicated as you think. I simply believe this is the best course of action. The best course of action. You do realize, don't you, that the moment he breaks free, you'll be the first one he comes after? Among the conspirators, the presence of Athena was essential. After all, even without Queen Hera, Poseidon, or Apollo, the rebellion could still function, but it would crumble without Athena. Only she had the strength and cunning to stand before Zeus in his wrath. Thus, when Zeus eventually freed himself from the restraint, the one he would care most about confronting would undoubtedly be her. I'm aware of that, the latter replied, unfazed. After all, I did take Hera's golden apple, and I've had my eye on her followers for quite some time. It's only natural that I'll need to pay a price. As she spoke, a small, self-assured smile crossed her lips. After all this, everything that had happened in the past will be written off, and she'll never be able to hinder me again. And as for father, I know what he desires. When the time comes, and he is freed from his restraints, I'll swear an oath to him, to serve him loyally forever. Apollo was silent for a moment, processing her words, before he too broke into a smile. As I suspected, he said. The real reason you've done such a stupid and reckless thing, is that boy, isn't it? Eh? Athena blinked, feigning innocence. Was it that obvious? Apollo looked at Athena with a knowing smile. You have no personal stake in this matter. Whether it succeeds or fails, you gain nothing from it. The only possible reason you'd get involved is, him. He paused briefly before continuing, that makes the entire situation quite simple, really. After all, right now, he is likely the only one who can easily free father. Especially since, aside from Poseidon, the gods standing in his way are the ones who dotes on him the most. Apollo chuckled. In fact, or rather, we, and emphasized, Hermes, Hestia, and the others, have suspected this a long time ago. After all, up to now, the only time you, the goddess of wisdom, have ever made a mistake was over that boy, when you stole Hera's golden apple. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. So I came here just to confirm what we've all been wondering. Athena, do you like him that much? Was she truly willing to risk the wrath of Zeus, the king of gods, all for the sake of this boy? Athena, however, remained calm, her face serene as she played with a strand of her silver hair. I can't help it, she replied in a light-hearted tone. I promised him, after all, that I would make him the most dazzling of all heroes. After all, to Athena, this was more than just a fondness for promise, it was a vow, one she was willing to stake everything on, even if it meant facing the wrath of Zeus himself. Chapter 165, Slap Her Hard. 1244 words. I think it's because of the oath between you. In response to his question, the ocean sage Thetis, who did not like to speak in riddles, directly stated her guess and said, that goddess of wisdom loves heroes. And promise, you have to understand something, that is, you are truly special. You are smart, kind, and just. And your fate is intertwined with that of 4 goddesses. Although you may seem delicate, but you've repeatedly performed miracles, miracles that even impressed the goddess of wisdom, and even changed the fate of the gods. Not to mention, your greatest desire is to become a hero, and your ultimate dream is to end as a hero. As Thetis sorted through her thoughts, she suddenly stopped speaking. Her beautiful blue eyes the boy looked up and down for a long time, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Then, with a sigh, she finally spoke again, now that I think about it, I can suddenly understand why that goddess would do foolish things again and again because of you. Promise, I think you might just be Athena's treasure. To Athena, you must seem almost perfect. No wonder she has done more than one foolish thing for your sake. Thetis finished speaking, but before Promise could respond, Pegasus next to him nodded in agreement. Promise, however, coughed awkwardly and said, it's not that exaggerated. It's not exaggerated at all, Thetis said with a soft smile. After all, this matter really brings no benefit to Athena. The only thing she stands to gain is the ability to more openly and recklessly take you from Hera once this is all over. Wait, is there really such a good thing? Pegasus suddenly raised his head, eyes shining. Could it be that the drama of the two goddesses compete for a man is going to be staged again? But if you do manage to save God King Zeus, doesn't that mean you'll have the last few paintings you need? Thetis added. When Thetis said that, Promise finally understood. Out of the 12 gods in Olympus, after excluding the god of beauty, Aphrodite, he only had 4 gods left to paint: Zeus, the god of sea, Poseidon, Hestia, and the god of war, Ares. Among them, the paintings of Zeus, the king of gods, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, were undoubtedly the hardest. But if things went well this time, it would be as if he had secured Zeus's painting, and he might even be able to get Poseidon's painting in the process. So, in this way, Promise would have acquired the 2 most difficult paintings in one fell swoop. After his thoughts became clear, the boy subconsciously opened his mouth, wanted to say something but found himself speechless, his feelings becoming complicated. Before knowing all this, Promise had actually accumulated a certain amount of resentment towards the goddess of wisdom. He didn't necessarily mind her guiding his life, after all, this was part of their agreement, helping him become a hero and have a grand ending. But Promise felt she shouldn't drag everyone else into it, while sitting high above like an audience member, treating everyone as pawns in her amusement. Even though, he had to admit, that was very much like a Greek god. How can she be so sure that I can save Zeus? After a moment of silence, Promise couldn't help but finally speak. That makes it even simpler. Thetis, however, said with a laugh. Because if you really want to. Aside from Poseidon, who else would really stand in your way? What's more, I believe the only chains in this world capable of binding even the god King Zeus are the ones crafted by your goddess teacher, right? And most importantly, Promise, don't you still have that divine artifact with you? The god of the underworld, Hades' helm of invisibility. Thetis reminded Promise of the powerful artifact he had nearly forgotten, the very one that Hades had lent him when dealing with the matter of Persephone. Promise had meant to return it, but up until now, it remained in his possession. With that realization, everything became crystal clear. Ah, it really has the style of the goddess Athena. At this point, Promise suddenly realized what was going on and nodded in understanding, muttering. She really thought of everything and set it all up perfectly, huh? It's just that, this is really starting to annoy me. As he said this, before Thetis felt anything, the Pegasus next to him had already raised his head and cast an extremely strange look at Promise. Wait a second, my little master, what are you planning now? When it comes to who knows Promise best, even Athena may not be able to compare to Pegasus, who has always been by the boy's side. So, it could sense when Promise was about to stir up trouble. And it was right. Promise felt very unhappy. Not from being dragged into this convoluted scheme, but from the sheer intensity of Athena's protective and orchestrating nature. He now deeply understood how much the goddess of wisdom loved him. She had personally intervened, clearing the way for his victory, even going as far as making several foolish decisions, all for the sake of the oath they had made, putting that vow above all else. Goddess Thetis, don't you think Goddess Athena is being a little too overbearing? Promise asked in hearing his words. Thetis nodded in agreement. Yes, she certainly is. Even though it seems like you could easily save the god King Zeus, this is a serious matter, after all. You're still just a child and shouldn't be dragged into something so dangerous. Thetis had been clear from the beginning, she wasn't here to help Athena with her plan but to dissuade Promise from getting involved. In fact, she had already thought about how she could rescue the king of gods, Zeus herself, without putting Promise in harm's way. After all, even Hermes and Hestia had distanced themselves from this mess, and yet Athena was pushing a mere child to take on such a massive responsibility. How was that even reasonable? Thetis was genuinely angry about this matter, especially considering that Promise had once saved her friend. She had a very favorable impression of the boy, so much that she had even blessed the Argo as it set sail. However, wait a minute, I understand the truth, but Goddess Thetis, I don't think your anger and my little master's anger are the same thing. The Pegasus standing by saw the situation and wanted to say something but stopped. It was even glad that it couldn't speak. As it turned out, Pegasus was right. It was just as he thought. Promise wasn't upset about being involved in such a difficult situation. His frustration was more straightforward. It stemmed from Athena's overbearing affection for him. And so, the next words that came from Promise's mouth were something that, in this era, could easily be considered blasphemous. Even so, Goddess Thetis, let's go together. Let's go to the god's domain, and give that proud and arrogant goddess a good slap in the face. All right, you just wait quietly, and this matter too. Wait, what? Thetis suddenly froze, her eyes widening in shock. Processing the words and still feeling she heard them wrong, she looked at Promise with an expression that clearly said, "Did I just hear that right?" Hold on, Promise, what did you just say? Chapter 166, Tie Her Up. 1465 words. I said, let's go give that arrogant and self-righteous goddess a good slap in the face. Promise repeated these words so calmly that even Thetis, the wise sea goddess, couldn't help but glance up at the sky, as if expecting a golden spear to come hurtling down. It's probably only because it's you, she thought, looking at Promise with a somewhat perplexed expression. If anyone else said that, they'd already be facing Hades in the underworld. Coming back to her senses, she looked at the boy in front of her with a strange expression. After all, don't you think it's so infuriating? Promise asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on the blue-haired, blue-eyed goddess in front of him. Everything is just as Athena thought. We are like puppets being led by the strings, always being led by her by the nose. She's manipulated so many things, causing so much mess, like the time she dragged Heracles into the mess just to steal the golden apple, and later had me save him. Then there's the issue with Aphrodite. She knew everything, but still let me and Helen get involved. That little girl didn't need to be on the Argo, facing all these risks. And now, she's gone so far as to imprison the king of the gods, Zeus, teaming up with Queen Hera, and forcing me to go rescue him, regardless of the consequences. Thetis blinked, listening as the boy's voice grew more heated with each passing word. Yes, that's it. She's made all the right moves. Every step she's taken was right. I have benefited from everything she did. I gained fame, paintings, and now I am getting closer and closer to my dream. Well, listening to Promise's words, Thetis thought to herself, I think she simply placed too much faith in you. If it had been anyone else, Athena wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Though she thought so in her heart, she kept this thought to herself after all. She could clearly sense the shimmering anger in the eyes of the young man before her, slowly building toward an outburst. I had no complaints at first. After all, when I made a vow with her, I had already entrusted my life to her. But, Goddess Thetis, do you know what really makes me furious? What really drives me mad, Promise continued, his frustration boiling over as he said, is when, after dealing with all the chaos she caused, once you are exhausted from fixing every mess she created, that goddess just shows up out of nowhere, like nothing happened. And then she claps beside you, looking all proud of herself, as if saying everything went exactly as I planned, come and praise me. Looking at the boy's anger rising little by little, Thetis tilted her head and imagined the scenario he was describing. Suppose everything unfolded according to Athena's plan, with her aid and the helm of Hades, along with Hephaestus's chains, etc. Promise would go to Olympus, struggle through countless hardships to free the god King Zeus from the Olympian realm. Afterward, he would plead for forgiveness on Athena's behalf, gaining forgiveness for her, Hera, and the others. Finally, after everything was done and the helpers were completely drained, Athena would over with an expression that said everything was as expected, or maybe even complain about taking so long. As she thought about it, Thetis found out that she could clearly envision the look on Athena's face at that moment. After all, the other party was Athena, so it was such a typical scenario. In that moment, the goddess of wisdom would certainly hold her head high, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her silver waist-length hair swaying slightly, stunning and absolutely beautiful, and... Actually, that really would make someone mad, wouldn't it? Thetis puffed up her cheeks as she clenched her fists and said softly. Wait, seriously? Looking at the goddess, Pegasus blinked in surprise. Is this another one that has been assimilated? Exactly. Seeing that Goddess Thetis actually agreed with his words, Promise's eyes lit up as his excited voice grew even louder. So, thinking about all these plans, thinking about the look on her face when everything went according to her plan. Doesn't it just make you want to mess up all her plans? Doesn't it make you want to land a good hit on that proud face of hers to see if the corners of her mouth can still be crooked? Pfft. Thetis tried to stifle a laugh. Seeing the excited Promise in front of her, she paused for a moment before finally breaking into laughter. Covering her mouth, she elegantly said, "Promise, you don't know. Just hearing you speak like that, one would think you truly despise that goddess of wisdom so much." "How could that be?" "I like the goddess of wisdom the most," Promise replied with a grin, the corners of his mouth lifting. "I like her so much that I want to use my paintbrush to leave a permanent stain on her pristine white canvas." "What a weighty kind of love that is." "I never imagined you'd be this kind of Promise," Thetis covered her mouth and teased gently. "I always thought you were a well-behaved and sensible child." "Well-behaved? Sensible?" Hearing these unfamiliar words, Pegasus, who stood nearby, listening to their conversation, looked puzzled, with a huge question mark practically hovering over its head. Ever since it had been caught by Promise, it had known that this was a lawless boy who feared nothing. What kind of well-behaved and sensible person would try to catch a falling star? Pegasus thought. "Not to mention, you're as delicate as a flower. No, to be honest, even flowers can live longer than you." Moreover, in almost 2 years of knowing Promise, Pegasus realized that there was only one time this boy had ever shown genuine fear, when facing the moon goddess Artemis, for some unknown reason. Oh, and there's also Apollo. Though, ever since Apollo met the laurel tree nymph Daphne, he seemed to have become less secretive about his worries. "But Promise, this is a serious matter after all," Thetis said, and as she did, her tone turned solemn once more. "This is a major event that even my father and other ancient gods are unwilling to participate in. So, I'm sorry, I can't let you do whatever you want. Although, I may not agree with Athena's actions, but the real reason I sought you out is not just because I did not want to keep you in the dark, it's also because my judgment tells me that you are indeed a more suitable option than me, and this will be of great benefit to you." "So?" Promise looked at the wise sea goddess in front of him and asked. "So although I agree with your idea, and even I would love to slap that flawless goddess." Having said this, Thetis couldn't help laughing again. "I can't act on impulse. Therefore, I can only give you 2 choices, child. The first option, leave everything to me, and I will end this conflict. The second, follow Athena's plan and do everything according to her steps. I promise that I will assist you in rescuing Zeus, the king of gods, and once again, the gods will be in awe of your achievements." Promise fell silent for a while, pondering her words before and said. "So, there's no room for negotiation then?" "Sorry, Promise," Thetis replied, her tone sincere. "I'm doing this for your own good." Promise looked quietly at Thetis, his green eyes locking with hers so intensely that the goddess began to feel oddly flustered under his gaze, though she didn't know why. Just as her heart quickened, a sudden, sharp painful sound broke through the tension. Turning her head quickly, the goddess saw Pegasus lying on the ground with an expression of agony on his face. "Pegasus, what's wrong?" Seeing this, she was suddenly startled and rushed to his side, kneeling down beside him. While Pegasus, in the midst of his dramatic cries, subtly glanced at Promise with a conspiratorial look. It was at that very moment that Promise quietly retrieved a painting from the sky. And then. "It's decided. My go-to goddess for any mess, Hecate," Promise announced. And the very next moment, a shadowy butterfly familiar flew out from the painting, expertly dragging its lazy mistress from the depths of the underworld. During this period of time, Hecate seemed to be studying some magic potion, so as she appeared, the goddess was holding various bottles and ingredients in her hands, looking utterly confused by the sudden change of scenery. "Goddess Hecate, hurry up and use the restraints on Goddess Thetis and tie her up for me." Chapter 167, Why Don't You Ask Hera? 1,334 words. Promise ordered, and the next moment, Hecate, who was still processing the situation, reflexively threw one of the potions in her hand toward Thetis. As the latter, wide-eyed and confused, watched the potion fly toward her. Meanwhile, Pegasus, who had just been groaning in supposed agony, had already leapt to his feet and bolted to a safer spot. Well, this guy is clearly well practiced in dodging danger. The potion smashed against Thetis's arm, and its liquid splashed all over her. Everything happened so quickly that when the potion flew in front of her, all Thetis could do was subconsciously stretch out her hand to block it as the broken potion spilt onto her. However, given that this was one of the magic potions/concoctions prepared by Goddess Hecate, it wasted no time taking effect. Soon, Goddess Thetis felt her body grow weak, and she slumped helplessly to the ground. Oh no, what am I doing? What is this place? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? As Hecate stood, tilting her head in deep thought about the philosophy of life, she suddenly heard Promise's enthusiastic voice. Nicely done, Goddess Hecate. Now, quickly, tie Goddess Thetis up before she causes any trouble. Oh, right, wait a minute. Hecate subconsciously took 2 steps further before her body froze mid-step and her face turned red with fury. Not right. What are you even talking about? Unable to bear the ridiculousness any longer, Hecate's temper flared so much that even though she knew her next move was going to lead to even bigger trouble, and get her chased by Hera, Athena, Hades, the god of the underworld and many more, but she didn't care. In a flash, she appeared beside Promise, who hadn't anticipated her sudden approach, then jumped up and delivered a magically enhanced punch to his head, sending him to the ground, cradling his head in pain. What are you doing, Promise? Hecate growled. She was about to get angry and unleash her full fury on the boy, but as she lowered her head and looked into the Promise eyes, who was squatting with his head in his hands, she paused. Because despite the pain, the seriousness in them caught her off guard. Therefore, once Hecate looked into those emerald eyes, she fell into a brief moment of daze. Then with a sigh of resignation, she turned around, and without further argument, bound Thetis with a spell. After tying up Thetis, Hecate stood alone, leaning silently against a big tree not far away, her face lost in contemplation. She was thinking about life. Maybe it's time to consider dragging this guy down with me and ending this madness once and for all. Great Goddess Hecate. Thetis spoke softly, still weak from the potion's effects. Alas, everyone spoils you far too much. Though, drugged and tied up, the goddess was weak and powerless, she wasn't really angry. She simply leaned against the Pegasus, who had calmly returned to her side, looked at the young man in front of her, who had obviously made up his mind, and smiled weakly. Hecate, now staring at the sky with a blank expression, opened her mouth as if to protest. She wanted to declare that she did not spoil this guy. In fact, she could even be said to be irreconcilable with him. But given the current situation, her words would hold no weight, so, with a defeated sigh, Hecate closed her eyes, pretending to sleep to avoid the embarrassment. I'm sorry, Goddess Thetis. Promise said as he looked at the tied-up and weak goddess of the sea in front of him. She was Thetis, the sage of the sea, who was recognized as the most virtuous goddess among the gods. Her beauty, as acknowledged by all, was undeniable. One should know that, in Greek mythology, it wasn't just Zeus, the king of gods, who pursued her. But the god of sea, Poseidon, the god of light, Apollo, and even Hermes had launched a fierce pursuit of Thetis. If this were not the case, Zeus would not have issued a death order, forcing everyone not to touch Thetis, and even ask the gods to swear an oath to this end. So, now, as Promise gazed at her, with her elegant figure restrained by magical chains, her body limp from the potion, resting against the snowy white Pegasus, the goddess still smiled warmly, her gentle blue eyes meeting his. Even in this vulnerable state, her charm was overpowering. So much that despite having long built up a resistance to the allure of goddesses, at this moment, Promise found himself gulping. Awkwardly, he shifted his gaze away, however, unfortunately, his eyes locked with Hecate's instead. And the goddess' crimson eyes were filled with clear disdain as she looked at him. So, the reason you summoned me this time, was to help you capture Thetis? Hecate crossed her arms over her chest and rolled her eyes, saying, was all this necessary? You could have just asked Hera. Doesn't she still owe you a marriage? If you like her so much, why don't you just ask Hera to marry her off to you? Hearing all this, before the boy could respond, Thetis spoke up. Oh. So, Promise, you like me? Thetis said, looking at him with a soft, shy smile. If it's you. I think I could consider it. That's not it. You misunderstood, Goddess Thetis. Promise quickly tried to explain, but... So, does it mean that you don't like me? Am I really so unlikable? Thetis pouted, her eyes growing sad, as if deeply hurt. I suppose it makes sense. After all, you bullied me and tied me up. Her pitiful expression left Promise speechless. However, his earlier nervousness melted into a flat, unimpressed stare as he addressed her. Respected Thetis, are you sure you're not just Goddess Hestia in disguise right now? Giggling softly, Thetis replied in a playful tone, Oh, Promise, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Hecate's expression grew more bewildered as she watched. Looking at Thetis, who seemed like a different person in front of Promise, and then looking at the boy again. Of course she recognized Thetis, the sage of the sea, known as the most virtuous goddess, who carried herself with grace and wisdom. The Thetis she knew was an object of desire for countless gods, admired for her beauty and virtue. If it weren't for her noble status and her father being the elder among the sea gods, the first true sea god in ancient Greek mythology. How could Thetis remain pure until now? Considering the attention she garnered, it was quite a miracle. So, were her status and background her only shields in such a dangerous world? In other words, it could be understood this way. There were only two types of goddesses, who were able to survive in the ancient Greek age of gods and remain pure. Either they were so ugly that no one wanted them, or they were strong enough and had a noble status no one dared to offend. Not considering the special cases of the three virgin goddesses Athena, Artemis and Hestia, the best reference was undoubtedly the great goddess Hecate, who has been repeatedly pulled out to work by Promise. This goddess had managed to retain her autonomy by virtue of her strength and status. Those who were both powerful and privileged enough could maintain their purity, but it was a rare occurrence. At the same time, because of this, Hecate understood how special Thetis' attitude towards the boy was. It was one thing to feel comfortable with someone and one thing to feel extremely so. The way she acted around Promise was too different from her usual self. This was quite a mystery worth thinking. No, why is it worth thinking? What does this have anything to do with me? Obviously, there is no connection at all. So, why should I care? Chapter 168, Help Me Attack Olympus. 1538 words. Obviously, there is no connection at all. So Hecate gave up thinking again. After all, whatever drama Promise was cooking up, it clearly didn't concern her, and that was all she cared about. Promise, what on earth are you doing now? Why did you ask me to tie up Thetis? Hecate questioned, still puzzled by the whole situation. Wait, Hecate, can't you see what's happening? Promise replied, blinking innocently as he looked at her. He knew that the goddess had some powers over fate. I don't spy on you for fun. It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned it, but now that he did, Hecate snapped, and her irritation flared up again. Just the mention of fate sent the goddess over the edge. She followed Promise's path and became a miserable worker today. Her biggest mistake was that she peeped at this guy's fate when she saw him for the first time. If she hadn't been so curious that day, taking a few more glances, she wouldn't be stuck in this ridiculous predicament, being dragged into one mess after another. So, from then on, Hecate closed her eyes, and swore off looking into his fate, reasoning that as long as she didn't watch too much or speak too much, it would have nothing to do with her. Oh, it's not a big deal. Promise thought about it for a while, and started speaking slowly as he subtly edged closer to Hecate under Thetis's curious gaze. It's just I need the beautiful, powerful, and noble Hecate to do me a tiny favor, hey. Hearing his words, before Hecate could fully process what was happening. Whoosh. Promise had latched onto her arm. I've caught you, Goddess Hecate. Hee, you're not getting away this time, he exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear like a child who'd just caught a prize. Hecate blinked in disbelief, looking at the young man, her initial confusion quickly morphing into terror as she remembered the unpleasant situations Promise had dragged her into before, like that temple filled with heads and the drama with the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Let me go. Hecate, realizing something was wrong, shrieked, instinctively trying to pull away and run, but Promise had wrapped his arms tightly around her. Let go, Promise. Have you lost your mind? Hecate was on the verge of another breakdown, her voice a mix of panic and fury. Thetis, meanwhile, watched the scene unfold, blinking in surprise. Then, with some curiosity, she turned to the Pegasus nearby, who appeared entirely unfazed. Are they always like this? Looking at her confused yet strange eyes, the latter nodded solemnly. Yup, this is how they always are. Promise, this really isn't the best way to handle things, Thetis said gently, trying to intervene. Even if Goddess Hecate spoils you so much, you shouldn't force her to do things she doesn't like. You hear that, Promise? Stop tormenting me. Hecate cried out, only to snap back in realization. Wait, who said I spoil him? Faced with Hecate's piercing gaze, Thetis remained silent, and just slightly twisted her now weak and tied-up delicate body, making the latter embarrassed. But soon returning to the topic, she quickly redirected her attention and glared at Promise. Did you hear that? Let go of me already. Hecate growled, adding, look, even if you wanted to take your revenge on me, haven't you gotten enough of your revenge by now? How long are you planning to hold this grudge? I've done everything you've asked for. Now I've even offended the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Why are you still clinging to me? Well, at first, I did plan on getting a little revenge, yes, under such circumstances, Promise didn't beat around the bush and simply told the truth and admitted. But now, Goddess Hecate, it's your fault. I just can't do without you anymore. No, do you even know what you are saying? Hecate's face shifted from shock to disbelief as she stared at Promise. Like, are you serious? Even Thetis, who had been observing quietly, had a strange look on her face. Because you're just too useful, Goddess Hecate, Promise explained, flashing an innocent smile. After all, magic is really convenient. From Promise's perspective, this beautiful laid-back goddess in front of him was the perfect assistant, efficient, powerful, and versatile. She was not only the goddess of crossroads and witchcraft in the ancient Greek mythology, but also capable of manipulating magic in ways that others could hardly comprehend. In truth, for Hecate, what people called magic was merely a means of directly materializing her own imagination within the bounds of truth and the scope of her divine authority. To her, it was simply the act of transforming thought into reality, following the framework of universal laws. But one have to know that this wasn't an ordinary universe. This was Type-Moon Nasuverse. Take, for instance, the magical chains currently binding Thetis. Promise could tell at a glance that they were a replica of the chains forged by Hephaestus, capable of restraining even gods. Hecate was extremely special. She did not belong to any of the sky, the ocean, or the underworld, but she was respected wherever she went. This status was earned through strength. Her strength lay in her ability to simulate the powers of other gods, even Zeus's lightning if needed. Therefore, in Promise's view, Hecate stood on equal ground with Athena and Hephaestus in terms of her uniqueness and power. There was absolutely no need to talk about Athena, as that goddess of war and wisdom possessed unparalleled wisdom and combat prowess, making her the strongest god in the entire Olympus except Zeus. While his teacher Hephaestus was the type who could forge anything imaginable. Hecate's magic, on the other hand, represented limitless potential, an ability to create miracles. To put it simply, if this world were a game, Promise believed that Hecate, Athena, and Hephaestus would be akin to cheat codes or developers who could alter the game's very rules. So, when he grabbed Hecate and pulled her at the beginning, it was indeed for a little revenge. But after employing her powers a few times, he found himself growing fond of the experience. After all, no matter how impossible or absurd a situation might seem, having her magic on hand was like playing with an all-purpose trump card. And so, what had started as a quest for revenge turned into a dependence on her abilities. No matter the challenge, you can never go wrong by playing the Hecate card. Hecate was utterly speechless. After fully understanding what Promise had in mind, she felt the sudden urge to strangle him. I am a goddess, and great goddess, do you even realize that? It seems like that's actually the case, Thetis, who was beside them, completely grasped Promise' idea and actually nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Hecate's face darkened completely, and she turned around, wanting to leave. But Promise only hugged her tighter. No, please, Goddess Hecate. Since you're already here, and we've already tied her up, you might as well help us to the end. I'm begging you, Goddess Hecate. Looking at Promise, who was clinging to Hecate and refusing to let go, and at the exasperated Hecate, Thetis tried hard to stifle her laughter. Then, turning her head slightly to the side, she whispered to Pegasus, "Promise, he didn't act like this with Athena before, did he? After all, Hecate is a jack of all trades, and apparently so is Athena." Pegasus thought for a moment, then shook its head. It remembered very well that Promise had been quite respectful toward Athena. No, rather than respect, it seemed more like he was afraid of something, which kept him restrained. Afraid of what? Of course, afraid of being choked. Athena is a virgin goddess after all. The most fundamental reason Promise was so reckless with Hecate was, at the core, because of her personality. After all, he knew this woman didn't take things too seriously, and she would never actually strangle him in the future. That's why he was pushing his luck, and trying to commit suicide now. After struggling for a while, Hecate realized she couldn't break free, so she just gave up. Rolling her eyes, she silently vowed to herself that the next time she returned, she'd throw that cursed familiar into the abyss. Then, with a resigned look, she said, "Fine, fine, just stop clinging to me. I'm not running anymore. Now, tell me, what is it this time?" "Well, Goddess Hecate, it's like this." Promise began, ready to explain, but Hecate waved her hand impatiently. "Enough, enough, stop. I'm not interested in listening your long-winded explanation, nor do I care about the details. Just tell me what you want to do and what you need me to do. After all, once I finish this job, I'm throwing that familiar into the abyss. Work. To hell with work. Don't even think about seeing me again." "Oh, that's simple, Goddess Hecate. I need your help to attack Mount Olympus." Promise said it so casually that Hecate almost went with the flow. Attack Mount Olympus, right? No pro. Wait, what? Chapter 169, Take Good Care of Her. 1560 words. When the night and stars covered the sky, the most ancient primordial goddess of ancient Greece, Nyx, the goddess of night, descended from the night sky and appeared in front of the young man who had summoned her. Those eyes, that were as brilliant as the stars, looked at the black-haired, green-eyed youth in front of her as she softly asked with a beautiful smile. "Child, you called for me. Is there something you need my help with?" "Huh?" As she spoke, Nyx blinked, looking in surprise at Hecate, who was sitting lifelessly on a stone on the beach, and said, "Hecate, child, why are you here? No, not that, you actually came out of the underworld." Saying this, she tilted her head and glanced at the sky, noting with some relief that the heavens hadn't collapsed yet. Esteemed goddess of the night Nyx, may I ask, do you know Goddess Hecate?" Promise asked curiously. "I know Hecate's mother." Hearing this, Nyx smiled as she explained, "Because this child has been staying in the underworld all year round and never goes out, her mother entrusted her to me and asked me to help take care of her." As he spoke, she came to Hecate and touched her head lovingly. And Hecate, who had been as prickly as a hedgehog in front of Promise, now actually behaved like a docile child in the presence of the night goddess. This kind of scene greatly surprised the boy. Not only that, Goddess Nyx is actually Hecate's protector. At this moment, Goddess Thetis, now free from her earlier restraints and back to her gentle demeanor, quietly explained to Promise. In ancient times, it was Goddess Nyx who encouraged Hecate to forsake her divine powers and focus on magic. And it was also because of her that Hecate went out of the underworld during the Second War of the Gods to help God King Zeus fight his father. Nyx, the goddess of night, aside from being one of the most ancient deities, held a very special position amongst all the gods. She was the foster mother of the current king of the gods, Zeus. The current god king was able to grow up without being discovered by his father thanks to Nyx, who shrouded him in the cover of night. As Thetis spoke, she glanced at Nyx and then at Promise. Suddenly, everything became clear to her. She now understood why, despite always feeling that the boy was troublesome, Hecate still tolerated him. It turned out that the real key did not come from her student Medea, but from the attitude of the goddess of night towards Promise. Speaking of which, Nyx had always been fond of the boy. Ever since he drew a picture of the night sky as a gift to the moon goddess Artemis, she had quietly helped him on more than one occasion. Sometimes, during the night, she had even brought Promise into her chariot so he could rest peacefully. Goddess Nyx, I really want to go hide in the abyss right now. Hecate muttered, her eyes vacant as she raised her head. She then shocked everyone by saying, why hasn't the world been destroyed yet? Why is the age of gods still not over, yet? Nyx blinked at Hecate's words, then turned her questioning gaze toward Thetis and Promise. Then Thetis and Pegasus quickly turned their eyes to Promise with extraordinary decisiveness, and Pegasus even stretched out his horse's hoof to point at the boy. Did little Promise bully you? Nyx couldn't help but be curious as she observed the situation. Her heart even tingled with anticipation, wanting to know what had happened and what interesting events she had missed. After all, getting Hecate, the goddess who usually stayed home and gave everyone a headache, to come out and even lose her composure was quite a remarkable event, even for the goddess of night. No, she couldn't admit that she had been bullied. After all, she was a goddess, no, a great goddess, a very powerful one at that. So, Hecate hugged Nyx's waist, burying her face in her arms, and said in a deeply frustrated tone, no, of course I wasn't bullied by him, child, how could I be bullied by a child? It's just I'm emotionally drained and feel like destroying the entire world, dragging everyone down with me. Nyx, finding this amusing, gently stroked Hecate's head while casting a reproachful glance at Promise. Goddess Hecate, I'm sorry. I apologize, Promise said, hesitating for a moment before sincerely offering an apology. There was no point in lying to a god, let alone these particular gods. So, Promise had to say the truth as he said, I'm sorry, Goddess Hecate. I admit I've been too reckless lately, but I really need your help this time. After all, you're the key to my plan for defeating Athena. I know I'm asking a lot, and to make up for it, I swear to you from now on that I will do everything I can to change the fate of your student Medea and do my best to offer you a gift that will satisfy you and atone for my mistake. Promise hadn't even finished speaking yet. I don't care about offerings, Hecate cut him off with a pout and said. As long as you swear you'll stop bothering me from today onward, I'll help you with all my strength this time. Hearing this, Promise was hesitating, unsure if he should agree or not. After all, at this moment, he had no intention of continuing to trouble Hecate, especially now, seeing how resistant she was. But since the other party had already helped him so much, Promise felt he owed her a debt of gratitude. Just then. No, that won't do. Unexpectedly, Nyx actually spoke up and firmly rejected Hecate on Promise's behalf. As Hecate suddenly looked up with eyes wide open in disbelief, Nyx said, although I don't know what's going on, but from the looks of things, you and little Promise seem to know each other well, so you must have met more than once or twice, right? Hecate, I can't even remember the last time you left the underworld. If your mother knew, she'd probably cry tears of joy. So, little Promise, there's no need to be polite to her. You can ask her for help whenever you need it. She's long overdue for getting out and about more. This. While Promise stood there, dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events, Nyx continued. And besides, you might be able to fool little Promise and the others, but you still want to fool me. As she spoke, the goddess of night, Nyx, who had been doting on Hecate moments earlier, now smacked her on the head unhappily as she said. I thought Promise had really bullied you or something, but it turns out he just needed your help. Little Promise, you don't have to worry about her. If you run into trouble, just go to her. She's not as bothered as she pretends to be, this is all just an act. Huh? Hearing this, Promise blinked in surprise, and even Thetis, standing nearby, blinked in astonishment. After all, Hecate certainly didn't seem to be acting. Whether it's a major deity or an ancient god, it doesn't make a difference to her. Nyx casted a sidelong glance at Hecate and explained to them, don't be fooled by the casual appearance of this child. She is very proud in her heart. No matter who she crosses and offends, she doesn't care at all. At most, she finds dealing with the affairs of King of the Gods annoying and has to wear a veil all the time when going out. The only reason this child has been resisting you is simply because she finds you annoying. To put it more simply, she just wants to stay at home. Nyx had barely finished speaking and before the stunned Promise and Thetis could react, Hecate, feeling flustered, quickly retorted, that's not true. What do you mean I want to stay home? I'm just deeply focused on my research, fully committed to magic. But as she spoke, she paused slightly and then tilted her head to glance at Promise again. Seeing that the guilt in his eyes had vanished and that Thetis was now rolling her eyes at her, Hecate suddenly became anxious and said, "Wait. What's with those looks? I don't care. Promise, you already apologized to me. You even promised not to cause me any trouble anymore." However, hearing her words, Promise tilted his head thoughtfully as if thinking about it, then glanced at the primordial goddess of night, Nyx, in front of him before smiling slightly. "Don't worry, beautiful goddess Hecate. I swear to the goddess of the night, Nyx, that I will indeed offer you a gift that will bring you joy." Before Hecate, who was still stunned by this sudden turn of events, could react. "Yes," Nyx smiled and clapped her hands and spoke. "All right, little Promise, I've received your vow. From now on, Hecate is in your care. Please take good care of her." "Don't worry, goddess," Promise gave a bright smile and raised a thumbs up. "I'll definitely take better care of her than anyone else." Chapter 170, The night will exist for your wish, and the sun shall not rise. 1539 words. Seeing this, even Pegasus, who had been watching the entire show from the sidelines, couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Hecate. "You're done for. You dared to deceive my meticulous, narrow-minded master and got exposed right on the spot. I, Pegasus, would ride a big doomed across your legs if I could." "No." Hecate wanted to cry out, but had no tears. "He's already been so harsh with me because of what happened with Circe and Medea, and now, goddess Nyx, you're indulging him even more? How am I supposed to survive like this?" Nyx playfully tapped Hecate on the head again and, with an exasperated tone, said, "It's a good thing to go out more often. If your mother knew, she'd probably cry tears of joy. How long has it been since you last visited her, anyway? Besides, little Promise is so adorable. How could he really do anything to harm you? By the way, little Promise, what did you summon me for again?" "Oh, well, esteemed goddess Nyx, I seek your help in leading us to storm Mount Olympus." "Ah, I see. Wait, storm Mount Olympus?" Nyx, who had initially subconsciously nodded in understanding, suddenly snapped her head up, eyes wide in shock as she looked at Promise. "Didn't you say you just needed Hecate's help to mess with Athena?" She had always been keenly aware of Promise's relationship with Athena. So, she simply assumed the two had simply had a falling out, and that Promise had enlisted Hecate's help to mediate between them. But now, what's this about attacking Mount Olympus? Hecate, who was extremely depressed the previous second, was immediately happy at Nyx's reaction. It turns out even you can show this expression sometimes. "So, here's the thing, esteemed primordial goddess." Thetis, the goddess of the sea, stepped forward and softly explained everything to Nyx. By the end, she smiled warmly and said, "To be honest, I didn't expect Promise, this child, to have such a bashful yet adorable side. Messing with Athena's plans and defeating her isn't really his goal all. Well, maybe there is a tiny bit of revenge involved," Thetis explained. "But his true intention in doing SP is to save them through this scheme, preventing the mighty king of gods, Zeus, from severely punishing them again." When Thetis finished speaking, even Hecate didn't have much of a reaction. In fact, they had already figured out Promise's motives when he revealed his plan. After all, they weren't just anyone, they were a wise sea goddess and a powerful great goddess. Athena wants to trade an oath of absolute loyalty for 2 of Promise's paintings, but Promise does not want it. Thetis' beautiful blue eyes fell on Promise as she gently continued, "He doesn't want them to suffer as a result, and that's his true motivation." Promise planned to stir up a big commotion out of this matter, throwing everything into chaos, using his actions to save Zeus, and using this merit to prevent Athena, Hera, and the others from the severe punishment they might face. Although, it was obvious that when Zeus was eventually rescued, he would only need a single glance to understand Promise's intentions. Yet, even knowing all this, when faced with the fact that Promise would have bested Athena, the goddess of wisdom, Hera, the queen of heaven, and Apollo, the god of the light, in front of the gods, while also being the one to save him, the king of the gods, Zeus, despite knowing everything, would still go along with Promise's plan. So, "No need to hide anymore," Thetis said with a smile, clapping her hands and gazing around the small island surrounded by the night sea. Everyone, who has been waiting for so long, just come out, this way Promise won't have to look for you one by one. Before Promise, who was stunned by the sudden change of events, could react to Thetis' words, suddenly. Hee, Goddess Hestia, you lost. You still don't understand this little guy Promise as well as I do. Hermes, pressing down his feathered cap, strutted out from the shadows with a smug smile on his face, with the eldest of the gods, Hestia, following behind. Yeah, understand you know Promise very well. But once this matter is over, I'll be telling jealous Hera about this, and let's see how far you can run. Hestia, her pink hair shimmering, grumbled, clearly displeased at losing their bet. It's just like our dear little Promise, isn't it, mother? Persephone, queen of the underworld, clung to her mother Demeter's arm, trying to please her. Demeter gave Persephone a look, then cast a glance toward Hades, who had silently emerged alongside them. With a faintly resentful tone, she said, now you want to please me, but you're really just eager to follow him, aren't you? Little Promise, come here, let me hug you. I've missed you so much. The moon goddess Artemis stepped out of the moonlight and rushed toward Promise with excitement. However, seeing her again, Promise was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he quickly ducked behind Thetis. However, Thetis, who's still feeling a bit resentful about having been tied up earlier, simply pushed him back out in front. The fates really do know you well, said Aphrodite, the goddess of love, her fiery red hair as brilliant as flames. She crossed her arms around her chest and looked at Promise, before speaking. They said you wouldn't behave, and here you are, proving them right. Standing beside her the goddess of beauty, was a handsome, red-haired man, clad in battle armor, whom Aphrodite had brought from the mortal realm after searching for a long time. He was wearing a battle armor, and his expression was one of arrogance. Ha. War, I crave war, the god boomed. Attacking Mount Olympus, is it? No problem. I don't know what's going on, but don't worry, leave Athena to me. I'll definitely beat her down. This male god radiated confidence and pride. The other gods, however, pretended not to see him, subtly edging away from him, as if they didn't want to be infected. Given that reaction, there was no need to guess his identity any further. The last of the 12 Olympian gods to make an appearance, Ares, the god of war. All right, beautiful and noble goddess Artemis, Promise is about to suffocate. Thetis, despite being the one to push him forward, soon regretted it when she saw Artemis clung shamelessly to Promise. So, while speaking in a soft voice, she gently pulled him back without leaving any trace. Before Artemis, the goddess of moon, could express her dissatisfaction, still pouting with puffed cheeks, Thetis, who was holding Promise, motioned for the boy to look around at the gathered gods. It could be said that except for the god of war Ares who was out of place, all the gods around him were familiar faces. Having heard about what was happening in the divine realm, these gods had gathered here for one reason: they knew Promise was bound to take action. To be honest, even now, I don't agree with your plan, Thetis said softly yet firmly to Promise. After all, this is a matter concerning the gods, something none of us wish to be involved in. It shouldn't fall on the shoulders of a child like you. At this point, her tone grew lighter, though, and with a gentle smile, she added, but I must admit, even if it were me, I couldn't have brought about such a grand scene. All of this, is as beautiful as one of your paintings. With a sigh of feigned helplessness, Thetis' voice softened further, so, go on. Go do what you need to do. As she said this, Nyx, the goddess cloaked in night and stars, blinked and immediately gave Hecate, who was still unresponsive, a flick on the head. Something this interesting, Hecate, you're clearly in the wrong here. How could you refuse such a thing? Hecate, clutching her head, stared blankly at Nyx. You definitely wanted to say interesting, didn't you? Oh, I understand. You completely sold me out to that brat just because you thought it was amusing, right? I can't believe this, so this is what you're really like, goddess of the night. Nyx, however, ignored Hecate's indignant gaze, stepped forward and looked over the assembled gods. Then, with a smile, she raised her hand toward the night sky and declared, the night will conceal your tracks and not even the wise goddess herself will be able to find you. And I, Nyx, the goddess of night, hereby declare, until the imprisoned king of the gods, Zeus, is rescued and the goddess of wisdom is defeated, the night shall remain eternal. The sun will not rise. As the goddess of night, Nyx's proclamation echoed through the island. In the palace of Helios, the sun god suddenly looked up, with a confused look on his face. Huh? Nyx clenched her fist, determined this time. This time, there would be no interruptions. She was going to enjoy this drama to the very end, without missing a moment. Chapter 171, Hades, Beat Him. 1880 words. The night concealed all traces. And so, the group arrived at the foot of Mount Olympus. After arriving there, as soon as Promise dismounted from Pegasus. Just stand still, I need to bless you first. After she finished speaking, before the boy could even react to her words, the black-haired, red-eyed goddess in a black dress gave him a hard kick in the butt. As he turned to glare at her, Hecate raised her chin defiantly and said, "What are you looking at? Without a blessing, how do you expect your puny mortal body to survive in the divine realm? I feel like you're taking revenge." Promise muttered. "You don't need to feel it, I am." Promise sighed in frustration, looking at the goddess in front of him, who had completely abandoned her dignified demeanor. At this moment, she did not look like a goddess at all. Not only had she given up all pretense, but Hecate was now fully embracing her laid-back attitude. And to think she's supposed to be a great goddess. "Promise, what should we do next?" Thetis, the gentle sea goddess, watched the two of them staring at each other, in amusement before asking with a smile. Her soft voice also broke the tension. But before Promise could answer, "Let's go. I'll lead the charge. I'm going to beat Athena into the ground." Ares, the god of war, clad in his battle armor, stepped forward, brimming with excitement. Though he had no idea what was going on, he knew one thing: it was time for carnage. Ares truly didn't know the full story. When Aphrodite, the goddess of love, found him following the instructions of the three fates, she didn't even bother explaining. At that time, she simply told him he could fight Poseidon, the god of the sea, Apollo, the god of light, Hera, the queen of heaven, and Athena, especially Athena, the goddess of wisdom. The moment he heard that he could fight that goddess, Ares immediately became excited and rushed over without stopping. Seeing this, the other gods, who also came with him, instinctively distanced themselves from Ares, as if afraid that they would he affected and his breath or even presence would lower their IQs. Seeing his enthusiasm, Promise blinked, thinking for a moment, then said with a smile, "Don't worry, honorable Lord Ares. I promise you'll get the chance to have a good, proper fight with Goddess Athena." The moment Promise said this, Ares immediately felt that the young man in front of him was extremely pleasing to the eye. Originally, at the beginning, the god of war hadn't cared much about Promise, who seemed as weak as a newborn. But now, with the promise of a battle, Ares was all in. Laughing loudly, he strode over to Promise, clapping him on the shoulder with enthusiasm. "Ha ha ha, good kid. You must be Chiron's student, Promise, right? Very good. From today onward, I will protect you. If you ever need to fight, just call me." As he spoke, Ares patted Promise's shoulder excitedly. But who was he? The god of war. How could he know how to hold back? With one powerful slap on the shoulder, Promise, despite Hecate's earlier blessing, was nearly flattened. Had it not been for the blessing, he might have blacked out and found himself in the underworld, or more accurately, back in the modern world. Even with the blessing, Ares' slap on the shoulder directly buried Promise face first into the ground. "Wow, you little kid, why are you so fragile?" Before the surprised Ares could even finish his words, his body instantly tensed. Because, in that moment, he became the absolute focal point of everyone present. Everyone looked at him with hostile eyes, and moon goddess Artemis even had her bow drawn, aiming directly at his head. For once, even the fearless Ares felt a bit flustered at this time. Fortunately, Thetis quickly pulled Promise out of the dirt, while Hecate stood nearby, laughing loudly and without restraint, until Nyx, the goddess of night, gave her a good-natured smack on the head. When Promise finally regained his senses, he did not look at the god, who slapped him to the ground with any resentment or whatever. Instead, he looked at Hecate in amazement. After all, he, who was as frail as a flower, was only kicked by her and given him a simple blessing, but he actually survived a slap from the god of war just now. As expected, Hecate, the reluctant employee, was quite reliable, Promise thought with a sense of appreciation. Hecate, who had been laughing just moments ago, abruptly stopped. Though she didn't know exactly what Promise was thinking, a sudden chill ran down her spine, and she shot him a deathly glare. As for what happened next, well, it doesn't need to be said anymore. Soon, the majestic Pegasus unfurled its silver wings once again, carrying Promise high into the sky, flying toward the realm of the gods, the peak of Mount Olympus. At that moment, it felt just like one of the ancient myths. In the original myth, Bellerophon, the hero who tamed Pegasus, became arrogant and prideful, believing he deserved to live among the gods, deserving the same treatment as them. So, he commanded Pegasus to take him to the realm of the gods, only to be thrown off, falling to his doom and losing everything. Promise, too, was now riding atop Pegasus, heading toward the domain of the gods. But unlike Bellerophon, he wasn't driven by arrogance or pride. Although, leading a group of Olympian gods to storm their own domain might seem far more outrageous by comparison, but believe him, he had no other motives. Sitting behind him was goddess Hecate, with a look of despair on her face. She couldn't help but recall how just moments ago, the moon goddess Artemis, Persephone, and Demeter had all been vying for the seat behind Promise. And how she, who had been merely watching the show, was suddenly grabbed by the goddess of night and forced to sit here. The hostile looks from the other goddesses that followed. Hecate now had half a mind to strangle Promise. Are you catnip for goddesses or something? Sure, I'm not afraid of them, and if I've provoked them, so be it. But this is so annoying, okay? However, despite the clear look of displeasure on their faces, none of the goddesses could argue against Hecate taking that seat. After all, what lay ahead was a civil battle between the Olympian gods, with Athena and Poseidon among the strongest forces. Once the fighting started, even the smallest shockwaves could easily send Promise straight to the underworld. So, apart from Hecate, no one else could be confident to protect Promise in the chaos that was about to unfold. Goddess Hecate. As Pegasus soared toward the divine realm, Promise suddenly called out to Hecate. However, the latter completely ignored him, merely looking up at the sky. Promise didn't care and continued his questioning with curiosity. By the way, if you were to fully empower Lord Ares, would he stand a chance against goddess Athena? In the Holy Grail War of Fuyuki City, Hecate's student Medea had once enhanced an ordinary schoolteacher to the point where he could fight heroic spirits head-on. And judging by that slap from Ares earlier, it was clear that while this goddess might be unreliable in personality, her power was undeniable. No chance, Hecate replied without even turning her head. Even with a boost, he'd still lose. Though he might last longer before getting beaten. In ancient Greek mythology, there was an infamous account from the Trojan War. During the conflict, the god of war Ares once fought with Athena because he couldn't stand losing. The outcome? Athena kicked Ares to the ground and proceeded to pummel him, pinning his face to the earth. Just as Promise was nodding, wearing a look of unsurprised realization, Hecate suddenly seemed to remember something. She finally shifted her gaze toward him, narrowing her red eyes slightly. I just recalled something. Ares wasn't part of your original plan, was he? It was the three goddesses of fate who guessed what you were going to do and brought him to you. And earlier, you said I was the only one who could do it, that I was the key to defeating Athena. Her eyes gleamed with suspicion as she asked, so, kid, tell me, were you planning to use me as a punching bag from the very start? Why does a goddess have to be so smart? Being too smart makes it hard for people to like you. Promise didn't answer, but Hecate smiled. In that moment, her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Then, without warning, she reached out and clamped her hand around his neck. I can't take it anymore. Promise, why don't you just hurry up and die already? Just die, die, die. If you don't, I swear I'll go insane. If you push me any further, I'll destroy the whole world. Cough, cough, Promise wheezed, trying to loosen her grip. Easy, easy. If you squeeze any harder, I really will die. And wow, Goddess Hecate, you must really like me. You're willing to destroy the entire world just because of me. I'm so touched. Pegasus, head down, continued running steadfastly, acting as if nothing was happening on its back, completely oblivious to the antics of the bickering human and goddess. The most he did was sigh inwardly. It's really not easy. Finally, there's a goddess who sincerely wants the young master to die. It's been a long time coming. As Hecate sat behind the boy, not wanting to care about him and seriously contemplating the possibility of severing her master-student relationship with Medea, Pegasus finally took them both to the highest point of the sacred Mount Olympus. With ease, they passed through the barrier separating the mortal world from the divine realm. Upon entering the divine realm, what greeted Promise wasn't a grand, majestic sight. Instead, what stretched out before him was a vast ocean that covered everything. Poseidon, wielding his trident, had flooded the entire domain of Olympus. At this very moment, Hades, the god of the underworld, Persephone, Demeter, and other gods stood before him. Hades. Poseidon's face was twisted in fury as he said, "I never imagined you would leave the underworld and come here to help Zeus." Hearing Poseidon's words, Hades remained silent, not bothering to explain that he was not here because of Zeus and his presence here was solely due to Promise. After all, Hades had never been one for many words. On the other hand, Demeter's anger flared the moment she laid eyes on Poseidon. She recalled her original fate Hera had once revealed to her after Hades' wedding, the grim memory of how, in her grief over losing Persephone, she had wandered the mortal realm only to be captured by Poseidon, who had been spying on her for a long time. In the end, even after transforming into a mare, she couldn't escape. "Hades, you want to take Persephone? Fine, I'll allow it." Demeter, seething with rage, didn't waste time on pleasantries. "If you can beat Poseidon to the ground, I will give you my daughter." Chapter 172, Fight begins. The fight has begun. 1,344 words. When she said this, Persephone, who had been standing by with wide eyes, didn't know what to say for a moment. Sure, she was happy about the prospect of returning to the underworld with Hades, but the idea of being traded off by her mother like this, what was going on? Hearing this, Hades, who was already highly motivated, now had a literal fire burning in his eyes. Poseidon, on the other hand, was startled by the sudden intensity of his brother's determination. Hecate, who happened to arrive in the divine realm, looked down on the Pegasus and saw this scene. Thinking that Hades, ruler of the underworld, technically her boss, not that she particularly cared. After all, she had always disregarded the rules of the underworld, freely traveling between the mortal realm and the land of the dead. Even Cerberus, the fearsome hound of the underworld, was her pet. Still, since she did reside in his domain, she might as well help out. So, she cast a strengthening spell on Hades, ensuring he could beat Poseidon even hard. Thus began the battle between the two titanic figures of Greek mythology, the Lord of the Underworld and the Lord of the Seas. Their immense divine powers and authorities clashed, causing the waters within the divine realm to churn violently, sending waves crashing everywhere. The sheer force of their confrontation began to affect not only the godly realm but also the world outside. Seeing this, Nyx, the goddess of night, exerted her full power, extending the night's veil to cover the area, enveloped the realm in darkness, and ensuring that the battle wouldn't spill over and threaten the entire world. Even Hecate became serious, pulling out her staff to cast protective magic over Pegasus and Promise as they ventured deeper into the heart of the divine battlefield. "Let's go, brother Pegasus," Promise whispered to Pegasus, his earlier playful demeanor gone as he shifted into a more focused state. Hearing this, the latter nodded quietly and pressed forward. Despite the winged horse's usual habit of selling promise to many goddesses and then retreating to graze, when it truly mattered, Pegasus never faltered. No matter if it was the underworld or the realm of the gods, wherever Promise wished to go, it would descend from the starry night sky to carry him to his destination. Meanwhile, in the magnificent, gilded halls of Olympus. "Ah, looks like the fighting has started." Hermes pressed down the feathers on his cap, with a sly smile at the corners of his mouth as he turned his gaze toward Apollo, the god of light, in front of him. "It looks like it's our turn to get started, don't you think, Artemis?" As he spoke, he shifted his attention to the moon goddess standing beside him. Artemis nodded without hesitation, immediately drawing her bow and aiming it straight at Apollo. "Is this really necessary?" The latter sighed, clearly exasperated. "I didn't even want to get involved. I just got here a little late. And Hermes, don't think I don't know what this is about. You're just looking for an excuse to get back at me for hunting you last time, right?" Oh my, Apollo, whatever are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean, Hermes responded with a look of confusion, and eyes wide in mock surprise, though the grin on his face betrayed his amusement. Oh, by the way, Artemis, Hermes continued, that kid Promise gave us strict orders to make sure you utterly defeat Apollo. He wants him humiliated, so, no holding back, got it? Got it, Artemis nodded seriously, her eyes gleaming with determination. For the sake of Promise, I will beat him so hard that he can't even get up. That's the spirit. At this moment, Hermes couldn't control the smug expression on his face as he grinned from ear and shouted, beat him. Hermes. Apollo, barely dodging one of Artemis' arrows, was livid. I'll remember this vengeance. Just you wait. Oh, please, Hermes didn't buy it at all and said with a dismissive wave. You're not Promise. What good does holding a grudge do? Now stand still and take your punishment. As the fight erupted between Artemis and Apollo, Hecate's eyes gleamed with excitement. Seeing the moon goddess and the god of light in battle, she couldn't resist. She tossed another enhancement spell their way, making the fight even more intense. Goddess Hecate, Promise, who saw all of this, muttered, watching her with an odd expression. You're always so unwilling and annoyed, but, are you sure you're not actually enjoying yourself? You seem to be having a great time, right? In fact, Promise's suspicion wasn't without basis. Hecate had been raised by Nyx, the mischievous night goddess, after all. How could she not have been influenced by her? Besides, if Hecate really resisted from the bottom of her heart, how could she be caught and dragged along by Promise, even allowing him to carry her? She might be unreliable at times, but in the end, she was still a great goddess. Nonsense. Hecate opened her eyes wide, you are slandering. Promise didn't say anything else and silently noted the matter down in his heart. After all, he still needed her help now, and it wouldn't be too late to settle the account after this was over. As Pegasus carried Promise and Hecate forward, they arrived above the grand temple of Hera. The regal goddess, Promise's very own patron deity, was already standing at the entrance, waiting. All the other gods and nymphs, and spirits within the realm of the gods had long fled before the battle began. Hera, with her elegant curls spilling from beneath her crown, gazed at the approaching figures with her amber eyes, calm and poised as ever. Beside her stood Aphrodite, the goddess of love, and her elder sister, Hestia. At that moment, someone else entered the scene, pushed forward by Hestia herself, a goddess seated in a wheelchair. My esteemed and revered mother, the goddess, who was like Hera's girlhood, appeared in front of Hera, sitting in a wheelchair. Half of her face was hidden behind a mask as she gazed up at Hera with an unnaturally bright smile. It's been such a long time, hasn't it? This was Promise's chief goddess teacher, the child of Hera herself, and widely known as the ugliest of the gods, the god of the forge, Hephaestus. When Pegasus arrived at the scene, carrying Promise and the others, and they saw the scene below, everyone, except for Promise, couldn't help but laugh. Even Hecate, Nyx, and Pegasus found the situation amusing. After all, this lineup was simply too interesting. The deep tension between Hera and Hephaestus needed no explanation, and their complicated ties to Promise were even more apparent. The goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, under Hera's command, had been married to Hephaestus, meaning Hephaestus was still technically her husband. As Promise stared down at the scene, his scalp tingling, he noticed Hestia, the one goddess unrelated to the drama below, waving at him with a smile. It was obvious that this pink and black guy had deliberately piled them together. Let's go. Promise urged Pegasus, desperate to leave the area. Oh, come on, stay a bit longer. Aren't you going to say hello to your goddess teacher and, your goddess? Hecate seized the chance to tease Promise relentlessly. Pegasus, meanwhile, refused to budge, seemingly entranced by the grass below, as if it were the most appetizing thing in the world. It wasn't until Promise kicked him that the winged horse reluctantly started moving again. As a shooting star streaked across the sky, Hera looked up, watching Promise and his group fly off. Then, turning her gaze back to the goddesses before her, she paused for a moment, deep in thought. And then, to everyone's surprise, she actually smiled at this moment. Let's go, Hera said softly, turning around and adding, let's witness together how that boy will defeat the flawless goddess of wisdom. Chapter 173, Take My Love, My Goddess. 2,101 words. The Pegasus ran across the sky above the Olympus gods, carrying Promise and the goddess Hecate. Below, what was once the grand realm of the gods had been swallowed by water. Poseidon, the god of the seas, wielded his trident with all his might, not only to combat Hades, the god of the underworld, but also to suppress Zeus, preventing the king of the gods from breaking free of his bonds. The sea had become Poseidon's domain, where he held the upper hand. Even though they were far away, thanks to the blessing Hecate had bestowed on him, Promise could clearly see the figure standing on the temple steps at the edge of the ocean. A goddess in a pure white gown, holding a spear and shield. Those beautiful golden eyes looked at everything in front of them without the slightest fluctuation. Despite the battles raging between the Olympian gods, where old grudges were being settled and revenges were being taken, and despite Promise's plans being disrupted and taking a different direction altogether, everything covered by the veil of night cast by Nyx to protect the mortal world from disaster, this flawless goddess still stood there, without any wavering, as if she still had everything under control. Even when she sensed Promise's gaze upon her, Athena looked up and offered him a serene, graceful smile, picturesque Athenian smile. At that moment, Thetis, the wise sea goddess clad in a light blue gown, and Ares, the god of war in his armor, arrived in front of her. Goddess of wisdom. I'm sorry. I was persuaded by that boy. Thetis looked at Athena with a slightly complicated expression, but soon she became firm and said, It's too late now. Please step aside. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ares, the god of war, jumped out and looked at Athena with an impatient expression as he laughed and said, Come on, Athena, I've been waiting for this opportunity for too long. I've long wanted to rub your face on the ground and listen to your melodious screams. By that time, let's see if you can still keep this stinky face every day. Upon hearing this, Thetis looked at Ares strangely. Because she clearly remembered that in her memory, Athena had not done anything excessive to Ares. So, for a moment she was a little confused about where his anger towards Athena came from. The truth, however, was simple. Ares just didn't like Athena. Because every time he saw Athena, even if Athena herself didn't realize it, Ares still felt that this guy was looking at him as if he was a clown. Furthermore, Athena's birth had taken some of his dominion over war, which only fueled his resentment. Despite Ares' foul mouth and the presence of Thetis, the goddess. However, Athena still didn't care about Ares' foul mouth or Thetis, the goddess who had rescued the king of gods Zeus in the original myth. She lifted her head, casting her gaze toward the boy on Pegasus, high above. She smiled, her golden eyes filled with anticipation. Ah, my dear child, what kind of surprise will you bring me this time? Ugh, she really does have an infuriating air about her, doesn't she? It was not Promise who said this, but Hecate who was sitting beside him. As she looked at the goddess below who remained calm in the face of such a situation, Hecate couldn't help but nodded, speaking to Promise. I think I understand now why you wanted to slap her. Promise, however, didn't respond immediately. His emerald eyes met Athena's gaze for a long moment. And then he smiled. She's looking forward to this, even with things turning out like this. If that's the case, how could I ever disappoint a goddess I respect so much? The boy said this with a chuckle, but there was no smile in his eyes. Goddess Hecate, could you make the moonlight shine upon this place? Hecate glanced at Promise, who had actually used the word please for a moment but said nothing. Instead, she lifted her head toward the sky and waved her hand. In an instant, the night sky came alive with shimmering stars, and a full moon appeared, its radiant light bathing the landscape. Now, let the sun shine as well, Promise said again. You ask, I deliver. Hecate was depressed in her heart, but her body was very obedient. She pulled out her staff and performed magic seriously. Soon, an artificial sun rose opposite the moon, illuminating the entire Olympus. For the first time, the sun and moon hung together in the sky, casting their combined light over the divine realm. Facing such a magnificent sight, even Hades and Poseidon, who were fighting fiercely, and were probably the only ones fighting ruthlessly, stopped for a moment, gazing upward in confusion at Pegasus soaring below the sun and moon. Whoa! Hecate, you can really make a sun. Even though it was his idea, seeing it actually happen, Promise couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After all, he had suggested it on a whim, because he suddenly thought of the temple of Hecate in the underworld, where there was always a small sun hanging. Hecate shot him a blank look and turned her head away, not wanting to talk to him anymore. Promise, however, wasn't bothered at all. He kept his smile as he locked eyes with the flawless goddess below, Athena. And then, Apollo, the noble and radiant god of light, please listen to my prayers here. By the vow witnessed by the gods, which cannot be broken, grant me the bow formed from the power of light. Promise offered his prayer to Apollo, the god of light. The vow he referred to was an unbreakable one. Apollo, due to the incident with the seven-stringed lyre, was bound to never refuse a request from Promise. In the same way, beautiful and noble moon goddess, Artemis, hear my prayer. By the vow witnessed by the gods, which cannot be broken, grant me the arrow formed from the power of the moon. Similarly, Artemis, because of a prior gift she had received, the offering that had lit the night sky, was also bound to never refuse a request from Promise. Meanwhile, Hermes, who had been gleefully teaming up with Artemis to beat up Apollo, was caught off guard by the sudden prayers. Before he could react, he was kicked aside by Apollo and Artemis, who were now focused on Promise's request. The two deities looked at each other for a moment before stepping forward, each emerging from their respective domains of light and moonlight, and approaching Promise, who still sat atop Pegasus. Apollo, smiling, handed his radiant golden bow to Promise. Artemis, likewise, passed him the arrow formed from moonlight. Seeing this scene, Hecate's eyes twitched wildly. In the end, with a resigned sigh, she clicked her tongue and helplessly mustered up her full strength, throwing every possible enhancement she could onto Promise, stacking spell after spell. She even tossed a few onto Pegasus for good measure before hopping off and floating in the air. As a final touch, she gave the horse a swift kick. Pegasus, understanding immediately, spread its majestic wings and under the watchful gaze of all the gods in Olympus, soared higher into the sky, carrying Promise with it. They flew up and up, until they reached the point where the sun and the moon hung in parallel in the heavens. At that moment, the moon and light, the authority and power of the two main gods, began to converge on the boy. Let's not fight for now, Hades said, putting away his weapon. Poseidon gave him a sideways glance but soon followed suit, putting away his trident. Wait a minute, you didn't come here for Zeus at all, did you? You came for that kid, didn't you? Poseidon realized the reason, a bit belatedly. Of course Poseidon knew Promise. Whether it was from the incident with the Temple of the Skull or the time he helped hunt down Hermes, Poseidon still held a favorable opinion of the boy. Hades, not bothering to hide anything, nodded. After all, there was no need to pretend. Zeus? Who even is that? I'm not familiar with him at all. So, what's that kid doing now? Looking at the grand spectacle in front of him, Poseidon couldn't help but continue asking curiously. He really was going to slap Athena. Next to Queen Hera and god of craftsmen Hephaestus, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite looked strange as she witnessed this scene. She deserves to be beaten. Hera nodded. You deserve a beating. Hephaestus snorted. Wait a minute, Hephaestus. I remember that you and Athena have always had a good relationship. You are a pair of good friends, right? Hestia couldn't help but glance at Hephaestus, in amusement. She was actually fully siding with Promise in this situation. In this case, how could Zeus, the king of gods who was imprisoned in the temple behind Athena, not see the magnificent scene happening outside, with only a wall between them? Even Zeus, in his current predicament, lifted his head to look toward the young man, now at the center of attention, soaring through the skies of Olympus. And then, Promise knocked the moonlit arrow, drawing back the bow of light and aiming it directly at the flawless goddess below. Goddess Athena, this is an arrow filled with all the love from someone who's long admired you. At this moment, Promise was still smiling. As the bow was drawn tighter, the incompatible divine powers of Apollo and Artemis clashed violently within his body, so despite the blessings Hecate had poured into him, it felt like his body was being torn apart. Yet, Promise paid no mind to the pain. His laughter echoed across Olympus, reaching the ears of all the gods. So no cheating. No blocking it with that shield, beautiful goddess Athena. You must take this honestly and properly. With those words, Promise pulled the bowstring to its full draw in a breath. In that moment, the collision and fusion of the two gods' powers caused the seas below, despite Poseidon's efforts to control them, to surge uncontrollably. High above, the sun and moon trembled and flickered, on the verge of vanishing altogether. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Hecate also had no choice, as she frantically urged her divine power and authority, and used all the divine power accumulated over hundreds of years at this moment. At her side, two manifestations of Hecate appeared. One was a child, dressed in a black gown, and the other, a fully matured woman, also clad in dark robes. Hecate, being one of the ancient Greek goddesses, embodied the triple goddess archetype, goddess of crossroads, magic, and the moon, with three forms representing different aspects of her power. One form focused on maintaining the sun, the other on sustaining the moon, while Hecate herself worked tirelessly to balance the two divine forces within Promise, ensuring he didn't explode under their weight. Only then did the boy, who seemed to be about to disappear at any time due to the power of the two main gods, finally shot the arrow with great difficulty. An arrow forged from the combined powers of Apollo, the god of light, and Artemis, the goddess of the moon. The moment it was released, the overwhelming divine force immediately dispersed the two manifestations of Hecate. The sun and moon that had appeared in the divine realm shattered in an instant. Only the night, cast by Nyx, remained. Therefore, seeing this arrow, even Zeus, the king of gods who was imprisoned in the temple, was moved. Athena, the flawless goddess with her golden eyes, finally showed a flash of surprise as she instinctively raised her shield, prepared to block the incoming attack. Until the words of the boy echoed in her ears. "This arrow carries all my heavy love for you, my goddess." Under the gaze of the gods, Athena slowly lowered her shield. Not only did she let go of her shield, but she even discarded her spear. She gazed at the boy high in the sky, shaking her head, a smile of resignation and affection crossing her face. Then, without hesitation, she stood and walked toward the arrow that was heading straight for her. And so, in full view of all the gods, this flawless goddess allowed herself to be consumed by the light of the arrow that the boy had shot. Chapter 174, Zeus inviting for a dinner. 1952 words. A long silence followed. When the vast sea, stirred by Poseidon's power, finally calmed, and the blinding light faded away, Athena finally appeared before the gods who had been waiting for a long time. At that moment, expressions of shock crossed the faces of every deity present, Hera, Zeus, and even Nyx, who watched from the shadows of the night. Because the goddess who had shown strength, wisdom, and seemed perfect since her birth, now appeared before them in a miserable state that she had never shown before, the state that even the gods could not imagine. Her once pristine white gown was tattered, her body bruised and wounded. Though she stood tall, barely managing to maintain her composure, golden ichor, the blood of the gods, trickled from the corner of her lips. The gods were all stunned. Time seemed to freeze as they tried to process what they were seeing, and when they finally snapped out of their shock, their eyes instinctively shifted toward the sky, toward the boy who had released this world-shaking arrow. Unfortunately, Promise did not see this scene that shocked the gods. Because the moment the arrow was shot, he had fainted. Not only him, Pegasus, too, had collapsed from exhaustion, both of them falling from the sky like spent shooting stars. Fortunately, Hecate, who had been focused on watching Promise the entire time, managed to catch them both before they could crash into the sea and drown. Holding the unconscious boy in her arms, with Pegasus lying beside them in midair, Hecate's anger boiled over. She was so frustrated that she could barely stop herself from biting him a few times to vent her anger. After all, not did the divine power she had accumulated over centuries got drained in an instant, but her two manifested forms were so damaged that it was unknown whether she'd be able to call them forth again. Even if she had gone down to battle Athena herself, she would definitely not be as miserable as she was now. Athena wouldn't have gone all out against her, after all. And yet, she had to protect this guy, as delicate as a flower, as he unleashed an arrow infused with the power of two major gods. She had to ensure that he survived, preferably without too many injuries. The difficulty of such a task was almost beyond comprehension. It was roughly equivalent to taking the first blood of Promise, and then stop the goddesses, who adored this guy like flowers of the divine era, from hunting her down to the ends of the earth. After checking Promise's condition with her remaining divine power and confirming he wasn't in any mortal danger, Hecate finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she have the time to look up at Athena. Looking at the flawless goddess, now in such a state of disgrace. Wow, that was a hard slap. As Hecate thought about it, the frustration in her heart finally began to ease. After taking a few more glances at Athena's disheveled state, she even started to feel like maybe this whole ordeal wasn't such a loss after all. Athena, on the other hand, paid no mind to the gods around her who were staring at her disheveled appearance. She stood there with raised eyebrows for a while, and soon recovered. Then Athena relaxed her brows, took a deep breath, spat the divine blood in her mouth on the ground, took a step forward, and came in front of Hecate, who was still holding the unconscious Promise. Despite her torn white dress, the goddess of wisdom appeared as flawless as ever, and standing next to Hecate in her all-black attire, the two goddesses seemed like perfect opposites, black and white, light and shadow. Athena's golden eyes softened as she looked at Promise, still unconscious in Hecate's arms. "Is he all right?" Athena asked softly, as if afraid of disturbing him. "He's fine," Hecate replied, her tone dripping with exasperation. "I think he'll probably wake up soon." Saying this, Hecate couldn't hide the frustration in her voice. "Good," Athena breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Hecate with her golden eyes and said, "Thank you." Before Hecate could respond, Athena turned and walked back to her previous spot. In an instant, her tattered dress repaired itself, once again appearing pristine. She picked up her spear and shield, her gaze sweeping over the gathered gods. Finally, her eyes locked onto Ares, the god of war. And then Athena picked up her gun and raised her shield, and charged towards Ares decisively. A thunderous crash echoed through the divine realm. Whether Ares had time to react or not didn't matter, she had already tackled him to the ground anyway. Then the sound of dong 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 resounded throughout the entire divine realm. Athena waved her fist wildly, hitting Ares in the face. "You wanted to fight, didn't you?" Yelling between punches. "Come on, don't just lie there, fight back. Hit me, you idiot." The other gods, watching from a distance, exchanged glances as the sound of Athena's fists colliding with Ares' face echoed throughout the realm. Somewhere in the background, Hermes had picked up a stone and casually tossed it at Apollo, striking him square in the face. "Hermes, you're asking for it!" Apollo yelled, immediately chasing after Hermes in a rage. The moon goddess Artemis tilted her head, and just as she looked at Apollo running away, her face full of hesitation. "Not going after them," a voice asked from beside her. Hestia, who was dressed in pink and black, said to him with a smile, "Hey, I remember that kid Promise seemed to have told you to catch Apollo, didn't he?" "Oh, right. Catch and beat him." Artemis came back to her senses, looked at Hestia with gratitude, and then immediately sprinted after Apollo. The goddess of agriculture Demeter also came back to her senses at this time and glanced at Poseidon, the god of the sea who was watching the show nearby. Looking at him, she couldn't help but recall the vision of her future, being turned into a horse. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Without a second thought, Demeter sneaked up behind Poseidon and delivered a swift, vengeful kick, sending him crashing into the sea. "Hades, why are you just standing there? Get in there and beat him up if you want my daughter." "Mother, I've tolerated you long enough. You're not even hiding it anymore. You've literally sold me out, haven't you?" And so, just as the realm had briefly quieted down following Promise's collapse, it was soon filled with commotion once again. For a moment, Queen Hera, god of forging Hephaestus, and goddess of beauty Aphrodite suddenly felt that they seemed to be a little bit out of place. "How about let's fight too?" Hermes ran away, and the responsibility of adding fuel to the fire naturally fell on Hestia. Looking at Hestia, who was smiling unscrupulously in front of them, the three goddesses rolled their eyes at her. "Well, we're already here, might as well." Hephaestus, seated in her wheelchair, said with a serious expression, and then with a sharp snap, she pulled out an iron chain, stretching it taut between her hands. Her face was serious, but with an uncontrollable smile in her eyes, she looked at Hera, whose expression changed instantly when she saw what it was. Wait. What is that? Put that down. Put it down, I say." Hera screamed, her dignified composure vanishing as memories of past incidents flashed through her mind. Meanwhile, Aphrodite pondered for a moment, her mind drifting to the vision she had seen through the magic of fate, the little girl she had glimpsed there. In the end, Aphrodite turned away and quietly moved behind Hephaestus, lowering her head to avoid looking at him. Then, without a word, she began pushing her wheelchair, chasing after the screaming Hera as they raced around the divine realm. Meanwhile, high above in the night sky, Nyx, the goddess of night, could barely contain herself. She was laughing so hard at the scene below that she nearly lost her breath. The chaos continued for some time, with gods settling their grudges and brawling, until finally, Promise stirred and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he took a deep breath. The pain coursing through his body felt like he had suffered a full-body fracture, so overwhelming that he almost passed out again. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, Promise managed to sit up. As he took in his surroundings, he realized he was lying right outside Athena's temple. On the steps nearby. Hecate was on the steps, watching the show with her cheek propped up. "You're awake," Hecate said, without turning to look at him. "When you're ready, just walk in on your own." Upon hearing her words, a confused Promise was about to ask what was going on when he noticed the ground shaking slightly and the sound of something pounding, almost like metal being hammered. He instinctively turned his head in the direction of the noise, only to see Athena still pummeling Ares into the ground, punched Ares in the face one after another, like a relentless blacksmith. Promise blinked, then retracted his gaze, looking at Hecate again. He was subconsciously preparing to ask her about the details. "I'd advise you not to ask any questions right now," Hecate said in a warning tone. "Just go into the room and put an end to this madness. Otherwise, that calm goddess over there might really catch you and give you a spanking. Who knows, she might even lock you up for good." Hecate said something so horrible that Promise felt a chill run down his spine, especially since Athena didn't even deny her terrifying words. At this moment, the gentle goddess Thetis also came over, gently touched his head, hesitated for a long time, clenched her fist to cheer Promise up, and said, "You can do it. Don't do this, I'm scared." With Thetis' assistance, Promise struggled to his feet, wincing from the pain. Gritting his teeth, he slowly made his way toward the temple's grand doors, each step feeling heavier than the last. As he approached the door, all the gods who had been brawling outside fell silent. It was as though time had stopped as the entire divine realm seemed to hold its breath, watching as the boy stepped up to the temple doors. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself, then pushed the doors open with a forceful shove. The moment he entered the room and the doors closed behind him, time seemed to pass again, and the divine realm fell into chaos once again. Inside, Promise had imagined countless ways his first encounter with this particular god might go. The most important god in the Greek mythology. The king of gods, Zeus. He had thought of every possible scenario, but none of them had prepared him for the sight before him. There, standing by the large floor-to-ceiling window, completely free from his previous bonds, was Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods. The window offered a view of the gods fight outside under the night sky, and in front of him was a dining table with candles lighting the room. There, he stood, with a glass of fine wine in his hand, smiling as he turned to face Promise, the boy he had been waiting for. "Would you like a drink?" And raised his glass, sending an invitation for the stiff boy to join him at the candlelight dinner in the heart of the night. Chapter 175, The Prophecy of the Curtain Falling. 2024 words. How could one describe the god standing before him? He was Zeus, after all, so naturally he was handsome, with white hair and golden eyes. He didn't look the least bit disheveled or like someone who had been imprisoned. And looking the young man in front of him, who had broken into the kingdom of gods and created such a noisy and magnificent theater, disrupting everything he had originally planned, the king of gods Zeus was not angry at all. In fact, there wasn't even a trace of condescension in his gaze. In the dim glow of the candlelight, Zeus smiled softly, holding a glass of wine in his hand and looking at Promise, as if he were welcoming an old friend who had finally arrived after a long journey. In fact, Zeus was quite familiar with this young man. After all, over the past 2 years, Promise's actions in this era had been more than just active, they were nearly legendary. Still, despite his pain, Promise managed to force himself to stand and, step by step, approached Zeus, bowing respectfully once he was close enough. Zeus's golden eyes gleamed as they studied the boy, and after a moment, he smiled and said, "It seems the others' descriptions of you were right. You are delicate, like a flower. Yet, you possess qualities that even the goddess of justice, Themis, couldn't help but acknowledge, tilting the scales of judgment in your favor." He paused, then continued with a light chuckle, "This leaves us unable to harbor any dislike toward you. Instead, we feel only boundless affection." As he spoke, Zeus gestured for Promise to sit down across from him, continuing, "So, child, there is no need for fear. I've been aware of everything you've done since you left the mountain. You are my wife's most loyal follower, my daughter's dearest hero, and, moreover, you have helped me more than once." To be honest, it wasn't that unusual for Zeus to have a good impression of the boy. After all, even if the initial passion was gone, it was great to know that the person he had once loved were actually protected by Promise, and had even gained Hera's forgiveness. And more than one goddess, how could he not feel some affection for the boy? Yet, as Promise looked at Zeus, who smiled gently at him, he remained calm and composed. In fact, the kinder Zeus seemed, the more composed Promise became. After all. "Zeus, please stop being so nice. It's freaking me out. I'd rather you glare at me with anger or disdain, I could handle that. But this soft, kind look you're giving me is making me want to turn around, go back out, and fight Athena for another 100 rounds and die. I'd rather die than deal with this. But, oh glorious king of the gods, I have rashly entered the kingdom of the gods without your permission. Please, forgive my transgression," Promise said respectfully, trying to maintain his composure, though inside he was screaming. "Zeus, please act a bit more normal." Though come to think of it, what's normal for Zeus anyway? The normal Zeus, well, would he be really Zeus? It's no matter. "After all, you came here to rescue me, didn't you?" Zeus said, his golden eyes taking a deep look at the boy in front of him. With just that single glance, Promise knew that Zeus had seen right through his intentions. But this was no surprise, as he had already expected such outcome. After all, the other party was Zeus. So, Promise did not panic, and replied in a steady voice, "Nevertheless, a wrong is still a wrong. As a mere mortal, I entered your realm without an invitation and deserve punishment." As these words left Promise's lips, Zeus finally looked at the boy in front of him with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. He originally thought that his meeting with him would not bring him much surprise. After all, over the past 2 years, he'd heard so much about Promise that it had nearly become tiresome, so he had initially assumed he knew everything there was to know about this boy. But in that moment, Promise had piqued his curiosity again, making Zeus take another long look at him. Looking at this delicate boy who looked like a poet or a gentle painter than a hero, Zeus's eyes softened even further and his voice became even more gentler as he sobbed, "Child, you realize what an extraordinary feat you've just accomplished. You've even fulfilled one of my heart's long-held wishes. You've shattered her perfection, freeing me from the constant worry and fear I've had for her." "That wasn't my strength," Promise shook his head and said. "I merely borrowed the powers of 2 esteemed deities, and it was only with the assistance of the great goddess Hecate that I was able to succeed at all. Moreover, if it hadn't been for that final statement where Promise declared that the arrow symbolized his heavy love for Athena, he couldn't have done nothing. After all, Athena, the goddess representing wisdom, was naturally not stupid. How could she take the blow with her face? She would have blocked it with her shield long ago. But no matter how it happened, the result is undeniable," Zeus continued. "My flawless daughter was defeated by you. And who could have imagined that the perfect Athena would one day fall to the very child she cherishes the most? Ha ha ha." Having said that, Zeus could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. He took a few big gulps of the wine, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with what had just happened. "So, child, you need not bear any burden. I, Zeus, king of Olympus, hereby forgive all of your actions and recognize the greatness of your achievements on this journey. Therefore," Zeus, still laughing heartily and full of satisfaction, looked at the young man before him and said, "Speak your wish, and whatever it may be, I will do my best to fulfill it." Upon hearing this, just as Promise lifted his head to respond, Zeus interrupted him with a wave of his hand, still smiling warmly. I'm truly delighted this time, he said seriously. So, don't hold back. Tell me your heart's desire, whatever it may be. Even if you wish to become a god, marry a goddess, or even pursue my daughter, this time, I can grant it to you. Hearing his words, Promise was really shocked. To be honest, even if the gods outside heard this, they would likely be just as stunned. It was clear from Zeus's offer just how pleased he was with the events that had transpired and how much he recognized Promise's worth. After his initial surprise, Promise quickly calmed down again. He began to think seriously, carefully considering what Zeus had said. After some thought, he raised his head, his clear green eyes meeting Zeus's golden gaze as he smiled softly, and said, "Thank you, merciful and great king of the gods. And please forgive me for my impertinence. Even in light of your generous offer, I still feel unworthy of asking for a wish after having caused such chaos in your realm. If I must express a wish, then let it be for your forgiveness for all the disrespect I've shown until now." Zeus wasn't angered by this response. Gods can sense falsehood, and he knew that Promise's words were sincere and not just a polite remark. And he also saw that the boy had indeed thought about it for a long time. Therefore, Zeus only asked curiously, "So, is there truly no wish that you hold in your heart?" "Of course I have desires, great king of the gods," Promise replied with a smile. "I am, after all, just a mere human. Naturally, I have longings in my heart. However, none of them require me to waste your generosity. Because, since leaving the mountain and meeting the noble Queen Hera, wise Athena, and the others, all my deepest wishes have already been granted by them." When Promise said this, Zeus immediately recalled the vows, the promises made between the bot and the gods. To become a great hero and have a glorious end? He answered, looking at the boy, who nodded to his words, still smiling. Promise really had no need to ask anything more of Zeus. After all, everything he had wanted was something he had already gained from the gods he had met along his journey. If there was anything else he truly needed. Indeed, the only thing left was that one painting. The portrait of Zeus, king of Olympus. However, Promise wasn't foolish enough to bring that up now, and Zeus certainly wasn't about to offer it. After all, judging by the current situation, what would that painting depict? The king of gods, Zeus imprisoned? Compared to the paintings of the other gods Promise had made, such an image would stand out unfavorably. If he really dared to paint such a picture, it would be surprising if Zeus didn't hurl a few thunderbolts at him in response. "Let Poseidon give you the painting," Zeus said after a moment. This time, he flooded the entire court of Olympus, surely one of the most glorious moments of his life. Promise considered the offer, and this time, he didn't refuse and accepted Zeus's generosity with a calm nod. But, who would have thought that Zeus, who had been smiling the whole time, would say something very sharp this time? "I gave you such a grand wish to fulfill. I thought, at the very least, you'd ask me to pardon Athena and Hera for their rebellious actions." Though he was still smiling at this moment, there was now a sharpness in Zeus's gaze as he scrutinized Promise. The latter remained silent, knowing full well that the best answer would be to defer to Zeus's judgment as the king of the gods. "However, if possible, I truly do hope, great king of the gods, that you can find it in your heart to forgive them," Promise said, voicing his wish. As soon as he uttered those words, the room fell into complete silence. Outside, the stage beyond the floor-to-ceiling window remained lively and chaotic. But within the quiet room, tension filled the air. Suddenly, Zeus lifted his head and looked past Promise, asking, "Why have you come?" Promise, feeling a bit puzzled, was about to turn around when a familiar, tender and soft voice reached his ears. Fate has already revealed that future. It was a delicate voice, attempting to sound imposing, though it was still gentle. The soft patter of small, bare feet echoed through the temple as the goddess of fate, dressed in a classical Athenian robe, appeared. A few strands of white hair peeked out from under her hood, and in her hands, she held the crystal orb of destiny. When the sun is swallowed, and a storm of darkness sweeps across the world, and the great kingdom of the gods teeters on the edge, a hero will rise to face the monsters seeking to destroy it. And he will offer them the fruit of victory. She spoke softly, and under Promise's surprised gaze, she came to his side and stood beside him. raising her head, her blind, white eyes, cursed by fate, seemed to meet Zeus's gaze. She appeared to be staring directly at him, yet at the same time, it was as if she was peering far beyond, into the distant future. And that hero will paint a portrait for himself, a painting he has been waiting for a long time, one that will be the most beautiful of all. When the king of gods Zeus heard this, his expression finally changed. And Promise also looked at her in a daze. Both of them knew exactly what such a painting would represent. And at that moment, the first vow will reach its end, and the hero will fulfill his promise to the goddess. Chapter 176, Daylight has returned. 2,469 words. Sometime later, Promise walked out of the temple, holding the small hand of the petite goddess of fate, Clotho. Although she had resisted for a moment, in the end, she allowed him to lead her out. Hecate tilted her head to look at the two of them, her expression changing as she quickly covered her face with a veil and ran into the night as fast as she could before hugging the goddess of night, Nyx. Clinging tightly to the ancient primordial goddess, searching for the warmth and comfort only she could provide. She knew that Zeus was about to emerge from the temple, and in the presence of the king of the gods, Hecate needed to feel that tiny shred of security. And the goddess of night, Nyx, also touched her head lovingly. It was mainly because Hecate really tried very hard this time. In fact, it was probably more effort than she'd put in over the past few hundred years. At the same time, Pegasus, who had already recovered, flew back and landed beside Promise. The winged horse cast an accusing, almost resentful look at him. Even Pegasus had been worn out by the power of that arrow, and it wasn't going to forget it anytime soon. But before the horse could voice its complaints with a few annoyed whinnies, Zeus stepped out of the temple, following closely behind them. As Zeus stepped out and looked at those people in front of him, who were still acting, no, it was not really acting. After all, it's revenge when there is revenge, and grievances when there are grievances. Whatever, looking at the scene Zeus couldn't help but hum softly. Soon after, thunder rumbled through the night as the king of gods Zeus unleashed his power and began to clear the field. Promise, watching as Zeus strode away, felt more like an observer at that moment. He found a spot on the steps of the temple, sitting down as if he were merely a spectator. He sat down on the steps of the temple nearby and pulled the goddess Clotho to sit with him. So, goddess Clotho, did you really see that future you spoke of? Promise was a little curious. After all, hadn't it always been said that his fate was unpredictable? Moreover, with great self-awareness, if she did see anything, he felt that it would be more like him accomplishing nothing and dying tragically. I did, Clotho answered softly but firmly, holding her crystal ball tightly in her lap. Because I know that you will make sure I see that future. Whether he want to create miracles or to end his journey in the most gorgeous way. Whether he wished to survive against all odds or to face death head-on. Clotho believed it completely. Because he was Promise, the one who vowed to show her the most beautiful future. Promise was stunned at first, but after he understood what she meant, he started laughing again. So, we're finally reaching that moment, aren't we? He spoke softly as he looked at the bustling Olympus realm in front of him, which was submerged by the sea, with thunder surging and the gods in chaos. Looking at the scene, he couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment. Promise. After a long pause, Clotho broke the silence with a soft question, knowing everything that lies ahead, what are you thinking right now? Promise noticed that as she said this her hand had tightened slightly around his. Even though she knew deep down that Promise wouldn't be angry or blame her for revealing his fate, Clotho was still anxious. After all, no one enjoys the thought of knowing their moment of death. Promise came back to his senses, looked back at her, and then chuckled and replied. I was thinking. I might be running out of time. Without realizing it, I've found that I suddenly have a lot of things I still need to do. I need to see through the journey to retrieve the golden fleece with everyone. I need to change my teacher's fate. And there are still so many paintings left to complete. I wonder if I'll have time to finish them all. Knowing his own fate, Promise was filled with both anticipation and a bit of nervousness. As soon as Promise finished speaking, Clotho looked at him with a firm resolution and said, you will accomplish it all. After all, I've been watching over you this entire time. And so, the chaotic battle among the Olympian gods finally came to an end. Zeus suppressed everything with thunder, and what made him speechless was that these guys actually got angry while fighting and making noise. Apollo was chasing Hermes all over the place, Hades and Poseidon both had bruises and swollen eyes, and Queen Hera was tied up again with a look of despair on her face. No matter how hard she struggled, Hera was bound to the chair, completely immobile. Not only did Hestia not help. No, she was helping, but she was helping the goddess of beauty and Hephaestus. She helped to hold Hera down and even blocked her mouth. She just stood there watching Hera, who couldn't even scream, and was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. As the chaos settled, the final moment of this divine drama was marked by Promise, who, floating in the sky, took out his paintbrush. Under the gaze of the gods, he began to paint the scene that had unfolded before them. In the painting, Poseidon, the god of sea, stood tall with his trident, commanding the sea to flood the entire realm of Olympus. The gods were in disarray, caught up in their personal quarrels, while the night sky loomed overhead. Yet, in the sky, both the sun and the moon coexisted, their overlapping light casting a strange and beautiful glow over the chaotic scene. However, the flawless goddess of wisdom, Athena, was absent from the painting. So, when the sea water receded from the realm of gods, the goddess of night Nyx finally left with Hecate contentedly, and the sun rose again. The sun god, Helios, appeared, looking confused as he replaced the night with daylight, bathing the world in sunlight once more. Nearby, Athena, having thoroughly beaten Ares into unconsciousness and vented her frustrations, returned to Promise's side. She glanced at Clotho, who sat beside Promise, cradling her crystal ball, but said nothing. Instead, Athena quietly sat on the other side of him. "It's time for you to leave," she said softly. "Now that Hecate has gone, the blessings she placed on you will soon fade." "Yes," Promise nodded in agreement. "And please, don't do something like this again." "Alas." Athena sighed deeply at his words. Her expression shifted between exasperation, amusement, and a hint of irritation as she responded in a soft voice, "All right, I understand, you reckless fool." Daylight has returned. Standing on the deck of the Argo, the ship that symbolized the glory and adventures of heroes, the beautiful huntress Atalanta gazed at the rising sun, her saintly green eyes reflecting its light as the sea breeze blew through her hair. Before Promise and the gods embarked on their journey to the Olympus realm, Nyx, the goddess of night, had made a declaration: until the king of gods, Zeus, was rescued and the goddess of wisdom was Athena defeated, the sun would not rise. And when the divine realm was in chaos, the goddess of night had covered the entire divine kingdom with her power, thus preventing the destructive divine from spilling into the entire world. However, because of all this, the mortals on Earth had no idea what had happened over the past few days. Many speculated whether the sun god, Helios, had simply dozed off and forgotten his duty. Countless people had prayed to the sun god, urging him to return and shine upon the world once more. In fact, the sun god Helios had been listening to the prayers of these creatures, but there was nothing he could do, so he just lowered his head and pretended not to hear. This was all the reason why, when the chariot of the goddess of night, Nyx, briefly passed by during the transition between day and night, the look cast by the sun god was full of resentment. But of course the goddess of night didn't care about such a small matter. Even after she took Hecate back to the underworld, the corners of her mouth were still upturned. After everything that had transpired, particularly with Hecate's involvement, the ancient goddess's fondness for Promise had increased considerably. "Yes, it has finally returned." The great hero Heracles spoke, joining Atalanta at the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed on the horizon. There, two steep cliffs loomed over the sea, a massive strait, split in two by the force of the ocean. "That must be the Zeno's Strait, the one the old seer spoke of, right?" Looking at the mountain that seemed to be cut in the middle, his expression became serious and he said, "It's said that the passage is cursed by a sea god, and when anything tries to pass through, the rocks will crash together, crushing all who enter." Though Promise had left temporarily, the adventures of the Argos heroes continued. After departing from the Island of Women, the heroes had quickly found themselves embroiled in another adventure, this time, saving an old seer. The seer's name was Phineus. Once a handsome young man, he had only recently become so frail and aged. A few years prior, he had met one of the Fates and, through their encounter, gained the ability to see the future. However, overuse and pride in his newfound power had led to a curse. Not only did he become blind and age rapidly, he was also targeted by a group of ugly monsters with women's heads and bird-like bodies. Although the monsters would not kill him, they would not allow him to eat. Whenever he wanted to eat something, they would appear and take away his food. When the heroes of the Argo found him, Phineas was nothing more than a skeletal figure, a shadow of his former self, starving and weak. It turned out that those strange birds were actually summoned by Zeus to punish him. He had already foreseen their arrival, knowing that only these heroes could break his curse. Heracles, with his incredible skill in archery, shot down the monstrous harpies that tormented Phineas. In gratitude, the old seer shared with them the last prophecy he had seen before losing his sight, one that foretold the challenges the heroes would face and the path they must take. Now, before them, was the first of those challenges, the clashing rocks that threatened to crush any who tried to pass. Only by navigating through this perilous strait could the heroes venture further into the open sea and reach the land where the Golden Fleece awaited them. Good thing the sun has risen again. Jason also came over at this time, looking at the strait that was about to arrive in the distance, and said with some fear, if we had been any later, we would have unknowingly entered the strait and been crushed to pieces when the two cliffs slammed shut. As he spoke, Jason also praised the greatness of Helios, the sun god. Then all the heroes followed suit and praised him. Who knew that their voices this time would actually summon the sun god Helios, himself? Maybe it was because the heroes gathered together were important enough, or maybe it was because this incident was so inexplicable that he really wanted to share and talk about it with others. You don't need to praise me, Helios said as he appeared. To be honest, I have no idea what really happened either. The primordial goddess of night, Nyx, suddenly cast the world into darkness and flew off with the gods to Olympus. There were several major gods among them, including goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, the moon goddess, Artemis, Hermes, and Ares, and the god of war Ares, and when they arrived, the goddess of night Nyx completely shrouded the kingdom of God. For days, something terrible seemed to be happening in the realm of the gods. It wasn't until just recently that things finally settled down. After saying this, without waiting for anyone to ask, Helios ascended back into the sky, feeling much better, leaving behind the heroes who were looking at each other in bewilderment after hearing such shocking news. Atalanta, standing off to the side, raised her eyebrows slightly, deep in thought. She bowed her head, her saintly green eyes flashing with a mixture of hesitation and surprise, as if she had just realized something. Atalanta, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Heracles, noticing her expression, suddenly asked. The latter lifted her head and met his furrowed gaze, responding calmly, what are you thinking after hearing all this? It probably has nothing to do with him, right? Heracles hesitated, unsure of his own words. After all, that's the realm of the gods we're talking about. Hard to say, Atalanta replied, crossing her arms. Since he descended from the mountain, has anything that stirred up trouble not been connected to him? Especially with those gods, don't they seem familiar to you? Besides, how could it be such a coincidence? He leaves, and all of a sudden, things start happening. Her voice carried a hint of suspicion, and Heracles couldn't help but waver after hearing it. What? Jason came over at this moment, and asked curiously and puzzledly, what are you talking about? Atalanta shot a quick glance at him, then turned and walked away without a word. Jason, left staring at her departing figure, felt dejected as turned to Heracles and said, Heracles, am I imagining things, or does she really seem to dislike me? Hercules thought about it for a moment, then replied, you're not imagining it. She really does dislike you. Remember who led Promise down from the mountain? Jason's memory instantly flashed back to when the heroes took turns beating him after he brought Promise down from the mountain, and he became even more sullen. But it was that guy who wanted to go down the mountain. Why does everyone blame me for it? Because you were the one who actually brought him down, Heracles replied with a chuckle as he said. Even though we all know it wasn't really your fault, you made it too easy for us to take out our frustration on you. Ha ha ha. Heracles laughed heartily as he walked away. Chapter 177, Excited Heracles. 1,305 words. Soon, the Argo approached the legendary clashing rocks, towering like massive pillars before them. The sight of the immense cliffs left some of the crew questioning whether they would truly close in on them as the legend said. At that moment, a seabird flew overhead, and to their astonishment, the cliffs actually began to move. The sea roared violently as the rocks crashed together, causing the Argo to shake uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity, the sea calmed, and the cliffs separated once more. "We can't make it through in that short of a time," Heracles, who had been staring at it without any fear, frowned. After hearing his words, the heroes came to their senses and looked at each other in bewilderment. Just as they began discussing how to proceed, the sea, which had originally returned to calm, began to surge again, forming a huge whirlpool. From the depths of the whirlpool emerged a towering sea monster, a giant sea nymph with 12 grotesque legs. The heroes of the Argo, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the enormous creature, immediately readied themselves for battle. "Hey!" But before anyone could act, Medea, who had been influenced by her mentor Hecate's peculiar habits, spending her entire time in her room, with potions and magical concoctions, finally stepped out of her quarters and looked at the huge creature in front of her, her eyes lighting up with excitement, as she shouted toward the sea monster, "Wait, aren't you Scylla, the water nymph?" The heroes, who still in shock from the appearance of the monster, were even more confused by Medea's reaction, but before they could process what was happening, the monstrous creature spoke. Her voice was extremely beautiful and melodic, which did not match her terrifying appearance at all. "Yes, little witch of goddess Hecate. I am the water nymph Scylla, whom Promise judged that day. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time." The sea nymph Scylla, once a close friend of Thetis, the wise oceanic goddess, had been cursed by the witch Circe and transformed into a terrifying monster due to the betrayal of her lover. Despite her monstrous form, she never forgot the kindness of Promise, who had helped her in the past, so, upon hearing of the Argo's journey, Scylla had waited at the strait to assist the heroes. After Medea introduced her identity to the heroes and shared her tragic backstory, the group immediately dropped their guard, expressing sympathy for her plight. "By the way, Lady Scylla, do you know how my aunt?" "She's doing well now," Scylla responded with a smile, though, in her current form, her smile appeared more frightening than comforting. So, Medea could only smile and nod awkwardly, internally offering a moment of silence for her aunt, Circe, who was likely still dealing with the aftermath of her curses. "By the way, where is Promise? Doesn't he want to see me?" "Oh, no, it's not like that," Medea quickly explained, recounting how Promise had temporarily left on other matters. After hearing the explanation, Scylla, recalling her past with Promise, nodded with understanding, though there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Nevertheless, she assisted the crew to pass safely through the strait. As for how she did it, well, by simply and roughly standing between the gorge and using brute force to prevent them from closing as the Argo passed. Afterward, she waved goodbye and returned to the depths of the sea. After she left, Helen couldn't help but come to Medea's side as she puffed up her cheeks and said to her jealously, "Sister Medea, why haven't I heard you talk about this before?" Hearing this, Medea blinked, looked at the little standing in front of her, and laughed, saying, "Because this is a little secret between Promise and me." "Humph, what's the big deal? Brother Promise and I have our own little secrets too," Helen said unhappily. Looking at this scene, Meleager, the Prince of Calydon, glanced over at Atalanta standing in the distance and couldn't help but comment to the stag Actaeon beside him. "Hey, tell me, could it be that this is the reason why Promise suddenly chose to leave?" "It's hard to say," glancing at the trio, Actaeon replied thoughtfully, then taking over the topic, he added, "Speaking of which, who do you think Promise will end up choosing in the end?" "Oh, that's obvious." Pollux, one of the Gemini twins and Helen's older brother, chimed in confidently. "It'll be my adorable sister, of course. She's the cutest in the world." "I'm not so sure," Meleager interjected. "I'd say the huntress Atalanta has a good chance. You guys weren't there in Calydon, but after the whole tribute to goddess Artemis, everyone thought they looked perfect together. Not to mention her running skills. Under the witness of Artemis, the goddess of moon, and Apollo, the god of light, Promise is the only one who's ever beaten her. Although it may be true, but let's not forget the divine prophecy from the great goddess of beauty, Aphrodite herself. My sister, Helen, is destined to be the most beautiful woman in the world. So, obviously, only Promise is worthy of marrying her." And it's not like she's been subtle about her feelings either. The group went silent for a moment, unable to argue against that point. Well, all that sounds reasonable, Jason also chimed in, joining the conversation. Glancing at Medea, he pressed his beating heart and couldn't help but say, but the little witch is pretty great too. And I always have an inexplicable premonition that if Promise doesn't choose her, things might not go well for me. Though the discussion seemed to have multiple valid points. Actaeon the stag made his stance clear. All of that might be true, but I'm still rooting for the huntress. She's the best match for him. Meleager nodded in agreement, backing his fellow hunter. Same here. Pollux, without hesitation, countered, the Gemini twins are standing by Helen. We're rooting for my sister, obviously. Jason also said firmly. I'll say it again, Promise must choose that witch. As the group continued their debate over Promise's future, a voice suddenly cut in. Isn't it okay to just marry all of them? Theseus, the large and muscular hero, had finally had enough of the bickering and decided to chime in with his own solution. Their voices were quite loud, so everyone on the boat was actually listening. Moreover, in this era, even though there was Hera, the goddess of marriage, it was actually possible to marry all of them. So, although his comment might have seemed outrageous, given the nature of the era, where polygamy was sometimes a reality, it wasn't entirely impossible. However, just as Theseus finished speaking, the entire group fell silent for a while, and then reacting in unison, did the same time together, swiftly moving away from him. Before Theseus could react, he heard a whoosh sound and a sharp arrow fell at his feet. Not only that, but a magic bottle also shattered beneath his feet, corroding the floor in front of him. Oops, my hand slipped, Medea had this expression. Brother Theseus. Helen smiled, and looked at Theseus with her purple eyes, saying, Helen suddenly wants to eat fish. Can you jump down and catch some fish for Helen? So, in front of everyone's eyes, Theseus, with a stiff expression, jumped off the Argo. Heracles, who witnessed the whole process, could not help but shake his head. Like everyone else, he ignored Theseus who jumped down and his cries for help. Who can you blame for your own death? But, who will Promise choose? Glancing at the three women on the boat, he couldn't help laughing. The great hero was very excited. Chapter 178, Thetis, but I don't want to see you again. 1866 words. I don't know why, but I suddenly have the urge to take out my little notebook and write down the names of all those unscrupulous bastards. At this moment, on the back of Pegasus, Promise suddenly frowned. As the sun finally rose, shortly after the goddess of night, Nyx, returned to the underworld with Hecate, Pegasus left the divine realm with Promise. Accompanying him was a gentle voice rang out. Sitting behind Promise, the sea goddess Thetis asked softly. Is something wrong, Promise? Oh, it's nothing, goddess Thetis, Promise replied, turning his head to look at her. Her slightly curled blue hair, as beautiful as the deep blue sea, and her profound, enchanting eyes, along with her gentle, flawless face, made her captivating. After the affairs of Olympus were over and the sun rose, she accompanied the boy and left the kingdom of the gods together. Speaking of which, goddess Thetis, aren't you staying behind to wait for the great god king's praise? Promise asked curiously. You took such a huge risk to save the god king, after all. Hearing this, Thetis couldn't help but roll her eyes at the boy as she said, I didn't really see any risk, everything became a mess because of you. And I didn't even do anything in the end. Without waiting for Promise to respond, she smiled again and said, besides, I didn't go to Olympus to gain anything. I went because of you, Promise. Ah. Promise was taken aback. I've never even thanked you for helping my friend Scylla. I thought I could use this opportunity to repay the favor, but I didn't expect. In the end, she had only played a minor role, almost as if she hadn't been there at all. Thinking about this, Thetis felt a little speechless, and her gaze at the boy became filled with a slight grievance. After all, she was the wise one of the sea, yet this time, she barely had any role to play. And not only was I unnecessary, but at the beginning, a certain someone even teamed up with goddess Hecate to tie me up and bully me. I feel too embarrassed to go out anymore, crying. At first, Promise felt a bit awkward until he noticed that the goddess was pretending to cry in front of him. With a few more black lines on his forehead, he said helplessly, "Goddess Thetis, your character is falling apart. Where was the gentle and virtuous side? What was with this darker vibe?" "Crying." Thetis said nothing, and continued to pretend crying. Seeing this, Promise was helpless and could only say, "Well, should I apologize? An apology isn't enough. Then, Goddess Thetis, what kind of compensation do you think I should offer?" Before Promise could finish his words, Thetis suddenly stopped pretending and reached out, grabbing him as she showed her fangs and said with a smile, "No need for compensation. Just come to my place as a guest, and I'll forgive you." "Well, Goddess Thetis, maybe we should talk more about compensation. Am I really that scary?" Thetis opened her eyes wide, looked at the boy with tears in her eyes, and said, "Do you really dislike me that much? I've invited you twice already. Goddess Thetis, your character is really falling apart. And it's not that, Goddess Thetis. I really don't have time. I need to rush back to the Argo to complete the unfinished adventure." Hearing this, Thetis raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, then rolled her eyes again at Promise and said, "I realize I don't even have a reason to refute you. Promise, are you too good at dealing with goddesses?" Promise remained silent. After seeing each other constantly over the past 2 years and dealing with all sorts of chaotic situations, it was inevitable that he developed this skill. Sigh, fine. Thetis released her grip on Promise's hand and said softly, "I'm just a goddess who's disliked and unwanted. I won't make things difficult for you." Hearing this, Promise was about to laugh, but then he noticed a genuine trace of melancholy flash through Thetis's eyes, which made him pause for a moment. He tilted his head, thinking for a bit. "Goddess Thetis, could it be that something is truly bothering you?" Hearing his words, Thetis was momentarily stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes as she looked at Promise. Then, she smiled again and softly replied, "Yes, I'm very troubled. There's a boy who has been unwilling to visit my home, even though I've invited him several times." Is that so? I'm truly sorry, Goddess Thetis." After a brief silence, Promise also smiled and responded this way. The two didn't continue the conversation further. At that moment, Pegasus suddenly sped up, quickly carrying them back to the surface of the sea. After Thetis dismounted from Pegasus, she stood on the surface of the ocean, looking at the young man still sitting on Pegasus, and smiled as she extended one last invitation. "Won't you really come to my place for a visit?" Promise shook his head. If it had been before, he might have actually agreed. But now, that petite goddess of fate had already informed him of his destined end. At that moment, Promise truly felt a sense of urgency. Because he understood deep in his heart that his time was probably really running out. And there were still many things he needed to do. "I see," Thetis said softly, with a tone of regret. Just as she was about to turn and leave. "Goddess Thetis," Promise called out to her, and said with a smile, "You haven't said goodbye to me yet." Before Thetis could respond, the boy continued, "Goodbye, gentle goddess." And without waiting for her reply, Promise pulled on the pure white reins of Pegasus and left with it. As she turned around, gazing at the boy's departing figure, Thetis's eyes flickered slightly, and she softly murmured, "But I don't want to see you again." "All right, let's start by organizing the things that need to be done next." Pegasus, one of the most mystical creatures in ancient Greek mythology, symbolized art, with a form both graceful and elegant. It carried the black-haired, green-eyed young man on its back, galloping across the Greek mainland, visiting every corner of this ancient land under the guidance of the gods. Pegasus ran and ran without stopping. One day, when it finally stopped, it would mark the end of its adventure with the boy, and at this moment, that day when it would stop was no longer far away. The goddess Clotho has already told me that my end is tied to Typhon. Typhon, also known as Typhoeus, is the greatest enemy of Zeus, the king of the gods in ancient Greek mythology. He was the only one who almost overthrew the rule of the Olympian gods, the father of all monsters. It's said that the 9-headed Hydra, the 3-headed hellhound Cerberus, and the Chimera that laid waste to the earth were all his children. He even once defeated Zeus, the king of the gods. I have to say, the goddess Athena really has high expectations of me. Promise sighed, but he wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he smiled. That smile was filled with anticipation. Because this was indeed the heroic end he had always longed for. And it was truly magnificent, just like the vow made by that once young boy and the pure goddess of wisdom. He would become a hero and meet his end, in a way that would shock the world and the gods. The heroic spirit class still hasn't changed. Even though I led the gods on a rampage and even bullied that proud goddess quite a bit. As Promise spoke, a golden class card appeared in his hand. He played with it for a moment before tossing it into the air, where it vanished. This just proves that my previous assumptions were correct. Now that I've reached the rank of a 5-star heroic spirit, I've hit a peak. To ascend any further, I must accomplish something truly world-shaking, a unique achievement. For example, leading the heroes to complete the adventure of the Golden Fleece, collecting all the paintings of the Olympian gods, and defeating Typhon to bring about a perfect ending. These are my main tasks moving forward. To describe it in a simple and easy-to-understand word, this is the main plot. With that thought, Promise paused slightly, then smiled and said, if I complete all of this and still don't achieve the grand rank, no one else would dare claim it. After speaking, he pulled out a small notebook where he kept track of grudges and scanned the list. As for now, there are 2 things I can take care of first. The matter of the Argo isn't urgent as it still has some time before it reaches its destination. And besides, before I head to the Argo, I must meet with my goddess teacher, no matter what. Because aboard that ship was a girl, destined to become the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen. And she possessed something that even made Promise's scalp tingle, the god of love, Cupid's bow and arrow. Getting shot by that thing was no joke. But my goddess teacher is in the Olympian realm right now, and who knows how long it will take her to return. Recalling the scene when he left, with Queen Hera still bound, struggling, and even gagged, Promise silently apologized in his heart to the goddess he worshipped and stuck out his tongue. It wasn't that he didn't want to save her, it was just that the situation was too intense for him to dare step in. Maybe I should pull Goddess Hecate into this, she might have a way to stop that arrow from hitting me, right? As Promise said this, Hecate, who had just returned to her temple in the depths of the underworld and hadn't even rested, suddenly felt a chill. Helpless, resigned, but reliable goddess hugged herself at that moment. Maybe not. I can't be that heartless. I'm a very good person, after all. Promise nodded after thinking it over. Better to let her rest for now. Once the cooldown on her card is over, I'll ask for her help again. Though they had been joking around, Promise could faintly sense that if he made her work again, that goddess might actually do something drastic, like going down with him and destroying the world together. Sigh, what an ungoddess-like person. Aren't gods supposed to love humanity? Why don't they get out more and help me? Promise pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied. Well, I'll put the matter of Helen aside for now. Although this involves the goddess of beauty's painting, there's nothing I can do. And as for the other matter besides Helen. Just as Promise was sorting out his thoughts, Pegasus brought him to his destination. It was the place where his journey in this world had begun, Mount Pelion, home of Chiron the centaur sage. Promise had returned to stand before his teacher, Chiron. Chapter 179, Thetis. Then, I guess I can only apologize. 1,436 words. Meanwhile, on the other side. What Promise didn't know was that after saying goodbye to that gentle goddess, Thetis did not return to her temple. With the eyes of Zeus, the king of the gods, unable to focus on the mortal realm and the other gods all staying in Olympus due to the recent commotion, Thetis seized the opportunity to visit a certain special god in the mortal world. She arrived before the god bound on Mount Caucasus, the foresight deity, Prometheus. It's been a long time, gentle and beautiful sage of the sea. Due to his years of imprisonment, being exposed to the sun and moon and having his liver pecked at daily, Prometheus no longer resembled the witty and handsome figure that Thetis remembered. So, as her deep ocean-colored eyes gazed at the frail and skinny Prometheus before her, even though she had mentally prepared herself, Thetis was still too shocked to speak for a moment. Don't feel sorrow for me, goddess of the sea. Prometheus slowly raised his head. Though his body had been tortured beyond measure, those special eyes of his remained unchanged, untouched by the dust of time. He managed to squeeze out a weak smile and said, "This was all my choice. I willingly bear these hardships for the sake of my children. Besides, that lovely child has already told me that my release will come soon." "I see." Hearing this, Thetis's expression finally softened. Just as she was about to say something, "I already know why you've come, and I also understand what you want to ask." Prometheus nodded slightly and continued, "As you suspected, the mighty God King has already learned your secret, the destiny that awaits you. And so, the future you've been dreading will soon come to pass." Hearing this, Thetis remained silent for a while. After a long pause, she sighed softly, placed her hand over her heart, and looked up at Prometheus before speaking in a quiet voice. "Thank you for telling me all this, Foresight God. I've already prepared myself for that fate. Since this is my destined path, I do not intend to run from it. It's just, I am very worried." "What are you worried about?" "You already know, so why ask?" Thetis looked at Prometheus, who was trying to smile, and replied calmly, "That child made a vow to the goddess of fate that he would always let her see the most beautiful future, so I am worried. Worried that he would be involved in my unnecessary trouble." "Are you afraid that he will disrupt your fate?" Without waiting for Thetis to answer, Prometheus continued, "Or are you afraid that he will be harmed because of you?" Thetis did not respond immediately. "It seems it's the latter," Prometheus said with a smile. "Goddess Thetis, I'm glad. Even after all these years without seeing each other, you remain the same as before. Just as wise, beautiful, and gentle. The God King will never let me go." After a moment of silence, Thetis continued, "That child is too fragile. He cannot afford to anger the mighty God King. Even if it's just for a fleeting moment, in that instant when the God King's reason is overtaken, the boy will fall into an endless abyss. Foresight God, since you've met him, you understand how difficult it has been for him to make it this far. But you should also understand," Prometheus said, looking at Thetis before him, "that a destined fate cannot be changed, except by that boy. He is a being who shouldn't exist in this era, and that's why he's both favored and abandoned by fate. Yet, because he's loved by wisdom, judgment, fate, and the Queen of the Gods, his existence is already a miracle, and so he possesses the power to change his destined fate. In other words, Goddess Thetis, only he can change your fate." "I know." Thetis remained calm upon hearing this. She even smiled softly and said to Prometheus, "But what I know even more is that he's soon approaching the end he has long awaited, and I don't want to become an obstacle on his path." Her voice was gentle, but firm. "After all, I've already sought his answer. Back then, when my friend Scylla, the water nymph, was transformed, I asked Promise the same question. When you see that the beautiful water nymph Scylla has become a monster, Promise, what will you choose to do?" And Promise's choice was simple and singular. He would go to the transformed nymph and stay by her side, rewriting her originally doomed fate. So Thetis already knew the choice that Promise would make. "But Goddess Thetis, his help to you isn't without its reward." Prometheus tried once more to persuade her. "He will get the most difficult painting from you, and thus complete the final part of his great work before his end arrives. And only then will he have the strength to defeat the father of all monsters, Typhon." When Prometheus finished speaking, Thetis still smiled, her expression soft and kind. "But how many times will we witness his death in the process? How many times will the goddess of fate, who watches the future, see him die before she can finally witness him reach that miraculous end?" Prometheus remained silent in response to Thetis' words. "And even without my involvement, when facing the terrifying Typhon, the mighty God King will still give his painting to that boy," Thetis said softly. "So, I am not necessary. Without me, he will endure fewer hardships, and the goddess of fate won't need to watch such a painful future. Wouldn't that be better for everyone?" Prometheus lifted his head, his deep eyes gazing at the ocean goddess standing before him, gently smiling. She was like the most gentle and beautiful aspect of the sea itself. "Therefore, tell me, Foresight God," Thetis said, calmly watching him. "I know that only you can tell me how to avoid all of this. She is the oldest of the Olympian gods, and her name is Hestia." Prometheus hesitated for a long time, but after meeting Thetis's deep ocean-colored eyes, he finally gave her the answer. "Back in the day, when the first goddess of wisdom, the mother of Athena, helped Zeus free his siblings from the belly of his father. A stone that had been swallowed in Zeus's place was also regurgitated. Hestia was the one who picked it up. In ancient Greek mythology, Zeus's father, the second god king, Cronus, bore the same curse that now hangs over Zeus, that his throne would be overthrown by one of his children. Thus, the mother of Zeus and his siblings, after giving birth to each child, had to watch as Cronus swallowed them, one by one. This continued until the birth of Zeus. When Zeus was born, seeing how small and innocent he was, their mother finally broke down, unable to bear the thought of her husband devouring her child. So, she secretly sought the help of the primordial goddess of night, Nyx. Goddess Nyx used her divine blood and a part of Zeus's own blood to create a stone resembling Zeus, thereby deceiving the second god king. That stone, created from the blood of the primordial goddess of night and the blood of the current god king, Zeus, became an artifact. As long as you can obtain it, the boy will forget about you. Prometheus continued, even that wise goddess would be affected by it, and without reminders, she would find it difficult to recall anything. I see, Thetis said softly as she nodded and gave Prometheus a slight bow to express her gratitude before turning to leave. Prometheus watched her retreating figure. Goddess Thetis, do you still remember the arrow that boy shot at the goddess of wisdom? At this sudden remark, Thetis's figure paused. Of course she remembered. After all, anyone who had witnessed that arrow, whether god or human, could never forget it. Especially since it had happened not too long ago. Even the flawless goddess of wisdom couldn't escape it. So, as a sage of the sea, will you follow the same path? Prometheus burst into loud laughter, this time with a booming voice. Thetis didn't respond, nor did she turn around. She stood there in silence for a moment and then began to laugh softly. I am not the goddess of wisdom whom he loves, so I don't think he will be that angry. And if he really does get angry, well, I'll just apologize to him. Chapter 180, Even Gods Can't Control Fate. 1812 words. I'm back. You don't seem too surprised, Teacher Chiron. Under the afternoon sunlight, after leaving the realm of the gods and bidding farewell to the goddess of the sea, Promise returned to the centaur sage Chiron. At that moment, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Chiron was sitting beneath an ancient tree at the cave on Mount Pelion. His clear blue eyes looked at the boy, who dismounted from Pegasus as he stood up and ruffled Promise's hair with a smile. I heard that today's daylight lasted a little longer, to make up for some mischievous child's desire to keep the night going longer. Huh, teacher, you already know? Promise looked up and blinked at Chiron. Upon thinking about it carefully, he realized it wasn't all that surprising. After all, this teacher of his wasn't a mere human but a god, just like Zeus and Hera, sharing the same divine bloodline. I know a little, but not too much. Chiron responded, looking at Promise with some curiosity, but he didn't press for details. After all, these were the embarrassing affairs of the Olympian gods, involving the god King Zeus himself. It was best to know as little as possible, even if his curiosity was itching. As for you coming to find me, the goddess of fate had already come to see me before the Argo set sail. Goddess Clotho came to see you. Did she reveal your fate to you? Promise asked, and when he saw Chiron nod, he understood completely. In that case, it's simple. Teacher Chiron, let's go. First, let's give senior brother Heracles a good beating. No, wait. I can't return to the ship just yet. Never mind, let's go straight to Goddess Hestia for help, hunt the Hydra, and see if we can rescue Prometheus in the process. Chiron's fate, in fact, was somewhat intertwined with Prometheus. And Prometheus had already told Promise, even before Zeus was imprisoned, that his rescue would come once everything had settled. The whole situation played out like this. In the legends of Greek mythology, the hero Heracles, during his 12 labors, happened upon a group of rogue centaurs. Seeing their evil deeds, he took action to punish them. However, he hadn't realized that Chiron happened to be nearby. Due to the distance, Heracles didn't clearly see Chiron's face. Meanwhile, Chiron, upon spotting his student, waved happily to greet him. But Heracles mistook this friendly gesture for a taunt from one of the rogue centaurs. Feeling insulted, Heracles drew his bow and loosed an arrow, one that had been dipped in the deadly poisonous blood of the Hydra. The arrow struck Chiron right in the throat. Though Chiron didn't die, because he was a god, but the agony caused by the Hydra's poisonous blood was, in many ways, a suffering worse than death. Consumed by pain, Chiron began to long for release. Heracles later learned from Zeus that the way to free Prometheus from his punishment on Mount Caucasus was to find a god who would willingly take his place. Chiron, offering his life in exchange, became that god. Originally, Chiron should have been punished, but his identity was special after all, and Zeus could not really punish him. In the end, Prometheus was freed from his torment, and Chiron gave up his eternal life, allowing both to find peace. Zeus then placed Chiron in the sky, transforming him into the constellation Sagittarius, the archer centaur. "So, I don't actually resist this fate," Chiron said with a light smile as he spoke with promise under the ancient tree at the cave on Mount Pelion. "In fact, being able to offer my life to free such a revered god from suffering is something I consider an honor. There's really no need for you to risk your life to change this." Promise remained silent for a moment, knowing that Chiron spoke the truth. His teacher was of such noble character that all his students respected him deeply. Knowing that sacrificing his life could bring back Prometheus and stop the god from being punished, Chiron would most likely have made the same choice as fate would have him have made, even if he had not been poisoned by the nine-headed Hydra. Thus, this fate didn't necessarily need to be changed. But after you became mortal, Teacher Chiron, you regretted it, didn't you? Promise spoke to Chiron, who was momentarily taken aback by his words. "Although you indeed don't care whether or not you're a god, after you became human, you regretted it. And you've always longed to regain that divine status. In the future, there would be a Holy Grail war, and Chiron responded to its call. His wish was to regain the divinity he had exchanged to save Prometheus. Because you feel that, even though your father and mother never truly loved you, you still shouldn't abandon the proof of your blood ties with them." It's worth mentioning that Chiron was the child of the previous god king's affair. His mother, upon realizing she had given birth to a centaur, was so filled with pain and regret that she turned into a linden tree. "And it's precisely because I know that future you would regret it, Teacher Chiron, that I decided to change your original fate." Chiron remained silent for a moment. He didn't doubt Promise's words, but he sighed with a hint of sadness as he responded, "So, in the future, I will actually regret the choices I made. I'm sorry you had to witness such an unseemly side of your teacher." "Not at all. After all, once you gave up your divinity, you became human, didn't you?" Promise smiled at Chiron and said, "And humans are very complicated and ever-changing creatures, just like me, teacher. The current me is not afraid of death at all, and I even look forward to the moment of my end. But at the same time, this version of me is not the same as the future me. When we meet again in the future, teacher, you might find that your student has become very timid, not even worthy of being called a hero anymore." As Promise said these words, a flash of complexity and confusion appeared on his face. For he had indeed thought of this. The reason he wasn't afraid of death and was so determined to become a hero in this world was because of that heroic spirit class card. Because he knew that one day, he would return. But when he does return, will he still be the same Promise of this era? Will he still have the courage to challenge all difficulties and change fate? And at that time, when he sees his friends again, and even those goddesses who love him so dearly, will they be disappointed in the person he's become? Promise had never considered such questions before, until the goddess of fate told him about his approaching end. When he realized that his departure was truly coming, and that all his efforts would soon bear fruit, these thoughts couldn't help but emerge in his mind and he couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard he tried. That version of Promise sounds like someone to look forward to. Chiron responded without hesitation, after hearing Promise's worries. When the boy looked at him in surprise, he reached out and ruffled his hair again, and said with a smile, "You silly child, do you have any idea how much worry you've caused me and everyone else with your single-minded pursuit of death? Even though the goddess of fate knows you will show her the most beautiful future, she still has to watch your death, again and again. She witnesses those painful futures, hoping to find even the slightest bit of help for you. So, if one day you really do become timid and hesitate to move forward, I'm sure that neither I, nor your friends, nor the goddesses who watch over you will be disappointed. Even the goddess of wisdom will certainly be very happy." Promise was silent for a while, then pouted and said, I might believe that about the other goddesses, but Athena. I really can't imagine that. I'm sure that by then, she'll definitely find me super annoying. Promise said this with such certainty that Chiron couldn't help but be at a loss for words. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Prometheus had said that when Promise fulfilled his vow with Athena and reached his final end, it would be the perfect revenge against her. This was because, in the eyes of the wise, what Athena really wanted to do had actually been exposed long ago, especially after this betrayal against the king of gods Zeus. Everyone tacitly agreed not to say anything, because they all knew that this was a gift and surprise that Athena had carefully prepared for the boy. So even Hermes would not die like this. The vow was unchangeable and destined to be fulfilled. Therefore, Athena would indeed personally guide Promise to the edge of death, completing his grand finale. But in the eyes of the gods, death never equated to the end. Just like how Heracles completed all his tasks in the mortal world and, upon dying, became the mighty hero god Hercules of Greek mythology. So, in reality, Athena had long been preparing everything for Promise. Yes, the gods doted on this boy so much. How could the most revered queen of heaven really let him go? This was the real reason why the gods had never opposed Athena's vow. They had been preparing for a long time to welcome Promise as one of their own. And now, the only potential obstacle, the mighty god King Zeus, was no longer in the picture. Because whether or not it was seen as a farce, Promise had indeed saved Zeus. And this, without question, was an undeniable accomplishment. So, when Promise completed the paintings of the 12 Olympian gods, when he reached the end of the Golden Fleece adventure, and when he defeated Typhon, the father of all monsters, becoming a god in that moment, it's likely that an unprecedented chaotic battle would erupt among the gods of Olympus. They would madly compete for the right to claim Promise. Even the ancient goddess of night herself might be quite interested in this. Unfortunately, the truth is always in the hands of a few. The goddess of fate, Clotho, kept Promise's destiny inside a crystal ball, which she always held in her hands. Though at first, Clotho simply didn't want Promise to disrupt the fate of the world. But now, it had indeed isolated everything, even blinding the eyes of the goddess of wisdom. And this is the fate that even the gods cannot control. Chapter 181, I don't want to be a normal hero anymore. 1,357 words. In short, I don't want to see you, Teacher Chiron, standing confused on the path of life one day, and I also don't want to see you suffer the pain of the Hydra's poisonous blood. Promise concluded, saying, So, teacher, stop resisting and come with me to rewrite your fate. Chiron sighed, looking at the young man who had now grown up before him. In the end, he nodded. In fact, Chiron knew in his heart that he didn't really have a choice. When Promise stood in front of him, everything was like an arrow already released from its bow. So, it was better to go along with his wishes. At least this way, as a teacher, he could accompany his student for a little while longer on his journey. And in the end, he could take care of this student of his, so proud, yet so hard to let go of. Later, Promise and Chiron went down the mountain together, heading to find a temple of Hestia and seek her help. The nine-headed Hydra was one of the most famous and extraordinary mythical creatures in Greek mythology, just like Pegasus. Its most unique trait was that if you wanted to slay it, you had to cut off all 9 of its heads at the same time. Otherwise, no matter how many heads you chopped off, they would quickly grow back. The foresight Prometheus had told Promise that, to solve this problem, they would need the help of goddess Hestia. Hestia was the eldest of the Olympian gods, and, like Athena and Artemis, one of the 3 virgin goddesses. Not only that, she was also universally recognized by the gods as the most cunning. In Greek mythology, she was the goddess of the hearth and home, as well as the goddess of the sacred flame. Her fire had the power to prevent the Hydra's heads from regrowing. However, what Promise hadn't expected was that, on the way, he unexpectedly ran into the sea goddess Thetis, whom he had only recently bid farewell to. The goddess appeared suddenly, looking very anxious, and she asked Promise to lend her a certain divine artifact. That artifact was Hades' Helm of Invisibility. Strange, why would goddess Thetis need the Helm of Invisibility? Seeing how anxious Thetis seemed, and trusting her deeply after getting to know her well, Promise didn't hesitate much before lending it to her. But, looking at her back as she breathed a sigh of relief and left, he just didn't understand what was going on. Promise, what I'm more curious about is why you still had that helmet in your possession. Chiron looked at Promise with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say you were going to return it to Hades? Teacher, if I said I didn't know why either, would you believe me? Promise raised his head and looked at the tall centaur, his eyes showing sincerity. He really hadn't meant to hold on to the artifact, though the quality of this helmet was on par with the thunder of the king of gods Zeus and the trident of the god of the sea Poseidon, two of the most powerful divine relics. It's just that every time, he simply forgot to return it. Whether I believe you or not doesn't really matter. Chiron was speechless as he chuckled and shook his head, saying, I'm just once again reminded of how much everyone dotes on you. In fact, Eveb doted on him so much that they were all waiting for him to ascend to godhood so he could be with them forever. When everything was over, if they realized he was no longer there. One of the few who knew the truth, the centaur sage Chiron, abruptly stopped himself from thinking any further. Because even he found that just thinking about it was a bit scary. Half a day later, when the long day finally came to an end, and the goddess of night arrived in the mortal realm, yawning and clearly looking unrest, bringing the night with her. Promise and Chiron found the temple of Hestia. In front of the altar of the temple, Promise searched around for a while but couldn't find anything to offer as a sacrifice, so, after hesitating for a moment, he placed a golden apple on the altar. Though the apple had become quite common, it was still a valuable offering. Just as Promise set it down, before he had time to offer his prayer. My child, you really are busy, aren't you? With a warm and caring big sister aura, the goddess Hestia appeared before Promise and Chiron. Her pink hair swayed in the night breeze, and she wore a dazzling red dress. She looked at Promise with a curious expression. After all, things in the divine realm hadn't fully settled yet, though this particular matter didn't involve her much, which is why Hestia was so relaxed. What's more, she had recently turned down the sea goddess Thetis, who came to find her not long ago, but she didn't expect to feel that Promise was looking for her now. Indeed, the sea goddess Thetis had already met with Hestia, asking for the Zeus stone, but Hestia had rejected her outright. And the reason for the rejection was quite simple. I don't want to end up on that child Promise's scary little notebook. After all, we both know what happens to anyone who ends up on it. Even the flawless goddess Athena got bullied because of it. Even though Hestia had a mischievous streak and even though she found the situation amusing, she had still directly refused Thetis. This was the reason Thetis had appeared out of nowhere and borrowed Hades's helm of invisibility from Promise. After a brief conversation, Promise explained why he had come to seek her help. I see, since it's a request from little Promise, of course I'll help. When Hestia learned that Promise wanted her help to hunt the Hydra, she agreed without hesitation. Later, during their journey, Hestia casually mentioned Thetis, and this led to her finding out that Thetis had borrowed the helm of invisibility from Promise. Upon hearing this, Hestia furrowed her brow for a long time, but in the end, she chose not to say anything more. 3 days later. In the afternoon, the sacred Pegasus carried Promise and his companions to the swamp where the Hydra lived, near the marshland called Lerna. Upon arriving at the place, Chiron, who had already decided to take the lead in the battle, was just about to discuss the plan for hunting the Hydra with Promise, when he saw the boy take out that pristine feathered paintbrush. Teacher Chiron, you know, when we first came down the mountain, I was so determined to be a strong and normal hero, just like Heracles and Theseus. But looking back at it now, I was just way too young. So? Chiron asked, then blinked as he watched the boy take out painting after painting. So, Teacher Chiron, I've decided. I don't want to be a normal hero anymore. With that said, Promise tossed several paintings from his hand. Suddenly, the 100-eyed giant Argus, who had once guarded Hera's rival, emerged from the paintings. And not just him, the guard dog of the underworld, Cerberus, and the moon goddess Artemis's favorite pet, the beautiful golden-horned deer, all stepped out of the paintings as well, joining Promise. The golden-horned deer chirped happily and nuzzled against the boy's cheek. Meanwhile, Cerberus looked around curiously, and when he saw the honey cakes Promise threw to him, his tail wagged enthusiastically. The 100-eyed giant Argus scratched his head, then waved a greeting to Hermes and Chiron. Let's go. Promise sat atop the golden-horned deer, with Pegasus on his left and Cerberus on his right. Beside him were the hundred-eyed giant Argus and his centaur teacher Chiron. As he shouted with high spirits, "Let's go beat up the Hydra." At that moment, Chiron, who had been worried all along about whether he could protect Promise from the Hydra, suddenly felt some pity for the monster he had never met. Chapter 182, Virtuous Thetis. 1,590 words. This was Promise's way of being a hero, summed up in 2 words, calling reinforcements. Well, it would be a waste not to use them when he had such powerful allies. Usually, he wouldn't resort to this tactic for standard trials. Although the 9-headed Hydra was one of Heracles' 12 labors, and a particularly famous and difficult one at that, since its poison could cause unbearable pain even to gods, though it couldn't kill them, this trial was now merely icing on the cake for the current Promise and no longer posed any challenge. So much so that even the goddess of wisdom was too lazy to pay attention to this matter anymore. So, not to mention summoning Cerberus, Argus, and the others, but even if he'd brought every hero from the Argo or called in a bunch of gods for help, Athena would simply smile and say, "As long as you're having fun." The reason Promise took on this trial in place of Heracles was simply that he had made a long-standing promise to Chiron. Back when they dealt with Hades, the god of the underworld, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld, Promise had vowed to Chiron that before his own end, he would rewrite Chiron's fate. From there, the rest was simple. The Hydra's poison was certainly troublesome, but Cerberus was basically immune to it. So, lured by honey cakes, the leading 3-headed hellhound went straight into the Hydra's lair, and dragged the dazed, sleepy Hydra out of its cave by its heads. What followed was a thorough beatdown. Pegasus descended from the sky, knocking the Hydra out. The hundred-eyed giant Argus, using his many eyes, grabbed the Hydra's heads and burned them with the flames handed to him by Hestia. Cerberus, meanwhile, happily gulped down the snakes' heads along with the poisonous blood. The most well-behaved of the bunch was the golden-horned deer, who stayed quietly beside Promise, controlling the plants to wrap around the body of the struggling 9-headed Hydra, making it unable to move easily. In the midst of this battle, Promise even had time to sketch a picture of the pitiful Hydra being thoroughly beaten. The beating lasted until dusk. Promise couldn't help but marvel, in his heart, that Hydra sure can take a beating. If he hadn't secured the sacred fire from Hestia at the start, they'd probably still be at it for quite a while. After cutting off all 9 of the Hydra's heads, Promise took out his pristine paintbrush and painted an invisible canvas to wrap the immortal central head, sealing it away. With that, everything was finally over and he expressed his gratitude to everyone. He promised the hundred-eyed giant Argus a cask of fine wine, while the golden-horned deer of the moon goddess Artemis was promised a playful romp the next time they met. As for Cerberus, the one who had done the most, he simply tossed him 3 honey cakes. And as for Pegasus, "Go eat your grass." Promise gave the Pegasus, who came over to him, a cold look and kicked its butt. Amid Pegasus's aggrieved cries, the group left, satisfied. Goddess Hestia, the eldest of the Olympian gods, blinked and smiled at Promise, asking, "And what about me, little Promise?" Just as Promise was thinking about what to give Hestia for helping them, the latter suddenly chuckled, interrupting his thoughts, and said, "It's all right. I didn't help you for a reward. Besides, if we're being honest, I've already received plenty from you over time." After all, she'd been entertained by all the excitement and had her fill of amusement at every turn. "But Promise, have you thought about my painting?" "I'm sorry, Goddess Hestia," Promise apologized sincerely. "Oh dear, I wasn't trying to scold you," Hestia said, coming up to the boy's side and poked his cheek with a smile. "I wasn't rushing you either. What I meant was, if possible, could you prepare a banquet for me?" "A banquet?" Promise was stunned for a moment, as he looked at the pink-haired goddess in front of him with confusion. "Yes, but not just any banquet. It must be a feast for the Olympian gods," Hestia continued, her eyes now filled with a special kind of warmth as she spoke softly to Promise. "Please prepare a banquet for the 12 Olympian gods. Because I can't remember how long it has been since our family gathered together and shared a happy moment. And that's something I can no longer do myself. But you, child, they will surely respond to you." Before Promise could react to her request, Hestia added with a mischievous grin, and the only over-the-top requirement is that everything served at the banquet must be personally cooked by you. Hestia laughed as she poked Promise's cheek again, saying, I need to feel your sincerity. And, if it doesn't taste good, I won't give you the painting so easily. Preparing food for the 12 Olympian gods, and I have to cook it all myself? Promise sighed helplessly. Goddess Hestia, how about, we just talk about storming Olympus again instead? Haha, no way. Hestia rolled her eyes at Promise, laughing as she released him and took 2 steps back. She then waved goodbye to Promise, saying, That's settled then, Promise. I'm really looking forward to the banquet you'll prepare for us. As her words fell, the last rays of sunlight faded, and night once again fell upon the mortal world once again. But after leaving Promise, the smile on Hestia's face quickly disappeared. Her brows furrowed, and she hurried along her way. In fact, she moved as fast as possible, rushing back to her temple. On the way, she didn't even have time to acknowledge the greetings of the nymphs and handmaidens she passed, hurrying directly to her room. Inside the room, she retrieved a key and then opened a wooden chest, pulling out the Zeus stone, the black stone that had once been swallowed in Zeus's place. As she opened the chest and saw the stone still inside, Hestia barely had time to let out a breath of relief before, in the next moment, the stone vanished right before her eyes. Hestia froze for a second, her expression shifting as she quickly realized what had happened. She immediately scanned the room, her eyes wide, and said, Thetis. You've been following me this whole time? Thetis did not respond. With Hades' helm of invisibility on her head and the Zeus stone cradled in her arms, she was preparing to sneak away. Wait a minute, Thetis. Hestia's expression shifted several times before she finally sighed helplessly and said, Fine, take it. Since you're so insistent. But, let's talk about it, Thetis. I swear I won't try to take it back from you. Hearing this, Thetis hesitated for a moment before finally removing the helm of invisibility, revealing her graceful figure and her long, slightly curled blue hair cascading down. With her head lowered, she said with an apologetic look on her face, I'm sorry, esteemed goddess Hestia. I didn't mean to offend or steal your treasure, it's just. Thetis bit her lip gently. Hestia wasn't angry, though. She turned and sat down, clearly tired after her hurried return. Looking at Thetis, who was tightly clutching the stone, Hestia sighed and, in a mildly exasperated tone, said, It's just what, Thetis? You still stole it. Forget it, I won't blame you anymore. But tell me, why do you need it so desperately? And then without waiting for Thetis to respond, Hestia quickly interjected, Hold on a second. Let me just say this, you better not try to brush me off with the same old excuse. Not wanting that child to endure more suffering might be a reason, but it's not enough to make you go to such lengths. Hearing this, Thetis opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to lie. Seeing this, Hestia tilted her head and continued, But, if I think about it more carefully, it probably still has something to do with that child. Let me think about it. Since your original reason wasn't the main one, what else could be connected to him? Thinking about it for a while, she rubbed her forehead as she looked at the beautiful goddess in front of her, who seemed so gentle that it reached down to her very bones. Suddenly, an image flashed through Hestia's mind. It was from that night when Promise finished Queen of Olympus, Hera's painting, and painted 6 more gods in one go. To place herself on the same level as Athena and Clotho, Hera had made a vow to Promise. That vow was for a wedding in which all the gods would participate. The most magnificent wedding. And Hera had said that the spouse she would find for Promise would be either the most beautiful woman in the world or the most virtuous among the goddesses. Oh. At that moment, Hestia's eyes widened as she finally pieced it together. Yes, of course. How could Thetis not know about Hera's vow? After all, the first goddess to decipher the meaning behind the 4 threads of fate entwined around Promise wasn't anyone else, it was this wise sea goddess. Athena corresponded to the path of heroism and wisdom. Clotho symbolized both fate's favor and its abandonment. Themis represented kindness and justice. And Hera, the Queen of Heaven, embodied the love of the gods and a chaotic marriage. Chapter 183, The Goddess of Love and Beauty, The Fidelity of the Rose. 2,221 words. Pegasus carried Promise and Chiron to the mountain where the foresight god, Prometheus, was bound. To rewrite Chiron's fate, two things needed to be accomplished: the defeat of the Hydra and the liberation of Prometheus on Mount Caucasus. Of the two, the real challenge was Prometheus. However, Promise had gone far along the path of fate, and he knew exactly what to do. "Child, you have come." Looking at the young man standing before him once again, Prometheus showed no surprise or expectation. His gaze remained calm, even as he knew he would soon be freed from this prison. Promise didn't waste any time. He brought out a canvas from above and held up the immortal Hydra head, which glared at him as if it wanted nothing more than to bite him to death. Promise raised it high, gazing toward Olympus in the distance, under the night sky. "Great King of Olympus, please hear my prayer. I offer you the glory of defeating the Hydra and this immortal head, in exchange for a sliver of the faintest possibility." As his voice was carried away by the mountain winds, the night sky above remained calm and beautiful. He didn't have to wait long. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, shattering the immortal Hydra head and breaking the chains binding Prometheus. "Just this once, child." Zeus's voice echoed beside Promise's ear, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. The Hydra's head and Prometheus weren't an equivalent exchange, but the conditions had shifted due to the earlier rebellion involving Athena, Hera, and Poseidon. It was worth noting that, back then, Promise hadn't asked the God King for any wishes. "It's finally over." Saying this, Promise leaned on Pegasus and stood up. At the same time, Chiron helped the extremely weakened Prometheus to safety. "Yes, it's over." He chuckled, looking at Promise, then blinked and added, "But, why do I get the feeling, Promise, that you don't seem all that happy?" The latter looked at his teacher with a deadpan expression. "Of course I'm happy, it's just... Teacher, this also means that I have no way out and must go back to face Cupid's arrow." A few days later. "Why are you following me?" Inside the bronze temple of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship frowned as she looked at the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, who had followed her back from the realm of Olympus. The rebellion in the Olympian court had come to an unexpected end, due to the intervention of that young boy and a subtle promise from the goddess of fate to Zeus. It was as if the whole incident had never happened. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, and the queen of heaven, Hera, received only a verbal reprimand, though Poseidon was banished for 100 years, forbidden from returning to Mount Olympus during that time. But compared to the punishment described in myths, where he was stripped of his powers and forced to serve a mortal, this was far more lenient. Therefore, it was only natural for Promise to obtain the painting of Poseidon, the god of the sea, when the matter was over and he left the divine realm. Aphrodite hesitated, looking at Hephaestus in front of her. After a moment of silence, she smiled seductively and said, "Why shouldn't I follow you, Hephaestus? Don't forget, you are the lover of me, the goddess of love and beauty. This is my home too, isn't it?" The words of the goddess of beauty Aphrodite not only stunned Hephaestus, but also the temple puppets who were pretending to work but were actually eavesdropping and gossiping, all looked up at her with shocked expressions. "Has something gone wrong with your head?" Instead of being flustered by her words, Hephaestus looked at the goddess in front of her, with confusion. "Do you need me to take a hammer and pry it open for a look?" "Don't worry, I'm very experienced at this." After all, it was just like how he'd once helped Athena emerge from Zeus's head. Aphrodite's expression stiffened for a moment as she looked at Hephaestus, who resembled a younger version of Hera, with a half-mask obscuring one side of his face. "You always manage to bore me, Hephaestus." "Fine, I'll be direct. I'm here for my follower, Helen." She moved forward, pushing Hephaestus's wheelchair along, and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you've already made armor for Promise to shield him from Cupid's arrow, haven't you?" "Something like that." Hephaestus didn't hide it and nodded. "I crafted a divine artifact that no arrow can hit. Cupid's arrows might be powerful enough to strike gods, but only if they actually hit. So long as they missed, there was no issue at all." Hearing this, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, was about to say something further when, "Goddess teacher, and Goddess Aphrodite?" The sudden sound of a young man's voice caused the two goddesses who were talking to subconsciously look up. Beside a maidservant doll named Euclea, they saw a boy in a light blue Greek gown. It was an outfit meticulously woven by the dolls, with an elegant, flowing Greek style that perfectly highlighted the boy's romantic aura as a poet and painter. The moment she saw him, before the goddess of beauty Aphrodite could react, she discovered that Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen beside her, seemed like a different person. In an instant, her face broke into a gentle, beautiful smile, and her entire demeanor shifted from distant to radiantly joyful and full of youthful energy. "Promise, what are you doing here?" Hephaestus exclaimed, leaving Aphrodite's side to roll her wheelchair quickly over to Promise. Right in front of Aphrodite, she happily beckoned Promise to crouch down. Not only did she embrace him, but she also nuzzled his face affectionately. At this moment, except for Hephaestus herself, everyone in the temple, whether it was the puppets, Promise, or Aphrodite, felt a strange feeling in their hearts. After all, Goddess Hephaestus, weren't you supposed to be married to the Goddess of Beauty? Promise looked at the Goddess of Beauty Aphrodite strangely, and found that she was also looking at him with a very subtle gaze. Some excitement inexplicably emerged in his heart, but he quickly shook his head to calm himself down. Then he replied, "Well, it's like this, Goddess Teacher, I came here to ask you for help, and I have been here for about 3 days." Before Promise could finish speaking, Hephaestus nodded in understanding and said with a smile, "I see. I already prepared everything for you." She then took out a silver pendant and placed it around Promise's neck. "As long as you don't remove it, no arrow in this world can hit you." Hearing this, Promise touched the pendant and instinctively asked, "What about arrows from Goddess Aphrodite or Lord Apollo?" "They can't hit you either." Hephaestus smiled, as if discussing something trivial. No one doubted the truth of this statement, including the Goddess of Beauty, who stood nearby. After all, this was Hephaestus, god of craftsmanship. Promise couldn't help but think that if his teacher wanted to, she could probably create a weapon capable of killing gods. He then greeted the Goddess of Beauty, who nodded lightly in return. Though time was pressing, Promise still noticed that the Goddess of Beauty Aphrodite seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if she had something to say to him. And at the same time, although Hephaestus didn't say anything, the way her hand instinctively reached out to hold onto his clothes, along with the slightly longing look in her amber eyes, made it clear she wanted him to stay. So, Promise decided to stay for a few more days. Later, he wheeled Hephaestus into the palace, while Aphrodite was shown out by the doll Euclea. On the way to the room, once Aphrodite had left, Promise couldn't contain his curiosity any longer as he glanced at Hephaestus and asked, "Teacher, you and Goddess Aphrodite?" Hephaestus tilted her head, noticing the intense curiosity in Promise's eyes. She couldn't help but smile and lightly tapped his head. "You cheeky student, daring to pry into your teacher's business, are you? But actually, there's not much to it. I don't know why she's been following me around, but it's probably got something to do with you." Promise looked directly at Hephaestus and blinked, his mind recalling that girl from the fate-bound vision as a look of realization crossed his face. "So that's how it is." "Oh, right, teacher, do you dislike Goddess Aphrodite?" After a moment's thought, Promise said seriously, "If you dislike her, I'll go ask Queen Hera for help and end this marriage." Hearing this, Hephaestus, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly looked very displeased. She even reached out, pinched Promise's cheeks, and stretched them. Promise also understood, her annoyance was purely about Hera. After all, he was still Hera's most loyal follower, while Hephaestus, Hera's daughter, despised her more than anyone else. Their triangular relationship was indeed rather delicate. Despite this, Hephaestus had never asked Promise to abandon Hera. They simply had a mutual understanding to never bring up Hera's name when they were together. After she had finished tugging at his face, Hephaestus, now in a better mood, finally replied, "Honestly, if you ask whether I dislike her. Not exactly." Hearing her words, Promise looked at the goddess in surprise. After all, the Goddess of Beauty had actually betrayed her. "I once agreed to that marriage for a reason, as I think I've mentioned to you before," Hephaestus explained. "I was considered the ugliest, while she was acknowledged as the most beautiful. So, I agreed to the marriage because I wanted to see if someone like her could truly be perfect. And just as everyone assumed, ugly as I am, I really am unworthy of the most beautiful goddess." "That's not true." Promise shook his head and said to her earnestly, "It is actually the Goddess of Beauty Aphrodite who is not worthy of you, Goddess Teacher." Hephaestus looked at the young man in front of her and smiled gently. Only you would say something like that. But it's fine. For me, having you alone is more than enough. Humans couldn't lie to gods, so Promise's words were sincere. But did Hephaestus really mean what she said? Promise was stunned for a moment. Now that Clotho, the goddess of fate, had revealed his impending end, Promise suddenly realized something he'd overlooked before. Would those like goddess Hephaestus and Queen Hera feel sorrow if he were to leave? Looking at the goddess before him, who seemed overjoyed simply to see him and looked at him with eyes full of warmth and tenderness, he couldn't help but fall silent. Because the answer was all too clear. Is something wrong? Noticing his expression, Hephaestus tilted her head. No, it's nothing, teacher. Shaking his head slightly, Promise tried to smile and said to Hephaestus, then goddess teacher, do you still want to continue your marriage with the goddess of beauty Aphrodite? I don't care. Hephaestus, though sensing something unusual in his tone, didn't think much of it and replied directly, if Aphrodite wants to end it, then let it be. But I don't want to see you going to her about it. As Hephaestus spoke, she once again squeezed Promise's cheeks, this time with jealousy and irritation. She even clung to his arm, pouting and refusing to let go. Hephaestus didn't care about others, but when it came to Hera, even if the two of them just bumped into each other accidentally, she would probably be unhappy for a long time. I see. Promise nodded gently. He now completely understood Hephaestus's feelings toward the goddess of beauty. After all, in front of Promise, Hephaestus never put on any pretense. In fact, even now, she held a bit of fascination for Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. As the least attractive among the gods, she had been drawn to the most beautiful of them. Therefore, one of the reasons why she agreed to the marriage was that she wanted to be closer to the goddess of beauty. At the same time, she held a hint of desire to twist and tarnish the perfection of Aphrodite. Hephaestus' mind had actually always been a little twisted, but it wasn't her fault, that was Hera's doing. Hephaestus wasn't even bothered by Aphrodite's betrayal. Rather than saying she didn't care, in fact, when she captured Aphrodite that day and exposed her to the gods in her least flattering state, Hephaestus had probably felt quite pleased. The real reason Aphrodite hadn't wanted to face Hephaestus since then was likely because she'd realized that, to Hephaestus, she was more like a toy. After fully understanding this, Promise looked at his teacher and asked, Teacher, may I request a lesson from you over the next 2 days? A lesson? Hephaestus looked at Promise in confusion. As the latter smiled and nodded, yes, because I want to forge something. It was a ring. A ring that he would give to Aphrodite. In Greek mythology, after Aphrodite's betrayal, it was said that she and Hephaestus eventually reconciled. Hephaestus gifted her a ring. And the name of that ring was, The Fidelity of the Rose. Chapter 184, The Most Beautiful. 2,106 words. 3 days later. This is, for me? Aphrodite looked in surprise at the two people who had disappeared for 3 whole days and then suddenly appeared in front of her, as well as the item Promise held out to her. Promise presented her with a ring, forged by his own hands with help from Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. It wasn't a divine artifact after all, he didn't have the skills for that. However, because it was created with the help of Hephaestus, it possessed a very special ability, which was indestructibility. The ring was exquisitely crafted, engraved with a bright red rose and surrounded by thorny vines. When Aphrodite took it and gently touched it, she could feel the sharpness of the thorns. Yes, goddess Aphrodite, its name is the Fidelity of the Rose. When Promise said this, the beautiful goddess who was touching the ring in doubt was suddenly stunned as she raised her head and looked at the young man in front of her with some astonishment. It represents the beauty and loyalty of love, as well as the thorns and betrayal that come with it. Goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, I ask you, are you willing to accept this ring? Promise smiled, his green eyes calmly meeting hers. It is a gift from me, a student of Hephaestus, to you. Later that evening, a meteor streaked across the starry sky and landed in front of the young man. It unfolded its silver wings, carrying him on its back, soaring through the sunset-lit sky. Outside the doors of the bronze temple, Hephaestus, the god of forging, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and several puppet ladies who had a good relationship with Promise, looked at the young man's figure as he departed. And in Aphrodite's hand, she wore the thorned ring. The thorns pricked her gently, causing a faint pain, but it was precisely because of this pain that her gaze towards Promise's back appeared complicated and somewhat gentle. This ring wasn't forged by Hephaestus for Aphrodite, but rather a gift from Promise to the goddess of beauty. Thus, it symbolized both punishment and a promise. Because Hephaestus couldn't ignore the ring that Promise had crafted, from now on, her gaze would be firmly fixed on Aphrodite. Regardless of what their future would be like, Promise, with his gift he made, had mended the subtle rift between them that had lingered for so long in the simplest and most direct way. So, what was it you wanted to say to him all this time? As Promise's figure disappeared into the sunset and nightfall descended, Hephaestus blinked her amber eyes in curiosity, glancing at the goddess beside her. This time, Aphrodite didn't conceal her intentions, though she hadn't planned to keep them hidden, she simply hadn't found the right moment to say it yet. To be honest, it doesn't matter anymore, because I already know the answer. As she spoke, Aphrodite stared down at the beautiful ring in her hand and smiled radiantly. Hephaestus, I have to admit that this child, he is indeed so outstanding that it is difficult for us to take our eyes off him. You're only realizing it now? The latter scoffed slightly. Aphrodite didn't mind Hephaestus's tone. She moved closer, taking hold of Hephaestus's wheelchair and guiding it back toward the bronze temple. The reason I came to him was actually because of Helen's matter. But now, that's no longer necessary. When he gave me this ring, I understood that whatever the final outcome may be, he will give Helen an answer she can be content with. He wouldn't run away, and he had promised that gentle goddess of fate that every future she foresaw would be a beautiful one. You seem particularly invested in your follower. Hephaestus looked at the goddess of beauty Aphrodite with some surprise. How could she feel concern for someone? Not really. To me, she has always been more of a plaything and a means to satisfy my own desires. The goddess of beauty shook her head and answered Hephaestus frankly, it's quite simple, really. My painting, it's already finished, isn't it? When Promise offered her the ring, not actually, perhaps even earlier, Aphrodite understood that her painting had already been completed. So I don't want any flaws on my painting. Since that's the case, I've decided to show the girl a bit more kindness and grace. As she spoke, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite stretched out her hand and took out a painting from the sky. And the painting was, as she said, already half completed. Beautiful, thorn-covered red roses filled the canvas. Now, this painting of the goddess of love and beauty needed only one final stroke, the arrow shot by the most beautiful woman in the world. And that final arrow arrived sooner than expected. Late the next night, aboard the Argo, Helen lay sleeping beside her sister, long accustomed to the gentle rocking of the ship. When suddenly, a melodic sound filled her ears, a beautiful lyre melody, as refreshing as clear spring brushed over her body and mind, as if cleansing her whole being. Moreover, this wasn't the first time Helen had heard this beautiful piece of music. She'd heard it once before in the labyrinth, so she knew immediately who was playing. Helen opened her eyes, and as she turned her head and glanced toward the window, she saw Pegasus hovering silently, waiting for her. After a brief moment of daze, Helen realized what was happening and gradually her beautiful purple eyes opened wide. The magic eyes that could make anyone's heart flutter just by looking at them were now unusually bright as she carefully slipped out of bed, taking care not to disturb her sleeping sister. After changing into a white gown and carefully combing her soft, slightly curled golden hair, Helen stepped out of her room. She mounted Pegasus, who then took off, transforming into a silver meteor as they flew away. However, when they left, countless heroes on the Argo opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the departing Pegasus from afar. It wasn't long before Pegasus brought Helen to a small island, landing on a sandy shore. There, in the moonlit shallows, sat a young man, cradling a golden lyre, his fingers dancing over the strings in a gentle melody. The moment she dismounted from Pegasus and saw him, Cupid's magical arrow appeared in Helen's hand. It was the enchanted arrow that the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, had bound to her, a bow and arrow powerful enough to affect even gods. The golden arrow could turn love toward marriage, while the lead arrow would make even two people feel hatred for each other, even if they were lovers. When Promise had left the Argo temporarily for something, Helen had declared that she would release the arrow that symbolized love upon his return. So now, at this moment, With Pegasus watching her expectantly from the sidelines, Helen drew her bow and aimed at the young man playing his lyre in the distance. However, to the surprise of the Pegasus grazing nearby, the girl finally put down the golden arrow on the bowstring and even pouted her lips with a look of grievance. "Brother Promise, if you keep ignoring me, I'll really cry in front of you tonight. Even though I know you don't like unreasonable girls, I really will cry tonight, and it'll be loud, too." As soon as those words left her lips, the light melody on the lyre came to an abrupt stop. Promise put down the golden lyre in his hand, opened his clear green eyes, and looked at Helen with a hint of helplessness. However, he also shared the same doubt as Pegasus, so he asked, "Are you not going to shoot that arrow at me? When you left, Brother Promise, I swore to the gods that I would release this magic arrow of love upon you," Helen replied. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. He felt that maybe this kind of thing didn't need a vow. "But I'm not foolish," Helen continued. "The goddess of love and beauty only gave me a single golden arrow symbolizing love. Since I know it won't hit you, Brother Promise, why would I waste such an opportunity now?" Hearing this, Promise looked at Helen with even more curiosity as he said, "How do you know it won't hit me?" Hearing his words and looking into his confused eyes, the latter rolled her eyes at him, still looking amused. Then she moved waking towards the young man before settling down beside him, her gaze lingering on his body before finally resting on the silver pendant around his neck. "Brother Promise, you have no idea how much the gods favor you. I'm not blind, besides, I knew from the start that I was a trial prepared for you by the goddess. This trial is love, isn't it? If you pass, you'll receive the goddess's painting." Helen replied in a very calm tone. Even if she didn't figure it out at first, several weeks had passed and she had naturally figured it out clearly. After all, just like Atlanta and Medea, Helen also knew Promise's ultimate goal was to collect the 12 paintings of the Olympian gods. And the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, was undoubtedly one of them. And at the same time, I also know that Brother Promise is really powerful. I think you must be the greatest person in this world. Without waiting for Promise to respond, Helen, who was sitting beside him, continued. "Even though you're really gentle, so much so that you're probably weaker than me, Brother Promise would never disappoint anyone, not even the gods. So, everything was pretty clear. Brother Promise, you specifically chose this time to call me and even picked such an open place, trying to get me to shoot you. So it's obvious that you know everything and are sure the arrow won't hit you, right?" With that said, the golden bow and arrow disappeared from Helen's hands. Under Promise's somewhat speechless gaze, she raised her head and looked up, full of guarded determination as she said, "That's why I won't shoot. I only have this one golden arrow, and I swore to the gods that I would definitely hit Brother Promise." But is there a chance that maybe I really don't know anything, and you could actually hit me if you shot?" Promise tried to seduce Helen again, but seeing the speechless look in her eyes that was slowly growing and forming into a disdain, he quickly shut his mouth halfway through. "Sure enough, I'd better cry for a while." Helen lowered her head and said, "I knew it was like this. To you, Brother Promise, I'll always be just a little kid." "But aren't you a little kid?" Promise thought to himself as he instinctively looked at the girl in front of him. The breeze from the seaside blew her dazzling golden hair, and the pure white gown perfectly showed off her beautiful body. In the moonlight, she looked like someone who had just stepped out of a painting, ethereal and dreamlike. At that moment, looking at the little beauty in front of him, Promise felt certain, even without those alluring magic eyes, in just a few more years, when she grows up, no, she didn't even have to wait for that long. She just needed to reach the stage of girlhood, and when she did, she would be unquestionably the most beautiful woman in the world. As he gazed at her and felt entranced for a while, Helen, who had been pouting unhappily, broke into a joyful smile. "I thought, Brother Promise had no interest in me at all." It was clear she had noticed his gaze. Promise instinctively wanted to deny it, but as he met her captivating violet eyes, when he opened his mouth he found himself saying, "After all, I am still a man, and you, Helen, are destined to be the most beautiful woman alive in the future. Everyone will want you. Well, you would be so wanted that people would be willing to start a decade-long war, a battle immortalized in Greek mythology, the Trojan War, just for you. But I only want you, Brother Promise." Helen replied without a second thought, I don't care if I'm the most beautiful woman in the world. I only want to be the most beautiful person in your eyes. Chapter 185, So Painful Yet So Beautiful. 1,766 words. Promise was left speechless, once again. To be honest, he couldn't help but marvel at how this child, believer of the goddess of beauty, had grown up. Well, as expected of someone following Aphrodite. Promise had actually discovered it when they were in that maze. This little girl could charm better than he ever could. To say she was more flirtatious than a man like him, Besides, brother Promise, it doesn't really matter if my arrow can hit you, or not, does it? Helen tilted her head, looking at him. At first, I thought the goddess of beauty was testing you with this arrow. But after thinking it over, it didn't feel like a test at all, and felt more like she just wanted to watch something amusing. Helen, let me tell you something. After a moment of silence, Promise sighed and said with a serious expression, smart girls aren't very likable. That's a lie, brother Promise. Helen didn't even give him a chance to breathe and shot back immediately. After all, isn't your favorite goddess the wise Athena? Hearing her words, Promise froze in silence. Who told you that? I noticed it the last time I saw you, Helen said. Brother Promise, your expression changed the moment you saw the wise goddess. And since that day onwards, she had prepared a lot of white dresses for herself. My favorite? Her? If I really liked her, would I have dared shoot her with an arrow like that? Promise pouted and said, no way. You must have misunderstood. And as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with Helen's gaze as if he were a fool. Sigh, so it's like that. Helen gave a deep sigh as she said. Poor Atalanta, poor Medea, and poor me. Hearing her words, just as Promise instinctively turned his head away, feeling a bit guilt, and after reorganizing his words, turned his head to look back at Helen once again, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because the lovely young girl's eyes were brimming with tears, showing a vulnerable look that could melt the heart of even the gods. Helen, you. Promise started to speak, but Helen interrupted with a choked voice. I don't want to cry, she whispered, I really don't want to. I've been holding back because I know you don't like girls who cry, brother Promise. But I feel so sad. Because I couldn't hit you with the arrow. I really wanted to, but I just couldn't. If one thought about it carefully, the answer had been clear from the moment the two of them met, and Helen immediately lowered her bow. Because at that moment, she had already accepted her defeat. Her arrow failed to strike Promise. In other words, in that instant, Helen knew she had been rejected. Promise fell silent. After a long pause, he finally whispered, Helen, you'll be the most beautiful woman in the world one day, and everyone will be madly in love with you. Don't you know that? But I only want you, brother Promise. I don't want to be like the goddess of beauty, unable to win the love of the one I love. Also, please stop trying to comfort me, brother Promise. The more you say, the worse I feel. Hearing her words, Promise obediently closed his mouth. In that moment, he almost couldn't help but think it would be great if Helen were a goddess. Then maybe he would know how to handle this. He sat beside the girl, quietly waiting for her to calm down, and this time, it didn't take long. Brother Promise, she asked softly, is there really no chance for me, at all? She hesitated, then added, and while I'm at it, can you answer on behalf of Sister Atalanta and Sister Medea, too? Why have you been pretending not to see us all this time? This was, without a doubt, a challenging question. Promise wasn't cursed, nor was he some naive fool like a protagonist of some harem genre. On the contrary, because his fate was connected to the goddess of wisdom, he had a very keen insight. It was often said that wise men don't fall in love, and the goddess of wisdom herself had taken a vow of chastity. But that didn't mean Promise was oblivious, and didn't know and understand anything. If that were the case, he would never have gotten involved in Atalanta's race. Please tell me, brother Promise. Helen continued, I have the right to know. And, this is your trial, isn't it? This is the trial left by the goddess of love and beauty, and the thing she is testing is love. She told me long ago that love is incredibly sweet but at the same time unbearably painful. So, brother Promise, this time, please don't try to brush us off. Honestly, there isn't any complicated reason behind all of this. Faced with this trial from the gods and the tears of the girl destined to be the most beautiful in the world, Promise finally opened up about what he truly felt. It's not that I haven't been happy about your feelings for me, Helen, or that I haven't noticed you. After all, to be honest, dealing with feelings like this would seem like a dream come true for any man. It's like being the main character of a story, and I've never wanted to be the oblivious protagonist, but... Helen, we're different. I have no future in this world, but you do. I can't take away the future that awaits you because of my own selfishness. What Promise said was a little bit implicit. But what happened was that Helen was able to understand. To be precise, not only her, but anyone else could understand as long as they knew what the boy's dream had always been. The truth behind all this was very simple. Promise always knew he would die. Even before the goddess of fate revealed her prophecy, he had a vague feeling. When the journey to the Golden Fleece reached its end, when the bright sun finally set, that would be the end of his time in this era. So when Helen finally understood everything and found out that all the obstacles in front of her love were caused by this little reason, she stood there, staring at him with wide eyes for the first time in front of Promise, displaying a look of pure anger. She sprang to her feet and yelled, "Are you an idiot?" Huh? Promise looked up in confusion, bewildered by her reaction. "Sister Atlanta must be a saint for not having already shot you herself," she said. "I was beginning to think there was something wrong with me, that maybe I wasn't charming at all. But all this time, it turned out, it was just because this, Brother Promise, do you think we don't know about you? Do you think we don't understand why we're all here together? Originally I thought that using this arrow at you, Brother Promise, might be too much, but now I see it's exactly what you deserve. You deserve to be treated like this." With that said, Helen didn't even Promise any chance to respond. She lifted her head, gazing up at the stars above in the sky. Then, she made her vow once more, calling out to the gods, "My beloved goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, and the revered, magnificent Queen Hera, please listen to my vow once again. I solemnly swear to you both. No matter the cost, no matter how long it takes, one day, I will shoot Cupid's golden arrow into Brother Promise heart." Aphrodite heard her vow and glanced at Hephaestus beside her, a playful smile on her face. Queen Hera heard the vow, and when she looked down at Helen's beautiful face, she nodded in satisfaction. Together, they accepted her vow. Once her vow was made, Helen turned her head and looked again at the boy who was now completely dumbfounded, feeling the resentment and sadness that had accumulated in her heart disappeared at this moment. "Brother Promise, I know what you wish for. It's not just me, I'm sure Sister Atlanta and the others know too." With a bright smile, Helen continued, "We don't care that you are looking for a grand ending. We want to witness and look forward to the day when you fulfill your wish. But you don't even have the courage to give us an answer, and you're trying to hide from it all. You say you don't want to interfere with our futures, yet haven't you already changed enough futures until now? And besides, you've already barged into our hearts and now you want to just disappear and pretend like nothing happened? Don't you think it's a bit late for that?" Promise never really imagined that one day he'd be scolded like this by a young girl. And on the topic of love, no less. But this exactly corresponded to the trial of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Whether it was the goddess of beauty accepting the fidelity of the rose ring or everything Helen was saying to Promise, it was all in alignment with Aphrodite's divine domain, her portrait. Perhaps Aphrodite hadn't even expected this outcome. Her original intention in giving Helen the magical arrow was for her to toy with Promise. But now, Helen had truly fulfilled her role and had become the true test that Promise had to pass to earn Aphrodite's blessing. When a god casts their gaze upon you and bestows the magical arrow of love, would you dare to pull back the bowstring and release that arrow, knowing what it symbolizes? Helen, in this moment, gave her answer. And so, at this moment, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, from the night sky, took out her portrait and, smiling at what she saw, cast it down to Promise as the portrait appeared before the young man. It was a scene filled with red roses on the ground, and standing nearby was Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, wearing a thorned rose ring in her finger. Her gaze was directed ahead, where a lovely girl stood, possessing beauty so captivating it could enchant the world. The girl held a golden bow in her hand, with a golden arrow on the bowstring, pointed it into the distance. The arrow would inevitably be released one day, just as those roses on the ground, covered in thorns, so painful to long for, yet so beautiful to miss. Chapter 186, Cyzicus. 1,560 words. The next day, cheers erupted among the heroes on the Argo. Because, the heroic figure they'd all been awaiting had finally returned. Promise went to the edge of the crowd, where the huntress Atalanta stood quietly watching him. Looking at her, the first hero he'd ever drawn, the one who held the silver leaf that would one day mark the end of their race, Promise hesitated for a moment before speaking to her. "Atalanta," he asked, "do you think I'm a fool?" Hearing his words, the latter paused for a moment. Her emerald eyes looked at Promise with a hint of surprise, and then she glanced thoughtfully at Helen in the distance. She was aware that Helen had been taken away by Pegasus the night before and had returned today with Promise. After a brief silence, she spoke. "Of course you're a fool," Atalanta answered calmly. "You always have been." Some time later, Promise returned to his room on the ship. "Huh?" Seeing what lay quietly inside, Promise froze for a moment before tilting his head in confusion. "Strange. When did I leave this here?" He walked over and picked up the artifact, Hades' helm of invisibility. Holding the helmet, Promise stared at it for a long time, his brow furrowing slightly. "And why do I feel like I'm forgetting something?" The Argo set sail once again. Promise's return brought joy to all the heroes on board. They excitedly recounted their adventures during his absence, while occasionally asking where he had gone. To this, Promise simply smiled and didn't answer. He certainly couldn't say he'd kept the night sky from dawning for days by carrying along a primordial goddess, or that he'd led a group of gods to storm Olympus and given Athena a well-deserved surprise. Promise's silence only confirmed the suspicions Atalanta, Heracles, and Medea had been harboring all along, that the endless night and missing sun were indeed Promise's doing. Thus, they tactfully changed the subject. With Promise's return, the heroes noticed that they never ran short of food again. Each morning, the bountiful sea would bring forth fish that leapt right into the ship's kitchen, eliminating the need for prayers. Though seafood wasn't rare, fresh fruit was precious on the open sea. But soon the heroes discovered that even this wasn't beyond Promise's reach. Have you ever seen clouds that rain down fresh vegetables and sweet fruits? Seeing Promise being hit on the head by a pile of fruits when he woke up in the morning, and even being piled up, Atalanta felt too embarrassed to continue watching, so she reached out and pulled him out of the mess. "You are really loved." Promise glanced at the elegant huntress in her green robes in front of him and then at the others as they cheered, offering blessings and thanks to the gods. He pondered for a moment before grabbing a bright red apple and offering it to Atalanta, saying, "So, does that mean you don't want any?" "Humph." Atalanta snorted. She was Atalanta, the huntress loyal to Artemis, goddess of the moon and the hunt. She believed in earning food through one's own efforts. After all, she was the heroine of ancient Greece who didn't believe in taking handouts. "Make it 2 more." With a quick swipe, Atalanta snatched the apple from Promise's hand. "Well, actually there's nothing wrong with it." Taking the apple from Promise was still taking it, after all. As he watched her turn around and disappear, biting into the fresh apple with an expression that gradually softened, Promise couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. "What's on your mind?" At this moment, the big guy Heracles came over. "I was just wondering," Promise mused, "how this stubborn little cat has been tamed for so long and yet still stays aloof. Even the cute goddess of fate, Clotho, has finally softened up. When will she finally show some warmth? Oh, wait, Clotho has always been adorable." Heracles looked confused, not quite understanding what Promise was talking about. "So, Heracles, what did you want to see me about?" Promise asked, looking at him curiously. "Thinking of getting yourself noted in my little book? Can you please not say such terrifying things?" Heracles sighed, looking at Promise with resignation. Nearby, Jason, Meleager, and the others, who had been about to greet them, quickly turned and disappeared the moment they heard the words "little book," scattering like the wind. Seeing Heracles' defeated expression, Promise couldn't help but laugh, even holding his head high in pride. Look at that, the legendary hero Heracles himself was now afraid of his little book. How great he had become. I came to ask which god or goddess is responsible, Heracles said, pointing to the white clouds drifting away in the sky. So we know whom to offer our prayers to. I'm not sure. Hearing his words, Promise tilted his head, thinking for a while, then shrugged honestly. For the fish, it's easy to know. It's likely a gift from Poseidon, the god of the sea, but the fruits and vegetables. They could be from Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, or maybe Persephone, or even Queen Hera. Well, many things were confusing, but one was certain: they couldn't be from that failure of a goddess, Hecate. Thinking about how that goddess had not only treated him as the god of plague and avoided him, but had even deceived him later, Promise's teeth clenched. If goddess Nyx hadn't exposed her deception, he would never have known how thoroughly he'd been deceived. After all, whether it was the witch Circe or the little witch Medea, he'd always taken good care of them with all his heart, but that stinky goddess. She was nothing but trouble. Listening to Promise rattle off the gods' names one after another as if he were reciting a menu, and looking at that self-righteous expression, even Heracles, who knew the situation, felt speechless for a moment. He opened his mouth to say something but didn't know what to say exactly, so in the end, under Promise's puzzled look, he gently patted the boy on the shoulder, turned back to the heroes, and told them which gods they should direct their prayers to. The answer? All of Olympus's major gods, just to be safe. In the end, their prayers alone took up over an hour. All in all, the Argo set sail once more with the heroes on board. Before long, the heroes encountered a new adventure. This time, they passed by an island named Cyzicus, whose young king was a son of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Having received an oracle from his father, he knew of the heroes' approach well before they arrived. The young king himself went out to welcome the heroes, and hosted a grand banquet in their honor that night. He also warned them that not too far away, just beyond his island lay another inhabited by 6 armed man-eating giants who were savage and dangerous, urging the heroes to be cautious. Those giants had always been eyeing this place covetously, but because of the protection of Poseidon, the god of the sea, they had never been able to cross the sea between the two banks, so this place had always been worry-free. With this information, Promise recalled the story surrounding this place. If there was one dark stain on the legends of the Argonauts, it had to be what happened here. The young, benevolent king remembered the oracle of the gods. So, even though the kingdom of this island was not rich, when the heroes arrived, he had slaughtered his few precious cattle and sheep to welcome and entertain the heroes warmly. But the next day, as the heroes set off, they encountered thick fog and ended up in a fierce battle at sea against the giants from the neighboring island. Completely exhausted, before they even had the time to have a rest, they were caught in a storm that unknowingly blew them back to Cyzicus's shores. In the darkness of the night and dense fog, the heroes mistook the sounds of the young king and his guards approaching as an attack, and they killed them all in the confusion. It wasn't until the third day, when the sun rose and the fog cleared, that they finally realized the tragic truth. The shock and horror of discovering the truth left many heroes returning to the ship, unwilling to step ashore. Only a few heroes sat here and mourned for the dead for 3 days. This event was a turning point. The young king's wife, already frail from illness, succumbed to heartbreak soon after. Up to this point, forgiveness might still have been possible. After all, there was a season behind it, and the whole thing happened because of a terrible misunderstanding. But the heroes, instead of seeking to make amends, departed after 3 days of mourning, simply avoiding the island of the man-eating giants. What they hadn't considered was that, with the young king's death, Poseidon's protection over the island ceased and the giants soon crossed the sea between the islands, overtook the now unprotected shore, and devoured all life on it. This included the bodies of the young king and his wife. Following this incident, Poseidon's favor toward the Argonauts faded. Chapter 187, Honor to fight alongside you. 2,188 words. When the banquet was over, the heroes gradually woke up from their drunkenness and prepared to leave, but they found that many people were suddenly missing from their side. Promise, Atalanta, Heracles, the giant stag Actaeon and even Jason were nowhere to be found. The young king informed the remaining heroes that the others had left during the night, saying they had something to take care of and that there was no need for concern. Early in the morning, just after dawn, as the sun god Helios urged the goddess of night, Nyx, to retreat, Promise was caught red-handed by the heroes along the shoreline of Cyzicus. Standing there, looking slightly embarrassed and unsure of what to say, he glanced at the heroes closing in around him. The Pegasus, having just landed, looked at his somewhat embarrassed appearance and the heroes chasing after him, and laughed at him without hesitation. "See, that's what I said last night." Dressed in her green attire, Atlanta brushed a strand of hair off her shoulder and gazed coolly at Promise with her emerald eyes and said. As expected, he was planning to sneak off. I suspected it yesterday when I heard about the man-eating giants, Helen, who was standing beside Atlanta, added. Brother Promise wouldn't leave it alone. Because we were warmly welcomed here, Medea, in her purple mage's robe, laughed as well. So I felt at the time that with Promise' character, he would definitely want to return the favor. I have to say, Promise, you were out of line. Jason, who was still looking somewhat tipsy from the previous night's feast, stepped forward and threw an arm around Promise's shoulder. Sneaking off without even informing your captain. Theseus also spoke, heading out to fight without me? Who'd protect delicate you, Promise, if I'm not there? Meleager and the giant stag Actaeon nodded in agreement, in their hearts, and at the same time quietly moved away from Theseus who was ignorant of the danger. They were not big fools, and they did not want to be recorded in the little notebook of grudges because of their outspokenness. Promise, do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment, since the very start of the Argos journey? Heracles' eyes shone with excitement as he laughed. I've been looking forward to a day where we could stand side by side in battle. Ever since we boarded this ship, I've dreamed of this. When Heracles said this, many others nodded in agreement. The one who felt it most deeply was Atlanta. This beautiful huntress was the person who had accompanied Promise for the longest stretch of his journey so far and had been the very first to be depicted in his artwork. Thus, she understood better than anyone the feeling that could only be felt when watching and observing from behind. She also held the wish to travel alongside him and the desire to stand by his side in battle. Promise was silent for a while, looking at the friends who had caught up to him. Then he smiled, and gave Pegasus a gentle pat, sending it back up into the sky. I'm sorry. I owe you all an apology, this was indeed my mistake. He then offered a sincere apology to everyone and continued, although most of you ended up here because of that little book of mine, recruited to work for me, together we are the true heroes of the Argo. So let the gods bear witness to this. Let's face those man-eating giants together, win that glory together, and let the earth echo with our names, our legend. As soon as Promise finished speaking, the sea before them parted, revealing a deep-sea path that led directly to the nearby island of the giants. The heroes looked at each other and realized that it was Poseidon, the god of the sea, who heard their voices and performed a miracle for them. Seeing such an awe-inspiring sight, even Jason, who was still a little drunk, sobered up instantly. He pinched his cheek on impulse, wincing at the sting, then tilted his head to glance at Promise beside him. After hesitating for a while, he leaned closer and whispered with a bit of curiosity, Hey, Promise, just how many powerful gods are watching us right now? Hearing this, Promise tilted his head to look at him, thought for a moment, rolled his eyes at Jason, and did not answer his idiotic question. Instead, he turned around and jumped towards the deep-sea road below. As he jumped, the surrounding seawater flowed out to cushion his descent gently, carefully setting him down as if he were as delicate as a mythical flower. Seeing this, the other heroes followed his lead, jumping one by one. Finally, Meleager came over, patted Jason on the shoulder, and said with emotion, You're asking the wrong question, Jason. You should be asking which god is not watching us. No, they should be watching Promise. With that said, Meleager also leapt down. In Chiron's class, Promise ranked dead last, with Jason just ahead of him. Thus, Jason wisely chose to climb down instead, knowing well that Poseidon wouldn't treat him with quite the same care as Promise. By the time he reached the bottom, the other heroes had already gone far ahead. As a result, he managed to catch up only halfway when the rest had already reached the shore. The parted seawater closed back up and unceremoniously tossed the still wet Jason onto the shore. Seeing Jason's soaked and bedraggled state, everyone burst into laughter. Then they took out their weapons one by one. Even Promise summoned a golden bow and arrow from Apollo's light, readying themselves as they set off toward the island of man-eating giants. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the young king's palace, the remaining heroes of the Argo didn't have to wait too long for Promise and his group. Before the sun set, Promise and the others returned. When they came back, their bodies were covered in blood, and Theseus and Meleager bore several wounds. While Promise, Helen, Medea, and a few others were all unscathed. Promise in particular looked pristine, without a single speck of dust on him. This was largely due to Medea risking her life, but relentlessly using of magic and potions to shield him, while Heracles and the others protecting him with unwavering dedication. Seeing the group's wounds and weariness, the remaining heroes quickly deduced that they had been in a fierce battle. Once they learned that Promise and his group, under the watchful eyes of the gods, had defeated the man-eating giants, the other heroes' eyes reddened with envy. The young king, still in shock from excitement, barely managed to gather himself before expressing his gratitude alongside his citizens. As word spread that this entire quest was instigated by Promise himself, and that the bastard Promise was planning to run away again, not to mention other heroes, even Orpheus, who was playing the lyre, expressed strong condemnation. Helen's sister and brother, the twins, children of Zeus, were so angry that they chased Promise everywhere, scaring the boy so much that he could only call Pegasus in self-defense. When they couldn't reach him, they turned their frustrations and bullied their sister Helen instead. In a bid to calm everyone's anger, Promise, with no other option, raised his hands in surrender and brought out his golden lyre. Life on the road was tough, and now Promise could only appease them with a performance. Under the glow of the setting sun, amidst the joyous laughter, the kingdom echoed with his music. The gentle, enchanting sound of the lyre quickly captivated everyone, immersing them in its melody. And what no one expected was that, with the sound of the piano, the young king's wife, who had been lying in bed due to illness and unable to get up, actually recovered miraculously. She described how, within the music, she seemed to see an incredibly handsome god emerge from the sunset, approaching her. He raised his hand and cast down light, saving her. Hearing this, before anyone could react, Orpheus burst into laughter. He revealed the god's identity, naturally his father, Apollo, the god of light, and informed everyone that the golden seven-stringed lyre held by Promise was a gift from Apollo himself. This revelation also connected to a legend that had persisted for a year. The matter of Hades and Persephone was long settled, and it was well known that Persephone was queen of the underworld. Even Theseus once went to the underworld on this account, so certain secrets no longer needed to be kept. Orpheus took the hand of his beloved wife, the nymph Eurydice, and the two looked at each other affectionately and told each other what had happened. He told of how Promise rewrote their fate, brought goddess Persephone to the underworld, and rescued Eurydice. Moved, Orpheus accompanied his story with music, performing on the spot. Although people had heard of the tale before, now that they knew the whole story, everyone naturally couldn't help but look at Promise, who was feeling uncomfortable, with shock and admiration. Faced with everyone's flattery, the boy awkwardly kept looking at Pegasus, wanting it to take him away quickly. Who knew that the stinky horse brother would actually listen with such interest, ignoring Promise's gaze asking for help, and happily eating grass on the side. Oh, wait, there is no grass in this palace. Forget it, just drink water. Anyway, I'm not familiar with the young master now. In light of the story, Theseus finally understood why Persephone had joyfully declared herself Promise's sister that day, and he now looked at Promise with a trace of guilt. Among the crowd, there were only two people, or two women, who did not say anything about it. One was naturally Atalanta, and the other was Medea. They knew more than the others. After all, they had seen Promise painting with their own eyes, the painting of Hades and the goddess of agriculture, Demeter. And accompanied by powerful deities themselves, they knew the full extent of Promise's achievement. Though now part of history, possibly only recorded as a brief note, that note marked a monumental event in which Promise had saved countless lives, even overwhelming the three fates to near exhaustion. Later that night, Promise and his companions departed. No matter how the young king and queen tried to persuade them to stay, everyone still returned to the Argo and set sail. Inspired by Promise's deeds and by the day's giant-slaying hunt witnessed by the gods, everyone was fired up for new adventures. Especially Jason, who, unaware of the danger, vividly recounted the day's events and how he fought alongside Promise. Jealous to the point of nearly deforming with envy, the others looked at each other, then picked up their sacks and tied Jason up that very night, dragging him into the darkness for a sound beating. They even discussed whether to toss him into the sea. After all, the god of the sea, Poseidon, would just throw him back in disgust. Seeing this, even the big guy Theseus chose to follow his heart and became completely honest. Night fell, the moonlight shining down on the Argo, where Greece's heroes gathered. The Argo, which carried the heroes on their voyages, was undoubtedly the most profound part of ancient Greek mythology, and even represented the most glorious moment of the heroes of this era. Promise stood beside the boat, facing the night wind, talking to the people around him, but he didn't know when the people around him left one by one, and the originally noisy atmosphere became peaceful. Then, that young child who came down from the mountain, the child who wanted to be a hero but even his teacher was worried about him and followed him in secret, is now famous all over the land, and even the heroes consider it an honor to fight alongside him. A gentle voice spoke. Familiar and melodious, it conveyed both joy and a touch of wistfulness. A flawless goddess, dressed in a white gown free of a single blemish, reflecting her pure identity, stepped out of the moonlight to stand beside the young man. Golden eyes met Promise's clear green ones, and just that eye contact made the goddess smile involuntarily. The smile that left the boy momentarily dazed. She took a strand of silver hair, walked forward to remove another goddess's hair from his, and, as she looked at the boy, who was blinking at her innocently, after tying up his hair, she reached out and pinched his face with amusement and anger. So, how do you feel about all this? Are you happy? Well, it'd be a lie to say I'm not happy. As for my thoughts. Promise hesitated, looking at the flawless goddess before him. Thank you, wise, beautiful, and surely gentle goddess of wisdom, Athena, for all the help you've given me up until now. Also, respected and lovely Athena, I trust you won't mind those small disagreements we had on Olympus. Chapter 188, You Are Free. 2,679 words. On board the Argo. With the goddess's arrival, the heroes respectfully kept their distance, leaving only the young man who was being watched by the goddess. Oh yes, just a little disagreement. Athena said, with an unusually bright smile on her face. So minor, I seriously considered fulfilling our oath by making it official. After all, defeating someone as perfect as me would surely shock the gods and ensure your legend lives on forever. Indeed, after all, the person in front of him was Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, second only to Zeus, the king of gods himself. In fact, this achievement was more enough to fulfill their oath. A finale that shocked the world and the gods. However, the real subtext of this statement was that Athena couldn't wait to turn Promise into a god, so that he could be immortal and withstand more attacks. Oh, Goddess Athena, you are so narcissistic. But this is the fact. Athena said, flicking her silver hair over her shoulder. Promise looked at the goddess in front of him and had to acknowledge that despite his banter, he actually agreed with her words in his heart. After all, in terms of beauty, strength, and wisdom, she was undoubtedly at the top. So, if that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm the blemish on your otherwise perfect life? He joked, only to realize his mistake the moment he spoke. Hearing this, Athena's smile towards the boy became a little brighter. However, after looking at the person in front of her who was obviously famous all over the world, but still someone she could send to the underworld with a mere puff of air, she still endured it. Instead, after thinking about it for a while, she pulled out Promise's little grudge book and jotted down the offense, marking it as one that could never be erased. Looking at the goddess, who was mimic his own grudge-keeping habit, Promise couldn't help but say, Goddess Athena, I think I can actually explain. Go ahead. I'm listening, Athena replied, still writing as she spoke. Well, maybe you bear a little bit of responsibility too. I mean, after all, you were the one who ran into me. His voice trailed off, becoming quieter and quieter as he watched the goddess in front of him, narrow her eyes, smiling in a way that made him increasingly nervous. Realizing his explanation would be useless, Promise thought for a while, only to give up this fruitless thinking with a sigh, and decided to be blunt. Forget it, I admit that I was just unhappy with your plan at the time, so I wanted to mess with it, and in the end succeeded. I am the stain on your life, and nothing can change that now, so, there is no point in you being angry. When Promise raised his head and said these words very firmly, the whole world suddenly became quiet. Whether it were the gods who were spying on this place, or Heracles and the others on the boat, who heard it even though they didn't want to, were all changed. What was even more shocking was that after hearing this, Athena's expression did not change at all, and she didn't even seem angry. After silently writing down the matter in the little notebook of vengeance, she returned it to the boy and pinched his cheek just as she always did. "You're right, promise. On second thought, I suppose I do share some responsibility. After all, you aren't even my follower, you belong to Hera. And I foolishly took that arrow you aimed at me. Yes, this is indeed my fault." Seeing Athena smile as she spoke so gently, Promise, who had been defiant only moments before, swallowed hard and immediately backed down. Lady Athena, how about I atone with my life right now?" "Why would you do that?" Athena asked, blinking in surprise as she looked at the young man in front of her. "You're innocent. I'm the one at fault, after all. Besides, you're a follower of Hera, not Athena. You've refused me multiple times." She sighed, adding with a wry smile, "So it seems, you've always been a stain on my life, and since I'm not even your goddess, what right do I have to decide your fate?" As Athena finished speaking, even Hermes, who had been watching in amusement, couldn't help it anymore as he turned to Hera and said, "Maybe you should just let Promise follow both you and Athena, otherwise, I think someone is bound to go crazy sooner or later." Hera rolled her eyes and replied, "This is the only time you'll hear Athena saying that Promise isn't her follower. Goddess Athena, I was wrong. I admit it. Can we act normal again?" "Wrong? What did you do wrong? Wasn't it my mistake?" Athena tilted her head and asked in surprise. "And I have always been normal. What's wrong with me?" Seeing Athena's gentle expression and her rising smile, Promise, who was feeling a bit helpless, suddenly remembered an incident from 2 days ago, and got a sudden idea. Even though he knew that some of his friends on the ship could hear, and even though he knew that those unscrupulous gods might be hiding in the clouds and in the dark and eavesdropping, he made up his mind and said, "Goddess Athena, can you please stop doing this? If you do this again, I will cry. Believe it or not, I will cry right in front of you." When he said this, Athena's smile finally faded, and she looked at him in exasperation. Rolling her eyes, she finally replied, "Cry? You're now a hero famous across the entire world, and you're saying something like that? But it's all thanks to you, Lady Athena, and to Queen Hera, Lady Artemis, and Lord Apollo. So in front of you all, I'm still just that boy just came down from the mountains. Isn't that right?" When Promise blinked at Athena and spoke these words, even though she felt very amused in her heart, her eyes couldn't help but soften. Even though she knew that these were words he said in a hurry, using them as a clever escape, she was still very happy. If Hecate or Goddess Thetis had been present, they would no doubt feel a bit emotional. Well, they would definitely marvel at how skilled this young man was at handling goddesses. "All right, enough," she said, a gentle smile in her tone. "The wisdom I gave you wasn't meant for tricks like this. Anyway, I've made note of this matter, and I'll settle the score with you sooner or later." After saying this, without waiting for the boy to reply, Athena waved her hand, blocking the watchful eyes of gods and heroes alike. "Now, let's look at the journey that is about to reach its end." As she spoke, her golden eyes reflected the grown young man before her. With a soft smile, she turned around and stood on the deck of the Argo, gazing into the distance, speaking slowly. "Toward the adventure for the Golden Fleece, the legacy of the Olympian gods, and our vow." With these words, Athena, as she had always done throughout the journey, pointed the way forward for her chosen hero. This was the path that would guide him to his ultimate destination, a prophecy left by the goddess of wisdom. The first challenge awaited Ares, the god of war. There was no need to say much about him. As the embodiment of war, strength, and power in Greek mythology, and the personification of human conflict, he was not one to be easily conquered. To defeat him, one would need to offer a fierce battle. Therefore, the oracle given by Athena to this simple-minded god of war was also very simple, even very straightforward, and she did not even bother to be a riddler, saying, "When you reach the end of the Golden Fleece adventure, abandon the power of the gods and defeat the inevitable dragon alone. When you overcome that dragon and seize the Golden Fleece, a symbol of adventure and relentless will, that will be the moment you paint the picture of Ares, the god of war." Then, it was Hestia. Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home, also symbolized the sacred flame. As the oldest of the Olympian deities, she was a chaste and unblemished goddess. Flame embodies her presence, representing the eternal promise of home, stability, harmony, and prosperity, Athena explained. Hestia may appear very low-key in Greek mythology, with only a few records of her, yet this did not mean that the power she controlled was not great. In ancient Greece, the extinguishing of a flame symbolized the end of a lineage, and every household maintained its own hearth, while every town had its own altar. The sacred flame on these altars symbolized the life of the town and its people. In the past, both Poseidon, god of the sea, and Apollo, god of light, sought Hestia's hand, but she refused both of them because she devoted all her love to the world, passing on the flame. That is why she requested a grand banquet from you. What she truly longs to feel is the fire that you will ignite in her honor. This was Hestia's oracle, and when Athena's voice faded, her expression grew uncharacteristically serious. For next was the prophecy concerning Zeus, the king of gods, himself. Zeus, the third king of the gods in Greek mythology, was the god of the sky and thunder. He overthrew his father's brutal rule, saved his kin, and established the glorious Olympian court. But he has always harbored a nightmare, born from the curse his father laid upon him. This curse will fall upon a goddess dear to him, and that goddess is the wise ocean nymph who led you to Olympus's Thetis. With these words, Athena fell silent, her gaze thoughtful as she looked at the young man before her. After some time to digest her words, Promise looked up at her in confusion. Ares, the god of war, Hestia, goddess of the sacred flame, and Zeus, king of the gods, were the challenges ahead on his journey that he needed to complete. But there was also someone else, the goddess of wisdom, standing before him, Athena herself. As if sensing his question, Athena smiled and said softly, Promise, when that final moment comes, I'll take your hand and stand beside you as we face the brilliant end together. Thus, her painting had no prophecy. Because at that time, she would step onto the stage and become part of the story herself. So the final painting would be of her, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and it would also be the last painting Promise would create for himself. Leaving this last prophecy, Athena left, leaving only a single golden apple behind, a quiet trace of her presence. Promise accepted the golden apple, then returned to his room on the ship. Just as he thought the night would be quiet, he returned to the room and immediately froze there. Because at this moment, another goddess was sitting by the window. With amber eyes gazing thoughtfully into the distance, she seemed lost in her own reflections. Golden curls cascaded from beneath her crown, her expression stately and serene. But as she turned her head and saw Promise, that air of majesty softened instantly, and the gaze she gave him was as tender as that of a mother toward her lovely child. Hera, my goddess. What brings you here? Promise blinked, and said with a surprised look on his face. Oh. Athena can come see you, but I cannot? Hera, who would only put down her queen status in front of Promise, said to the boy with a smile. Before Promise could respond, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. And my dear child, aren't you going to introduce me to that girl named Helen? Promise immediately recalled that day when Helen made a vow before the goddess of beauty and Hera herself. Realizing the implications, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. The most beautiful woman in the mortal world. Really worthy of my child. That child is really good, you have excellent taste, Hera said, nodding with satisfaction. My child, when you reach the end of your journey, should I fulfill our promise and host a grand wedding? Lady Hera, no need to rush. Really, there's no need. Promise replied, wiping away imaginary sweat in an attempt to keep his cool. Hearing this, Hera tilted her head thoughtfully, then an understanding expression crossed her face. Could it be, you're more interested in that follower of Artemis, the moon goddess? She's quite charming too. But compared to Helen. Well, never mind, as long as you're happy, I suppose. Goddess Hera, there's really no need to rush this. Promise spoke desperately, but seeing Hera's growing displeasure due to his words, he quickly tried to explain, actually, Lady Hera, I've been meaning to tell you something important. Ever since the day I came down from the mountains, met you, and became your follower, I had already made a decision. Just as Atlanta devoted herself entirely to Artemis, the moon goddess, I had already resolved to dedicate my life to you. Under your watchful gaze, I will see this grand adventure through to its glorious end. Hera clearly hadn't expected him to say this, so her eyes widened, and her face filled with unconcealed joy and excitement. Seeing this, Promise breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this would end Hera's talk of marriage. But just as he relaxed. Then. What about Athena? Promise looked at her after a pause, and found that Hera seemed a little cautious at the moment as she asked, haven't you already given a part of your life to her too? After saying this, and seeing Promise's silence, Hera didn't seem angry. Instead, she smiled and said, child, I'm not unreasonable, and it's not that I can't see how special she is to you. In fact, we have never stipulated that one person can only follow one deity, so in theory, you could believe in both me and Athena at the same time. To be exact, if it were anyone else, that would have been fine, and none of us would argue over it. But you are different. Hera looked at Promise calmly and continued, because whether it's me, Athena, or even Artemis and Demeter, we all know the truth in our hearts. Once one of us has you, sharing will never be an option. So, my child, for you alone, you can only choose one goddess. Promise said nothing. He recalled the first meeting between Hera and Athena, when they clashed precisely over this issue, their rivalry escalating continuously ever since. At the same time, he looked at Hera with confusion and puzzlement, wondering why she was bringing this up now. After all, the matter was over already, he had already chosen Hera, hadn't he? As if she saw the trouble in his heart, Hera smiled, but this time the smile was very complicated, and Promise found that he couldn't understand it. She opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated, closing it again, as though trying several times to find the right words. Finally, she bit her lip and forced out the words, as if summoning all her strength. Words not only for Promise but for all the gods who were listening. Promise, from this moment onward, you are free. What? At this moment, Promise, who was suddenly unable to understand, could not help but open his eyes wide and look at Hera. I will only give you this chance, as she said, forcing herself to smile, though it looked as if she was holding back tears. Remember, this is your one and only chance. So, go and choose your goddess. Chapter 189, Yandere. 1316 words. I'm letting go. So go and seek her, your true goddess. No one could have predicted that Hera would say this or make such a decision. For she was Hera, queen of the Olympian gods, the most exalted goddess of her era. And she loved Promise dearly, even more than her own children, caring for him in a way she had never shown anyone else. Not to mention, everyone, both gods and mortals living on the earth, knew of her infamous jealousy and fierce possessiveness. But now, contrary to everything expected of her, Hera, who should have never let go of the hand that was tightly holding Promise at this very moment. This scene was just like the golden apple for the fairest goddess. It was as if Hera, who had long possessed the golden apple that all other gods envied, had carefully cradled it as a treasure in her hands, only to set it down on this day. It was so incredible. Goddess Hera. Coming back to his senses, Promise stammered, feeling lost as to what to do as he looked at Hera. Did I do something wrong? Did I do something that I shouldn't have done to disappoint or anger you, making you want to abandon me? Promise was utterly bewildered. But hearing her words, Hera shook her head gently. Then looked at Promise with the same gentleness as always and said in a warm soft voice. Of course not, Promise. You have always been my pride. I have always been proud to be your goddess. Then. Promise looked at Hera, even more confused. Hera looked back at him, her beautiful amber eyes reflecting his image, but in that moment, she felt that figure seemed much more immature. Looking at the boy, she seemed to see Promise, who had just come down from the mountains. In reality, only a little over 2 years had passed since then. Yes, it had only been 3 years since she first met Promise and have come all the way to now. For immortal beings like the gods, 3 years was nothing but a blink, a fleeting moment that could pass even in a brief nap. Child, do you remember how we first met? Hera spoke softly, smiling. Of course you remember, how could you forget? After all, the painting you dedicated to me is engraved with that past. It was perhaps a joke that fate played on me, and it seems to be destined. I set out to find Jason, but found you instead. You weren't him, yet you surpassed anyone I could have hoped for. And before I knew it, you were the only one left in my sight, as if the world had granted me its most precious gift. Even now, I still think of you that way. Promise felt himself calm, his emotions settling as he looked at the graceful goddess before him and sat down beside her. Then, after a moment of silence, he said, "To be honest, Goddess Hera, in the beginning, I approached you with a bit of a purpose in mind. I wanted to become a hero, but I was so weak. Under such circumstances, you, who were the most exalted goddess, were the one most likely to help me achieve that dream." Hera was the queen of the gods. Although she was jealous and suspicious, and there were many records of her being a villain in mythology, this was mainly related to marriage, which was easy to avoid in Promise' opinion. Although Hera was not like Athena, who could use her wisdom to point out the way forward, if necessary, she could make the whole world revolve around Promise. In the original ancient Greek mythology, Jason, who was protected by her, actually did nothing at all. Hera compelled the gods to arrange everything, gathering heroes to Jason's side and leading him to the Golden Fleece. She even helped him marry Medea, which brought him great fortune, despite the tragedies that would follow. Although Medea was later seen as the villainess which was responsible for Jason's future tragedy, in fact, it was a blessing for Jason to marry Medea. Medea was not only one of the two students of the great goddess Hecate, she was also a princess, and more importantly, the blood of gods flowed in her body. Even in the entire Type Moon world, entire Nasuverse, her heritage showed through her elf-like pointed ears. Medea was the granddaughter of Helios, the sun god, and Perse, a titaness of the ocean. I know. Hearing Promise's honest confession, Hera wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "I've always been watching over you, after all. Whether it was the trial by the goddess of justice, Themis, your bringing Persephone to Hades, or your boldness in leading the charge on Olympus and firing an arrow at Athena not long ago, each of these moments revealed your courage and wisdom. So," she continued, "how could the young you possibly not have recognized that the old woman in disguise was, in fact, me, Queen Hera?" As she spoke, Hera turned her head, gazing out the window toward the distant heavens, meeting the eyes of the gods who was watching them from afar. She continued, "That's why I never wanted to let go. Because I knew very well that if I let you go, they would all rush in to try to claim you. And honestly, I'm not sure I could win at all." Hera's words slightly changed Promise's expression. Only if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't find it all. After all, whether it's Athena or that fate who always holds you close, Clotho, they are both better suited to help you than I can and perhaps even care more for you than I do. And you, clearly care more about them too. After she finished speaking, the room fell into silence. The dim candlelight flickered, mingling with the moonlight that lit the room. "If that's true, Lady Hera, then why are you making this choice?" Promise did not refute. After all, no matter whether he wanted to refute it at the moment, lies were useless to gods, so all he could do was admit it frankly. "Lady Hera, though I did initially approach you with a purpose, I truly came to see you as my goddess." "Yeah." Hera nodded with a gentle smile. "I know." This had been clear during the incident with Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. By then, Promise had already fully accepted her. Hera then continued, "And I also knew that the day you showed me that painting, I understood everything. Even if you preferred Athena and Clotho, you would never change your loyalty on a whim. As long as I didn't ask you to, you would likely continue worshipping me forever." Then, hearing this, Promise couldn't help but look at her, with even more confused. Now that the end of his journey was approaching, he really didn't understand why Hera would suddenly abandon him during this period of time. If you want to know the reason, I think it should be jealousy. And with that, Hera gave Promise a completely unexpected answer. "Just as everyone says, I am indeed a very troublesome goddess, and I am not unaware of this." Since she had already made her decision, and since she was in front of Promise, talking to the boy, Hera spoke with unusual frankness. "I am jealous and suspicious, and I have a strong possessiveness. I know it all. So, when I saw that you favored Athena and Clotho more, I was so overwhelmed with jealousy, envying them for winning your admiration so easily. And I wanted to defeat them, to make you focus on me alone." "Wait, what?" "Goddess Hera, this sudden transformation into a yandere with a knife, where is this going? What on earth are you trying to do? Chapter 190, The Gods Begin the Contest, The Battle for Promise. 1444 words. Hearing such scary words, Promise was stunned. What shocked him even more was the reaction from some of the gods. After all, Hera said this, he could actually vaguely hear some of the gods' voices of sudden enlightenment saying, "Oh, so that's how it is. Wait, you're all just accepting this?" And now that he thought about it, Hera's recent rebellion, the moment when she imprisoned Zeus, along with all those myths of her catching him cheating and Zeus fleeing in terror every time. Looking at it this way, it seemed that she really had a tendency to be yandere. Perhaps it was only Zeus's strength that masked it all this time. Just as Promise was processing this realization, Hera continued, "So, child, when I tell you to go and seek your goddess, I don't mean that I'm abandoning you." She smiled warmly, her tone gentle as she said, "What I want is for you to choose me again, and in doing so, finally put an end to Athena, Demeter, Artemis, and any of the others' hopes." Promise snapped out of his thoughts after her words and looked up at Hera. At this moment, looking at that familiar, warm smile on her face, a shiver ran down his spine. "Well, to put it another way, if I don't choose you, might you decide to, well, take drastic measures?" His mood at this moment was quite subtle. Initially, when Promise heard that Hera was letting him go to find his true goddess, he had felt some sadness but mostly gratitude. After all, Hera, the very definition of the word jealousy, was choosing to release him willingly, letting go of her hand on her own initiative. But now, at this moment, the only thing left in Promise's mind was dare not move. Although what Hera said was not false, after all, she did want him to make his own choice, there was a deeper reason that she did not say. However, although she didn't say it, and Promise himself hadn't thought of it yet, this did not mean that the gods who had been listening to these words did not know. "Hey, do you think Ares and the goddess of youth, Hebe, are really the children of Hera?" Sitting in the audience seat, Hermes on a distant island couldn't help but ask Apollo beside him. "It seems to me that Promise might be her true child." Hearing this, even Apollo, who had a very bad relationship with Hermes, nodded in agreement. Then HR looked at Artemis, the moon goddess, who had a confused look on her face and had no idea what they were talking about, and explained to her. The real reason Hera made this decision was actually because of her deep love for Promise. Affection? Artemis tilted her head, feeling a bit confused. "I thought it was jealousy." "Jealousy is part of it, but it's mostly affection." Apollo shook his head and replied. One event after another made Hera realize that she was actually unable to provide the kind of support to Promise that Athena and the others could. I think what prompted her to make up her mind was probably the arrow that she saw with her own eyes, which was shot by Promise towards Athena. Seeing that even after hearing this, Artemis was still confused, Hermes couldn't help but say, "Think about it, Artemis, if Promise were your follower, wouldn't you want to give him the best of everything, even if it meant allowing him to marry Atalanta?" "Of course I wouldn't want to. Why should I do that, little Ada? No way." Artemis's eyes widened as she firmly rejected the idea. But after speaking, she hesitated again. And after hesitating for a long time, she pouted and said very unhappily, "But, if Promise truly likes her, I. As she spoke, Artemis' expression softened, as if she might burst into tears. After all, she was not blind, so she could still see how deep the bond between Atalanta and Promise was. Hermes didn't care about Artemis' reaction and just smirked a bit, and although Apollo felt helpless, after being surprised at the beginning, he was obviously used to it and accepted it. Not just that, he even thought about whether he should let him accompany Artemis, the moon goddess, when Promise finally joined their ranks, remaining by their side as their companion. Hermes continued, "It is for this reason that Hera also wants to give Promise the best, though she realizes she simply can't give him everything he desires." So Hera probably thought about it for a long time and finally decided to let him go. Hearing this, Artemis tilted her head in confusion. But before she could ask, Apollo took the painting and said, "She is Hera, the Queen of Heaven, the most noble goddess among the gods. In theory, she could grant Promise anything he wants, but the truth is in fact the opposite. After all, Promise is almost perfectly matched with Athena," Hermes added, shaking his head. his heart is set solely on becoming a hero and pursuing a grand and noble end. For this reason, he had already cast aside everything, wealth, power, and even romance. In fact, if it was just that, it wouldn't have been that much of a problem and Hera would have simply pretended not to see it. But it was not just because of Athena and the others coming into contact with Promise. The main problem was that received far too many offerings from Promise over time. Apollo couldn't help laughing as he said, the goddess of the sea who was originally cursed by her, and Io, the matter of the golden apple tree, even the recent rebellion not long ago when Hera imprisoned Zeus, each time, again and again, she gained something from Promise's actions. But with each offering, she realized she neither guide him forward like Athena, nor protect his fate and clean up the mess for his actions like Clotho. Not only that. She couldn't even help him solve the problem when necessary, like we can. Apollo looked at Artemis, and upon hearing this, the moon goddess Artemis raised her head proudly. After all, their combined effort had actually managed to strike Athena with that arrow. Though it was Promise who fired the arrow and Athena who took the hit, that was also their credit. And, on top of it all, Hera has also sensed that the moment of Promise's vow with Athena is drawing near, Hermes added, picking up the thread. Under these circumstances, if she wants to give Promise the best and also be able to help him, letting go now might actually be a wise choice. After all, once she lets him go, even though she knew it was only a very small possibility. Apollo couldn't help but laugh again as he said, but I think no one can resist this temptation, isn't that right, Artemis? As he spoke, the god of light looked towards his sister. Artemis, who had been feeling overwhelmed by the rapid conversation, suddenly perked up, her eyes shining with determination. Absolutely. This time, I'll make sure that little Promise becomes mine. So from now on, all the gods will do everything in their power to win him over. In the bronze temple, Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, said to the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, who looked on in surprise, in this situation, they'll all offer him everything he desires and shower him with the finest gifts. Even the goddess of wisdom is probably ready to make a move, and might even be unable to hold back and abandon all wisdom, and do everything according to his wishes. In the temple of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture was packing up her things, while Persephone was getting ready to slip out from the underworld to join in. And in the ancient temple of fate. But doesn't this all run the risk of becoming a new kind of disaster? Clotho, the goddess of fate, voiced her concern. However, hearing her words, the second sister Lachesis laughed in response as she said, if Promise were already an immortal god, it would have indeed been a disaster. But as things stand, his fragile mortal body is the perfect safeguard, none of the gods would dare act too recklessly. So, give it your all, Clotho. We've worked so hard for him for so long for nothing, this time, we're going to take him down no matter what. After these words were spoken, even Atropos, the emotionless eldest sister, nodded in agreement with serious resolve. That's right, we must take him down, no matter what. Chapter 191, How many goddesses want to strangle me? 1993 words. Ancient Greece, Aegean Sea. The very night that Hera let go of her hand from Promise. The silver moonlight shone here, and the first god of the ocean in ancient Greek mythology, the gentle sea god Nereus, lived here. Revered by the gods as a wise elder, Nereus, appearing as an old sage, watched with a mixture of tenderness and sorrow as his daughter visited him. Thetis, his most gifted daughter, the wise one of the ocean. Thetis, my poor child, have you come to bid me farewell this time? Nereus asked in his slightly aged voice. The beautiful Thetis lowered her head, her voice soft as she replied, yes, my beloved father. The great king of the gods Zeus has given me his command, and I have also seen the future that awaits me. Hearing these words, Nereus's expression grew even more sorrowful. Then not even that boy can change your fate? I had clearly asked the goddess of wisdom to help. Thetis shook her head, recalling everything she had witnessed in her encounters with Promise. She couldn't help but smile. If it's that boy, he probably could manage it. But I refused. After she spoke, seeing the confused look on her father's face, Thetis smiled gently and explained, I don't want that sweet child to struggle on my behalf. It would be too much of a burden for him. Nereus was silent for a moment, then he raised his head and looked up at his wise, kind, and beautiful daughter in front of him. Thetis, you are my child, my greatest pride. So, will you tell me the real reason? Still unwilling to see his daughter bound by fate, Nereus wanted to try one last time. Thetis was silent, knowing that her previous reason wouldn't convince anyone. After all, she herself knew that it held no ground. Looking at her father's sad, worried expression, Thetis sighed softly and finally revealed the true reason. I just don't want to trouble that sweet boy because I don't want to fall hopelessly in love with him. Under her father's stunned gaze, Thetis shared her true reason. She understood Prometheus' fate, as well as Hera's vow. And so, she had already guessed who would ultimately have to bear this destiny, herself, Thetis, and the most beautiful woman of the mortal world, Helen. Thetis was well aware that during her brief time with Prometheus, she had been attracted to him again and again, so she had already glimpsed that potential future. It was a future in which, the moment Prometheus altered fate, she would fall helplessly, deeply in love with him. As if, struck by Cupid's golden arrow of love. On the Argo, sailing toward distant horizons, laden with dreams and glory. The next morning. In the quiet dawn, Prometheus, dressed in a plain white robe, sat at the far corner of the ship, lost in thought, with a blank look in his eyes as he mulled over something unknown. Yet even in this secluded spot, the warm sunlight still shone on him. Prometheus? Medea, dressed in her light purple mage robes, happened to walk by. She had been up all night again, working on her potions and completing tasks set by the goddess Hecate. Despite her diligent efforts, her teacher had shown no interest in checking her work, no. She had completely ignored her, making Medea secretly angry. How could there be such an unreliable goddess in the world? She had stepped out to feel the refreshing morning sea breeze and enjoy the beauty of dawn to clear her groggy mind. But to her surprise, she found Prometheus here, giving her a rare chance to speak with him alone. This filled her with a mix of surprise and delight. What's wrong? Why are you sitting here by yourself? With her single ponytail, she looked fresh and pure though, in truth, her thoughts were often more mischievous and sinister. She sat down beside Prometheus. As the boy looked up at her and said, I've been abandoned. Abandoned? Medea tilted her head, a bit puzzled. Yes, I've been abandoned by Lady Hera. Who? Medea blinked, as if she hadn't heard properly, although, in fact, she had. She just didn't quite understand. Lady Hera, Goddess Hera. Queen Hera. She's abandoned me and doesn't want me anymore. When Prometheus answered like this, Medea's eyes widened in shock. Her first reaction was to think Prometheus was joking with her. But she quickly realized that he wouldn't joke about something like this, which left her even more confused. Why? I don't quite understand myself, Prometheus was equally confused as he said. She only told me to find another deity to follow and said that, once I make this choice, I can never take it back. Once you choose one, you can't choose another? Medea was very smart and her mind worked quickly. Plus, she had a rather sinister personality, so she even quickly understood the other meaning of the story. Could it be that Hera thought Prometheus was attracting too much attention from others, so now, after a fair competition, no one would be allowed to steal him anymore? Medea quickly realized a truth that Prometheus himself hadn't yet seen. After all, she'd often wished Prometheus would pay more attention to her and not get so caught up with Helen or Atalanta. And this was Hera, the most famously jealous of all goddesses. Well, thinking about it carefully, it made sense. It feels less like she's abandoned you, Medea murmured, and more like she plans to imprison you, like what the goddess Hephaestus tried to do last time. Medea remembered all too well that, when she saw Prometheus for the second time in the temple of the underworld teacher, he was imprisoned with chains in his hands. Should we say they are worthy of being mother and daughter? Prometheus thought about it, looked at Medea in confusion. So, you're saying Goddess Hera wants to strangle me? Strangle? Medea was at a loss. Strangle? Why would it be strangling? No way, you don't think Goddess Hera actually plans to do that, do you? Suddenly, Prometheus felt a chill down his spine. It wasn't that he was too worried, more that he felt dejected at the thought of being abandoned. After all, for someone as famously jealous as Hera to make such a choice, Prometheus actually felt quite touched by her decision. In addition, he had always enjoyed his time worshipping Hera, and he hadn't really intended to change his belief. He was just planning to speak with Athena and Clotho first and then return to Hera. But now. No way, I don't want to be strangled. If anyone's going to do the strangling, it might as well be Goddess Clotho, who's small and soft. Medea blinked, recalling the goddess of fate's appearance, small, soft, and unlike Helen, who was also a lowly. Clotho seemed like someone you'd want to hold, protect, and keep safe. So, does that mean you're choosing to follow Goddess Clotho? Medea asked curiously. Promise's expression froze for a moment, and he didn't answer right away. Medea tilted her head, then quickly understood. Oh, you're afraid that Goddess Athena will be unhappy again. Promise gave Medea a blank look. People say clever girls aren't always easy to like for a reason. So, it's Goddess Athena, then? Well, it makes sense, she's the obvious choice. To be honest, I always thought you were one of her followers from the start. No way. Promise refused without even thinking. If I choose her, I'm sure I'll end up getting strangled. Besides, she's a virgin goddess like Artemis, it's way more terrifying. Why strangling, though? Medea couldn't help but cover her mouth, chuckling. Is this some new divine game of strangling the chosen mortal? Promise glanced at the little witch who was smiling unscrupulously and said, Medea, you are really becoming less and less pretentious now, or you are completely letting yourself go. When we first met, you were quite innocent and sweet. Promise could tell that this little witch wasn't actually trying to help him find a solution, she was just here for the entertainment. I am still innocent and sweet. Hearing this, Medea stood up with a smile on her face and turned around in front of him. Looks that way, sure, too bad your heart's already corrupted. It's not. Medea covered her mouth with her hands, but couldn't hide the upturned corners of her mouth. Who could resist, really, when Promise's troubles were so amusing? At first, she'd assumed it was just another trial or oracle from the goddess of wisdom, but it turned out his dilemma was about dealing with an overwhelming amount of affection. After a quick laugh, Medea rested her finger thoughtfully on her chin. But if you're rejecting everyone, then it will be difficult to deal with. Though there were plenty of goddesses out there, even Medea had to admit that none quite stood up to the three they'd already mentioned. Oh, right, wasn't there also Goddess Themis, the goddess of justice? Just as she thought this, ready to suggest it, a sudden idea flashed through her mind. She clapped her hands, eyes lighting up with excitement as she said, Aha! There's still one more option. Promise, if you really don't know who to choose, why not choose my teacher, Goddess Hecate? In that instant, Medea felt like a genius. After all, if Promise picked Hecate, he'd technically be her junior disciple, too. But just as she finished speaking, even before Promise could even react, there was a sharp no. With a loud thud, Medea yelped and clutched her head, crouching in pain. The goddess Hecate, who was wearing a black dress, with black hair and red eyes, tore open a crack in space and stuck her body out from it. She clenched her fists, glared at her student, and then turned her intense gaze on Promise. As their eyes met, Hecate immediately crossed her arms over her chest, declaring, absolutely not. If you dare push this trouble my way, I'll take you down with me. The mere thought of dealing with Hera's and Athena's jealous stares if Promise chose her was enough to make Hecate's scalp prickle with dread. With that, she did not even wait for Promise's response, and just turned around, vanishing through the rift, leaving behind a bewildered Promise and a tearful, head-clutching Medea. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like choosing her. Looking at the goddess leaving and the merging space, Promise couldn't help but say this. Pick her. Medea growled, still clutching her aching head. Pick her. Seeing her pained, resentful look, Promise couldn't help but laugh. You two really are a perfect teacher-student pair. But even as he chuckled, Promise knew he wouldn't seriously consider Hecate. After all, the tone Hecate used when she spoke was clearly genuine, so if he truly pursued this idea, this goddess might actually lose her mind. Not that Promise was afraid. If it came down to it, a mutually assured destruction scenario was fine by him. Who's afraid of who? Still, with Hera making such a serious decision, if he ended up choosing some unrelated goddess as a joke, he'd probably face an all-out strangling session from the goddess. But such a hassle, Promise muttered to himself, feeling a slight headache at the thought of having to choose just one goddess among so many. On the side, after a long time, Medea finally recovered, squatted there, tilted her head, and thought of something. Promise, do you think my teacher overheard our entire conversation? Promise looked at her in confusion. And, do you think she was the only one listening? As Medea finished speaking, she looked at Promise and blinked. The latter froze. Goodbye. Medea bolted to her feet and tried to run. Hey, wait. Medea, get back here. Chapter 192, Erato. 1565 words. In Greek mythology, there existed creatures with the heads of women and bodies of birds. They were called the Sirens, daughters of a river god. Beautiful and alluring, they once possessed wings and enchanting voices. However, after losing a contest to the Muses, goddesses of the arts, they were stripped of their wings and imprisoned on an island. So, from then on, filled with resentment, they lured passing ships with their hypnotic songs, leading sailors to crash upon the rocks or transformed into mermaid to lure them, dragging them into the depths of the sea. The Greek hero Odysseus had famously encountered the Sirens but, with the help of the witch Circe, successfully sailed past them. The heroes on the Argo had encountered them as well. In the original myth, it was Orpheus who suppressed their singing with the sound of his lyre. This time, however, it was Promise who arrived on the Sirens' island, descending from the sky on Pegasus. Just like in his usual travels, it was a god who had summoned him. The heroes who knew about this did not leave, because they were not far from the island, so they asked Poseidon, the god of the sea, to change the direction of their sailing and prepared to join in the fun on the island. Even before Pegasus landed, Promise spotted the radiant figure of Apollo waiting below, confirming who had called for him. It's been a while, Promise. Apollo, the god of light, looked at the young man brought by Pegasus with a smile on his face. Beside Apollo stood a goddess with a crown of flowers and short, orangish hair, who looked sweetly charming. Pegasus, long time no see. When Promise got off the Pegasus, she couldn't wait and immediately came over and hugged the Pegasus. Noticing Promise's curious look, Apollo explained with a smile, "This is Erato, one of the 9 muses." The muses were the goddesses of the arts in Greek mythology. There were 9 of them and each governed different aspects of creative inspiration. Erato presided over love poetry, her symbols being the 7-stringed lyre and the harp. I get along well with Pegasus, you know. Back home, I'm usually the one who helps clean him up, so I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Erato said, her head tilted as she smiled at Promise in a delightfully sweet way, much like her name, which in Greek means lovely, and can also mean lover. Hearing her words and seeing how close she was to Pegasus, Promise's impression of her immediately improved, shifting from mere acquaintance to friendliness as he smiled and nodded. Hello, Goddess Erato. Erato nodded, then let go of Pegasus and circled Promise a couple of times before clapping her hands happily. Great. I approve of you, kid. No wonder the esteemed goddess of wisdom entrusted Pegasus to you. You two make such a perfect match. And those clear green eyes of yours, so beautiful. After speaking all this, she did not even wait for Promise's reaction, and suddenly hugged him, rubbing her cheek against his as if he were an adorable kitten. Before Promise could push her away or Apollo could step in, Erato was struck by a sudden chill that made her shiver in fright. She quickly released him and looked around in bewilderment. What just happened? I felt like I was about to be killed. Erato looked puzzled, while Apollo coughed lightly beside her to change the topic. Turning to Promise, he said, Promise, Erato is here because she wants to challenge you to a competition. A competition? Promise looked at Apollo who was smiling at him in confusion. Yes. The latter nodded. Erato is the goddess of love poetry. Ever since she heard about your performance on the 7-stringed lyre in the underworld, she's been very interested in meeting you. Yes, very interested. Erato chimed in, pouting slightly, her gaze holding a hint of longing as she looked at Promise. But it's been impossible to catch you alone. You really do have quite the crowd of gods around you. If it hadn't been for this situation with the Sirens, I might never have gotten the chance. Sirens? Promise blinked at her in surprise. Apollo gave a quick explanation. The Sirens were once a group of fairies known for their enchanting singing, but over time, Erato proudly lifted her head, cutting in, and I defeated them. It's impressive, right? I even used their wings to make this flower crown. Isn't it pretty? As she spoke, Erato grabbed the wreath on her head and shook her crown towards Promise with a smile as the latter looked at her with subtle eyes. Using someone else's wings as an accessory and then coming here to flaunt it, are you really not afraid those sirens will come back, furious, to beat you? So, to put it simply, if I compete against Goddess Erato and win, I can lead the Argo past the trial of the sirens, right? Promise quickly grasped the situation, thinking it over. After 2 years of taking on trials, completing them, and steadily building his reputation, he was used to it by now. Sure, his reputation might be stuck at a certain point for now, and IR was quite difficult to raise it, but each place he passed left a mark. Once the adventure for the Golden Fleece was over, he could settle it all in one go. It's a trial, but it's more like an assessment, Erato said, tilting her head thoughtfully and said subconsciously. Even if your lyre playing doesn't surpass mine, just based on your paintings, we'd have to grant you part of our divine domain anyway, MMPF. Her words were cut off as Apollo clamped a hand over her mouth. Looking at the struggling goddess in front of him, and then looking at Apollo, who gave him a friendly smile, Promise couldn't help but blink. Divine domain? Ahem, Apollo cleared his throat. In short, Erato wants to have a competition with you. If you win, the Muses will formally recognize you, and Erato will give you a special gift. Hearing his words, Erato's eyes widened as she looked at Apollo. When did I ever say I'd give a gift? Apollo shot her a look. With the way you just couldn't resist sticking to Promise, if you don't leave something behind, do you believe that you will be shot by a goddess as soon as you leave him? Not to mention that you talk too much, and I'm sure many guys will want to have a chat with you later. Then Apollo let go of Erato, who immediately fell to the ground, wiping the non-existent tears from her face as she said. So unfair. So unfair. Everyone's so stingy. All I did was touch him for a little while, and you want me to give a golden apple as a greeting gift and a reward. Goddess Erato, I actually don't need a gift. Promise began speaking, but before he could finish his words, Erato stood up in a flash. Pointing at the young man, she said unhappily, well, I, a goddess, gave you a gift and you still don't want it. Do you look down on me, the goddess of art? Sure, your paintings are amazing, and apparently, your lyre skills are impressive too, but are you saying you're too good for my gift? Do you look down on me? With that, she threw her arms around Pegasus, dramatically crying her frustrations. Pegasus even gave her a comforting pat with its wing. Then, I accept? As soon as he finished speaking, Erato immediately let go of Pegasus, put his hands on his hips and said to Promise, so that's how it is. You're confident you'll win and get my gift, huh? You think you can beat me, don't you? I'm a muse, a goddess of the arts, and I defeated the sirens. I'm amazing. This goddess is so noisy. Just when Nguyen subconsciously had this thought, he saw Apollo giving him a slightly apologetic smile. Then, oh, I don't care. I have to give you the golden apple and the gift? It's too much. After speaking these words, without waiting for a response, Erato threw her arms around Promise again. Let me just snuggle a little. As I thought, you smell so nice, Promise. I almost want to take you home as a pet and keep you. Erato grinned mischievously, then glanced around and said, all right, I won't steal him, please stop glaring at me like you're ready to kill. Just a little hug, is that too much to ask? So stingy. She muttered under her breath, finally letting him go with a pout, looking as if she'd just been abandoned. Ahem, let's stop messing around and get started with the competition, Apollo, who was watching from the side, finally intervened, shaking his head with a sigh. Clearly, he thought this goddess had nerves of steel, after all, even he wouldn't dare to do what she'd just done. Yes, let's start, Promise agreed quickly. This goddess was a bit too lively, and for once, he found himself struggling to keep up. So much for being experienced in handling goddesses. Promise had initially assumed Apollo would be the referee for the match, but instead. Then let's get started. Chapter 193, Warming Your Bed, Becoming Your Maid. 1,269 words. An indifferent voice sounded, and all the sirens gathered at the shallows of the island, glaring at Erato with burning resentment. Seeing their expressions, Erato didn't flinch at all. Not only that, she even smirked, adjusting the flower crown on her head and, emboldened by Apollo's presence, looked at them with an even more taunting expression. A bunch of sore losers. In that moment, even Promise thought that, compared to Erato, even the moon goddess Artemis seemed more adorable. Ah, I'm so angry. Please, we don't know who you are, young one, but you have to beat her, one of the sirens pleaded, frustrated. Yes, exactly. This goddess is so infuriating. That's why we challenged her in the first place. So please, you have to win. You have to win, sweet little brother. If you do, we'll stay by your side forever, singing and serving you however you wish. We will even warm your bed. Hearing their promises of warming his bed, singing to him, and even becoming his personal attendants, Promise broke into a cold sweat. Oh, warm your bed? You're not half as cute as I am. Erato snapped back, sticking her tongue out at the sirens. If I lose, I'll go myself. You're not even worthy. Hearing her words, the beautiful and graceful sirens looked ready to explode with anger. No, please. Let's not go that far. When Promise blurted out in panic. As the goddess Erato turned to him in disbelief. The sirens on the side were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Erato, he actually rejected you. Erato, I'll remember this moment and laugh at it, for the next 100 years. I'll tell everyone I meet. Sweet little brother, one siren said with a smirk, I've decided, no matter whether you win or not, I'll be yours from now on. Tonight, I'll warm your bed for you. Swish. The sound of an arrow slicing through the air passed by Promise's ear as he watched the siren, who had just spoken these words, pinned to a nearby tree. Though she was not dead, she was thoroughly immobilized. An instant, stunned silence fell over the area. Let's get on with the competition. Apollo sighed wearily. He was really starting to regret agreeing to this. At first he thought, it might be a good chance to get on Promise's good side. No wonder that guy Hermes kept urging him to go up and then dashed off as quickly as he could. Apollo gritted his teeth and decided that after this matter is over, he would go back and hunt Hermes down. With that last arrow bringing silence, Promise retrieved the golden 7-stringed lyre from the light, while Erato produced an enormous harp that stood as tall as she was and sat down beside it. And the moment Erato gently touched the strings, her entire demeanor transformed drastically, becoming elegant, poised, the true embodiment of the goddess of the arts. Then, as the first notes drifted through the air, Promise knew he was outmatched. If it were Orpheus playing with the golden lyre, he might have had a chance of beating this goddess of the arts, given that Orpheus' music alone had the power to move stones and bring trees to tears. But Promise was still a little bit lacking in this regard. Just as he thought his defeat was inevitable, the enchanting voices suddenly joined in, harmonizing with his music and giving him a fighting chance. The sirens, who were determined to defeat the goddess of art, saw that Promise was about to lose, and reluctantly provided him with assistance. With this unexpected support, Promise quickly adjusted his rhythm, blending his lyre with the sirens' haunting voices. Under the influence of their combined music, even the endless waves of the ocean seemed to pause, listening in stillness. And so, this doesn't count. Erato dropped her hand from the harp strings, and her artistic composure instantly shattered as she pointed an accusing finger at the sirens, who were celebrating their victory. You are cheating, this is cheating. However, before Promise could respond, Apollo stepped in, chuckling, and responded to her words. But, Erato, you never said the sirens weren't allowed to help. Erato stood there, dumbfounded, looking from Apollo to Promise, who merely gave her an innocent smile. She wasn't completely dense so, she quickly realized what had happened. Seriously? You all teamed up to trick an innocent goddess like me? Apollo's smile grew even wider as he replied, Now, Erato, watch your words. Obviously, everything is according to your request. It was you who always wanted to compete with Promise, and we also fulfilled your wish. Erato stopped talking and became autistic. Then, watching the laughter spreading throughout the entire island and the sirens going crazy with joy, this goddess, who was trembling with anger, turned sideways to look at Promise and rolled her eyes. Then, as if thinking about something, her eyes lit up and she was no longer autistic, but became happy. Bouncing over to Promise, she scooped a bit of seawater onto her face as fake tears, looking at the speechless young man, with a sad, pitiful expression. All right, you win. I lost, she sniffed, giving him her best sad puppy look. I promised a prize, but I don't have anything to give you. Even my lyre is not as good as Apollo's. And you seem to have everything you need, so, how about this? As she said this, Erato, pretending to be shy, covered her face and revealed her eyes, and said expectantly, how about? I give myself to you? Would you like me to warm your bed and be your maid? If I can't take you home with me, you can take me home, right? The siren who was shot onto the tree and hadn't struggled to get down, now heard this and shouted angrily, saying that it was clearly her who said it first. No, that won't be necessary, Promise stammered, feeling a cold sweat as he quickly added, Goddess Erato, the flower crown on you will be more than enough. Yes, that's enough. Erato checked multiple times, pouting as Promise firmly declined her offer, finally sighing as she tossed the flower crown to him. Then, under a fresh wave of laughter from the sirens, she sulked off to the side to draw little circles in the sand. Don't worry about her, Apollo said to Promise helplessly. She'll recover soon. And after he finished speaking, not to mention others, even Pegasus nodded in agreement. So, feeling relieved, Promise offered the flower crown to the sirens. They froze, staring at the crown woven from their own feathers, and then at Promise, who smiled warmly. You deserve this. I couldn't have won against Goddess Erato without your help. Promise paused for a moment, before adding, but I have one request, from now on, please don't attack any innocent travelers who pass by. He returned the lost wings to the sirens, then returned back to the ship as the Argo arrived, waving goodbye from the Argo as it sailed off toward its next adventure. What a shame. Erato muttered to herself, unwillingly watching him go. If I'd just been a little more assertive, I could have just become his maid and warmed his bed myself. When she finished speaking, the nearby sirens all nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the siren who was still pinned to the tree rolled her eyes. So they all wanted the same thing, why was she the only one who got shot? Chapter 194, The Marriage of Goddess Thetis, 2.5k words. 2,520 words. Over the course of a week, the heroes aboard the Argo experienced many events. One such event was a farewell. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, arrived to deliver a decree from Zeus to Heracles, who subsequently departed to journey to the land of the Amazons, a nation of warrior women. In myth, the Amazonian warriors were considered the daughters of Ares, the god of war, and worshipped battle as their way of life. These warrior women traveled across the Greek mainland seeking strong seeds to ensure the strength of future generations. If a boy was born, they would abandon him, and leave him to live or die on his own. If a girl was born, she was raised as a warrior of the Amazonian nation. And perhaps because they possessed Ares blood, the Amazons were known not only for their strength but also for their striking beauty, tall, slender, with golden hair and blue eyes. Therefore, in Greek mythology, having an Amazonian woman as a wife was a mark of pride and respect, something worth showing off, as it symbolized that the female warrior herself acknowledged one's strength and worth. Though I can't continue this journey with you, Promise, I vow that when you reach the end, I will be there. I won't miss that moment for anything, Heracles said to Promise as they parted ways. In response to his words, Jason, who was overhearing this from the side, protested, feeling slighted. He was, after all, the rightful captain of the Argo, and though all these heroes were all hired by Promise to join him on the journey, a bit of respect for the captain would be appreciated. Besides Heracles, several other members of the Argo had departed for various reasons along the journey, including a young man named Peleus. Peleus was a calm and composed figure, and like Promise, he was a student of the centaur Chiron. While his name might be easy to forget, remembering one detail was enough: he was the father of Achilles, the hero famed for his vulnerability in his heel. One day, a massive eagle descended from the sky and under everyone's gaze, it swooped down, carrying Peleus off from the Argo, flying into the distance. Seeing this, even Peleus' sworn brother, Telamon, didn't call out an alarm. Instead, he watched with admiration and envy as Peleus departed. It was common knowledge among the Greeks that the eagle was Zeus's symbol in the mortal realm, which meant that Peleus was being summoned to fulfill a mission given by the gods. Shortly after Peleus left. What's on your mind, brother Promise? Helen, dressed in a pure white dress and looking like an innocent princess, tilted her head in confusion as she noticed Promise seemed a bit absent-minded. She had come to play a game with Promise, and in front of them was a chessboard. Since life on the ship had become quite dull, after Poseidon had used his powers to guide the Argo with ocean currents, meaning the heroes didn't even need to steer the ship, so, to pass the time, Promise came up with some entertainment activities. However, the ones who really liked this little game were Athena and Hermes, so every night in the past few days, they secretly came to Promise to play. But after a few rounds, Promise had enough. After all, playing chess against the goddess of wisdom and Hermes was just asking for a bruised ego. It's nothing, Promise replied, shaking his head as HR hesitated for a moment before adding, it's just that watching Peleus leave made me feel as if I've overlooked something. Just as he pondered about it, a maid approached with graceful steps, bent down beside him, and whispered, Master Promise, lunch is ready. The girl wore the only maid outfit in the world. She was creation by the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus. This was Euclea, a lifelike automaton with flaxen hair, who had been sent to manage Promise's daily life shortly after Hera had let him go. It had been some time now since Hera had let Promise free. Although it was lively at the beginning with many gods coming and appearing directly on the Argo, making the heroes go from being surprised at first to being numb later, each visit making it clearer how cherished Promise was by the gods. But the matter unexpectedly came to an end very quickly, which made Hermes feel very regretful. The reason was simple, none of the heavyweights had actually made a move. Artemis, the moon goddess, had been the most enthusiastic at first, often trying to cause a stir, but since she was caught by Atalanta every time she appeared, she gradually calmed down. In fact, Atalanta did not do anything. But every time Artemis came over, she would simply position herself quietly nearby, staring at her intently. Without saying a word, her steady gaze alone was enough to make Artemis gradually lose her nerve. What no one expected was that the biggest beneficiary in this matter was Medea, who seemed to have nothing to do with it. Coupled with the conversation that day, Medea couldn't help but want to laugh whenever she saw Promise during this period of time. Once she smiled, the boy couldn't help but want to have a serious conversation with her. This frequent banter even sparked jealousy in Helen, who'd taken to clinging to Promise every chance she got. Meanwhile, after the eagle carried Peleus in the sky for a long time, it brought him to an island and stopped. This was an island with all kinds of flowers blooming, and it was the paradise belonging to a goddess. At the center of the island, by a serene fountain, a dazed Peleus found himself alone, having been left behind by Zeus. But as he stood up, his gaze fell upon a beautiful figure sitting quietly by the fountain. The moment he saw her, Peleus was utterly captivated. There, dressed in a soft blue Greek gown, sat Thetis, goddess of the sea. She held a freshly picked flower in her hands, the soft glow of the setting sun casting a warm light on her cascading blue curls. Peleus stared at her, his breath catching in his chest. In that moment, it felt as if nothing else existed, as if he had found the one he was destined to love from the very first sight. And Thetis also gazed back at him in silence, looking at the one prophesied in her fate. Peleus, with his white hair like Zeus and striking blue eyes, bore a certain resemblance to the god. And for good reason, after all, he was a grandson of Zeus, a demigod by birth. The eagle transformed, revealing itself as Zeus. Standing beside Thetis, he looked pleased with himself as he proudly asked her, "Well, what do you think?" The latter remained silent. Meanwhile, Peleus, who had come back to his senses at this time, was immediately surprised to find that there were so many gods gathered here, as if a banquet of gods was being held. Because of Promise, Peleus had met most of the gods over the past few days. At the same time, because of this, Hermes, Apollo and others had a good initial impression of Peleus, so they came over, full of smiles and told Peleus that he was truly fortunate. Zeus had brought him here to grant him a marriage, a union that would be blessed by none other than Queen Hera herself. His bride was none other than Thetis. When he realized that the goddess before him was indeed Thetis, his future bride, Peleus felt overwhelmed with happiness, as though a dream had come true. As night fell, the holy flames lit up the flower-covered island. The gods present, out of respect for Zeus, offered their blessings to Peleus. Yet the other figure who should have been receiving blessings found a reason to slip away from the gathering. Thetis quietly left the god's sight and walked to the edge of the island, where she was soon met by a figure emerging from the depths, Scylla, a monstrous sea creature. Once a gentle and beautiful sea nymph, Scylla had been cursed by Circe and transformed into a monster. She had once been a dear friend of Thetis, and now, as requested by Thetis, she brought news of the heroes aboard the Argo. Listening to Scylla's stories, particularly about Prometheus' recent encounter with the goddess of the arts under the watchful eye of Apollo, and how he'd returned the wings to the sirens, Thetis found herself smiling unconsciously. They chatted for a while, and then Scylla departed, unwilling to be seen in her monstrous form by the visiting gods. But just as she left and Thetis was about to return to the gathering, an unexpected figure appeared before her in the moonlit night. Surrounded by fluttering butterflies of the underworld, the goddess wore a pitch-black gown. Yet the butterflies seemed less than pleased, several even ramming into her head in protest. These creatures were originally her familiars, but after a small incident, she'd locked them away in the abyss, only releasing them recently. Seeing her, Thetis' deep ocean blue eyes widened in surprise. This was, after all, a well-known reclusive goddess. Apart from her appearances near the young mortal, this was the first time Thetis had seen her out in the open. Hecate? Thetis exclaimed, surprised. Then, seeing the complex, conflicted look on Hecate's face, she asked in confusion, "What brings you here? Could it be that you're here to give me your blessing as well?" At this, Hecate lifted her gaze, her red eyes reflecting the image of the wise sea goddess. After looking at her for a long time, under the puzzled gaze of Thetis, Hecate let out a deep sigh as she said, "To be honest, I really didn't want to come. But if I didn't, I'd just be giving that vengeful little guy a reason to trouble me in the future." Thetis was an exceptionally wise goddess. Therefore, with just this one sentence, she immediately figured out something and her eyes widened slightly. "You're aware that Hera let go, and that things are in utter chaos around that child, aren't you?" Hecate continued. "Don't think, it is calm. It may look calm right now, as if nothing's happened, but the quieter it is now, the more violent the storm will be when it arrives. Frankly, I'm not interested in your business or that of your followers," Hecate muttered, her face pained and a little indignant. "But I'm more afraid of that brat holding a grudge against me. If he finds out that even after knowing it, I didn't do anything, then coming up with some scheme to make my life miserable. No, I should say that with his personality, he will definitely do that." Looking at Hecate, who was speaking in front of her with a face full of pain and even anger, Thetis could not help but remain silent for a moment, then turned her head slightly and said calmly, "Goddess Hecate, I don't quite understand what you're talking about." But before Thetis could finish her words, Hecate cut her off. "You used it, didn't you? The night stone that goddess Nyx once created as a replacement for Zeus." Thetis froze in place. "It's a useful artifact, I'll admit." Hecate continued. "I studied it for quite some time afterward. Otherwise, do you think I could have managed to stay hidden from all of you, especially under the sight of the king of the gods? So, when I sensed something off a while back, I cast a corresponding spell to investigate. To be honest, I regret it now. If I had known earlier, I should have just closed my eyes and pretended I didn't notice anything." Thetis was silent for a while, then she sighed and said, "Actually, you could still look the other way now and just pretend you didn't see it." "No can do," Hecate flatly refused. "I'm more afraid of that brat than you or even Zeus. If he holds a grudge, he will really dare to take revenge. I am really afraid that he would decide to make me his goddess out of spite. Well, if that day comes, then I'd have no choice but to think of a way to bring about the end of the world." At that, Thetis couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Honestly, I've always thought you and that child Promise had great compatibility. You might even suit him as well as the goddesses of fate and goddess of wisdom. Hey, I'm just here to cover my own back. Do you really need to curse me with such horrid words?" Hecate retorted, staring at Thetis in shock. "You are the gentle ocean sea goddess." No, where did the ocean goddess's famed gentleness go? But Thetis simply ignored it. After all, she had witnessed the noisy relationship between this goddess and Promise when she was about to attack the Olympus. Well, to be honest, Hecate really disliked Promise and might have entertained thoughts of killing Halm now and then. But, when it came down to it, she had fought on his side during the attack on Olympus. It would be fine if she just lied to others, but if she really didn't want to, Hecate would have left long ago even if the goddess of night, Nyx, was present. Hecate was a mighty primordial goddess in her own right, no one could truly bind her. So, are you planning to tell Promise everything? When Thetis said this, there was a hint of sorrow in her eyes, but in the deepest part of her heart, there was a flicker of unbidden joy. No, if I were planning to tell him, do you think I'd be here talking to you? Hecate shrugged. Knowing his personality, he'd definitely latch onto me if he found out. I don't want to be his assistant again, not in the future, let alone handle this matter for him. As she spoke, Hecate couldn't help but look at the goddess in front of her as she shook her head and said, in many ways, it's not necessarily much simpler than the matter of the God King being imprisoned at that time. Hearing her words, Thetis frowned, feeling a bit confused. So, what are you implying? I don't want to get involved in this, Hecate replied, but I also don't want that guy to hold a grudge against me. So I came up with a compromise. As she spoke, her smile turned a bit mischievous and she added, I told Hermes about it. And as we speak, he's likely with that young man, Peleus. In this way, no matter what happens, Promise will have no excuse to bear a grudge against me. Thetis looked blank for a moment, then quickly reacted. Wait, you told Peleus about this? End. The Greece arc is about to end soon, maybe about 40 chapters remaining. Give me those damn power stones. Chapter 195, I've noted it down. 1,713 words. Ever since meeting Promise, Hermes had been slightly angry with himself. Angry that why he hadn't met him sooner. After all, life had only grown more colorful since Promise had come along, filled with surprises and intrigue at every turn. And that's the gist of it. On the island, in a secluded corner of the divine banquet, Apollo kept watch while Hermes, tipping his feathered hat, smirked at Peleus, who had just learned everything and was processing it in stunned silence. The corners of Hermes' mouth were lifted and he looked clearly pleased. The night stone, obtained by Thetis from Hestia, was once used as a substitute when Zeus was swallowed, making it a unique artifact. It didn't render someone entirely invisible, rather, it cloaked them as if under a shroud of night, causing others to subconsciously overlook and forget their presence. Since it was powerful enough to affect even the king of the gods, even the goddess of wisdom, Athena herself had been influenced to a certain extent, which was why she did not realize that something was wrong at the first time. As for why Thetis hadn't used it to avoid her fated marriage, that was simply because its powers weren't absolute, and Thetis had never truly intended to escape her destiny. Her only wish was to keep Promise out of the situation. However, what Thetis could never have anticipated was that the artifact would have no effect on Hecate. But thinking about it carefully, it kinda made sense. After all, Hecate shared a close bond with Nyx, the goddess of night, and was a uniquely powerful goddess of magic. Hecate's dislike of Promise wasn't something she'd exaggerated. When she said she found him annoying, she truly meant it. Because he was so prone to causing trouble like a magnet, which made him her natural nemesis. As the saying goes, those who know you best are often not your closest allies but rather your enemies. Therefore, when Hecate found out what was going on, she knew that the truth couldn't stay hidden forever. Eventually, Promise would find out. And if she truly did nothing, she could easily imagine Promise doing something as audacious as carving a tally mark on her thigh. He even dared to shoot Athena with an arrow, what was left that he wouldn't dare? So, Hecate was really scared, though not completely. She still didn't want to work, so she told Hermes everything. And the god of trouble, in his excitement, then relayed all to another major player in this matter, Peleus. Now, with pale face and white hair framing his blue eyes, Peleus stood in shock, reeling from the revelations about the relationship between Promise and Thetis. He was utterly stunned by everything Promise had done until now. He was particularly shaken by the truth behind that night when darkness had cloaked the world until the delayed sunrise, how Promise had saved Zeus, the king of gods, and even dared to shoot an arrow at Athena, the goddess of wisdom. All of this was really done by Promise? Peleus asked Hermes in disbelief. Though he'd known Promise was favored by the gods and had heard bits and pieces from Orpheus, Heracles, and Jason about his feats. But in fact, most of the heroes aboard the Argo only had a vague idea about the magnitude of Promise's actions. Of course it was him, Hermes replied, a smirk playing on his lips. After all, who else could achieve all of this, but him? Even Heracles couldn't pull it off. To be precise, Hermes continued, Heracles' fate was also rewritten by Promise. As were the fates of Orpheus, Meleager, and even your teacher, Chiron. What that kid has done is far grander than you could ever imagine. Hermes' tone was calm, almost as if recounting a trivial matter, mainly because he had become accustomed to it, or even numb to it. But to Peleus, these revelations were nothing short of worldview-shattering. This sudden understanding completely washed away the joy he had felt about his marriage that day, leaving him with a storm of complex emotions. But Peleus was a rare and stable character among the ancient Greek heroes, so he did not shout or scream about all this, nor did he disbelieve or question it. Instead, after calming down a little, he took a deep breath and asked Hermes the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Lord Hermes, may I ask, why are you telling me all this now? Hermes didn't hesitate in his reply. Oh, that? Well, it's because Goddess Hecate entrusted me to tell you. Goddess Hecate. Peleus' eyes flickered for a moment, then he quickly remembered that she was Medea's teacher. The goddess was afraid of being held responsible by Promise, and she also thought this matter was troublesome and didn't want to get involved, so she gave the decision-making power to you. Hermes spoke frankly, smiling at Peleus. You can pretend that you never heard any of this and proceed to marry the wise and virtuous sea goddess Thetis, or you could choose to reveal this to Promise. Hearing this, Peleus immediately understood as a wry smile appeared on his face. After all, it was clearly not a decision that could bring anyone joy. Soon, Thetis, having returned from her meeting with Hecate, anxiously rushed back, only to find that within the banquet, she could no longer see Peleus' figure, she was already too late. Peleus, now wearing the winged sandals Hermes had lent him, had already departed from the gathering. He had returned to the Argo. The next day, wearing Hermes' winged sandals, Peleus once again arrived aboard the Argo. Before anyone could understand the reason for Peleus' sudden departure and return, he had already approached Promise, as he stared at the young man with an intensely serious expression, and said, Promise, I challenge you to a duel. And this duel will be held under the witness of the gods, making it sacred and solemn. When Peleus said these words, not only was Promise taken aback, but even Atalanta beside him was momentarily stunned. After all, among the heroes aboard the Argo, Peleus was one of the few that Atalanta actually did not dislike. After all, he was a very steady and composed person. What are you saying, Peleus? After coming back to his senses, Telamon, Peleus' brother, looked at him with utter disbelief, exclaiming, Do you know what you're saying? Peleus didn't respond, he only looked at Promise in silence. But it was this reaction that made the gathered heroes quickly realize that Peleus was actually serious at this moment. He really wanted to challenge Promise. And this challenge was to be under the witness of the gods. What are you trying to do, Peleus? Seeing this, Theseus was the first to react in anger. With Heracles having left, Theseus, who already had a close relationship with Promise, and who felt immense guilt toward Promise due to the events involving Helen and Persephone, had secretly sworn to himself to protect Promise during this journey. He was determined not to let any harm come to him. And it wasn't just Theseus who grew angry. As soon as they realized that Peleus wasn't joking, even Meleager and the great hunter Actaeon, as well as his own brother Telamon, widened their eyes and glared at Peleus in fury. It was widely known that most of the heroes aboard the Argo had been recruited by Promise himself, going down his infamous grudge list, which they all feared. And beyond that, the reason they were aboard the ship had much in common with Chiron's, who had initially followed Jason and Promise down the mountain quietly, which was out of concern for the boy as delicate as a flower. Even though Promise's name now echoed throughout all of Greece, and they had each witnessed or learned about his great deeds in one way or another, the heroes aboard still saw him as the same young man from their early days training together in the cave on Mount Pelion. Back then, this young man had been weaker than all of them and even Jason could crush him. But at the same time, he was more dedicated than anyone, his purpose the purest. Promise wanted to become a hero, even if it meant sacrificing his life. It was this unbreakable resolve that had drawn them all together. And it was why, when they learned of Promise's achievements, none of them felt any jealousy. Instead, they felt genuine happiness for him from the bottom of their hearts. Because they understood how incredibly difficult it had been for him, and each of them knew in their hearts how much effort Promise had poured into achieving what he had now. After all, even the goddess of fate, who could foresee the future, had never seen anything promising in Promise's fate. The bright future he now faced was one he had carved out himself. It was because of this very reason that the goddess of wisdom had focused all her attention on him and no longer cared about anyone else except him. Peleus did not speak. Enduring the anger of those around him, including his own brother, he just stood in front of Promise in silence. His blue eyes looked steadily into Promise's clear green gaze, and Promise looked back at Peleus just as calmly. All right. Then, Promise gave his answer. Let's duel. Promise didn't ask for a reason, because that was irrelevant. He knew that Peleus would give him an explanation, when everything was over. Hearing this, Peleus also smiled. He also knew that Promise would not let him down. After all, whether back in their days training in the mountains or now, he had never let anyone down. However, when it's all over, Peleus, make sure to clean your neck and wait, Promise said with a calm tone. I may not know what's going on, but this grudge. I'll note it down. At these words, Peleus froze. And the heroes who had been glaring at him now looked at him with sudden pity. Haha, Peleus, you're in for it, you've just landed in Promise's little book of grudges. Chapter 196, Duel Witnessed by the Gods. 1,273 words. After that, Promise thought for a moment and then turned toward the deep blue sea. Honorable Poseidon, the god of the sea, I pray to you, please hear my request. I am about to engage in a duel with my friend. If you would be so kind as to grant us a battlefield upon the ocean. With that said, he raised the pure white feathered canvas from the sky. He drew a simple sketch upon the ocean's surface, and the painting grew larger and larger until it covered the entire sea horizon, disappearing into the waters. As Promise finished his prayer, the waves ceased to move. Then, Promise leapt from the ship. At that moment, the ocean's surface seemed as solid as land. Standing upon the ocean and his artwork, he stamped his foot twice to test the ground, then tilted his head to look back toward Peleus. Peleus took a deep breath, produced a long spear, and jumped down from the ship to join him. The spear in his hand was crafted from the highest ash tree atop Mount Pelion, forged by the centaur sage, Chiron, himself. So to put it simply, this was a weapon created by God, so, its characteristic was that it could not be destroyed. However, as they were about to start. Just then. This battle will be witnessed by me, Athena, goddess of wisdom. Athena had arrived, and this time she was not dressed in her usual white robes, instead, she wore her battle armor. She wielded her spear and raised her shield. Just from her attire, it was clear how seriously she took this duel. As for the reason, come to think of it, this seems to be Promise's first duel with a hero since he left the mountain. Meleager, the prince of Calydon, muttered aloud. Hearing this, Atalanta, who had spent the most time with Promise, couldn't help but be stunned. However, thinking about it carefully, she realized it was indeed true. After all, who would dare challenge Promise in the first place? What's the difference between that and suicide? After all, even if someone did, regardless of the duel's outcome, whether they win or not, they would definitely face a group assault and likely a severe beating from the crowd afterward, probably to the extent that even mighty Heracles would get brutally beaten. Anyway, Brother Promise will definitely win. He won't lose. Helen raised her head with pride, fully confident that her words would receive universal approval. However, it's hard to say. Atalanta shook her head lightly, disagreeing calmly. As the latter stared at her in disbelief. If it had been anyone else, she might not have taken it seriously, but Atalanta. Ahem, my silly little sister, you've forgotten, Helen's sister, one of the twin heroes, couldn't help but knock Helen on the head and said, when Promise competed with you in strength, during that arm wrestling, you defeated him. No one denied all that Promise had accomplished up to now. But neither could anyone deny that he was as fragile as if a mere gust of wind could sweep him right off to the underworld. Otherwise, even now, why would everyone still worry about him so much? Even Atlanta, who knew and trusted Promise's unique qualities more than anyone, shared the same impression as the other heroes when it came to sheer physical strength. One hand could defeat him. But Brother Promise has always been watched over by the gods, Helen replied, looking up at Atlanta. And he has that special art. Others may not know about Brother Promise's situation, but don't you know it, Helen didn't understand why Atlanta, who obviously knew him best, didn't agree with her. Seeing this, Atlanta glanced down at Helen and told her the real reason for her doubt. Do you really think Promise would use such methods against a friend, especially in a formal duel like this? If that were the case, then the goddess of wisdom wouldn't have appeared, much less with such honor. At this moment, Promise still didn't fully understand why Peleus was challenging him, but he knew he was serious, that he had made a difficult decision. And he was right. This duel meant everything to Peleus. He longed to win, yet at the same time he also looked forward to failure. To be honest, his feelings were deeply conflicted. And so, Peleus chose to face Promise in battle. This duel was a deeply rooted tradition of this era, one where victory or defeat, witnessed by the gods, will decide the future of both parties. Peleus, can you tell me what this is all about? Standing upon the surface of the ocean, Promise looked at Peleus and asked the reason before starting the duel. To be honest, lately, he had been feeling an inexplicable restlessness in his heart, as if he had overlooked something very important. He had thought it over and over but still hadn't grasped what it was. The mighty king of gods, Zeus, took me away and granted me a marriage. Peleus spoke, glancing briefly at the goddess of wisdom, Athena, who stood by as witness of their duel and continued. And when I saw that sea goddess for the first time, I realized I had fallen for her. I felt ecstatic, as if I were the luckiest man alive, until I sensed that she seemed to have someone else in her heart, and that person was not me. As Peleus voiced this revelation, the one most surprised was not Promise but Meleager, the Prince of Calydon, aboard the Argo. Almost instinctively, his gaze shifted to Atlanta, only to see that her vivid green eyes were fixed solely on Promise. And so, I returned, Peleus continued, looking at the young man in front of him with an earnest and resolute look. I couldn't simply turn a blink eye to what I'd learned, nor could I simply let it go. So please, fight me with all your strength, Promise. I understand, Promise replied as he looked at Peleus. His eyes were calm but also full of realization, because he finally remembered what the thing he had forgotten for a long time was. I'm sorry, he said, apologetically meeting Peleus' gaze. But I'm going to win this duel because when she took me to Olympus that day, I had already decided that I would change her fate. When Promise said these words, the Prince of Calydon, Meleager, and the stag hunter, Actaeon, turned to look at him. Alongside them, Orpheus and his nymph wife, Eurydice, who were also listening closely, after his words, glanced at each other and understanding the meaning behind Promise's words, began to smile. In that moment, they already knew the outcome of the duel. As they watched, Pegasus descended from the heavens, spreading its pure wings as it landed beside Promise. The young man mounted the sacred steed, holding onto its white reins. With everyone's eyes upon him, Pegasus lifted Promise into the blue sky. Below, Peleus clutched his spear tightly, watching as the young man flew farther and farther away, until he became a falling star, streaking down toward him. I've lost. Peleus lay on the water's surface and said. However, there was no anger on his face, but instead he was smiling happily. Is there anything you need me to do, Promise? Promise looked at his friend, who had already cast aside his weapon when Pegasus fell. After thinking about it for a long pause, he pulled out a golden apple from his hand. Please inscribe upon it. To the fairest. Chapter 197, Make the Judgment, Promise. 2087 words. A few days later, on the Mount Pelion. A grand wedding was underway. Gods and goddesses gathered to offer their blessings to the beautiful sea goddess, Thetis, and her groom, the hero Peleus. The wedding was arranged by the noble goddess of marriage herself, Queen Hera, and given the highest regard by Zeus, the king of the gods. So they invited almost all the gods to participate, including the three goddesses of fate. But as in myth, they did not extend an invitation to Eris, the goddess of discord. However, even though she was not invited, this time Eris did not take out a golden apple with the inscription to the fairest, for the simple reason that she had none left. Due to promise, and especially the fact that Athena, Hermes, and Heracles stole the golden apple tree, with the latter taking away a whole branch, the gods' reserves of golden apples were now depleted. Yet despite this, a golden apple did indeed appear at the wedding feast. And the one who quietly set it upon the banquet table was none other than one of the wedding's honored guests, Peleus. It didn't take long before the gods noticed the apple. And then, I am the rightful owner of this golden apple. Queen Hera lifted her head confidently as she gazed at the apple. I am the most revered goddess on Olympus, respected by gods and mortals alike. Naturally, this golden apple should belong to me. Hearing this, Athena's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement as she looked at the golden apple in front of her and couldn't help but laugh. But wisdom and compassion surpass mere power, so, clearly, I have more claim to it than you. What are you two talking about? Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, scowled as she approached and gazed at the apple bearing the inscription. To the fairest, she spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, can't you see? It's dedicated to the fairest, and I am the goddess of love and beauty. There's no one fairer than me. The three goddesses refused to give in to each other and started a quarrel that cast a shadow over the once joyful wedding celebration. They are so boring. Seeing this, Artemis, the moon goddess who was not involved in the fight, said, "What's the point of fighting over this?" Hermes chuckled at her comment and looked at her as he spoke. "Artemis, are you sure you don't want to join in? If you keep standing back, you might miss your chance and never get it again." Not interested, Artemis shook her head, indicating that she had no interest at all. As time went by, the quarrel among the three goddesses not only did not stop but instead tended to gradually expand so much so that even the king of gods, Zeus, was unwilling to stand out in this horrific Shura field. Realizing that the escalating tension would ruin the gathering, Zeus finally turned his gaze toward Hermes. The latter had been waiting for this cue. With a smirk, he adjusted his winged cap, then stepped forward to address the crowd. "To the fairest, you say?" Hermes came to the golden apple and picked it up, casting a mischievous glance at the assembled gods, especially the three hopeful goddesses, who were looking at it with anticipation. Laughing, he continued, "This indeed is a tricky dilemma, for I believe every goddess present today is worthy of it." As soon as Hermes finished speaking, he immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the goddess of beauty Aphrodite and the queen of heaven Hera, but Athena did not react particularly strongly. "So I must admit I don't know which goddess to entrust it to. But," he added with a smile, "I happen to know someone who could make the fairest judgment." The moment Hermes said this, Queen Hera and goddess of beauty Aphrodite were stunned, even Artemis was stunned for a moment, and then stood up with eyes wide open as if she thought of something. After all, his judgments are fair enough that even the goddess of justice herself holds them in esteem. "Isn't that right, goddess Themis?" Hermes looked over to Themis, the goddess of justice, whose eyes were covered by a white cloth. Hearing his suggestion, Themis, who also understood Hermes' intentions, nodded in agreement. "So, noble Father Zeus, should we invite that child here to act as the judge for this matter?" Hermes held the golden apple labeled to the fairest and winked at the god king, Zeus. The god king, fully aware of Hermes' meaning and who this child was, couldn't help but chuckle at his words. He looked at Hermes and then at Hera, the queen of heaven, Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, who had all become visibly excited at the mention of this idea. Zeus knew quite well that Hera had let go of promise, and now every goddess had been quietly vying to be the one he would worship next. Therefore, bringing that child here as the judge would not only calm this scene down but also escalate it beyond a mere contest over a golden apple among Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena. Of course. Now fully entertained by the idea, Zeus immediately agreed to Hermes' request. Shortly after, Pegasus brought the black-haired, green-eyed young man to the gathering. As promise entered the grand banquet and was handed to the fairest golden apple amid the gaze of all the gods, even Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who had half expected this turn of events, looked at the boy with a newfound intensity. In that instant, Promise became the absolute center of attention at the wedding. "My child, it has been a while." Zeus greeted him with a gentle smile. It has indeed been a while, great king of the gods. Holding the golden apple, Promise respectfully bowed to the king of the gods in front of him. Are you clear on what's happening? Zeus asked with a knowing smile. Lord Hermes already explained it to me on the way here, Promise replied. And can you make a fair decision? Upon hearing this, the young man instinctively glanced around. Facing the piercing, watchful eyes around him, even Promise, who had been prepared, had to swallow hard. I'll do my best. Just then. Quick, Apollo. Hand me your lyre. Hermes came over to Apollo and called out urgently. Apollo raised an eyebrow. What for? To play a song for this thrilling moment, of course. A little music to liven up the mood. Hermes replied with an innocent smile as Apollo shot him a skeptical look. He really felt this guy's memory was so weak. He had been hunted by Promise before, and he was still so eager to seek death like this. Unlike him, who was very honest and had no intention of tempting fate today. But after a moment, Apollo handed over his lyre, and after getting it, Hermes immediately began to play a somber, melancholic tune, matching Promise's own anxious feelings. So the moment the music of the lyre sounded, even Zeus almost couldn't help laughing, and he barely managed to control the expression on his face. Promise, who was so angry that his teeth were itching, turned his head and glared at Hermes. Hermes, I'll remember you. We all believe in you, child. Whatever decision you make, I'm sure it will earn everyone's respect, Zeus said, barely able to contain his laughter as he patted Promise's shoulder in encouragement. Hearing his words, before Promise could respond, Zeus, finally unable to bear it any longer, turned away, finally bursting into an unrestrained laugh as he walked off. Zeus had barely left when Queen Hera eagerly leaned toward Promise and said, Promise, this golden apple to the fairest is obviously meant for me. Don't forget, you've told me countless times that I'm the most beautiful goddess in your heart. Athena gave Promise a knowing smile as she said, Promise, dear, I trust you'll make the wisest choice. Don't let power cloud your judgment. Then, Artemis, the moon goddess, pushed Aphrodite aside and rushed forward, saying, Pick me, Promise. If you give me the golden apple, I'll give you Atalanta as a reward. But isn't Atalanta your follower? Persephone, the queen of the underworld, joined in with a gentle smile. As for this apple, it's meant for me, isn't it? After all, Promise, I am your elder sister. Then shouldn't it be given to me rather than you? Demeter said. No, mother, please. Why are you even joining in? In an instant, the place became a chaotic chorus of claims, each goddess insisting on her right to the golden apple. Meanwhile, Hermes seamlessly shifted his melancholic tune to a lively, festive melody, perfectly mirroring the increasing clamor. Now, no need to rush, and no need to make things difficult for our dear Promise, Hestia, the elder sister, chuckled, approaching with a serene smile. If you ask me, I will say Promise will definitely give it to Clotho, right? After all, in his heart, little goddess Clotho has always been the cutest. Exactly. My Clotho is clearly the one who deserves Promise's golden apple. Lachesis, the second sister of the goddess of fate, praised and pushed her younger sister Clotho towards Promise. Themis, the goddess of justice, whose eyes were still covered with a white cloth, suddenly spoke in her usual calm but suggestive tone. Actually, I feel I, too, might be worthy of Promise's golden apple. When she said this, silence fell over the room. All the gods, even Zeus, stared at the goddess of justice with an incredible look on her face. At this, even Apollo, the god of light, couldn't help it. He pulled out his own lyre, joining Hermes in a lively duet, pushing the atmosphere to the hottest level. What exactly are you all trying to do? Just then, the gentle goddess Thetis moved to stand beside Peleus, who was also observing the unfolding scene and looked at him with curiosity. She had noticed how Peleus quietly placed the golden apple in the center of the gathering. And considering the preciousness of the golden apple today, how could Thetis not guess that this was a play directed and acted by Promise himself? I'm not entirely sure. Peleus glanced at Thetis and shook his head honestly. In our duel, I lost to him, and placing this golden apple here was his only condition. He said that by doing so, he could rewrite your fate. Hearing this, Thetis, who had rarely felt confusion, now found herself just as perplexed as the rest. Looking at the intense drama around them, she struggled to comprehend Promise's true intentions. And then, if it were any other day, I'd likely be carefully considering which one of you goddesses I would choose. Looking at the goddesses in front of him who wanted to swallow him up, Promise gritted his teeth and said, "After all, in my heart each of you is beautiful and kind beyond compare. It's impossible to rank one above the other." Slowly, and with no small amount of caution, he withdrew from their intense circle and turned around, walking towards Thetis, who looked at him equally uncertain. "But today, on this special day of celebration, I believe there is only one who truly deserves the title of the fairest, don't you?" With these words, he came before Thetis. He looked at her deeply and then handed the golden apple to her. Thetis stood frozen, staring at Promise, then at the apple in her hands. And at this moment, she experienced firsthand how a single look could kill a god. She felt that even if she and Promise had fought the gods on Mount Olympus, the danger level would not have been even 1/10 of what it was like now. The golden apple in her hand suddenly felt scorching hot. But this golden apple, to the fairest, was offered to her by Promise himself, so Thetis had to admit that even at the risk of being torn to pieces by the goddesses in front of her, she still could not resist the allure of this golden apple. And so, with a deep breath, she reached out and took it. The moment she did, she saw Promise lean over as he whispered softly in her ear, "Goddess Thetis, I have come to seek revenge on you." Chapter 198, Choose Me. 1733 words. Thetis froze, her beautiful ocean-deep eyes staring blankly at the young man, who turned around and turned to face Hera. Promise now directed his gaze toward the queen of the gods herself, Hera, who was biting her lips, with a jealous expression written all over her face without any concealment. "My esteemed Queen Hera," he began, "I have bestowed this golden apple to the fairest and found the goddess I believe to be the most beautiful. So now, let us honor our vow together." "Vow?" Hera subconsciously asked Promise in confusion. "What vow?" "The vow we made together, Goddess Hera, have you forgotten?" Promise chuckled and spoke words that left everyone stunned. "You promised me, Goddess Hera, that when I found the one I deemed most beautiful, regardless of who she was, you would satisfy me and grant me the grandest wedding of all, with all the gods present to give their blessings. Well, today, I have offered the golden apple to the fairest, to Goddess Thetis." The gods were stunned. The gods fell into thinking. And then the gods realized. Was this a marriage challenge? Even Hermes, who had suspected from the very beginning that Promise had come with ill intentions today, looked at the young, who spoke these words, with wide eyes and great shock, finding himself utterly speechless at his audacity. While Hera, though momentarily stunned, recalled her vow to Promise and realized, it was, indeed, exactly as he'd said. "Promise, are you saying you wish to marry Thetis?" Hera stammered as she stood up. In her mind, a question bubbled up. Yes, why hadn't she thought of pairing Thetis with Promise herself? Compared to that guy named Peleus, Promise was clearly a better match. Whether I like her or not, she is, by the gods' unanimous recognition, the most beautiful goddess in my eyes. Although I may no longer be your follower, Goddess Hera, you will always be my goddess in my heart, and so I cannot ignore my oath to you, Promise answered steadily. So, noble Lady Hera, I implore you, grant this marriage to me. As soon as Promise finished speaking, Hermes nearly stood up to applaud. After he said this, Zeus, who had originally noticed what Promise was going to do and had frowned and even looked a little angry, now regained his composure. The gods attending this grand wedding did not view Promise's claim as a problem. Instead, they all looked at Hera with incomparable envy because, by granting this marriage, she might even reclaim Promise. I think it sounds wonderful. Queen of the underworld Persephone was the first to respond, breaking the silence. Although she was slightly disappointed that she did not receive the golden apple, she had a fond respect for the gentle, kind-hearted Thetis. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, also chuckled, adding, indeed, they do make a handsome pair, don't they? Meanwhile, Apollo, the god of light, took action and immediately restrained Artemis, who was trying to leap forward. Calm down, remember, you're a virgin goddess, you really can't jump out at this time. On the side of the goddess of fates, the second sister, Lachesis, looked helplessly at her older sister and then looked at the goddess of fate, Clotho, who was silent beside her. Ah, my sister is angry, so scary. This, that. Just when Hera thought that this was a good idea, as it would allow her to fulfill her promise to the child Promise, and perhaps through this, she would be one step closer to regaining his faith. But noble Lady Hera, the mighty king of the gods, Zeus, you've already blessed me with the hand of the sea goddess Thetis. At this moment, Peleus stood up in an unusually untactful manner. Could it be that, great gods, you are going to take back the gifts you have bestowed upon me and break your word in front of all present? Peleus's words triggered immediate tension, as some gods scowled at him in disapproval, and Hera felt an instant surge of irritation, about to say something. When? Watch your tongue. Promise turned to him and spoke in a sharp tone. How could the noble goddess Hera and the great king of gods Zeus go back on their word? If they say they will honor a promise, then they will. When Promise made his declaration, most of the gods were left thoroughly baffled, unable to understand what he wanted to do. However, Athena covered her mouth, laughing softly, and a playful expression spread across Hermes's face. Zeus, too, seemed to catch on to something, sitting quietly as he looked at Promise and then at Peleus. At that moment, a cool, clear voice rose above the murmurs. The marriage promised by the noble king and queen of the gods will, of course, be upheld. Themis, the goddess of justice, stood up, holding the shaking scales of judgment in her hands, and said in a cold and gentle voice. But the oath of Hera, the queen of heaven, with Promise is equally valid, witnessed by all the gods. Therefore, Goddess Thetis, she asked, turning to the sea goddess, do you wish to choose them both? Thetis was stunned for a moment. She glanced first at Promise, then at Peleus, before gently shaking her head. That would be unfair to them both, Thetis responded softly. I cannot make such a choice. The gods nodded in understanding at her words. After all, they knew that Thetis, the goddess of the sea, had always had this kind of character. In that case, Themis continued, Promise, Peleus, would either of you be willing to forego your claim to the goddess Thetis? Promise straightened and spoke with a look of deep respect, I would never go back on my vow to goddess Hera. Peleus echoed him with equal resolve, saying, nor would I bring dishonor to the god King Zeus by letting him be seen as unfaithful to his word. Well, the scene fell into silence. Even Artemis, who had been struggling, now stood quiet. Because, at this moment, her mind was confused by the seemingly sound reasoning on both sides. Well, Hermes interjected with a smirk, continuing to add the fuel to the fire. Under these circumstances, we may just have to split Goddess Thetis in two halves and give each one to both to satisfy both of you. What are you talking about? How can you cut the Goddess Thetis in half? Hestia smiled and said, after all, she has done a kindness to the gods of Olympus, has she not? Then, Athena also added her suggestion thoughtfully, then make it like Persephone's case, each one gets her for 6 months. No, we don't want to make things difficult for the goddess Thetis. Peleus and Promise spoke in unison, as if they'd rehearsed it before. Then, the two of them looked at each other. I have a vow with goddess Hera, the queen of Olympus. And I have been granted marriage by the mighty king of the gods. So, either one could convince the other. Zeus chuckled. At that moment, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter full of joy and amusement. Go on, child, how will you judge this matter? Zeus then looked at Promise and said, I have heard that your judgments even earn praise from Themis, and you have never disappointed everyone. Today, let me witness one myself. As he finished speaking, the scales of justice in the hand of Themis, the goddess of justice, fell into Promise's hands. The latter held them up, looking first at Thetis and then at the gods. This wedding is the vow of Queen Hera, and it is a marriage bestowed by the king of gods, Zeus. Therefore, it is naturally witnessed by all the gods present. All of you are witnesses, so you cannot be participants. I do not wish to break my vow with goddess Hera, nor does Peleus wish to defy the grace given by god King Zeus, and at the same time, neither of us wants to put the gentle Thetis in a difficult position. So, Goddess Thetis, you are the only one who can make this decision. So, may I ask, are you able to make a decision now? Thetis looked at Promise, remained silent for a time, then finally shook her head. In that case, there is only one conclusion to this judgment. Until Thetis makes a true decision, this wedding, witnessed by the gods, shall continue indefinitely. And until this wedding ends, remember, Goddess Thetis, you will not be able to accept love from anyone. Hearing this, Thetis quietly looked at Promise, gazing into his beautiful emerald eyes. Holding the golden apple in her hand, she smiled and nodded. Is this really all right? Faced with this judgment, the gods looked at each other in confusion. Well, why worry so much? Look, Queen of Heaven, Hera, the god King Zeus, and even they themselves have accepted it. But most of them didn't care about it. They simply found today's spectacle amusing and thought it would provide gossip for a long time. So, what was supposed to be a wedding turned into a casual feast after this little spectacle, though no one minded. After all, they were all having fun. Then, noble king of the gods, please allow me to offer my sincerest apology. Promise came over to the king of the gods, Zeus, saying this while presenting a golden apple to him. Zeus, feeling a bit intrigued, accepted the apple and saw that it bore two words, destiny. In that instant, Zeus immediately understood what Promise meant to say. He looked at the young man in front of him in silence, thinking of the originally destined destinies that had been rewritten by this young man. They gazed at each other for a moment, and then Zeus accepted the golden apple. Child, I hear you have yet to choose a god to follow. Promise nodded instinctively, then suddenly sensed something was not right. Then choose me. Zeus laughed loudly. The more he looked at the young man in front of him, the happier he became, as he said. I assure you, my affection for you will be no less than Hera's or anyone else's. Promise's body froze instantly. Staring at Zeus, the king of the gods, sizing him up. No way. Chapter 199, Mass Production. 2,447 words. Where's mine? Once everything had settled down, Athena, dressed in a pure white gown, found Promise, who was taking care of the Pegasus, in a corner of the high mountain of Pelion in Greece. By now, night had fallen at some points as the sky loomed dark above, with stars spread across like a reachable galaxy, as if one could just reach out and just touch it, making the scene strikingly beautiful against the mountainside. Under the full moon's glow and the flicker of flames, Athena extended her hand, looking calmly at the hint of confusion in the boy's green eyes and said softly, the golden apple dedicated to the fairest. Don't tell me you only have that one. After she finished speaking, before Promise could respond, Pegasus shot him a look of utter shock. After all, by now all the gods knew of Promise's vow to Hera, the Queen of Heaven. The title of most beautiful goddess now belonged to someone who was spoken for. But aren't you, Athena, the virgin goddess who's vowed eternal chastity? Very good, you are really worthy of being my little master. All right, I'll be off to eat grass now, you carry on. With this thought in mind, Pegasus turned around and was about to eat grass and become invisible, but Promise noticed it and grabbed him tightly. You hungry horse, if you don't want to be written down in my little black book, then stay put. After glaring at the dishonest Pegasus, whose talent for sneaking away to graze was nearly maxed out, Promise turned back to Athena, whose calm expression betrayed no hint of her thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, he asked her with some curiosity, why do you think I have more than one golden apple like that? Athena chuckled, replying, because it would be easy to get out of your vow to Hera. Just as Father God Zeus, upon learning his own fate, frantically began producing offspring, well, although, in his case, his desires played a big part. But if you want to keep Hera from pursuing the vow for a long time, all you'd need to do is prepare more apples of beauty and distribute them. After all, Hera is the most loyal supporter of monogamy. And surely, you must have realized this too, after all, you possess my wisdom. Promise's fate was intricately interwoven with this goddess of wisdom. After hearing what she said, Pegasus looked at the boy in a strange way, and then he suddenly realized something. Well, if anyone were to receive a golden apple, it would have most likely been to the two goddesses, either Athena or Clotho, or maybe Hecate, just to annoy her a little. But giving it to Thetis? That was unexpected. So, after all this time, you're planning to mass-produce this so-called most beautiful golden apple? This is totally something you'd do. Actually, I didn't really think about it that much. Looking at the goddess in front of him, Promise did not struggle. There was no point in hiding it, so he said frankly, I mainly intended to save one for the goddess Artemis. Artemis? Athena nodded as if she understood something. You're really afraid around her. By the way, if I recall, she seems to have never done anything to you, right? But Artemis knows how to hunt. And he was particularly concerned about her penchant for strangling necks. Speaking of which, where's that guy Orion these days? It just vanished? After saying that, and seeing Athena's smile turn a bit more mischievous, Promise couldn't help but roll his eyes before changing the subject. Goddess Athena, do you really want one? Yes, of course, Athena nodded and said. Anyway, even if I don't take one now, it's only a matter of time before Hera, Clotho, and the others each end up with one. So, better to just make it straightforward. Following her line of reasoning, Promise thought it over and realized it could indeed end up that way. So he took out another golden apple inscribed with, to the fairest, and handed it to Athena. Even though she'd already expected this long ago, when Promise actually produced a spare apple, he had clearly well prepared for a long time. Both Athena and Pegasus couldn't help but fall silent. I'm beginning to think I was wrong. It won't just be Hera and Clotho with their own apples in the near future. Soon, most goddesses will have one, right? After weighing the golden apple in her hand, even Athena looked at the boy with a somewhat strange look. After all, over the past 2 years, Promise had accumulated enough golden apples that he no longer had to ration them as he did at the beginning. And since these golden apples, to the fairest, were now crafted by him, not by the goddess of discord, Eris, the right to define them belonged solely to him. At Athena's comment, Promise was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he responded with a mix of earnestness and feigned confusion, nodding while saying, oh, no, of course not. How could I possibly do that? But honestly, yes, whether it's goddess Hera, goddess Artemis, or goddess Persephone, I do consider them all the most beautiful goddesses. Oh dear, it's all so complicated. Now even Pegasus, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but want to kick Promise. Athena rolled her eyes, yet as she held the golden apple in her hand, she couldn't help but smile. In fact, in recent times, she herself felt that she seemed to have become a little strange. She'd always known that she valued Promise far more than anyone else, but recently, she found out that this relationship had changed a little. More precisely, it had morphed into something else, a kind of possessiveness, almost as if Hera's influence were rubbing off on her. Just like this time, even though she guessed Promise's plan from the start, when she saw the golden apple, she still had infinite expectations. At that moment, she found herself longing for him to abandon his logic and wisdom and give it to her, right there in that moment. Simply put, it was. Why are there 4 threads of fate and not just one? Holding the golden apple in her hand, Athena stared at the boy in front of her and murmured softly. Promise looked at her in confusion. Did you say something, Goddess Athena? I was just thinking about how to make you choose me. Athena's beautiful golden eyes stared at the boy in front of her as she said. To choose me as your one and only goddess. And this time, please don't go bothering Hecate. If you're not serious, even if she doesn't destroy everything, I just might give it a try myself. Oh ho, here we go, here we go. Pegasus jumped excitedly nearby, barely restraining himself from cheering them on. Well, embarrassing his master was stirring the winged horse mind crazily. As Promise's mind raced to find a way out of this awkward moment, Athena said. Never mind, I won't pressure you. If I lost out because of that, it'd be a shame for me. But, there should still be some kind of time limit, don't you think? After a moment of serious thought, Athena smiled and said, then, let's say by the time we fulfill our vow. Before that vow concludes, promise. I'll be waiting for your choice. After all, once you make your choice, you'll join us and never be separated. Athena thought to herself with a smile, holding the golden apple in her hand as she walked away. But just as Athena left, and Promise was about to finally relax and catch his breath. Sister Lachesis, what exactly are you up to? Promise turned around with a helpless expression and looked at the sickly second sister, Lachesis, the goddess of fate, who was approaching him quietly from behind. In her hand was a wooden stick, and the petite goddess Clotho, the youngest of the Fates, stood silently at her side. I'm here to hit you on behalf of my little sister. Lachesis declared, brandishing the stick with conviction. And who gave you permission to call me sister? I definitely don't approve of you and my little. Before she could finish her sentence, Promise presented her with a golden apple inscribed to the fairest. Looking at the golden apple, Lachesis blinked and pointed at herself, and the moment Promise nodded, she decisively dropped the wooden stick from her hand. Oh, great. I agree. After saying this, Lachesis happily took the golden apple and ran off in delight. As soon as Lachesis left, Nguyen looked at the quiet little white-haired girl in front of him, and the expression on his face couldn't help but relax. He took out yet another golden apple and said with a smile, Goddess Clotho, here's a golden apple to the fairest goddess. At this time, Pegasus, who had slipped away at some point and was eating grass on the side, glared at Promise in disdain. How many of these apples do you even have? And didn't you just tell Athena you wouldn't hand them out to every goddess you saw? I, Pegasus, hereby declare you the most shameless. The young goddess Clotho, dressed in her traditional white Greek robe, didn't immediately reach for the golden apple in Promise's hand. Cradling her crystal orb, she looked at him with her usual childish yet overly dignified tone and asked, why didn't you choose Athena just now? Promise was caught off guard. In fact, everyone knows that when it comes time to choose, the goddess will only be one of us, and Athena is clearly the best option. It's not that I don't understand these things. Promise looked at the delicate goddess of fate in front of him and couldn't help laughing, saying, but if I did that, you'd feel disappointed and unhappy, wouldn't you? Just like with this whole business of the golden apple to the fairest. As he spoke, he stepped forward and gently yet subconsciously placed the apple into Clotho's outstretched hand. After saying this, Promise half expected Clotho to act like her usual self, perhaps with a touch of arrogance, saying she wouldn't be disappointed or upset in the least. After all, Clotho had always such a cute little tsundere goddess. But you're right. I might really be unhappy. Huh? Looking at Clotho, who suddenly said this after accepting the golden apple, Promise couldn't help but blink at her. After all, you are the one who, regardless of my wishes, forced me into a vow back then, letting me glimpse a beautiful future. So, why can't I be the goddess you choose? As Clotho spoke these words, even Pegasus was stunned, lifting his head in shock and stopping his grazing altogether. Cute, so cute. The usually proud and distant Clotho was now acting shy, no longer arrogant. Looking at the little goddess puff out her cheeks slightly and lift her head as if to meet Promise's gaze. Though her vision was clouded by fate's curse, rendering her eyes pale and unable to see the present, she still managed to capture the moment with her spirit alone. Although, Promise had once given her a gift to help her see the world, an enchanted doll that could relay images to her, but she didn't have it with her now. Looking at Clotho like this, Pegasus couldn't help but agree with Promise's earlier sentiment. Indeed, this petite goddess of fate was far cuter than the moon goddess, Artemis, and the others. So, Promise, I hope you'll choose me. Saying these words were probably her limit, so, after she finished speaking, she turned and ran. As she left, Promise noticed her ears glowing bright red. How terrifying. After Clotho left, Promise came back to his senses after a while and couldn't help but sigh. I almost couldn't help it just now, and almost gave in. Indeed, Pegasus chirped in agreement, nodding deeply. What else could you expect from a companion who perfectly mirrored his master? Well, why not just give in then? I myself nearly couldn't resist running out to hug her in my arms and shower her with affection. Just then, a soft, amused female voice was heard. Promise and Pegasus both turned their heads, unsurprised by the speaker. They tilted their heads and looked to see the goddess emerging from the shadows of the trees. The moment he caught sight of her, Pegasus turned around and took off skyward, moving with such decisiveness and speed that it was clear that he'd mastered this escape with daily practice. Promise ignored Pegasus's swift escape, his clear green eyes reflecting the familiar figure of a gentle goddess. He quietly reached into his pocket and pulled out his little notebook of revenge. Wait. What do you think you're doing? Thetis quickly jumped in front of him, grabbing his hands to keep him from writing. Promise looked at her with a faint smile and asked, What do you think, lovely goddess Thetis? Well. Thetis looked at the BKY who was smiling in front of her, lowered her head, and mumbled weakly, Actually, I can explain. Go ahead, then. I'm listening. With Promise's arms crossed in front of him, Thetis suddenly lost her confidence. She racked her brains to think about it, and finally said tentatively, I have nothing to do with Peleus, and I'm not interested in him at all. Why are you explaining that? Promise was a bit speechless. Thetis blinked, then her face fell slightly as she said. So, you don't care? Well, to say I don't care at all would be a bit of a lie. After he finished speaking, Promise looked at Thetis, whose eyes suddenly brightened, and felt a little helpless as he said. Goddess Athena represents wisdom, Goddess Themis stands for justice and kindness, and Goddess Clotho embodies fate. As for that matter you didn't tell me about Queen Hera, I think it's a combination of divine favor and chaotic love, isn't it? Thetis just gave a gentle smile, neither confirming nor denying his guess. The adventure of the Golden Fleece. I think it's coming to an end soon. He spoke hesitantly, feeling somewhat conflicted due to various factors, but after a moment, Promise extended his hand to Thetis. So, wise one of the sea, gentle goddess Thetis, would you be willing to join the heroes of the Argo as we approach the end of this journey? Of course I would. Without a moment's hesitation, Thetis placed her hand in his. Chapter 200, Arriving at the Journey's End for the Golden Fleece. 2,417 words. Over a month later, Promise and his companions finally arrived in Medea's homeland. Colchis, where the legendary Golden Fleece lay. In fact, originally, this would have been a much longer journey. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have gone by so quickly. However, after what had happened in Olympus, Poseidon, the god of the sea, gifted Promise a painting, and from that day onward, the sea itself had propelled the Argo forward, quickening their pace tremendously. Because of this favor, Promise had discussed it with Jason and the others, and they had all agreed that when all of this was over and their mission was complete, they would dedicate the Argo as a tribute to the god of the sea in gratitude. Ah, we're finally here. A young girl stood at the edge of the ship, gazing into the distance with eyes as beautiful as a rainbow. She then turned to look at the young witch standing beside her, her lips curving into a teasing smile. Oh my dear Medea, have you figured out how to explain your true identity to your friends? Medea tilted her head to glance at the pink-haired girl and replied, no need for you to worry. I don't think they'll care about my identity. After all, Promise doesn't mind. She raised an eyebrow at her and continued, on the contrary, you, dear aunt? Have you thought about how you'll face my father and deal with the punishment from teacher Hecate? After saying this, Medea gave the witch in front of her a bright smile. Medea's aunt, who was also one of the great goddess Hecate's other students, was known as the Witch of Temptation and Corruption, a demigoddess of the moon and love. Well, these titles were actually secondary and none of these truly mattered. What mattered was her more infamous role, the greatest loser in ancient Greece in the Age of Gods, the mythical loser Circe. That's right, this was Circe, the witch, who liked turning people into pigs, now standing aboard the Argo, exchanging words with Medea. Circe's confident smile faltered as she saw the mischievous glint in Medea's eyes. Feeling a bit flustered, she huffed, you've really changed, gone is that innocent, sweet little girl. Well, if you've been left alone by your teacher in the underworld temple for 3 years, ignored by everyone, then unceremoniously kicked out, only to realize that the thing you desire is so dazzlingly sought after by everyone that it's almost impossible to obtain, trust me, you'd change too. Medea paused for a moment, then smiled brightly at Circe again, saying, oh, I forgot. Aunt, you won't understand. After all, you don't even have the qualifications to compete with others. And when you lost, you just cursed everyone in embarrassment. Medea, Circe was so angry that her teeth clenched, but before she could finish. What are you two talking about, Medea, Circe? Promise suddenly appeared nearby. When he appeared, Medea turned around, and under Circe's silent gaze, the expression on her face immediately changed, and she suddenly became an innocent and lovely girl. Oh, Promise, what brings you here? Medea asked, blinking innocently at him. We were just discussing which one of us should head into Colchis and who should stay behind to guard the Argo. Are you two planning to go ashore? As he spoke, Promise glanced at Medea, then at Circe. By the way, when did the witch Circe board the ship? That was naturally what happened over the past month. After dealing with the matter of the goddess Thetis, Promise did not spend the entire month staying on the Argo. Pegasus had carried him on numerous adventures across the skies of the ancient Greece, under the watchful eyes of the gods. Atalanta and Helen, who were used to his antics, paid it no mind, while Jason and Theseus, who initially want to help, gradually become accustomed to seeing him run around on Pegasus. It was under such circumstances that Circe was captured by Medea in an incident more than half a month ago. That incident, though, wasn't anything major. A fisherman had fallen into the sea and accidentally eaten a mysterious seaweed, which gave him the ability to breathe and move underwater. Soon after, he fell in love with a nymph who lived in the sea. The problem was that the fisherman already had a wife and children. So in order to win the love of the nymph in the sea, the fisherman abandoned his wife and children without a second thought and dove into the sea, never to return. The goddess of justice, Themis, had appeared before Promise because of this incident and, after claiming her own golden apple to the fairest, which had become nearly universal by then, entrusted the matter to Promise. Thanks to the painting gifted by Poseidon, the god of the sea, Promise was able to travel freely within the sea god's domain, and he soon reached the fisherman in question. Upon arrival, he encountered the cursed sea nymph, Scylla. However, what surprised Promise the most was that the one in front of him was not a monstrous creature but as a beautiful and gentle woman. It turned out that after Scylla's curse, the matter had reached the ears of Poseidon's one true wife, Queen Amphitrite. In the ocean, Amphitrite, the goddess, held a status akin to Hera's among the Olympians. Moved by Scylla's plight, she bestowed a blessing upon her, allowing Scylla to return to her original form in the ocean each night under the moonlight. Looking from her to the fisherman who stared at Scylla with a dazed look on his face, Promise understood what was happening in an instant. The embarrassed and helpless Scylla later told the story that was not much different from what Promise had guessed. To put it simply, she had inadvertently rescued the fisherman from drowning and, predictably, he had fallen in love with her again. However, unlike before, this time the fisherman hadn't actually been drowning, he had only been diving to catch fish. When Promise heard this, he was extremely speechless, and when he asked about the whereabouts of the witch Circe, Scylla explained that she was worried about a repeat of past events, so she had driven her away. By the way, she also complained that Circe was of no help at all, not to mention her bad temper and her habit of turning people into pigs whenever they annoyed her. So Promise took matters into his own hands, and it was actually really simple. He directly asked the sea god for help to strip the fisherman of his ability to breathe into the sea and gave a substantial sum of money to his estranged wife and children, who were heartbroken over his actions. As for why Promise removed the fisherman's ability to dive, it was because he secretly discovered that Scylla might actually have some feelings for him. So he wanted to see whether this man would still jump into the sea to find Scylla even if he was in danger of drowning. Well, he didn't. The fisherman turned around and ran away. He went back to look for his wife and children, hoping to reconcile, but they, feeling utterly betrayed, wanted nothing to do with him. Faced with such situation, Scylla broke down in tears, heartbroken, and as she left, she even cried out in despair, vowing never to believe in love again. After wrapping up this matter, Promise returned to the Argo and explained the situation to Medea and the goddess Thetis. Goddess Thetis sighed sympathetically upon hearing it, baffled by why her friend always seemed to meet such men. As for Medea, that same night, she was brought to tears when she finally saw Hecate, who had previously kicked her out of the underworld temple. After venting her frustrations, she asked Promise the next day to help her capture Circe and bring her aboard the Argo to put her to work. As a side note, after the incident with Thetis, Promise had sincerely tried to give a golden apple to Hecate in recognition of her beauty, but he didn't expect her to refuse so decisively, saying she didn't want anything, and when forced into a corner, she even made an action as if jumping into the abyss and never coming out again. Alas, it was obvious that this time Promise was truly offering with sincerity, and not out of revenge. How did the trust between man and God evolve into this? In any case, that's pretty much the whole thing. So at this moment, standing aboard the Argo, Medea nodded in response to Promise's question, saying, "Of course. After all, I've always missed my father and mother." Circe curled her lips and said, "It's not like I want to go, but do I have a choice?" The thought of setting foot on the island, only to face her brother's scolding and then report to goddess Hecate's temple to confront her teacher, made her head ache. "Auntie, what are you saying?" I'm sure my father and mother must be looking forward to meeting you. Medea smiled sweetly and held Circe firmly, preventing any chance of her trying to escape. Promise, look at what you've done. Circe pointed at the scheming Medea and glared at Promise with grief and anger. The latter merely shrugged in innocence. Could he really be blamed for Medea's scheming nature? To be fair, he considered himself something of a victim here, too. At first, he genuinely thought that his memory was wrong and Medea was an innocent, pure-hearted girl, but as he spent more time with her, he found out that her innocence was just a well-crafted act. To be precise, if it weren't for what Hecate did, which caused Medea's defense to be broken and revealed, Promise estimated that he might still be kept in the dark. So under such circumstances, a small team of about 10 people disembarked from the Argo and made their way into Colchis. In addition to Medea and Circe, Jason, Theseus and Atalanta also traveled together. Surprisingly, Helen was left behind although she'd insisted on going along. The main reason was simply because, since the Argo set sail about 6 months ago, Helen had grown in both maturity and beauty, reaching a level of allure that had even the strongest heroes struggling to keep their composure. Eventually, the goddess of love, Aphrodite, paid her a visit and gifted her a special veil to cover her beauty. So, in order to avoid any unnecessary troubles, it was unanimously agreed that Helen, the most beautiful woman in the world, would stay on the ship. The goddess Thetis stayed behind with her as well, partly to keep Helen company, but also because that girl was becoming more and more beautiful, so much so that if she didn't have her by her side, Promise was really worried that she might one day wake up to find the figure of the king of gods, Zeus himself, aboard the Argo. So, leaving her on the Argo got off. But, after they had barely left the shore, Promise and his companions encountered the welcoming party waiting for them, and one familiar face among them. I told you, Heracles looked at Promise, who had a look of surprise in his eyes, and said with a big laugh. When you and your team reached this place, Promise, I'd be here waiting. After all, I wouldn't miss witnessing your most glorious moment. Don't talk about witnessing, you're one of us, Promise said, stepping forward to greet Hercules warmly. In addition to Hercules, an elderly prophet and several guards of the kingdom of Colchis were also there, having waited some time for Promise and the others. Welcome, honored guests from the distant kingdom of Iolcos, heroes of the Argo blessed under the gaze of the gods. Your great deeds and journey have reached us. The sun god Helios himself has told us of all you've accomplished. The elderly prophet approached, seeming to perceive that Promise was the true leader of this group. Even though Jason, the captain, expressed helplessness about it. The prophet addressed Promise as such. The king of Colchis, who was also Medea's father, was named Eets, the son of the sun god Helios. Thus, in a gesture of peace, Promise held an olive branch, the ancient Greek symbol of peace, and set aside all his weapons. Guided by the prophet and others, the group made their way into the kingdom of Colchis. As they neared the city, they hadn't had the time to go to the palace when they saw an extraordinarily beautiful woman waiting for them on the path ahead for a long time. And the moment the beautiful woman saw Medea, she could no longer suppress her excitement and ran towards Medea, and Medea went forward and hugged her with tears in her eyes. What's going on? Jason, who was looking at this scene from the side, murmured in confusion. Heracles couldn't help but laugh. After all, he had arrived earlier and was already acquainted with this woman and aware of Medea's background. The woman's name was Idia, and with her long purple hair like Medea's, she was indeed Medea's mother. Promise, did you know? Hercules then asked. Promise, already knowing what he was referring to, nodded. Yes, I've always known that Medea is the princess of Colchis. I realized it the first time I met her. Now that things had come to this, there was no need to hide it anymore. Upon hearing the news, Jason and others, even Atalanta, looked at Medea with some surprise. What made Circe feel bored was that, just as Medea said at the beginning, no one cared about her hidden identity and her concealment. Instead, they were genuinely happy to see mother and daughter reunited and offered them blessings. After all, they had already accepted Medea during this long journey. After saying hello to Idia, Circe left dejectedly and went to the temple of the goddess Hecate here, ready to face the punishment from her teacher. Idia, however, continued on with the heroes toward the heart of the kingdom. And so, with the olive branch in hand, their long journey finally came to an end, and they arrived at the final destination of the Golden Fleece quest. In the royal palace, they were received by the burly King Eats of Colchis. Chapter 201, The Fate of Heroes. 1757 words. In the kingdom of Colchis. Promise, Jason, and the others, holding olive branches as symbols of peace, soon arrived within the royal castle and were brought before King Eats, father of Medea. Medea, however, was not with them. Along the way, she had been taken aside by her mother, Idia, who clearly had a lot to say to her daughter. King Eats, the son of the sun god Helios, appeared a robust and regal figure, handsome, powerful, and exuding a radiance like that of the sun itself. As the group reached the foot of the throne and prepared to speak, King Eats, whose gaze swept over each of them before resting on Promise, suddenly broke into a kind smile and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Queen Hera's chosen hero, Promise, student of the wise centaur Chiron?" His words made Promise blink in surprise, and nodded instinctively. "My great father, the sun god Helios, has already spoken to me about you and your purpose here, so I understand why you've come. And at the same time, Promise, I must thank you for protecting my daughter throughout this journey and bringing her safely back to me." With that said, Eats rose from his throne and offered Promise a formal bow of gratitude. Before Promise could even respond, Eats continued, "At the same time, I must apologize to you, because even so, I still cannot give you the Golden Fleece." When Jason heard this, he couldn't help but frown. After all, this matter concerned the oath with Queen Hera and the promise of his rightful throne, so he couldn't help feeling unhappy at this time. Promise, on the other hand, was not upset at all. After all, he knew a secret, one that even King Eats' own children might not be aware of. When Eats first received the Golden Fleece, the gods had given him a prophecy, telling him that his life was bound to the fleece. The day it left this land would mark the end of his life. In the original myths, Medea, in helping Jason obtain the fleece, had not only brought about her brother's death but also indirectly caused her father's demise. Yet despite all this, Jason later fell in love with another. Of course, Medea's obsessive love for Jason wasn't just due to her own nature, it was also because Hera had enlisted Cupid to shoot her with an arrow, causing her to fall helplessly in love with Jason. In fact, I did not protect Medea. On the contrary, I received a lot of help from her along the way, Promise said, stepping forward and smiling as he addressed King Eats. "So, noble king, please forgive my presumption, but I cannot accept your thanks. As for the Golden Fleece, we understand that it is a sacred treasure of your kingdom, and our request may seem impudent and offensive. We are not robbers, but due to our vow to the great Queen Hera and the promise to help a friend reclaim his rightful place. Therefore we must seek your forgiveness and ask for the fleece, and we are willing to pay any price for it." King Eats did not look offended and nodded slightly. After all, as he said, the sun god Helios had already told him the reason for everything. Not to mention, King Eats actually had a good impression of the heroes who had arrived here from such a distant land, had overcome countless hardships on their journey, and had formed a bond with his daughter, Medea. In fact, had it been anything other than the Golden Fleece, the king would have been more than willing to part with it. "I've heard that in order to obtain the fleece, one must first pass through 3 trials?" At this moment, Heracles, who had already arrived earlier and learned some details about it, spoke. King Eats was stunned when he heard this, and then he looked at the heroes who were looking at him curiously. He hesitated, then sighed and nodded. "That is indeed the case. In fact, the precious Golden Fleece has long been consecrated to the great god of war, Ares," King Eats explained. "Lord Ares stores it in a sacred grove outside the city, hanging on an ancient oak, guarded by an ever-watchful venomous dragon that never closes its eyes. 3 trials have been left by him for any hero seeking the Golden Fleece. But I truly wish I didn't have to tell you about them." Hearing this, Jason was the first to speak unhappily. "Are you looking down on us? Do you think we are not worthy?" Eats was not angry when he heard this. In fact, he expected such a response, as Jason's attitude was typical of heroes in this age. Especially the descendants of many gods, their words and behaviors were much more arrogant and domineering. Due to the Golden Fleece, King Eats had encountered countless heroes with similar bravado and had gotten used to it. "It's not a question of worthiness. I simply don't want to see you throw your lives away," King Eats replied calmly. After all, you are my daughter's friends, and you've traveled here from distant lands. Your guests I hold in great respect. But, since you wish to know, I will tell you, he continued. In a cave outside the kingdom are two divine bulls, left by my great father, the sun god Helios. They were born of the sun itself. These bulls are wreathed in flames of the sun, fierce and uncontrollable. The first trial is to tame them and then use them to plow the field and sow the teeth of the venomous dragon. The second trial will take place at night. From those dragon's teeth, soldiers of the underworld, known as the Dragon's Tooth Warriors, will sprout, numbering in the tens of thousands. You must slay them all within a single night. And the final trial requires you to enter the sacred grove guarded by the ever-watchful dragon. It is a creature who is the pet of god of war Ares and is said to be the offspring of the monstrous Typhon, the ancestor of all demons. You need to defeat the sleepless poisonous dragon under the witness of the god of war Ares. After speaking for a long time, King Eats finally stopped and looked at the now silent heroes of the Argo, continuing with solemnity. In fact, I have seen many heroes come seeking the Golden Fleece, but every one of them has fallen to these trials. I've watched them burn to ash under the flames of the sun, leaving nothing behind, more than once. But since the gods themselves have guided you here, I trust you will not give up easily, though I would not have you rush in blindly. Whether it's the oracle given to me by the great Father God, or for my daughter Medea, and my admiration for you brave souls who've traveled so far, I have arranged a grand feast in your honor. Take time to rest before making your final decision. Due to his love for Medea and the influence of Helios, King Eats was kinder than most rulers would be. Jason and the others exchanged a glance, but since they had no reason to refuse his offer, they accepted with a nod. As the heroes were ushered away, a beautiful figure in emerald clothes suddenly pulled Promise toward the back of the group. Is something wrong, Atalanta? Promise asked, looking at her in puzzlement. Atalanta's beautiful emerald eyes met his, and she whispered, the painting, the one of Ares, the god of war. Is it this one? Atalanta's question made Promise stunned for a moment, but he quickly remembered that she was aware of his paintings. After all, she was the first hero he had ever painted. So Promise didn't hide it, and nodded to confirm her suspicions, and then he saw that Atalanta smile so radiantly, as though she'd been waiting a long time for this very moment. Also, on that night, Jason had a dream. In his dream, he saw the future that had originally awaited him, one far from a beautiful vision. In fact, it was a nightmare. In this future, Jason's life reached its peak with the arrival of the heroes of the Argo in Colchis to claim the Golden Fleece. Afterward, everything spiraled rapidly downhill, betrayal and bloodshed becoming the main themes of his life. In the dream, he saw himself obtaining the Golden Fleece with the help of Medea, yet even after securing it, he was unable to reclaim his throne from his uncle. Even worse, he betrayed and cheated on Medea, and his infidelity led to Hera abandoning him in disappointment, but that was not it. The enraged Medea took everything from him, including the lives of their children. So he had no choice but to live out his life in despair and loneliness, staying on the Argo every day, clinging to memories of his former glory, until, one day, he was finally killed by a wooden plank that fell from the Argo. This was the tragic end of the hero known as Jason in the age of Greek myth. At the moment he saw his own death, Jason awoke with a start, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath, with fear written all over his face. Just now, what was that? He instinctively touched his still youthful face and looked at his hands, brimming with life, feeling a mixture of fear and confusion. That was your future. A cool and slightly childlike voice spoke near him. Hearing the voice, Jason subconsciously turned his head and saw the goddess sitting quietly in a quiet place by the window, holding a crystal ball in her hand. Or rather, it was supposed to be your future. My future? Jason stammered, staring at Clotho in shock and confusion. Clotho nodded gently. Jason began, then, as if recalling something, continued, wait, why do you look so familiar? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. As he spoke, Jason's eyes slowly widened. He remembered he had seen her before, in Goddess Hera's temple back in his homeland. Back then, after Goddess Hera had mistaken someone else for him, this goddess had appeared to address Hera, Promise, and himself, revealing that both he and Promise were the two who would bring honor to Hera. She was Clotho, the goddess of fate who governed destiny among the gods. Chapter 202, The Painting of Heroes by Promise. 1812 words. Ah, it's Goddess Clotho. Finally putting the pieces together, Jason scrambled out of bed, stumbling clumsily in his haste to stand before her. Seeing his panic-stricken and embarrassed appearance, Clotho didn't seem the least bit bothered. In fact, she looked pleased, swinging her bare feet slightly in satisfaction. After all, finally, after being humiliated by Promise so many times, Clotho felt the respect and awe a goddess of her stature deserved. Goddess of Fate, was everything I just saw really my? After a while, Jason came in front of Clotho and couldn't help but ask cautiously. As I said, that was indeed your future. Hearing her words, Jason's face went pale. Now fully aware of her identity, he had no reason to doubt her words. My future is really that miserable? Jason seemed to have lost his soul at this moment, and there was despair on his face. Though Clotho couldn't see his face, she could easily imagine his expression at this moment, which made her nod inwardly with satisfaction. Yes, this was exactly right. This was a normal reaction. As expected, it has always been that guy Promise problem. Thinking of this, Clotho couldn't help but gently stroke the crystal ball in her arms twice, cherishing it as though it were a precious treasure. Then, she spoke to the now ghostly pale Jason. But, as I also said, that was only your original future. Jason, who was still looking like he was mourning his own demise, asked faintly, what do you mean? I mean, your fate has already changed, Clotho replied. Whether it is your greatest triumphs or your eventual downfall, both were closely intertwined with the student of the great goddess Hecate, Medea. However, Goddess Hecate, unwilling to see her student suffer such a tragic fate, entrusted this matter to Promise. And so, your destiny has already been altered. If Clotho's earlier words had sounded like a death knell from the underworld for Jason, then at this moment, these words were like the most beautiful melody in the world, more enchanting and pleasant than even Helen's voice. In that instant, Jason became absolutely convinced that Clotho, the goddess of fate, was the most adorable of all goddesses, without a doubt. Really? A newfound hope for his future rekindled within him, and Jason was suddenly resurrected at the moment. But soon, Jason felt something was wrong again and asked in confusion, wait, didn't Teacher Chiron once tell me that fate is something that can never be altered? He continued, when we were going down his mountain, he specifically warned us not to try to glimpse our own futures in any way. Clotho nodded slightly, explaining, ordinarily, that's indeed the case. Fate is something even the gods cannot alter once it's set. Hearing this, Jason was stunned for a moment, then grasped the key point and asked. Ordinarily? In that moment, Jason, who was sharper than he might seem, had already guessed the answer in his heart. After all, Clotho had already hinted at it in the conversation just now. There is one exception, my follower, Promise. Clotho then confirmed Jason's guess. Wait, your follower? Jason looked at Clotho, a bit bewildered. Hey, isn't Promise, like himself, also a follower of Queen Hera? He remembered that clearly, it was Clotho herself who had once declared that both he and Promise would bring glory to Hera. Clotho didn't care about Jason's thoughts. Even if she knew, she would definitely ignore it. She just said something that surprised Jason once more. At the same time, you're not the only one whose fate has been rewritten by Promise. That same night, in the kingdom of Colchis, Promise wandered through one of the courtyards of the castle and found Medea and her mother Idaia, sitting closely together, engaged in conversation. When Medea learned from her servant that Promise had come to find her, the surprise and joy on her face were visible to the naked eye. When Idaia, her mother, noticed her daughter's expression, she quickly understood her feelings. With a knowing smile, she teased Medea for a few times before excusing herself, allowing them some time alone. After that, Medea quickly smoothed her hair and adjusted her dress, sitting quietly and waiting for Promise's arrival. When the boy finally in front of her, she greeted him with a bright smile. Promise, what brings you to me so late? Is there something you need? Yes. The latter nodded. After all, he knew that Medea already understood much of the situation. He did not hide anything and spoke frankly. In fact, before we arrived, the goddess Athena had already gave me a prophecy. The 3 trials required to claim the Golden Fleece are tests set by Ares, god of war. And during these trials, I am forbidden from using any power from the gods. So, Medea, I need your help. My help? Medea blinked, looking at Promise and asked. What the boy didn't know was that when she said this, there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes, even a bit of panic. Could it be? Promise knows? As this thought flitted through her mind, Promise continued. That's precisely your specialty, isn't it, Medea, he said with a smile. You're one of the most skilled students of Goddess Hecate. I think, if anyone could do it, you'd be able to create something to shield me from the flames of the divine bulls and strengthen me up to the point where I can match warriors like Theseus and Heracles. In fact, in the original myth, it was indeed Medea who assisted Jason in this way. She concocted a magical potion that not only made Jason immune to the flames of the divine bulls, she even granted him strength comparable to Heracles, along with a body as tough as iron. In this way, Jason was able to overcome the first 2 trials. As for the 3rd trial, Medea personally led Jason to confront the sleepless dragon, which guarded the Golden Fleece. This is why Clotho had said that Jason's greatest glory was inseparably linked to Medea, and his downfall as well. At this point, Promise still showed a pitiful expression, and said to Medea, who had already understood and now looked a bit dazed, Medea, you would never refuse to help me, right? You're definitely more reliable than your unpredictable teacher, right? Medea couldn't help but burst into laughter at his pitiful expression as she replied, of course. I'm definitely not like my teacher. But I'll need a little time, so Promise, could you wait for me a bit? Having said this, Medea stood up and left. Her quick, somewhat flustered manner made it seem as though she was dashing off to prepare a potion for Promise, yet at the same time. Why do I feel like she seems a little guilty, like she's hiding something? Promise wondered, feeling a hint of suspicion. But after thinking it over, he immediately dismissed the thought. After all, he knew that while Medea might have her dark side, she'd never harm him. Once out of sight, Medea heaved a sigh of relief and glanced back to ensure Promise hadn't followed. Then she retrieved 2 vials of potion from her pocket, the very ones Promise needed. In fact, she'd actually prepared them in advance, with her teacher Hecate's help. If my teacher heard what he said, she'd probably storm over and throw these potions away, refusing to give them to Promise at all, Medea whispered with a mischievous smile, carefully tucking the potions away again. No, I can't delay any longer. I thought we could wait a couple of days, but he's too perceptive. As I thought, I need to tell everyone my plan tonight. Resolving herself, Medea headed toward the quarters where the heroes of the Argo were staying. However, she hadn't anticipated that tonight would be so lively. Along the way, she unexpectedly ran into several familiar faces. Heracles, Atalanta, Jason, and Orpheus all bumped into each other on the road and looked at each other in bewilderment. Orpheus was the first to break the silence, smiling as he strummed a tune on his lyre, which he had seemingly produced out of nowhere. If I'm not mistaken, it seems we've all gathered here for the same reason, haven't we? Atalanta folded her hands over her chest, looked at everyone thoughtfully and said, or maybe, we're not the only ones who were approached by a god. Or perhaps, everyone on the Argo besides Promise has been given some kind of message by a god? Then why don't we just speak openly? Medea tilted her head, puzzled. Until today, she thought she was the only one. It's almost like we're competing for something, Jason muttered as he recalled Clotho's words, especially the part about Promise being her follower. As soon as he finished speaking, Heracles quickly coughed, giving Jason a look that said he'd better keep certain thoughts to himself, lest they invite the wrath of some embarrassed gods seeking retribution later. The group fell into silence again. So, here's the question, who's going to keep an eye on Promise? Jason suddenly asked. As everyone's eyes turned to him, his expression changed, and he quickly backed away, shaking his head frantically. Don't look at me. That guy's resilience is terrifying. Even I wouldn't dare try to restrain him. If he got injured somehow, it'd be over. Of course, by over, he meant it would be over for him, not Promise. Maybe we could go back to the ship and ask that maid for help. She probably has chains. Medea recalled the maid automaton that Hephaestus, the god of smiths, had sent to look after Promise. Then we could lock Promise up. After Medea suggested this, even Atalanta gave her a strange look. Are you serious? Don't look at me like that. Promise was already locked up once by Hephaestus. I would never have actually thought of imprisoning him, really. Realizing how bold and dangerous her suggestion had sounded, Medea hurriedly tried to explain. But her words only made Jason recoil, looking at her like she was some kind of plague, and take refuge behind Heracles, trembling in fear. After learning the truth from Clotho, Jason finally understood why he always felt a surge of dread whenever he encountered Medea. It was a fear embedded deep in his bones. With a sigh of resignation, Atalanta finally offered, if there's no other choice, I'll take responsibility for watching over Promise. I'll look after him. Before she could finish, a calm, gentle voice interrupted. As everyone, including Heracles, Jason, and Orpheus, turned in utter surprise to see a figure they hadn't expected, yet who seemed perfectly suited to the task, standing before them. It was none other than Master Chiron? Chapter 203, Make This Painting Good. 1866 words. The next morning, when Promise woke up from his sleep, he was startled to find the wise centaur sitting quietly by his bedside, waiting patiently for him to wake. He even pinched his cheek, half convinced he was still dreaming, before rolling over and lying down again. It's really me, Chiron chuckled, amused by Promise's reaction. I came here from the cave on Mount Pelion. Wait. Teacher, it's really you? Promise got up, rubbing his face again to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Feeling the sting of his own pinch and confirming that he was not dreaming, he looked at Chiron with delight. Teacher, why are you here? I'm here because, for what lies ahead, I should be here. Chiron thought about it and replied with a warm smile. What lies ahead? Promise asked, a bit confused. What do you mean? You're offering to Ares, the god of war, Chiron answered simply. The painting of Ares. This will be a piece created in return for all those you've helped along the way, a tribute to you, crafted by the very heroes you've supported. And as one of them, I'm naturally meant to be here. Having said all this, before Promise could fully process this, Chiron went on, however, because the gods cannot take action in this trial, I can only come here to handle another matter, to imprison you, no, I mean protect you. Promise didn't speak for a while, but there was a flash of understanding in his eyes. Where is everyone else? He asked. Chiron glanced toward the sun, which had been up for a while, and replied, they've already set out to find the 2 divine bulls left by the sun god, Helios in the countryside and have begun the first trial, I expect. Realizing this, Promise immediately leapt out of bed, hurriedly changed, and rushed outside to call for Pegasus. But the latter didn't respond to his call. That guy. Promise's face darkened a little, and he couldn't help feeling angry. After all, he knew Pegasus wasn't just not hearing him, he was either busy grazing or simply pretending not to hear. Promise, there's no need to be so flustered. Chiron walked over at a leisurely pace, smiling at Promise. It's too dangerous. Promise looked at Chiron with a mixture of worry and frustration. These are divine bulls left by the sun god Helios himself. If they're touched by those flames. Indeed, Chiron nodded, under normal circumstances, one would likely perish. Then why did you let them take such a reckless risk? Promise asked, clearly anxious. Chiron was silent for a moment before responding with a calm gaze. If I'm being honest, I've been letting you take reckless risks from the beginning. After all, you couldn't even beat Jason in a fight, could you? Promise was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the teacher in disbelief. Teacher, how could you say something so brutally cold? That's different. Promise stammered, trying to justify his concern. How is it different? Chiron asked gently, still smiling. It's you who may have forgotten something. For example, the fact that they, like you, are all heroes aboard the Argo. They came together, journeyed to this land, for the sake of the precious golden fleece, and to bring glory back to Greece. As Promise absorbed Chiron's words, he continued, and have you forgotten the promise you made to Queen Hera, the words you spoke to Jason? You told him that he is a true hero. Meanwhile, in the countryside outside Colchis, inside a cave. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Why me? Why does it have to be me? Jason ran out of the cave with a look of horror on his face, and with his appearance, the whole ground began to tremble beneath him. Following him, two enormous bulls covered in flames, with hooves of bronze and fire streaming from their nostrils, charged out in fury. Each of the bulls stood at least 4 or 5 meters tall, about twice the size of a normal bull. Help, help! Save me, Promise, right, Promise isn't here. Heracles, Actaeon, someone, help. Jason, crying and crawling, narrowly managed to avoid the charges of the divine bulls several times as he led them out of the cave. Ha ha ha. Well done, Jason. Heracles burst into laughter and then went straight to meet a divine bull. When the two collided, the ground trembled. Yet this bull, though born of the sun, was astonishingly held back by Heracles alone. On the other side, Actaeon, who had transformed into a giant stag, roared and charged forward alongside Theseus, Meleager, and others. Even with their combined strength, they could barely restrain the bull, and only temporarily. Just as they were preparing to harness the bulls for plowing, one of the defiant creatures spewed flames from its mouth and even Heracles had to retreat for the time being. Several others were injured at once. Thankfully, they had applied Medea's ointment beforehand, so it wasn't that serious. Atalanta then stepped forward, firing arrows to draw the bull's attention, skillfully dodging and engaging the frenzied creature with her remarkable speed. The bulls, in their blind rage, toppled nearby trees and reduced everything in their path to ashes. The Colchians watching from a distance couldn't help but hold their breath in worry for the group. Even King Aeetes and Queen Idaea of Colchis were visibly anxious, wanting to call off the event several times. Because even Medea was helping out at this time. As the sun rose higher and the divine bulls grew stronger under its light, Promise finally arrived at the scene. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, he was startled and prepared to intervene, but Chiron stopped him. Promise, if you step in now, you won't be helping them, Chiron said softly. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, and please put away that brush in your hand. Otherwise, they will never forgive me, and I will carry the guilt forever. That's quite the threat. Promise twitched at Chiron's words, and finally had no choice but to put the paintbrush away. He gazed at the battlefield in silence, where even those who were supposed to remain on the ship, like the giant stag Actaeon and the others, had joined the effort. No wonder Heracles kept insisting he had to come at this moment no matter what. No wonder Athena only told me that Ares' painting and offerings must not involve the power of the gods. It turns out everything was already arranged, he muttered after calming down. Then he asked, who else is involved? Chiron thought for a moment and replied, aside from Ares, even the king of the gods, Zeus, has been here. Speaking of this, Chiron couldn't help but laugh. Because they had all secretly sent representatives, smugly thinking they were the only ones, planning to wait until the time was right and then show off in front of the gods. So, at this moment Chiron was thinking that even the goddess of wisdom might feel embarrassed because of this sneaky behavior. But if everyone is embarrassed together, then it's not so embarrassing anymore. This is all because fate has been rewritten, isn't it? Promise looked at Chiron. After all, he had mentioned them, so it was clear that Promise had rewritten Chiron's original destiny. Chiron nodded without denying it. Promise fell silent again, then sighed deeply and said, I never intended for them to find out, nor did I ever plan to use it as leverage. This isn't about leverage. You've helped them so much, even rewriting their destined fates. Why do you so adamantly reject our help? Chiron looked at the young man and asked quietly. You saved Actaeon, who had turned into a stag, from dying at the hands of his friend Meleager. You also saved Meleager from being killed by his mother. You made Heracles' life less painful. You changed Atalanta's original destiny, allowing her to run freely and happily forever. You went to the underworld yourself to bring back Orpheus's beloved. You left your mark on the paths of Jason, Medea, Theseus, and even the young Helen. You have worked tirelessly to ensure they could all bask happily in sunlight, and they all wish to repay you for that. Why are you so intent on rejecting them? Promise didn't respond immediately. After a while, his voice came out low. Because I've already received the best gratitude. As he spoke, a spirit card, visible only to him, appeared in his hand. staring at it, he said, almost to himself, I wanted to be a hero, to leave my name in this era. I've indeed rewritten their destinies, but, haven't I also taken the legends that belonged to them and made them mine? As he spoke, a trace of guilt flashed across his face. Promise had never claimed to help others selflessly. On the contrary, his motives were always clear and straightforward, to participate in the original legend of these heroes and leave his mark. But as he walked this path, he realized he wasn't participating in these legends, he was stealing them. For example, the glory of the Argo should have belonged to Jason. The Caledonian boar hunt should have been Meleager's. The great feat of rescuing Prometheus, the god of foresight, should have been Heracles. Though Promise never regretted his actions and always gave his best effort, there were moments when he felt he owed them something. And then, Promise was struck by an arrow. Even in the midst of battle, the moment Promise appeared, many couldn't help but keep part of their attention on him. It was to prevent him from rushing in and, for Atlanta and the others, perhaps it was just a habit by now. So, Atlanta shot an arrow that landed right at his feet. Even Heracles glared at him in frustration. But Chiron, despite his stern expression, started to laugh. Now I understand why Goddess Athena deliberately kept this hidden for so long, and why Queen of Heaven, Hera and even Goddess of Fate, Clotho decided to intervene. Promise, these gods truly do care for you. Then, he looked back at the battlefield. Perhaps hearing Promise's words, Jason roared with anger and stepped forward, seizing the divine bull with his bare hands. The collective glare of the heroes caused the enraged, sun-born bulls to feel fear for the first time. And I think this will make for a truly beautiful painting, Chiron said, smiling faintly. One that is not inferior to any divine painting you hold. The heroes have paved the road to the god of war, Ares, for you. You will reach the end and defeat him. Chiron paused, then chuckled again and said, So, Promise, you better make this painting look good. Otherwise, the anger burning in their hearts right now might not be so easy to extinguish. Hearing this, Promise glanced down at the arrow lying on the ground and then at the battlefield, where angry glares were still being cast in his direction. He sighed, helplessly raised his hand, and said, Fine, I get it. Chapter 204, Should we just lock Promise up? 2.9k words. 2,935 words. Would this count as cheating? In the clouds above the outskirts of Colchis, Ares, clad in armor with his fiery red hair cascading, stood looking somewhat bewildered. Below, Heracles, the giant stag Actaeon, and the others were already seated atop the two sunborn bulls, pulling their horns as they began plowing the field. Poisonous dragon teeth were scattered into the furrows. By nightfall, these would grow into soldiers born of the earth. Ares' words made the surrounding gods look at each other subconsciously. Here, Athena, Hera and others needed no introduction, and even Poseidon, the god of the sea, has come. In fact, nearly all the Olympian gods, except Zeus, who was off somewhere unknown, and Hades, the god of the underworld who could not come out during the day, were already present. This was, after all, the climax of this great adventure. Having followed it from the very beginning like a favorite series, how could they not show up for the finale? Even Nyx, goddess of the night, was anxious to come out. But she hesitated to appear, as her presence would challenge the balance of power in the sky, so she could only fret silently. Besides her, Hades, too, was eagerly awaiting nightfall. Meanwhile, Helios, the sun god observing the scene, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Of course it's not cheating. After a light cough, it was Athena who finally stood up and talked to Ares. When in doubt, leave it to Athena, she can solve it anyway. Not only was this a mantra for many heroes, but it also applied to the gods themselves. After all, Athena was the wisest, the most capable, and even found joy in solving such matters. Ares, as the god of war, your domains are battle and slaughter. Therefore, for Promise, that child to gain your power and complete your painting, the offering must be a battle you deem worthy. That's why none of us can intervene, she explained. Ares looked at the goddess of wisdom standing in front of him, wearing a white dress, as flawless as ever. Yes, so you see. As he spoke, he then pointed to Promise, who was being carefully guarded, or rather, restrained, by Chiron. But that guy hasn't fought at all. Hearing this, Athena smiled slightly. Promise hasn't fought because he won this battle from the very beginning. Those who were saved by him volunteered to fight for him and have been looking forward to and waiting for this day. And more importantly, he hasn't broken the rules. He hasn't used the power of the gods, has he? But even after hearing all this, Ares still looked conflicted. Seeing this, Athena sighed, realizing that no amount of reasoning would make Ares understand. Or perhaps Ares didn't care for such reasoning at all after all, his mindset was straightforward. To gain his power, and to complete his painting, one had to fight. A battle that excited him was all he cared about. So, Athena said, don't worry. Promise will present you with a battle. He will face the dragon guarding the golden fleece alone and defeat it. Hearing this, Ares finally seemed satisfied, his thoughts aligning. Athena shook her head, exasperated. She felt she shouldn't have wasted her time reasoning with Ares in the first place. She returned to her place beside Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, who was being pushed forward by the goddess of love, Aphrodite. It was worth noting that Hephaestus and Athena were on good terms. Now, seeing Hephaestus seemingly reconciling with Aphrodite, the sly, amused smile on her face, as if she were watching a show, was hard to hide. Hephaestus, however, simply turned his head, choosing to ignore her entirely. Meanwhile, Hera instinctively distanced herself from Hephaestus's presence, standing instead with Hestia and Demeter, who were quietly chuckling to themselves. And, as Chiron had mentioned earlier, when their secret meddling was exposed, Athena's gaze had flickered at first. But once it became clear that everyone was guilty of the same thing, the embarrassment faded entirely. Though, to be honest, I didn't expect you to ask for help. That caught me off guard. At that moment, Apollo, standing beside Artemis, turned to Hermes and remarked, wouldn't it be more entertaining for you if Promise completed all these trials on his own, right? Hey, what are you saying? Promise is my good friend. Hermes opened his eyes wide and looked at Apollo with an expression that said you are slandering me, but Apollo wasn't buying it at all. All right, fine. I admit it. I did think that way at first, and yes, I thought the latter option would be more interesting, Hermes said with a shrug. But if this were any ordinary situation, I'd probably do it. However, this is about Promise's painting. And his paintings, without exception, are always fascinating. Hearing this, Apollo understood and nodded. That's true. Even the painting of your hunt back then was extraordinary. And now Promise only has 3 paintings left to complete, Hermes continued. To be precise, aside from Ares, there are only 2 more, Hestia and Athena. That means it's already decided. He will paint all of us eventually. You're looking forward to that moment, as am I, as is everyone else. Besides, I wasn't lying to you. I genuinely consider Promise a friend. He's destined to become one of us. As the sun set and dusk fell, the 2 divine bulls, exhausted from the plowing forced upon them by the heroes, dragged their heavy steps back to their cave. However, Jason, Heracles, and the others did not relax at all and remained vigilant, their nerves still tensed and unyielding. Because as the sun dipped lower, little by little, the poisonous dragon teeth scattered into the furrows began emitting visible toxic vapors, seeping out of the soil. The Argonauts knew that soon, an army of dragon-tooth warriors would rise from the earth. This marked the second trial. Seeing this, King Aeetes, who had been watching the scene from afar, issued an order to his attendant. Send word. Tell the soldiers to prepare for battle. In fact, there was no need for King Aeetes to say much, as the Colchian soldiers had already gathered here, and prepared themselves for the upcoming confrontation with the dragon-tooth warriors. The bravery of Heracles and the others had indeed impressed the Colchians. Yet, ever since the tale of the Golden Fleece began to spread, heroes and even demigods had continuously come to challenge it. Some, with the help of the gods, had also succeeded in forcing the bulls to plow the field. But to this day, no hero had ever been able to survive the swarming hordes of dragon-tooth warriors that emerged from the soil. These creatures were undead revenants from the underworld. They had no concept of death and could not truly be killed. No matter how many times they were slain, they would rise again. Thus, the second trial was actually quite simple. The heroes had to stand their ground and fend off the endless onslaught of the undead warriors until dawn the next day. At this moment, the Queen of Colchis, Medea's mother, a stunningly beautiful woman, came over to Chiron, the wise centaur, and Promise. She pleaded with them to give up the trial, not wanting her daughter to suffer any harm. The method to give up was simple, they merely had to retreat within the city walls. By the rules decreed by the gods for this trial, the undead soldiers would not enter the city, and they would dissipate with the first light of dawn. Hearing this, Promise sighed helplessly. He even seemed to complain as he answered the queen, "Beautiful queen, it's not that I refuse to let them give up. In fact, I might be the one here who wishes for their surrender the most. But I also know that they will undoubtedly persist until the very end." The queen did not understand what Promise meant by this, but she returned to relay his words to King Aeetes. While he pondered their meaning, night had already fallen. "How is it already so soon?" King Aeetes looked up in astonishment at the dark curtain that suddenly descended over the sky. The rapid shift from day to night gave him the impression that the sun had been chased away by the encroaching darkness. And indeed, that was the case. The goddess of the night, Nyx, impatient to make her entrance, hurried the reluctant sun along, spreading her veil of night and scattering stars across the sky. She was not alone. Hades, the god of the underworld, also seized the opportunity to emerge, finally taking his place among the spectators. Under the glow of the moonlight, the dragon-toothed warriors began to claw their way out of the ground. These undead revenants from the underworld appeared as skeletal figures, their hollow eyes glowing with ghostly flames. Their rattling bones emitted an eerie cacophony as they moved, and the scent of the living drew them like a beacon. Fixating on the Argonauts, the skeletal warriors raised their weapons and charged, launching their relentless assault. This doesn't seem to be the first time, does it? That poor sun god Helios is starting to look a little pitiful, Chiron said with a chuckle, gazing at the night sky. Teacher Chiron, how are you still in the mood to joke at a time like this? Promise looked down at the two sides that were soon fighting each other, and couldn't help but complain anxiously, "Are you really not worried about them at all?" "Of course I'm worried," Chiron replied gently, his ever-calm demeanor unshaken. "But I also trust them, just as I trust you, Promise. After all, most of them, like you, are my students." Promise was silent for a moment, then turned to Chiron with a serious expression. "Teacher Chiron, am I really just supposed to stand here and watch?" The latter didn't answer immediately. He paused to think, his thoughtful demeanor unchanging. "Actually, I quite agree with the suggestion of that girl Medea." Chiron then looked at Promise and said, "She suggested we find some chains, just like the ones Lord Hephaestus used when she once imprisoned you, and tie you up." "What?" Promise's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Chiron. "You actually thought of something that horrifying?" "She even said the chains should still be on the ship, held by that maidservant automaton." "I do have them." At the moment, a cool, clear voice suddenly rang out. In the darkness, stepping into view, or perhaps having been there all along, was the maidservant automaton in her pristine linen uniform. She approached calmly and looked directly at Chiron, saying, "Respected centaur sage Chiron, do you require my assistance in binding Lord Promise?" "What? How could you even think of doing something so terrifying?" Promise stared at her in disbelief. "Weren't you sent by my goddess teacher to serve me? Do you even realize that if you overthrow your superior like this, the goddess teacher might dismantle you for insubordination?" As though sensing his thoughts, the maidservant gave Promise a serene, graceful smile and said, "Lord Promise, can you guess why Hephaestus entrusted me with those chains? Chains capable of binding even a god." Promise froze at the question, unable to come up with an answer for a while. The maidservant's smile deepened as she explained joyfully, "Because they were specifically made to imprison you, Master Promiser. Master Hephaestus explicitly instructed me that when everything was over, I must bind you as quickly as possible and return you to his temple." As soon as she finished her words, Chiron almost burst out laughing, barely managing to hold back his amusement. "What? Why?" Promise was utterly dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the girl in front of him. "Why would my goddess teacher do this to me? I haven't done anything wrong." "It's precisely because you haven't done anything," the maidservant replied earnestly. In fact, it's not just my master, even the goddess of beauty knows. They both believe that because you won't act on your own, it's better to act preemptively. Promise was still struggling to process this information when the maidservant added. Lord Promise, your goddess still hasn't made her choice, has she? And, do you truly think my master and the others are the patient type? It's been over a month, hasn't it? The maidservant automaton said with a graceful smile. It's been over a whole month, Lord Promise, and yet, you still haven't made a move. It's as if I've been serving you, following you around for over a month, and you haven't laid a hand on me. The gods overheard this loud and clear. In an instant, all their gazes shifted to Hephaestus. At that moment, Hephaestus seriously contemplated dismantling the insubordinate maidservant who dared to entertain such rebellious notions. Lord Promise, running away won't solve anything, the maidservant continued with a sweet yet unnervingly cheerful expression. If you're thinking of dragging this out until the end, it won't work. Promise also found that her smile at this moment looked increasingly terrifying. The longer you drag it out, the more impatient everyone will grow. As for the final outcome, the maidservant's expression remained perfectly composed. Well, since you gave me a name in the first place, I'll quietly cheer for you in my heart. Don't just cheer me on. Promise's scalp tingled with anxiety. He had indeed been trying to stall until the oath with Athena concluded, not wanting to avoid making a choice but hadn't expected his intentions to be so thoroughly exposed, though, in hindsight, it would have been strange if they weren't. Why don't you do something? Promise exclaimed. But I'm just a humble automaton. I can't do anything. The maidservant blinked innocently, pretending to think deeply before adding, the only thing I seem to be capable of is tying you up, Lord Promise. Ahem. No need for that. Chiron coughed lightly and interrupted the maid's words, because he keenly realized that if he let the maid continue talking, Promise would not be able to escape unscathed tonight. At the same time, he also noticed that the maidservant was still very resentful, mainly because Promise had never taken action against her. Well, Promise, you understand now, don't you? Looking at Chiron, who was smiling at her as always, the boy burst into tears and said, No, I don't understand. I just want to commit suicide now. Dying won't solve the problem either, the maidservant interjected mercilessly. And because of your oath with Goddess Athena, it seems that, Lord Promise, you can't even die. I should have had my goddess teacher dismantle you when I had the chance. Promise glared at the maid, who was still sticking out her tongue, as if not worried or angry about his words at all. Seeing this, Promise turned to Chiron and pleaded pitifully, Teacher. Chiron sighed and said, If I let you go, they'll be mad at me. They won't. I've figured it out now, Promise shook his head and replied. I won't try to reject them anymore. I should be standing with them. After all, I'm also one of the Argonauts, one of their own. When Promise said this, the Pegasus, which had been pretending to be deaf and dumb, finally fell from the sky among the stars in the night sky and came in front of him. The majestic creature nuzzled Promise affectionately, nickering softly. But the latter, still in his frustrations, turned away, ignoring it. One day, I'm going to settle the score with you, horse. This guy had been selling him out every chance he get. He would, but one day, pluck every feather from its wings and see how far it could run. As he thought about it, Promise's gaze involuntarily fell on the Pegasus's wings. The latter, however, instantly noticed that there was something wrong with his gaze, so it screamed immediately, retreated frantically, and made an expression that said, Stay away from me. If anyone knew Promise best, it was clearly this Pegasus. Seeing this, Chiron couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. It seems you finally understand how to paint this picture. What else is there to paint? Promise retorted, tears streaming down his face. I'm too weak to do anything, now that gods can't help me, so I have to rely on Jason, Heracles, and the others to help me. That's right, Chiron nodded sagely. You're so weak that we can't rest easy without helping you. Promise was speechless. His tears flowed harder. Teacher Chiron, I'm telling you, you're going to lose me at this rate. That's fine. You're always thinking about dying anyway, so I'd lose you sooner or later. Having said that, looking at Promise, pretending to be sad and angry, Chiron couldn't help laughing again. Finally, the Pegasus carried Promise into the night sky's highest reaches. Below, on the battlefield, the Argonauts were surrounded by a dense swarm of dragon-tooth warriors. Watching this chaotic scene from afar, Medea's mother, who had tears streaming down from her eyes, clutched King Aeetes' arm, pleading with him to intervene. How could she not be worried about her daughter, whom she was finally seeing again after so many years? King Aeetes was also helpless and was struggling internally, not knowing whether he should give the order to his soldiers and have them help. Just then, a brilliant silver meteor streaked across the night sky, glowing under the moonlight and illuminating the darkened land below. Chapter 205, Wait, this works? 1,306 words. So, as expected, Teacher Chiron couldn't stop you, huh? As the silver meteor descended from the stars in the night sky, illuminating the ground and bringing a brief calm to the chaotic night, the dragon-toothed warriors were momentarily destroyed by its phantasmal power. Jason couldn't help but remark as he gazed at the young man sitting on the Pegasus, whose bright emerald eyes sparkled like stars. Then, with a smug, prideful expression, he turned to Heracles, Theseus, and the others, gloating. See? I told you, not even Teacher Chiron could hold Promise back. Looks like I understand this guy best. The Pegasus descended gracefully, and Promise dismounted without sparing Jason a glance, acting as though he hadn't heard a word. Facing the crowd of questioning eyes, Promise spoke calmly, I just feel that, as a member of the Argo, I should be here too. And look, taking on trials set by the gods that are almost impossible to complete, this is what heroes do. How could I not join in, right? But, most importantly, he continued, you brought Jason along, didn't you? If Jason's here, there's no reason to leave me out. Hey. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately expressed a serious protest and said, what do you mean by that, Promise? What's wrong with me? I've been working really hard today, okay? As the two bantered, the group burst into laughter, even Atlanta's usually serious face softened with a faint smile. I thought you'd say we were meddling too much, Atlanta said as she knocked an arrow and let it fly in one smooth motion. The arrow whistled past Promise, piercing through a dragon-toothed warrior that had just clawed its way out of the ground far behind the young man. The undead soldiers weren't particularly strong, but the problem lay in their endless numbers. Among the gathered heroes, likely only Heracles could hold out until dawn, the others were bound to be exhausted by then. So, Promise, do you have any good ideas? As she spoke, Atlanta casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Promise stared at her blankly, obviously convinced the arrow that had just skimmed past him was deliberate, probably her way of venting her lingering frustration from the morning. The evidence? Medea was standing off to the side, pouting and glaring at Atlanta. I do have a plan, Promise said, tilting his head, glancing at the undead soldiers that were beginning to crawl out of the ground again after the Pegasus's earlier attack. But he hesitated, leaving the thought unfinished. Promise indeed had a solution. Even if the undead rose endlessly, he could deal with them once and for all. All it would take was purifying them, or the entire area. The tools were within his reach. The seven-stringed lyre gifted to him by god Apollo could unleash divine music to cleanse the land, or Atlanta could fire goddess Artemis's prayer arrows to achieve the same effect. But doing so would mean relying on the power of the gods again. And that was a line he wasn't supposed to cross. None of those ideas are quite right, Promise muttered, shaking his head as he watched the dragon-toothed warriors crawling out of the ground once more. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Wait. I think I really do have a way to solve this quickly. But I might get a beating from Lord Ares later, he murmured, torn by hesitation. But his cryptic words only piqued everyone's curiosity. What is it? Jason asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Promise thought for a while, glancing at the night sky above and then at his companions. In fact, except for Heracles, Theseus, and a few others, Medea and others already showed serious fatigue on their faces because of what happened during the day. With his decision made, Promise turned to Jason and said, Jason, I think you're the only one who can handle this task. Because help. Promise, I hate you. Two divine bulls, their bodies blazing with fire, charged out of their cave, roaring in fury. Their glowing red eyes locked onto their target, Jason, this bastard in front of them who had provoked them again and again. It's exactly as I thought. Standing on the trembling ground and watching the raging bulls that Jason had somehow managed to lure out, Promise couldn't help but say. I suspected this morning that they really do hate and resent him. I wonder what he did to make them hold such a grudge. Well, it wasn't much, really. Earlier in the day, when the bulls wouldn't wake and couldn't be budged by force, Jason had just resorted to stabbing them with his sword, right in one of their most sensitive areas. The less polite region. Now, looking at Jason, who was now screaming loudly as he narrowly avoided being gored, tears practically streaming down his face, teetering wildly on the brink of life and death, the others turned to look at Promise, the instigator of all this, the young man who seemed disturbingly at ease. The Argonauts felt a bit speechless. I'd better help out, Heracles said with a cough, stepping forward while deliberately putting some distance between himself and Promise. After all, he, like the others, had long since learned about the occasional unreliability and recklessness of Promise. In fact, he'd understood this all too well during the incident involving Hermes' hunt. With him taking the first step, Theseus, Atalanta, and even Medea also took a step back from Promise. After all, when this guy gets angry, he is really inhuman. Who in their right mind carried a grudge log with him for no reason? So, Promise is planning to use the strength of the bulls, isn't he? Chiron, watching the battle from a distance, observed the unfolding scene thoughtfully. Medea's parents, along with the Colchians, were also astonished by the idea and boldness of the Argonauts. Their amazement quickly turned to admiration as they realized they had underestimated these heroes. The purpose of luring the sacred bull out was indeed to deal with these immortal undead spirits. However, instead of taming the bulls to fight the undead, the Argonauts used their fiery strength to churn up the ground itself. Once the earth had been overturned, the heroes began digging out the poisoned dragon teeth one by one. This must be Lord Promise's idea. Even the usually unshakable maidservant automaton froze for a moment before confidently affirming her conclusion. Wait, this works? Ares, the god of war, pointed at the scene below, staring incredulously at Athena. Well, your rules didn't say it wasn't allowed. Athena thought about it, then raised her chin proudly and said. This is a testament to that boy's wisdom. When Athena said this, the first person who couldn't hold back his laughter was Queen Hera. Athena, do you hear that? It's the sound of your so-called wisdom crying. Wisdom? Ares grumbled loudly with dissatisfaction. Forget wisdom. I don't care whether it is wisdom or not. I just want to see combat, carnage. Where's the fight? So, you're saying you don't approve? Hermes interjected lightly. Ares was just about to nod when he was met with the deathly gazes of the crowd. At this moment, he immediately understood that if he dared to nod and say yes, he would definitely be kicked down by these guys in the next second. Ares might have been brash and preferred fists over brains, but even though he wasn't that smart, he wasn't outright stupid. Especially the look from Hera, which was as if she wanted to eat him, made Ares extremely depressed. Who is your biological child? Oh, it seems Hephaestus was also her biological child, then it's okay. In the end, he sighed and relented. Fine. Whatever makes you all happy. Chapter 206, No way, I don't want to be a loser. 1,317 words. The divine bulls roared and raged as they were put back to work, their flaming bodies overturning the earth. Jason's screams echoed in the background, while the others, somehow finding the scene amusing as they followed behind to watch the fun, collecting the unearthed dragon teeth. Somehow, everything always turns into chaos when you're around, Atalanta, the beautiful huntress in her green attire, said as she approached Promise, bathing in moonlight. That's not true. Promise instinctively wanted to refute when you came down the mountain, you defeated those bandits and made them sing your name 100 times before letting them go. When you used your lyre to hunt the sacred stag during goddess Artemis's trial. When you removed the stakes during my race to make me lose. Atalanta's light words blocked all the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Looking into the other party's beautiful blue eyes and listening to these words, Promise was stunned to find that he seemed to have done a lot of messy things without realizing it. Worse yet, all these events were destined to be recorded and celebrated. Wait. Wouldn't that make them black marks in his legacy? As the belated realization struck him, Atlanta spoke again, in a soft and steady voice. So, you'll leave soon, won't you? To fulfill the prophecy given to you by the gods. Surprised, Promise looked at her as the huntress smiled faintly, illuminated by the moonlight. How long do you think we have known each other? She asked gently. What's more, you've always been like this. Fine, you saw through it. Promise sighed, his eyes darting as he tried to think of an explanation. No need to explain, Atlanta said, seeing right through him. In fact, we've always known this moment would come. All we can do is send you off from here. She paused before continuing, because this is an offering to the god of war, Ares. So it is basically inevitable that you'll have to present a glorious battle to that god. But that's not what I wanted to ask. When Promise heard this, he subconsciously looked at Atlanta and found that she was staring at him with expectation and some uneasiness in her eyes. Promise. Did we help you? Because they had understood everything, because they knew all that Promise had done, they had gathered here tonight. To help him, even if it seemed reckless. But in fact, from their perspective, this young man had been just as reckless all along. Promise froze, stunned for a moment, looking at the girl in front of him who looked very beautiful under the moonlight tonight. After a brief moment of reflection, he smiled and nodded. Well. Of course, he said softly. I actually think Helen and Teacher Chiron were right. In a sense, I really am a troublesome person. Even though it's always been obvious, I didn't really feel it until today that none of this was fake. When I look back, you've all truly been there by my side. Thinking in this way. When we meet again in some distant place, I will no longer have the idea of avoiding you. Instead, I'll come to you with joy and anticipation. He remembered once asking Chiron a question. If, in the distant future, they encountered a version of Promise that seemed different from the one they knew now, when they finally saw him, in that distant future, would they still accept him? Now, Promise already knew the answer. Atlanta smiled, her expression this time pure and radiant. However, raising the celestial bow in her hand, she looked at Promise and softly said, Promise, let's pray together to the pure and beautiful goddess Artemis. A petition arrow, an arrow carrying a prayer to the god one serves, was loosed toward the heavens. When fired by a true believer, the gods often responded to such calls. Although the situation right now was a little awkward. Apollo, the god of light, glared at his sister Artemis, the goddess of the moon, terrified that she might shoot her most loyal follower on the spot in a fit of annoyance. At the same time, he glanced helplessly at Promise, who had stepped beside Atlanta and joined her in drawing the celestial bow and releasing the arrow. Atlanta, you have also learned bad things. This isn't a prayer at all, you're clearly showing off to your goddess. Apollo sighed in exhaustion, lamenting his lot in life. His own love life had never worked out, and his beloved Daphne still remained a laurel tree to this day. Thinking of this, Apollo couldn't help but want to take out his lyre and play a tragic tune for himself. But his grumbles were cut short as the arrow vanished into the moon, and a rain of purifying light began to fall, clearing away everything here and bringing about the final end. With that, the second test was over. Though the second trial was over, there was no time for celebration as Jason collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his legs trembling. Glancing at the blazing bulls held down by Heracles, Actaeon, and Meleager, his face turned pale as he screeched in a high-pitched voice, hold them down, please hold them down. Otherwise, Promise won't have to kill me because I'll already be dead. Heracles laughed as he held the furious bull in place, turning to Jason with curiosity. By the way, Jason, what did you do to make them so angry? Hearing this, Jason opened his mouth to explain but froze as the bull roared and glared daggers at him. The sheer malice in its gaze made Jason flinch, and he quickly coughed, avoiding eye contact as he changed the subject. Anyway, where's Promise? Where did that guy run off to? Jason puffed up his chest, thinking about his earlier sacrifices. Surely, this time, he could finally hold his head high in front of Promise. See? You were right all along about what you said to Queen Hera. I, Jason, am a true hero. He left. Medea, who had appeared beside him at some point, spoke in a soft voice. Medea's sudden voice frightened Jason so much that he screamed, and then, to everyone's bemusement, hid behind the bull's butt. "No, you dare to hide behind my butt?" The bull stared at him in confusion for a moment before its expression shifted to pure fury. Then, with a resounding kick, it sent Jason flying into the sky. The group exchanged glances, shrugged, and unanimously decided to ignore Jason's existence. "He left? Where did he go?" Theseus asked instinctively. However, Medea said nothing but merely pointed toward the stars in the sky. Then, with an increasingly resentful glare, she turned toward Atalanta, who stood quietly nearby. This was Colchis, the homeland of Medea. In other words, her domain, her turf. Yet here she was, watching Atalanta steal the spotlight. Could it be, does the loser attribute run in the family? Medea couldn't help but think of her aunt, who was probably still kneeling in Hecate's temple, obediently accepting her teacher's punishment. No. I refuse to end up like that. Promise is gone, isn't he? Meanwhile, among the gods, Apollo instinctively nodded at the question, only to freeze as Artemis rolled up her sleeves. Wait, Artemis, what are you doing? Apollo panicked, rushing to stop his sister. Let me go, Apollo. Artemis fumed, trying to shake him off. I need to find Atalanta. I need to have a good talk with her, I'm her goddess, after all. Give it a rest. Hearing Artemis's words, Athena, observing from a distance, couldn't help but roll her eyes. That follower of yours? Sure, she used to deeply respect and revere you in the beginning. But let's face it, that pedestal you were on. It's long gone. Chapter 207, Take Him Home, 2.8k words. 2,807 words. Unbeknownst to many, dawn had arrived. The goddess of the night, Nyx, reluctantly retreated to the underworld, urged on by the sun god. Meanwhile, Promise had finally reached the sacred grove of Ares, the god of war. His next task was to confront the sleepless, venomous dragon that guarded the Golden Fleece, completing the final trial of his journey. In fact, facing mythical monsters and achieving victory wasn't new to Promise. After all, ever since he had descended the mountain with Jason and entered into his initial oath with the goddess of wisdom, he had walked this path tirelessly, overcoming countless trials along the way. But this time was different. This time, the battle was an offering to the brash and reckless Ares, in pursuit of completing his divine painting. For this, Promise would have to forsake the wisdom that had always been his greatest weapon. He would fight in the most primitive and straightforward way, raw, unbridled combat. And in this battle, not only will the gods give up their long-standing concern for him, but even Pegasus or the hundred-eyed giant and centaur sage would be allowed to help him. So, it's finally happening? Ares, who had been looking forward to this for a long time, trembled with excitement. Standing in the grove, looking down at Promise as he dismounted Pegasus and strode toward him, he spread his arms wide and burst into laughter, shouting. Come. Offer me a battle of unyielding ferocity. Fight, roar, clash, let blood flow and chaos reign. Ha 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 ha. The other gods exchanged looks of disdain at Ares' antics, while their gazes drifted toward Promise with concern. It wasn't that Promise wasn't capable, after all, he was someone who had repeatedly performed miracles. His fate had intertwined with those of 4 goddesses, and he had drawn the attention of the Olympian gods, as well as older deities like Nyx. He had even managed to shatter the perfection of the flawless goddess of wisdom, a feat in itself fulfilling their covenant and leaving the gods in awe. By all accounts, a mere dragon should not have been a challenge worthy of their worry. The problem, however, lay elsewhere. Promise, the man who defied odds and performed impossible feats, who was on the verge of completing the legendary task of claiming the Golden Fleece and painting the 12 Olympians, was also undeniably the weakest hero in all of Greece. If it weren't for him being drowned by the golden apples, which gods and goddesses couldn't help but give, the thing that later became so excessive that even the tree was cut down, Promise might have been blown away by a stiff breeze long ago. Well, not blown to the underworld, but straight back home. Therefore, at this moment, even Athena, who firmly believed in Promise and felt there would be no problem, was ready to take action at any time if the situation turned bad. In fact, it wasn't just the gods who were worried about him, even Pegasus. Chirp. Hey, What are you doing? Don't bite my hair. Speaking of which, Pegasus, I've been meaning to ask something for a long time. You're a creature of myth, a Pegasus from the age of gods. Can you really not talk, or have you just been pretending all this time? Pulling his ponytail out of Pegasus's mouth, Promise looked at the creature with both disdain and suspicion. The latter, however, let out a soft neigh. So, you're saying that in my current situation, even if you could talk, you'd have to pretend not to? Listen, your master here isn't afraid of death. My dream is to go out in a blaze of glory, so why are you, a mythical Pegasus, acting so overly cautious? Is this supposed to be complimentary? Pegasus neighed in response and mimicked the action of grazing on grass. Living is great, you get to eat more grass. You bastard. One day, I'll pluck all the feathers off your wings, chop them off and use them for a barbecue. You call that eating grass? You're clearly just eating melon seeds. Promise glared fiercely at Pegasus, and Pegasus, not to be outdone, glared right back. Humph, just a weakling for a master. Seeing this, Promise decided not to talk further and turned toward the sacred forest. Pegasus, however, quickly moved to block his path. What's the matter with you, Pegasus? Now genuinely puzzled, Promise looked at him as Pegasus flapped his wings lightly, then crouched down, signaling for him to get back on. Are you worried about me being on my own? Promise finally understood. Pegasus nodded and, with a very human-like sigh, seemed to say, there's nothing I can do about it, after all, my master's a weakling. Seeing this, Promise couldn't help but laugh as he reached out and patted his head, saying, Don't worry, I'll be fine. Besides, you can't come with me this time. The upcoming battle is mine alone, and you can't step in to help. Pegasus didn't respond, merely looked at him with worry in his eyes. Ever since that time when Promise had captured him with that pure white bridle, pulling him down from the stars, they had been inseparable all these years. Every path Promise had walked, Pegasus had accompanied him. And though he was quite mischievous, loved to graze, and even excelled at selling people out, if there ever came a day when Promise was no longer around, when he was lost, Pegasus would surely be one of the most heartbroken beings of all. Don't worry, I'll come back. I won't fail this time. Feeling warmth in his heart as he looked at Pegasus, Promise smiled and said, See? Even Atalanta and Heracles didn't try to stop me. They know I'll succeed this time. After all, this journey is nearing its end. If I fail at this moment, what's left wouldn't be a hero's legend, it would be an ancient joke. After hearing this, Pegasus thought about it seriously and found that it was true. If that really happened, it would probably be worse for Promise than death. No, actually, it might even be worse than living forever. So Pegasus finally gave way and allowed Promise to enter the sacred forest of Ares, the god of war. The power of Ares barred Pegasus from entering, but for once, it didn't return to the skies. Instead, it wandered around before finally stopping beneath a large tree nearby, where a small goddess stood alone, holding a crystal ball. Pegasus landed beside her and nudged her gently. Clotho stroked its head and, with her soft, delicate voice, said quietly, You should have given him my doll. Pegasus shook its head, knowing full well that Promise would refuse the doll. Clotho understood this too, so she didn't press the matter. She simply allowed the morning breeze to stir her white hair before softly saying, Don't worry. He'll come back for you. Promise had entered Ares' sacred forest. Without Pegasus to guide him, however, he was unable to determine the location and soon lost his way. Fortunately, in the forests of ancient Greece, one type of creature was never in short supply, the nymphs, spirits born from nature itself. Nymphs were beings of natural essence, typically appearing as beautiful young women who loved music and dance. Though they neither aged nor fell ill, they were not immortal. In the perilous age of gods in ancient Greece, most nymphs sought refuge under the protection of deities, serving and honoring the gods. Thus, Hey, child, how did you get into this forest? As Promise wandered through the ancient woods, not knowing where to go, a green-haired, blue-eyed nymph, clad only in a thin white dress that barely covered her, leaving much of her skin exposed, suddenly appeared before him. Looking at her, Promise's eyes lit up, but before he could say anything, the nymph hurriedly spoke, Hurry, leave this place. You shouldn't be here. Before the great god Ares returns, I'll pretend I didn't see you, but you must leave at once. It was obvious that she was one of the nymphs serving Ares. Promise was stunned for a moment but quickly responded, "Wait, beautiful nymph. My name is Promise, and I am a student of Queen Hecate. I am a student the centaur sage Chiron. I've come here to undergo the trial of retrieving the golden fleece under the witness of Ares, the god of war, and to defeat the dragon that guards it." Hearing this, the nymph looked even more shocked. She looked up and down at the frail-looking boy in front of her, as if convinced that a single punch from her could send him straight to the underworld, before asking with a face full of disbelief, "You? Really?" Promise said helplessly. After all, he was clearly accustomed to this reaction. "I swear on the name of the gods that what I say is the truth." By now, he was so used to making vows that it came almost automatically. Once he swore in the name of the gods, the nymph naturally believed him. But because of this, the look she gave him grew even more strange. After all, any normal person seeing Promise for the first time would question how someone with such a small, delicate frame could even dare attempt such a feat. It's worth mentioning that most nymphs were actually quite shy, and it was rare for them to take the initiative to appear before humans. However, in Promise's case, this wasn't unusual at all. Because this child looked so adorable. His aura resembled a painting kissed and blessed by the muses of art, his emerald green eyes clear and beautiful like the stars themselves. The more the nymph looked at him, the harder it was to look away. So, there was no way she could let him march to his death. In fact, the great god Ares probably wouldn't want such a cute boy to die either. So maybe I could just keep him here for a while and invite him home as a guest. The nymph had this thought as she looked at the boy in front of her, swallowing her saliva. Well, let's not forget, this was a very a liberal era. It wasn't uncommon for nymphs to occasionally appear and seduce handsome young men of ancient Greece. The most famous example was Hylas, the foster son of the great hero Heracles. In the original myths, Hylas was the arms-bearer of Heracles, who took Hylas with him on the Argo, thus making him one of the Argonauts. One day, while fetching water, he caught the eye of a naiad, water nymph, who pulled him into the water and took him away. His disappearance greatly upset Heracles, who left the Argo and searched for him for a great length of time. Incidentally, it was rumored that Hylas was also Heracles' lover. Well, it could only be said that Heracles had quite the adventurous life and he played quite well. However, in Promise's timeline, Hylas did not join the Argo, so Promise had no knowledge of him. Yet, unbeknownst to himself, Promise had altered another person's fate. The eldest and second eldest fates didn't mind. By now, they were used to it. It just meant a little extra work. After all, their youngest sister's heart was entirely elsewhere. However, as the nymph had these thoughts and even prepared to act, a sudden chill ran down her spine so cold, she shivered, almost letting out a scream. Whipping around, she frantically scanned her surroundings. What just happened? Why does it feel like I almost wandered to the gates of the underworld with one foot ready to step through? The nymph felt a deep fear, coupled with confusion at the same time. Promise tilted his head, watching her curiously, then asked, "Beautiful nymph, would you be willing to guide me to the sleepless dragon?" The nymph turned back to look at Promise. Her eyes darted as she thought it over, then stretched out her hand as if to stroke his face. In the next instant, the icy feeling of the underworld brushed against her again, sending her reeling. Finally, the nymph understood. "Promise, you must have a god you deeply revere and who loves you very much, don't you?" Promise blinked as he looked at her in surprise, and replied, "How did you know? Though that was in the past, I've already been abandoned." Abandoned? The nymph looked at him in disbelief. "Are you joking? I nearly got obliterated by a god's gaze just now." "Who is it?" she asked instinctively. "The noble, gentle, and kind Queen Hera," Promise answered earnestly. Hearing his words, the nymph's mind filled with question marks. Noble, gentle, and kind. Are you sure those words can be used to describe Hera? What about jealous, suspicious, and possessive? She had just barely finished the thought when she suddenly felt herself teetering on the banks of the river Lethe in the underworld. Now the nymph was on the verge of tears. If Promise weren't right in front of her, she might have immediately dropped to her knees and begged Hera for forgiveness. You call this abandonment? Who are you trying to fool? Pouting, the teary-eyed nymph stared at Promise with a pitiful expression, which only left him confused. Fine, I'll take you there. The nymph didn't dare to say anything more. Submitting to Hera's authority, she no longer dared to have any evil thoughts and obediently led Promise to the sleepless dragon guarding the golden fleece. Even so, along the way, looking at Promise's frail figure, she couldn't help but tell him about the sleepless dragon as she tried to dissuade him for one last time. The sleepless dragon guarding the golden fleece has a body as hard as steel. It can spew scorching poisonous flames. It never sleeps and never lets its guard down. I've actually seen countless powerful heroes perish under its fire or claws, so Promise, are you sure you still want to face it? The latter nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, the nymph sighed in resignation. However, at the same time, she also felt a bit grateful that she wasn't under direct divine scrutiny as she led him to the dragon. It was there, beneath an enormous oak tree, that the famed golden fleece of ancient Greece hung high in the branches. Guarding it was the sleepless dragon, its iron-like body coiled beside the ancient tree. Its ever-open eyes fixed on the green-haired nymph as she brought Promise forward. Long time no see, mighty dragon, the nymph said with a smile. What was a little beyond Promise expectations was that the nymph, who led the way, was not afraid of it, and even greeted it with a smile, and the sleepless dragon actually nodded in response. It spoke, its voice deep and resonant, long time no see. And as for you, it continued, shifting its gaze to Promise, if I'm not mistaken, you've come for the golden fleece, correct? Promise didn't have a chance to reply before the dragon went on. But aren't you a bit too frail? I feel like I have to hold my breath just speaking to you, lest I exhale too strongly and accidentally blow you away. The sleepless dragon continued to talk, even nagging, saying, honestly, Ares is too lenient. He lets anyone in. Sure, I agreed to guard this thing for him, but I clearly said I needed peace and quiet. Every now and then, someone comes barging in, shouting about dreams, adventures, or riches, and so on before they charge at me. Not that they can harm me, but can't I get a moment's rest? I haven't slept properly in ages, and it's all your fault. It's so infuriating. As the dragon grumbled endlessly, Promise turned to the nymph with a bewildered expression. The green-haired nymph remained calm, clearly used to this, and explained to Promise, that's just how Lord Dragon is. It's actually quite nice, just a bit talkative. And even though it literally can't close its eyes to sleep, it keeps complaining that it wants to rest and sleep every day. The green-haired nymph hadn't even finished speaking when the sleepless dragon suddenly stood up, its massive form towering so high that it seemed to block out the sun as it snapped in annoyance. What are you talking about? How could I possibly not be able to sleep? I can definitely sleep. It's my dream. And so what if it's been 100, 200, or even 300 years, or thousands of years since I last slept? What right do you have to say that I can't sleep? The sleepless dragon's dream was simply to get a good night's sleep? Such a humble yet strange dream. Chapter 208, Sleepless Dragon Just Wants to Sleep. 1,422 words. Even Promise, who had seen his fair share of oddities, was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the green-haired nymph was quick to act, probably from experience. As the dragon rose, grumbling incessantly and spraying spit everywhere, she immediately used her power to grow plants into a natural barrier to shield against the saliva. The moment the dragon's spit touched the plant barrier, it corroded it instantly. Be careful. The nymph yelled at the sleepless dragon, clearly annoyed. Don't hurt this child. Hearing this, even the usually talkative dragon paused for a moment. It glanced at Promise and then curiously asked the nymph, isn't he here to take the golden fleece? He's going to die sooner or later anyway, so why are you protecting him? The nymph pouted but didn't reply. While she privately agreed with the dragon's grim assessment, to be honest, she really didn't want this adorable child to die. So he turned his head to look at the boy again and said softly, Promise, you've seen for yourself. This is not an opponent an ordinary person can defeat. Besides, the king of Colchis, who owns the golden fleece, never intended for anyone to obtain it. His life is tied to the fleece itself, so even if you manage to take it, the king will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Promise looked at the nymph in surprise, then smiled warmly, a genuine sincerity in his expression this time. Thank you, beautiful nymph. But I have my reasons to obtain the golden fleece. It represents a promise between me and my friends, as well as the culmination and glory of our journey together. Having said that, without waiting for the green-haired nymph to respond, Promise turned to look at the tall sleepless dragon in front of him and said, "Speaking of which, Lord Dragon, do you want to finally have a good sleep?" Seeing that Promise was quite polite, and that his old acquaintance nymph was protecting him, the sleepless dragon naturally would not make things difficult for the boy and nodded in a very easygoing manner. Of course. I only agreed to guard that shiny thing hanging up there because Ares and that king told me this place would be peaceful. They tricked me. How is it peaceful when people come here every other now and then to bother me? I can't sleep, and it's infuriating. As the dragon started to ramble on again. I think I might have a way to help you sleep, Lord Dragon. Would you like to try it? Promise interrupted hastily and said. What? The sleepless dragon let out a thunderous roar of surprise, the sheer volume nearly deafening Promise. Fortunately, the quick-reacting nymph immediately covered his ears to shield him from the noise. Staring at Promise, the dragon said, "Are you serious? Can you really help me sleep? But you're so weak, you must be lying." "I swear upon the gods. They will bear witness to my words." The nymph glanced at Promise, suddenly noticing how oddly practiced he was at making vows. His swearing was almost second nature by now. Hearing a solemn vow, the previously skeptical dragon believed him a bit more. It leaned closer, both excited and curious, asking. "Fine, tell me, what's your method?" Promise didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gazed at the massive sleepless dragon in front of him, lost in thought. He remembered the myths. Originally, Jason had taken the golden fleece with Medea's guidance and Orpheus's music, which had lulled the dragon to sleep. So, among the 3 trials, was the final one actually the easiest? "I have a shepherd's flute, a gift from the god Hermes." As he spoke, Promise took out a painting from the sky and the shepherd's flute that he had obtained during the incident with Io and the hundred-eyed giant. This was the very flute capable of closing all the eyes of Argus, the hundred-eyed giant. "It might just fulfill your dream, Lord Dragon." Then, without giving the nymph or the dragon a chance to respond, Promise moved to sit beneath the ancient tree, placed the flute to his lips and began to play. And when the soft, serene notes of the flute floated through the air, the nymph's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Promise, utterly entranced. In fact, among the nymphs of ancient Greece, there was a nearly universal trait: they loved music and dance, graceful and melodic above all else. In mere moments, the nymph felt as though the goddess of the arts herself had descended, leaving her trembling at the sheer beauty of the sound. In addition, the gentle breeze stirred Promise's hair, sunlight falling on him as if it adored him, pooling warmly around him. The green-haired nymph gazed at the scene, dazed, and a wild thought crossed her mind. If I die for this, so be it. If I could bring him home, it would still be worth it. Meanwhile, under the spell of the magical flute, the sleepless dragon, who could never close its eyes, finally did. For the first time in centuries, perhaps millennia, it experienced the peaceful sleep it had so desperately craved. After a while, Promise lowered the flute from his lips, glancing at the now slumbering dragon and the nymph who had fainted beside him. Yawning, he leaned back against the tree bearing the golden fleece, closed his eyes, and drifted into sleep as well. Promise only rested for a short time, merely closing his eyes to recharge. When he reopened his emerald green eyes, the sleepless dragon and the green-haired nymph still showed no signs of waking. Looking at the dragon, whose ever-open eyes which had remained unclosed for millennia, were now peacefully shut, a thought suddenly struck Promise. This scene was quite extraordinary, so why not capture it in a painting? It had been a long time since inspiration had struck him so strongly, so when Promise came up with this idea, the only thing left in his eyes was the sleeping dragon. Reaching into the air, Promise summoned the pure white feathered paintbrush crafted for him by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, along with the magical canvas capable of capturing all colors. With these divine tools, he began to sketch the sleepless dragon of Colchis, guardian of the golden fleece. The dragon, nestled beneath the ancient oak tree, exuded a tranquility that seemed to ripple through the air as Promise's clear emerald eyes, sparkling like distant stars, gazed deeply at the creature, penetrating its very essence. And so, Promise saw. Just as he had glimpsed the true essence of goddess of wisdom, Athena or Pegasus when inspiration struck before, he now peered into the core of the sleepless dragon. He saw everything. A monstrous figure, half human, half serpent, dwelling in the liminal space between the underworld and the mortal realm. Her serpentine body coiled like a mountain around the depths of the underworld, while her upper half was as beautiful as a nymph, a spirit of nature. The moment he saw, Promise knew her name, Echidna. The monstrous mother of the sleepless dragon in front of him, also of Cerberus, the three-headed hound of hell, the multi-headed Lernaean hydra, and the chimera. At the same time, she was the wife of Typhon. And if he saw Echidna, it was only natural that he would also see another. A terrifying being born of Tartarus, the abyss that even the gods feared, ancient and as old as Nyx, goddess of night. From this dark abyss came Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters, a dreadful force seeking to consume and transform all existence into a hellish inferno. The greatest and most terrifying creature of the Greek age of gods? Typhon. Promise saw him. Through painting the sleepless dragon in front of him, his unique gift transported his sight beyond the physical world, penetrating the underworld and the infernal abyss. There, he glimpsed a monstrous entity silently lurking, waiting for its moment to rise. Towering higher than the heavens, a being so immense that even the sun would retreat from its emergence, a terror only the night could contain, Typhon, the most fearsome dragon of all. But this time, something unprecedented occurred. The instant Promise saw Typhon, Typhon saw him in return. In the abyss of purgatory, Typhon lifted his grotesque head. His crimson eyes, filled with unbridled fury and destruction, locked onto Promise from across the planes of existence. In that moment, a strand of silver hair tied to Promise's locks snapped. Chapter 209, He's My Beloved Brother. 2,369 words. The originally clear sky was covered by thick dark clouds. The gods were immediately thrown into turmoil. Even Zeus, who had been indulging in an illicit midday affair in some mortal palace, froze in shock and looked toward the disturbance. But then, a butterfly of the underworld that came to the abyss at some unknown time and flapped its wings in the abyss landed on the shoulder of Typhon, the ancestor of all demons. With its arrival, everything fractured like a shattered mirror, the image of Promise dissolved before Typhon's eyes. And then, the true controllers of the night and the underworld intervened. Their combined might concealed everything from Typhon's view, forcing him to withdraw his gaze. His eyes lingered briefly on the three deities who had thwarted him. Then, he lowered his head and retreated once more into the endless depths of Tartarus, continuing to bide his time for the day he could rise and consume all. Finally, the last bit of work is done. With her long black hair cascading to her waist, the goddess Hecate, who had sealed the connection, spoke with visible relief. She seemed genuinely happy at this moment. She tilted her head as her striking red eyes turned toward Clotho, the youngest of the Fates standing on the ground below. I've done everything you asked. Does this mean I'll never have to deal with that stinky guy again? Facing the great goddess's question, the lovely Clotho did not respond, but just turned her head away silently. Meanwhile, Promise also recovered from the state of divine inspiration that had gripped him. Blinking, he instinctively looked up, noticing the dark clouds thinning and dispersing. Yet, to his surprise, the morning sky had shifted, it was already evening, the heavens now painted with hues of twilight. Helios, the sun god, glanced curiously toward the underworld, wondering why the goddess of night, Nyx, hadn't appeared to urge him off the stage. Still, he didn't mind lingering a bit longer. Promise's gaze then naturally fell upon the painting he had just completed. It was finished, a masterpiece steeped in ominous tones. The artwork depicted the sleepless dragon, its eyes peacefully shut beneath darkened skies. Behind the dragon loomed an abyss of swirling chaos, and in that darkness, one could faintly discern the serpentine figure of Echidna and a pair of crimson, destructive eyes. Through the painting, it was as if Typhon himself was silently observing the world, waiting for the day he could emerge from the abyss. On that day, he would destroy everything. Is this the end of me? Promise stared at the painting for a long moment before murmuring to himself, almost in a daze. As he gradually returned to his senses, he suddenly felt a burning gaze, causing him to turn his head instinctively as he saw the green-haired nymph, who has woken up at some point, staring at him intensely. Miss Nymph was staring at him without blinking, her eyes practically sparkling like she had discovered an incomparable treasure, and, was that drool at the corner of her mouth? It was clear that at some point, she had woken up and completely fallen for the sight of Promise immersed in his art. Nearby, the sleepless dragon had also awoken at this moment. When the dragon saw Promise take a subconscious step back from the nymph's overwhelming gaze and look toward it for help, the dragon tilted its head and asked a piercing question. Why are you still here? You should have grabbed the golden fleece and left by now. You've put me sleep, why didn't you use that chance to take the golden fleece and run? Hearing these words, before Promise could answer, the dragon seemed to come to its own conclusion. Oh, I get it. It must be too high up there for you to reach. Wait, let me. Here, take it. As he said this, the dragon, whose fondness for Promise had skyrocketed after finally experiencing sleep, stood up and plucked the golden fleece from the highest branch of the oak tree, before handing it to Promise without hesitation. Caught off guard, Promise instinctively accepted it. As he stood there holding the fleece, still processing everything, the dragon continued, by the way, what's that thing? The dragon gestured toward the painting Promise had finished. I feel like it's staring into my very soul. Is it some kind of magical link between us? Also, the feeling of sleeping was weird. I closed my eyes, opened them, and it was already evening. It wasn't even that comfortable. Hey, Promise, right? From now on, you're my brother. Can I come to you whenever I want to sleep? The sleepless dragon chattered incessantly, seeming extremely excited because he had fulfilled his dream of hundreds or even thousands of years after a good sleep. Promise, unable to get a word in edgewise, could only listen helplessly as it talked and talked. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to interject. Wait a moment, Lord Dragon, let me explain. The truth is. Having said that, he quickly explained that he needed to fight the dragon as a trial to present an offering to Ares. Who knew that upon hearing this, the sleepless dragon would shake his head wildly. No, no, no. I'm not fighting you. I'm not fighting you. You're so weak, if I so much as slap you, you die instantly. Besides, I'm not stupid. I just learned how amazing sleep is. I still want to sleep. What if I fight you and you don't let me sleep from now on? No way, I'm not doing it. The dragon backed away as it spoke, clearly unwilling. Yes, yes, no fighting. The green-haired nymph at the side eagerly chimed in, supporting the dragon as her gaze toward Promise grew increasingly affectionate, her eyes almost heart-shaped. She wiped the saliva from the corners of her mouth again and again as if struggling to contain herself, then spoke with a lewd smile. Forget about fighting and the golden fleece, Promise. Come with me. Be my guest at my home, I can even teach you some very fun things. This is definitely worth the risk, even if it kills me. After all, ever since she's been bound to serve Lord Ares, she had been stuck here endlessly, with no one to talk to but an eternally awake dragon, and now she was so done with it. Her bright green eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint as she looked at Promise, clearly thinking about knocking him out and dragging him home. Actually, scratch that, she wasn't just thinking about it. At this point, it was exactly what she planned to do. In fact, if it weren't for Pegasus constantly accompanying Promise everywhere the boy went, with how he wandered around every day, someone would have long since knocked him out and took him home. After all, this was the age of gods in ancient Greece. Thanks to a certain king of the gods setting the example, how could the atmosphere of this world be anything but questionable? The sleepless dragon, meanwhile, had firmly decided that no matter what, it wasn't going to fight Promise. After all, it was terrified of accidentally killing him with a single swipe, or worse, blowing him away with a gust of wind from the motion. And if that happened? Well, it would lose its ability to sleep again, which was completely unacceptable. The sleepless dragon felt it was unacceptable and he would never do this. It had only just begun to experience the bliss of sleep. No, it hadn't even fully enjoyed it yet. It needed more. Promise tried reasoning, pleading, and explaining for a long time, but it was to no avail. As he grew increasingly exasperated, another equally frustrated individual finally reached their limit. In fact, someone with a reckless and single-minded nature had been struggling to sit still for quite some time now. If not for being forcibly restrained, they would have acted long ago. But now, finally free from their bonds, this figure leaped down from the heavens. With a resounding crash, they made their grand entrance. Arg! I can't take it anymore. Fight. Kill. Promise, why aren't you fighting? Ares roared, looking utterly exasperated as he stared at Promise. Patience had never been his strong suit to begin with, and he had waited far too long for this promised battle. But now? There was no fight to be had. Before the awkward Promise could even respond, Ares turned his rage toward the sleepless dragon. And you? I assigned you to guard the golden fleece, not to hand it over on a silver platter. If you're going to give it away, at least have the decency to fight first. The sleepless dragon let out a disdainful huff of dragon breath, looking unusually justified as it retorted, how else am I supposed to stay on his good side if I don't give him the golden fleece? If I don't please him, how am I supposed to shamelessly go back and ask him for more? Besides, I'm here for one thing only, sleep. He let me sleep, so he's my dearest, most beloved brother now. Why would I ever fight my own brother? Right, brother? As he spoke, the sleepless dragon looked at Promise with a flattering expression and even wagged his tail like an overgrown puppy. This left not just Ares and Promise utterly speechless, but even the green-haired nymph, who had spent quite a bit of time with the sleepless dragon, now stared at it with a bewildered expression. Well, so this is the kind of dragon you are. By the way, Promise couldn't help but think he should have brought Pegasus along. These two guys, who seemed to operate on a completely different wavelength from the rest of the world, would definitely be able to get along well. While the nymph was finding the whole scene inexplicably amusing, a sudden sharp smack reverberated through the air. The force behind it was so immense that the nymph nearly got slammed into the ground. Pain flared, and she instinctively turned her head to glare at whoever had dared strike her, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But then she froze. Our revered goddess Artemis? Her voice trembled as she recognized the figure before her, the goddess Artemis herself. The green-haired nymph's eyes widened as she found herself face to face with the kind and gentle moon goddess, Artemis, whose hand now rested heavily on her shoulder. Take him home, huh? Teach him happy things, huh? I never even thought of doing such a thing, and you dare? Looking at the angry moon goddess in front of her. Before the flustered and confused nymph could make sense of how she had managed to incur the wrath of the goddess, another smack resounded, accompanied by a bone-crunching weight on her opposite shoulder. Hera, the queen of the gods herself, had appeared, her hand now gripping the nymph's other shoulder. The queen's expression mirrored Artemis's, but with an additional undercurrent of smug menace. Queen Hera is not gentle? Not kind? A jealous and vengeful goddess, right? And you dare try to think about kidnapping my child? Oh, you're bold, little nymph. Very bold. This is not the case. What's going on? The nymph was dumbfounded. Her thoughts scattered as before she realized something. Whatever the situation was, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that these two goddesses had shown up, and her life was very, very much over. Her only regret? Alas. I am going to die without even tasting Promise's sweetness. Such a waste. Aha. As the nymph was lamenting her impending doom, another voice rang out, filled with frustration. I can't take this anymore. Ares, the god of war, stomped the ground so hard that the entire area shook violently. His booming voice reverberated as he pointed directly at the sleepless dragon. So, you won't fight, huh? Faced with the power of the god of war Ares, although the sleepless dragon was a little scared in his heart, but he still nodded with extraordinary toughness. That's right, I won't fight. Promise is my dear brother now. He gave me sleep. How could I possibly hurt my own brother? Seeing the dragon's unwavering stance, Ares grew even more enraged. Fine, if you won't fight, then I will. He brandished his weapon and pointed it directly at Promise, shouting, Promise, there will be a battle today. If you don't fight me and take my power, don't even think about leaving here alive. Promise, still holding the golden fleece, blinked in confusion. Why does that sound so strange? It almost felt like Ares was saying, if you don't take my money, don't even think about leaving. Excuse me, what are you even talking about? Hera, who had been gently dealing with the nymph, frowned and turned her attention to Ares. Are you insane? How could you possibly expect this child to fight you? I don't know. I think it might be worth a try. Before Ares could respond, a soft, melodic voice, laced with amusement, drowned out all the noise at the scene. The voice belonged to Athena, the goddess of wisdom, as she stepped out from the fading light of the setting sun. Her calm demeanor contrasted starkly with the chaos around her. She glanced briefly at Promise's painting, which depicted Typhon hidden in the abyss, before reaching out to claim it. Cradling the artwork in her arms, she finally turned to face the others. Her gaze lingered on Promise, who was looking at her in confusion, and then moved to Hera, Artemis and others who seemed to suspect that they had heard it wrong. Just as the nymph was shocked by the appearance of the goddess of wisdom Athena, she soon discovered that she was shocked too early. Even the sleepless dragon, usually unbothered by anything, was stunned into silence. Walking alongside Apollo, the god of light, was Hermes. Behind them came Hestia and Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Seeing the lineup of gods now present, the nymph had a sudden realization. Wow, the fact that I'm still alive right now is a miracle. Chapter 210, Blessings of the Gods, Facing Ares. 1877 words. What are you planning, Athena? Apollo, the god of light, frowned at Athena, his protective instincts kicking in as he spoke. Are you seriously suggesting that Promise should fight Ares? Come to think about it, Apollo had always been protective of Promise, looking after the boy, acting almost like an older brother to him. If only his protective gaze felt like a big brother's love instead of, whatever this is, maybe he would really be moved, instead of being afraid to move like he was now. I can't help it. After all, you all know what Ares is like. He doesn't understand wisdom or subtlety. He's too pure. She paused for emphasis, her lips twitching. There's no way to resolve this without a fight. Let's not waste time pretending otherwise. Athena spread her hands helplessly, while Ares nodded furiously, oblivious to the fact that she had just insulted him. As she continued, Athena glanced at Promise with approval. As expected of my follower. Even without realizing it, you always use wisdom to overcome challenges. It's impossible for you to act thoughtlessly, you need me after all. Hera, however, cast a wary look at Athena. When it came to catching others in questionable behavior, no one was as experienced as she was. Even so, how can Promise possibly fight Ares? Even if he's simple, he's still a major god. If there's to be a fight, let me do it. Apollo stepped forward as he spoke, golden bow and arrow appearing in his hands. Hermes immediately sidestepped a bit, his expression lighting up with barely contained glee. Yes, fight. Let's get this started. Bring it on. Ares' eyes narrowed in challenge. You think I'm afraid of you? You're not Athena, after all. As he said this, he prepared to step forward to fight. What's the point of you fighting him? Only if Promise takes action can he truly earn Ares' recognition, what do you think? As she spoke, Athena turned to look at Promise, who met her gaze. For a brief moment, their eyes locked. Then, as though reaching a silent agreement, both smiled knowingly. I shall offer a glorious battle to the god who craves combat, Promise declared, stepping forward to face Ares. Seeing this. Really? I still can't take him home? The green-haired nymph looked at the moon goddess Artemis with tears in her eyes, fighting for the last glimmer of hope for herself. Just once. Please, just once. Don't even think about it, Artemis waved her fist at her and said viciously. If anyone gets first taste, it's me. But you're the virgin goddess. Promise looked at Ares with determination and seriousness, automatically blocking out the terrible conversation that followed. He couldn't help but feel that whatever was happening back there was infinitely more dangerous than facing Ares. Ares, meanwhile, beamed with joy. Yes. Now this is someone worthy of my power. I accept you, Promise. But no sooner had he finished, his enthusiasm faltered. Even Ares, simple-minded as he was, couldn't help but feel conflicted. Looking at Promise, who seemed like he could be blown straight to the underworld with a mere breath, Ares suddenly found himself at a loss. Well, even though I said it, how am I supposed to fight him? Just then, Athena, who had been crouching on the ground silently, stood up and clapped the dust from her hands. Promise turned to see what she had been doing and found her drawing a magic circle on the ground. The circle began to glow, and out of it flew a familiar swarm of underworld butterflies. When a particular goddess emerged from the light, Promise's face lit up with recognition. Well, well. Long time no see, Goddess Hecate. Who am I? Where am I? And why am I here? Hecate surveyed the scene with an unreadable expression, her gaze shifting from the situation at hand to Athena and finally to the glowing magic circle on the ground. A long, silent pause followed. Then Hecate understood everything. And Hecate wanted to curse someone. For someone with Athena's boundless wisdom, replicating one of Hecate's frequently used teleportation spells was no challenge, not to mention, Promise had relentlessly pestered Hecate every once and then, squeezing every ounce of benefit he could from the goddess. Athena had often seen this magic in action. Revered Lady Hecate, may I ask a favor of you? Athena asked with a pleasant smile. The way she addressed Hecate wasn't wrong, after all, Hecate was far older than even Zeus, the king of the gods. No. I refuse. Absolutely not. Please bless Promise, strengthen him, and, as you did back in Olympus, harmonize the divine power within him. Athena didn't give Hecate any chance to refuse or speak, and finished her words quickly. Promise, you will emerge victorious. She then extended her blessing, transferring a portion of her divine power and authority to Promise. Seeing this, Hecate instinctively acted, casting a strengthening spell on Promise without hesitation. Otherwise, how could someone with such a fragile frame endure even a fraction of a god's power without immediate reinforcement? Watching this unfold, Hermes, the cleverest among the gods, instantly grasped Athena's plan as a grin spread across his face. Promise, I grant you absolute speed and the ability to traverse anywhere you desire. With Hermes' blessing, wings sprouted from Promise's shoes, resembling the famed talaria worn by the messenger god himself. I see, so that's it. Apollo murmured in realization before smiling as well. Promise, light shall illuminate your path, dispelling darkness and healing all wounds. The fading light of the setting sun bathed Promise in its glow. Under this radiant blessing, the boy felt as though no injury, no matter how severe, could hinder him, it would heal instantly. Me? Me too. Artemis exclaimed. Although she didn't fully understand what was happening, but she wasn't about to be left out. With the moon not yet risen and the goddess of night Nyx delayed for unknown reasons, Artemis considered her options before declaring. Promise, no prey you hunt shall escape you, no matter where it flees. Just as she finished speaking, Promise glanced at Ares and saw a faint mark appear over him, a divine target. It was as if Ares had become the arrow in Artemis' bow, forever locked in his sights. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, chuckled as she followed Artemis' lead. Promise, you shall hear the voice of the world itself, and it will guide you, offering all the aid you require. The blessings continued to accumulate, leaving Promise standing amidst a cascade of divine favor, each one enhancing him in unimaginable ways. Promise discovered that he could now hear the voices of the grass, trees, and streams around him. Their whispers turned into a constant stream of magical energy, surging into him and providing an unending source of power. After everyone finished their turns, Queen Hera was about to add her own blessing amidst the stunned, bewildered gazes of the sleepless dragon and the green-haired nymph, when she was suddenly interrupted. Stop. No more. Hecate, drenched in cold sweat, shouted in panic, enough. Seriously, it's already too much. I can't hold it all together anymore. Hera froze mid-sentence, her words stuck in her throat. She turned an irritated glare toward Hecate. Seriously? Everyone else gets to, but I can't? Ha, ha ha. Hecate let out a strained laugh, her expression one of someone on the verge of a breakdown. Fine, bring it on. What's the worst that could happen? Death? Sure, I'll die with this kid. Hearing this, even though she pouted in dissatisfaction, Hera had no choice but to remain quiet. Hecate, however, still shot a death glare at Promise, who could only look back at her with a face full of innocence. To be honest, Goddess Hecate, I really didn't do anything this time. Despairing, Hecate turned her hollow gaze toward Athena, her voice trembling with frustration. Why are you all torturing me like this? Her eyes brimmed with a mixture of tears and indignation as she cried out, what exactly do you see in me? Just tell me, and I'll change it, I swear. I am impressed by your abilities, Athena replied sincerely. And besides, had it not been for your help back then, would Promise's arrow have even hit me? This is called revenge. I learned it from Promise. I value you, Promise added, equally sincere. After all, you are such a useful tool god, even better than Athena. After saying this, he and Athena looked at each other and then smiled together. At this moment, even Hera, who had witnessed almost everything, found herself at a loss for words as she looked at the two of them. Maybe it'd be better if the world just ended already. Hecate clenched her fists, trembling with restrained fury. She no longer wanted to lash out at anyone in particular. What she truly wished was for the entire world to perish alongside her, then, at last, she might find peace and quiet. And Clotho. You swore to me the last time was the final favor. You said there wouldn't be a next time. Well, Clotho clutched her crystal ball a bit guiltily, as if she could hear Hecate's furious inner rant. But Goddess Clotho had her reasons. After all, she really didn't meant to deceive Hecate. Clotho really didn't plan to look for Hecate to work for her anymore, it was just that she could only vouch for her own actions. How could she control what Promise and Athena did? Meanwhile, Athena pulled out her golden spear and the Aegis shield, handing them to Promise. Well, this was supposed to be a stage where no gods could interfere, a trial in which Promise was to present an unyielding performance for the war god Ares, who craved battle. Yet plans often fail to keep up with reality, and now, thanks to a series of escalating events, Promise was to face the god of war Ares, empowered by the divine blessings of multiple gods. At this moment, Promise's emerald eyes shone a dazzling gold, and his once jet-black hair, loosed by the snapped strand of silver, was streaked with silver highlights. Ares, for his part, was elated, more excited than ever. After all, what was the fun of merely observing a fight? A god like him craved the heat of combat firsthand. Come, Promise. Ares roared with laughter and charged forward, his excitement boiling over. Just as this climactic moment arrived, night finally descended. The full moon and stars appeared in the sky. Nyx, the goddess of night, finally finished her duties in the abyss and arrived just in time to watch the show, immediately ushering Helios, the sun god, to leave. Move along, it's my turn now. Stop pushing. Stop pushing. Helios, the sun god, protested, unwilling to give up his seat. After all, this was the most exciting moment. Fine, let's share. And so, for one day, night and day coexisted. Far away, Chiron, the wise centaur and mentor of Promise, watched the scene with a strange expression, looking as though he wanted to laugh but didn't quite dare to. Elsewhere, heroes who witnessed this rare celestial phenomenon exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. This is definitely Promise's doing. Chapter 211, Beat Him. 1,500 words. Promise now carried the divine powers and authorities of 5 Olympian gods. Therefore, at this moment, the world in front of him seemed impossibly clear. His body felt like an active volcano that could erupt at any time, containing power so immense it could destroy worlds with the slightest movement. And so, before his eyes, Ares, the god of war, who once felt untouchable, like a mountain of might among the 12 Olympians which could not be reached, at this moment, felt almost within reach. With a single gesture, could I pluck the stars from the heavens? Such a thought flashed through Promise's mind, and so, as Ares charged at him, his spear descending in a thunderous strike, he didn't dodge. Instead, he calmly raised the Aegis shield. The Aegis, the hardest shield in Greek mythology, the only artifact that could withstand the thunder of the king of gods Zeus. When Ares' spear clashed with the raised shield, the collision unleashed a terrifying wave of divine energy which swept through the sacred forest like a natural disaster, scattering everything in its path. Well, it seems all those golden apples weren't eaten in vain. Athena retreated from the center of the battlefield, looking at the young man whose eyes had turned golden with divine power gathering in his body, as her beautiful eyes gleamed, and she nodded with satisfaction. So that's why you kept feeding him golden apples? Hermes, dodging the blast while clutching the green-haired nymph, who was frightened silly by the scene in front of her, caught Athena's comment and asked with curiosity. As one of the smartest Olympian gods, Hermes quickly pieced together Athena's intentions. And his remark drew Hera's attention, as well as that of the other gathered gods. All eyes turned to Athena with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Well, now that the things had come to this point, Athena, no matter how much of a riddler she was, had no need to hide the truth any longer. Well, I didn't expect it to come to this, she admitted with a smile, turning her gaze to Hecate, the lone great goddess still on the battlefield. Though the golden apples now serve another purpose, my initial reason for feeding them to Promise was simple. I wanted him to be able to withstand my authority. Athena's voice was light and calm as she spoke. After all, everything that began for that boy was rooted in the promise between us. I vowed to give him a finale that would astonish even the gods, and as the goddess of wisdom, I will ensure that happens. She glanced at the gathered gods, as they stared at her with expressions, a mix of surprise and realization, and continued. And it is obvious that to achieve such power and create such a grand finale, wisdom and strength are indispensable. Therefore, from the very beginning, I had planned to give him my authority at the final moment, to help him reach the end of his journey. However, as she spoke, gaze shifted to Hecate, who stood fuming in the center of the battlefield. It was clear that Hecate's involvement was an unexpected but delightful surprise. Originally, Athena had predicted that even if Promise were to eat the golden apple every day, it would be difficult for him to bear her power in the future. After all, his body was just too fragile. But somehow, even in such a situation, Hecate still managed to bring it back to life. So what Athena said was right. Of course she was greedy, after all, the moment she realized that with Hecate's help, the ending of Promise would be even more perfect, an event to shock the world. How could she not covet the goddess of magic? Promise, you'd better not mess this up. Hecate, the only deity still standing in the center of the battlefield, looked as though she was on the verge of exploding. After all, did anyone think that she didn't want to flee this chaotic mess and escape somewhere far away? She did, she absolutely did. At this point, she would rather run to the abyss and strike up a friendship with Typhon than stay here. She had even seriously considered teaming up with Typhon to destroy the world. At least that would mean someone else would clean up the mess afterward. But Hecate couldn't leave because if she did, Promise's overloaded divine power would detonate catastrophically. For most people, being blessed by the gods was a dream come true. Yet for Promise, the weakest human around, so frail he couldn't even outmatch a little girl in the terms of strength, this dream was an overwhelming burden. Especially when those blessings came from 5 major gods all at once. Still, despite everything, Hecate had stabilized it all. Behold, the greatest tool goddess in Greek mythology. Forget it. You know what? Don't hold back. You all want chaos, don't you? You love watching the spectacle, right? Fine. I'll give you exactly what you want. It's the same whether you beat 1 or 2. You and I have even beaten Athena, can't we beat Ares? Hecate's anger boiled over and so did her courage. Originally, Hecate had always just wanted to be an unknown person, conducting her experiments quietly hiding in the underworld and waiting for the age of gods to fade away so she could move somewhere peaceful. As a result, Persephone incident happened and she met Promise. From then on, things had just spiraled out of control. Her another careless act caused Promise and Medea to meet in the underworld, and from that point on, the whole world seemed malicious against her, acting like an invisible force pulling her towards the center of the vortex. No matter how hard she tried to escape, she was always pulled back in. Actually, if Hecate had been a typical Greek god, brazen and shameless, she could have easily left this mess behind. But unfortunately her upbringing, thanks to Nyx, the goddess of night, and her mother Asteria, the star goddess, had instilled her with integrity and responsibility. In addition, there were a very few people around her whom she cared about, which made her more protective of the two she did, her prized students, Medea and Circe. So even though she disliked them verbally, Hecate actually valued Medea and Circe very much in her heart. And since after many twists and turns, both had intertwined their lives with Promise, she had no choice but to intervene, leading to her current predicament. So now, realizing that she couldn't escape today and things had turned out like this, Hecate had no other thoughts in her mind and just wanted to vent her inner resentment. If she didn't unleash this resentment today, she was afraid that she might actually kill Promise someday. And conveniently, there was a perfect punching bag right in front of her, Ares. Moreover, this was a punching bag who wouldn't complain if he was beaten, actually he would probably enjoy being beaten, and who was actually resistant and could withstand anything, a literal god of war, practically indestructible. This was a perfect sandbag. Fine. It's you. You want to make trouble, you want to have fun, you want to force me, right? You heard that today is the final day of the adventure, so all are looking for a grand ending, right? Okay, today I, the goddess Hecate, will satisfy you. While speaking, Hecate suddenly stepped forward and sent Ares flying with a single, well-placed kick. As Ares tumbled through the air, too stunned to retaliate, Hecate stood next to Promise and spoke with a fierce expression. What's the point of 5? Let's make it 6. Hecate said, placing her hand on Promise's shoulder, and spoke viciously to the boy, who was looking at her in astonishment. You speak, and it will be truth. You imagine, and it will become reality. For Hecate, the so-called magic was merely the act of turning imagination into reality within the bounds of truth and the scope of her authority. And as her authority and divine power flowed into Promise, he felt as though he glimpsed a place he was never meant to see, a realm unreachable in any mortal lifetime. It was the root of all things, the ultimate goal of every magician, the root. Just as the vision faded, Promise found himself clad in a jet-black ceremonial robe, his body brimming with a magic so potent it bordered on divine. Hecate raised her hand, and glowing magical circles appeared on the ground one after the other. In an instant, the sacred forest transformed into a surreal battlefield. Shadows and phantasms replaced the physical world, creating a liminal space that felt like a bridge between reality and the underworld. If you don't perform well this time. Then Hecate smiled sweetly, but her eyes were empty and frightening as she looked at Promise and said, Then I'll make you my next punching bag. Chapter 212, Man Fighting the God. 1837 words. Then Hecate, holding the staff, suddenly shrank rapidly and turned into the size of a goblin, sitting steadily on Promise's shoulder as she raised her hand and glared at Ares, who was confused by this series of events, in the distance and spoke. Go ahead, beat him up. Oh, no, it was Athena and Promise who provoked you, why are you taking it out on me? Well, this would have been the reaction of a normal person, if he faced such situation. A normal person would definitely feel confused, even aggrieved. But who was he? Was he a normal person? No, he was Ares, the god of war. The simple-minded god, who cared about nothing but war. Ares wasn't aggrieved, well as Hecate said, he was indeed a rather rare punching bag, because this guy was even more excited at the moment. Ha ha ha, come on. Realizing that the battlefield before him was not real and therefore that no matter what he did it would not affect reality, Ares directly released all of his divine power. In an instant, the earth trembled, as if several disasters like flood, earthquake and storms were coming all at once, and the horrifying aura approached Promise. In response to such violent opening, the boy just smiled faintly for a moment, before, the power bestowed on him by the goddess of agriculture Demeter appeared, and under the powerful power of several gods, flowers bloomed on the surface instantly. At the same time, a sky full of dark butterfly demons flew over and landed all over the battlefield. Day and moonlight illuminated the battlefield at the same time, making the place look like a dream. The two downplayed the disaster so much it felt like a paradise rather than the abyss it should have. Well, although this isn't the final painting, let's just treat it as a practice run. After speaking, Promise raised his head confidently as a pure white feather canvas appeared in his hand. Under the power of authority and artifact, he was now a SSS rank hero endowed with authority and power of the gods. However, at the same time, he was also the most romantic painter, who painted the reality. After all, it was a painting made by his hands, so it must be so beautiful that it could move the gods, just like the night sky and the underworld before. However, the fight was between two so-called alpha, beta, omega level powerhouses, so the commotion that caused would not be a small matter. So, with the sun and the moon existing at the same time, Hades, the king of the underworld, walked out of the darkness with his wife Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Poseidon, the god of the sea, also appeared, and the sound of the surging sea was rolled up in this empty space. In addition to them, many gods also cast their eyes on this event in surprise. On the Argo, the sea sage Thetis, who was looking at this place from afar, had crystal-clear unhappiness written all over her face. If she had known this, she would not have agreed to guard the ship. Well, Promise didn't know the full extent of the commotion he was causing, but even if he knew, he would not care about it. He was rather busy. After outlining the scenery of the painting, the next step is the content. In this case, what kind of content would be worthy of being engraved in the painting? Promise quickly thought of the answer, then raised the golden spear in his hand and used the power granted by goddess Artemis to hunt Ares as the spear firmly locked on the goddess of war in front of him. At this moment, the light shone on him as his scattered silver hair swayed slightly, and his golden eyes even flashed with thunder. That was the power of thunder stolen from Hecate's magic. Seeing this, Ares did not defend or anything, he actually gave his greatest cooperation. No, he just simply wanted to kill. Therefore, when he realized that the attack was very powerful, Ares laughed loudly and tried his best to drive his power, turning into a real disaster. His body grew larger and he became a titan-like giant. The rampaging force of his transformation destroyed the paradise laid out beneath their feet. But at this moment, the rough draft of the painting that Promise was going to draw had already taken shape. On one side was a hero favored by the gods, amidst the flowers blooming on the ground, the sun shining on him, and lightning gathering on his spear. On the other side was an absolute disaster, hovering above on the sky, with all creatures on the ground destroyed. Like some kind of a giant high above looking down at the humans below, as if scoffing at the guy, arrogant enough to fight against him. Then, Promise threw the spear in his hand as the divine weapon, with the roar of thunder, went towards the raging disaster. If one really wanted to describe what the scene looked like at this moment, perhaps only the word nuclear peace could summarize it. No, even the two combined might not be comparable to the destruction these guys were causing, and... Okay, now that the painting is done, now let's start a serious fight. After completing his impromptu painting and presenting a magnificent stage play to the gods who came to watch, Promise was excited and eager to try. What he didn't expect was that Ares on the other side had most of his armor broken. This guy was obviously injured, but he still stood there proudly with a spear in his hand. Ah! Just as Ares raised his head with pride and was about to say that he had recognized Promise and that he can paint him, he heard Promise say this, and the expression on his face was meme-worthy. Well, he was stunned to say at least. Start? Wait, isn't it over already? Actually, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. At this moment, Hermes couldn't help but ask, when Promise received the power and authority of us 5 gods, this battle was already over, right? Not to mention that these 5 were all main gods. In fact, it even included Athena, who was truly the most capable fighter. So to be precise, Athena's blessing alone was enough for Promise to fight Ares. But they were 5. Although, it could be said that even if the 5 main gods divide their power to a mortal, it may not be greater than one true god because of the very fact that the other party was a god. After all, no matter how powerful a mortal is, he could not defeat a god, well, especially since his power was not his own. And because he was Promise. But the problem was that there was still a great goddess Hecate sitting on the shoulders of Promise. When she shared the divine power with Promise and stabilized the power inside him, it was not as simple as 1 + 1, hell, it wasn't even multiply. It was simply raising powers of 10. The strength he had now was so strong that if Promise couldn't win under such circumstances, then it would be shame for generations to come. Wasn't this just overestimating Ares, and underestimating top gods like Athena and Hecate? So... Wait, it just started, isn't it already over? Hearing the words and looking at energetic Promise, even Ares, the stubborn and war-hungry god, realized something was wrong. His eyes opened wide and he wanted to say something, but unfortunately, Promise couldn't hear him. Hecate, who was sitting on the shoulder, curled her lips as a beautiful, oh, no, it was a nightmare smile, appeared on her face. After all, it was all her doing. The reason Promise couldn't hear anything was simply because she had blocked Aries' voice from the beginning and even used some illusions, so. Stop hitting me. Ouch, it hurts. No, it's okay if you hit me, but please don't hit me in the face, oh. Bang bang bang. Seeing the scene, Hermes clapped his hands excitedly. Looking at Aries being beaten down to the ground, it was as if he had just seen the scene in which he was hunted down by the gods led by Promise. Let us celebrate together, celebrate the painting of Promise, the rising drama, which has now reached its climax once again. Aren't you really not afraid that Aries will recover and beat you senseless? Apollo looked speechlessly at Hermes, who wanted to raise his feet and applaud. However, Hermes didn't care at all. If it were any other god, he would hesitate a bit, but Aries, if he could be caught by Aries, or if he couldn't deceive this stupid guy. Hermes felt he might as well stop being the messenger of the gods and the god of deception. At this moment, Athena looked up and took out the picture she had just drawn from the sky. In the picture, Promise was holding a spear and pointing it at Aries, the incarnation of disaster. The only difference was that in the painting, he was not alone, but there were many heroic figures standing behind him. This time they were no longer standing by and watching as they did before, but were paving the way forward for the young man, looking up at the scene from behind the road, smiling. His paintings are as beautiful as ever. Hera came to Athena and also saw the painting. Is this the 10th one? As she said with a twinkle in her eyes. Well, there are only 2 left, Hestia, the eldest sister of the gods, and her, the goddess of wisdom, Athena. No. Athena shook her head and replied calmly, only 1 more is missing. Hearing her words, Hera was stunned for a moment, but before she could react, Athena tilted her head and looked at the Argo that was quietly docked in the distance, and said. Because Hestia's painting will be completed maybe tomorrow or a day later. After all, even though her painting is difficult in its own way, for Promise, it will be the simplest painting yet. Hearing this, Hera did not ask what kind of painting it was, but furrowed her brow and said. So, you mean to say? Athena smiled knowingly, her golden eyes gleaming as she tilted her head and looked into the distance. Her sight settled on Pegasus, standing alongside Clotho, the goddess of fate. As if sensing the attention, Clotho raised her head. Even though her milky eyes couldn't see the present moment, at that moment, she was still able to look Athena in the eye. The two looked at each other quietly, and after a moment, Clotho turned and stepped into the shadows of the night, carrying Promise's destiny with her. Chapter 213, Don't You Think It's Time? 1,299 words. After some time had passed, the sun was finally urged to set by the arrival of the night. Its descent marked not only the end of the day but also the conclusion of Promise's battle with Aries and the long and arduous journey for the Golden Fleece. As calm returned to the land under the moonlight, Promise felt the divine power within him begin to fade, and his gaze towards the goddess Hecate became more and more fiery. What's with that look? Hecate, who had now turned back to her original appearance, felt the boy's intense stare and couldn't help but take 2 steps back in panic. I could have endured the darkness, but you let me see the light, goddess Hecate. Hearing his words, Hecate raised an eyebrow, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Speak plainly. This feeling is so incredible, goddess Hecate. I realize now that I can never go back. I refuse to return to being a weak, ordinary person. Promise exclaimed passionately, fixing his determined gaze on Hecate, who had her eyes widened. And this is all your fault, goddess Hecate. So you must take responsibility for me. Exactly. Hermes chimed in from the sidelines, adding fuel to the fire. Take responsibility. Well, it's not entirely out of the question, Athena remarked with an amused smile. Come to think of it, this guy's personality has actually always been very bad, but because she cared about Promise, she's been holding back quite a lot. Promise really does seem to like Hecate a lot. Hera was also laughing softly. As she took a moment to appraise Hecate in front of her, her sharp eyes examining the goddess from head to toe. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Hera muttered under her breath, "Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, Goddess Hecate is still unmarried, isn't she?" "Well, no, isn't the age difference a bit too big?" Hearing this, Hades, the god of the underworld who had earlier ran out with the goddess of night Nyx, couldn't help but interrupt the conversation. Ah, behold, the one truly rational god in Greek mythology. What does it matter? As long as Promise is happy, isn't that enough? Hestia also joined in with a mischievous grin on her face that made it clear she was enjoying the spectacle. Not content to leave it at that, she turned to Hera and escalated the matter to a higher level, speaking. "And look, even Nyx, the goddess of night, seems to like Promise a lot. If this works out, she might be overjoyed, right?" Nyx, the goddess of night, was actually God King Zeus's foster mother. So, when she heard Hestia mention her, Hera's eyes lit up immediately as she turned her gaze back to Hecate, now evaluating her anew. Strong abilities? Check, Hecate could definitely protect Promise. A decent personality? Check, she wasn't as troublesome as some gods. Good looks? Check, more than adequate. High status? Check, well respected and still unmarried. The more Hera thought about it, the brighter her eyes glowed and the more satisfied she became. In the end, she nodded approvingly, lost in thought. At this moment, Hecate, who was giving Hera an incredible look, was so frightened that her soul almost flew out of her body. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Clutching herself protectively, she backed away while shouting, "Are you all insane? No, you all are definitely insane. Stop joking around and leave me out of this. What's wrong with you people? You all lost your minds." Looking at her terrified expression, the gods exchanged glances and then burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Even Ares, who had just gotten up after being beaten and had a swollen face, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I'm done. I don't want to play with you anymore. I don't want to play anymore. I'm out." Hecate activated a magic circle and was preparing to retreat to the underworld. "Hey wait, Goddess Hecate. Let's talk this through." Well, it would have been fine if Promise hadn't been spoken, but once he spoke, Hecate ran even faster. Looking at Promise's dejected expression, the gods couldn't help but laugh even harder. Hermes and the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, in particular, seemed thoroughly entertained, feeling somewhat refreshed in their hearts. "Promise, so even you have moments when people find you annoying. Why's she running?" "It's not like I'm going to eat her," Promise muttered with a hint of frustration. "At most, I'd just make her work 2 more jobs. Geez, so stingy." "All right, that's enough," Athena said with a smile as she stepped forward to pinch Promise's cheek playfully and reassured him, "Don't be like that. If you scare her off for real, you won't be able to see her again in the future." Hecate, who was still retreating but keeping an eye on things, paused at Athena's words and almost nodded in agreement. But then she realized something was wrong. "Wait a second. What's that supposed to mean? You're saying you don't intend to ever let me go, aren't you?" "No, what do you value about me? Can't I change my career?" Promise, meanwhile, was a bit touched by Athena's words. Nodding his head, he thought to himself. "It seems you're the one who truly cares about me, Goddess Athena." But just as he was basking in that warm thought, Promise suddenly noticed that the corners of Athena's mouth were raised, revealing a smile that was very familiar to him. It was the smile the goddess of wisdom always wore whenever she was about to stir up trouble, a smile so elegant yet ominous it sent a chill down Promise's spine. Oh no. This is bad. Sensing impending doom, Promise tried to speak, but he didn't expect Athena to be faster. Anticipating that he would likely interrupt her, she deftly took the silver strand of hair from her possession and tied up his loose black locks once more. And doing so, in one smooth motion, she sealed his ability to speak. Then, her voice, as melodic as it was playful, rang out. "Come to think of it, everyone seems to be looking at this place, watching us right now. Of course, that's only natural after all. Today marks the grand finale of the adventure we gods have eagerly anticipated for so long. Now that this magnificent stage has finally come to an end, it's only fitting that a few matters are resolved. Do you think I am right, Promise?" Athena finished tying his hair, then took a step back. Her flawless face was framed by the moonlight as she smiled mischievously, her expression brimming with troublemaking intent. "No, what on earth are you going to do, Athena?" Promise thought, his gaze filled with horror. And just as Athena said, no matter whether it was the main gods present at the scene or the gods who were not present, as long as the gods knew about the promise or the Argonauts, they were indeed watching here at this moment. After all, Promese's clash with Ares had caused quite the commotion. The fact that several major gods had bestowed their authority upon him had left many divine beings dumbfounded. Just as some were preparing to turn away, assuming the spectacle was over, they now perked up at the hint of more drama. Wow, there's a sequel. Even Hera, Artemis, Hermes and the other gods, present at the scene looked puzzled at Athena, all of them curious about what she was plotting. It wasn't long before Athena spoke again as the wicked smile on her eyes deepened. For instance, the question of which goddess you ultimately choose to follow, the one you truly believe in, don't you think it's time we had an answer to that? Don't you agree, my dear little Promise? Chapter 214, I want to see it. 1860 words. Oh well. That was quick. Hecate, who had just disappeared moments ago, suddenly stepped out from the underworld. Her beautiful red eyes fixed on Promise, whose face was frozen in shock, with terror clearly written in his gaze. Looking at the boy, Hecate immediately burst into wild laughter, utterly unrestrained. Come on, laugh, Promise, laugh. Why aren't you laughing anymore? What's the matter, is there something bothering you? Exactly. Hearing Athena's words, Hermes immediately snapped out of his daze. With an excited grin, he gave Ares, who was standing nearby, a hard slap on the shoulder and exclaimed. Yeah, that's right. It's time to settle this. Promise, come on, speak up already. Who will you choose as your god? Oh, that's right. We still need to resolve this, Hestia said, covering her mouth with a delighted chuckle. Her voice rang with amusement as she added, Promise, like your teacher said, running away won't do you any good. Our kind Hera has done so much for you, thinking of your best interests, but you have kept her and us waiting until now. Now, that's not how a good child should behave, is it? Hestia's words made Hera, who was originally a little reluctant to see Promise's horrified expression, shut her mouth. After thinking it over, Hera nodded inwardly knowing it was true. Yes, quite a bit of time had passed. Although she was quite reluctant to hear an answer right now, often regretting every day that she had let Promise go in the first place, which was why she had refrained from pressing him for a decision. But indeed, there had to be a conclusion. And now was the perfect moment. So, ignoring the pleading look Promise cast her way, Hera locked her gaze on him with determination and fervor. You will choose me, won't you, Promise? Ahem, ahem. In the kingdom of Colchis, Chiron, the centaur sage, couldn't help but cough twice. While retracting his gaze, he also glanced at Hestia with some resentment. Mentioning him at a time like this? It would have been better if she hadn't. Once this was all over, he might end up in Promise's infamous book of grudges. However, the moment he retracted his gaze, Chiron realized that a group of students had gathered around him, staring at him expectantly. Chiron-sensei, what did you see just now? Why do you look like you're smiling, so slyly? Jason, ever blunt, spoke his mind without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the other heroes nodded instinctively in agreement. Nonsense. Chiron's expression changed slightly as he swiftly delivered a firm smack to Jason's head and declared. I am your teacher, after all. I'm not even your student, Medea curled her lips, glancing to the side. Because her teacher was none other than Hecate, she had long since lost any sense of reverence for the teaching profession. Sage Chiron, is Promise all right? Unable to contain her curiosity, Medea asked Heracles, Jason, and the other heroes immediately turned their eyes toward him, even Atalanta looked on intently. By the way, she was still wondering why, despite her prayers, neither goddess Artemis nor Apollo had responded to her. Don't worry, he's fine, Chiron said with a reassuring smile as he noticed their concern. He has passed the trial and obtained the golden fleece. As he spoke, Chiron recounted how Promise had managed to lull the sleepless dragon into slumber and retrieve the golden fleece from it. He also briefly mentioned Ares' appearance and the ensuing battle between Ares and Promise. However, Chiron was well aware of what details could be shared and what had to remain unsaid. Thus, regarding the fight with Ares, he only mentioned that Promise had received help from the main gods and ultimately gained the god of war, Ares' recognition. Even so, the heroes were astonished by the tale. As expected of Promise, Heracles couldn't help but sigh with admiration. To face Lord Ares in battle and even earn his acknowledgement. Wait, are we really talking about Promise? Not someone else? Jason had the strongest reaction, with a face full of disbelief, as if screaming, "No way. This is absolutely impossible. Are we talking about that Promise? The one who's always at the bottom of our ranks? This can't be happening. If Promise rises, doesn't that make me, the second worst, the new bottom?" It was not difficult to guess what Jason was thinking, so Theseus and the others could not help but pat him on the shoulder and said, "Don't think about it, after all, it's Promise. And besides, you've already been overtaken by him for a long time, not just now. Honestly, none of us compare to him anymore." Hearing this, Meleager, Actaeon, and others who had previously been helped by Promise all nodded in agreement. Though Jason looked depressed, he wasn't actually upset. After all, deep down in his heart, he had already accepted this outcome, long ago, in fact. Back when they descended the mountain and Promise had stood in front of Hera for him, shielding Jason and boldly proclaiming that he was a hero, Jason had already realized something: he would never surpass Promise. "Does that mean Promise will be coming back soon?" someone naturally asked. And the moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere grew quiet. Because everyone noticed Chiron's expression, it was strange, like he was trying to suppress a laugh but failing miserably, making him look rather uncomfortable. This left everyone exchanging confused glances, unsure of what was going on. "Well, as for that matter, it's unlikely he'll be back anytime soon," Chiron finally said, unable to hold back his laughter any longer. Seeing their puzzled and curious faces, he took a moment to compose himself before explaining. "There's something you all should already know. Promise has always been very loved by the gods." The Argonauts nodded their heads one after the other. After all, it was something they'd all become accustomed to since boarding the ship. "Now, let me ask you this. If you found something, or someone, you liked very much, whether it's a person or a weapon, would you want to share it with others?" When Chiron finished speaking, Atalanta and Medea glanced at each other almost subconsciously before falling into silence. "I think, no," Jason scratched his head, pondering before replying. "Indeed. If it were something I liked immensely, I doubt I'd want to share it. I would also want to have it all to myself. And that is precisely the situation Promise is facing." Even the usually composed Chiron couldn't help but smile slightly as he said, "The gods are very fond of Promise, so each one wishes to have him as their devoted follower. And because of their overwhelming affection, they're unwilling to share that love with others. Therefore, when it comes to Promise's faith, he can only pledge himself to one god." "Huh?" Jason was stunned for a moment before he asked in confusion. "But hasn't Promise already chosen a god to believe in? Noble Queen Hera, just like me?" That was indeed the case. Promise held deep respect and admiration for the great Queen Hera. However, due to certain events, the noble queen developed a sense of guilt toward Promise. For example, her daughter, who was now the goddess teacher of Promise, Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, as well as the whole Olympus rebellion incident. Moreover, these events made Hera pay even more attention to Promise, combined with her personality. At the same time, because of these things, the Queen of Heaven became more concerned about Promise, and started paying even more attention on him. In addition, due to her personality, she became unable to tolerate others coveting him. So, not long ago, she chose to let him go. At this point, Chiron's words were interrupted by Medea's sudden realization. "Ah!" Medea exclaimed. She had thought the situation sounded familiar, and now it all made sense. After all, she had been the only one aware of the details behind Hera's decision. Her reaction naturally piqued the curiosity of everyone present, including Chiron himself. Under such circumstances, Medea thought about it for a while, and after realizing that this matter was bound to come to light, Medea briefly recounted the events to the gathered heroes. once they understood the situation. Let's put aside other things for now. I'm sure the god I believe in will never let go of this opportunity, Atalanta said bluntly. After all, thanks to Promise, her faith in Artemis, her former moon goddess, had completely crumbled. I get the feeling that the goddess Persephone, the queen of the underworld, might also get involved, Theseus couldn't help muttering as he recalled the goddess who claimed to be Promise's sister. And what about the goddess of wisdom? Giant stag Actaeon, who had experienced the hunting festival, now remembered Athena's attitude toward Promise. She seems to care about Promise quite a lot. Isn't there even a rumor that Promise is the favorite hero of the goddess of wisdom? Let me correct that, Meleager chuckled. That's not a rumor, it's a fact. Remember the Caledonian boar hunt? That was a reward personally bestowed on Promise by the goddess herself. Goddess Athena certainly has a strong fondness for Promise, Atalanta also added. And Promise seems to hold her in high regard as well. I even think she's the one he cares about most. If Helen were here, she would undoubtedly nod furiously in agreement. My father, Zeus, also seems to like Promise. And considering what happened in the underworld, Goddess Demeter and the king of the underworld, Hades, probably care about him a lot too, right? The son of the god of light, Apollo, Orpheus, whose music could stir emotions even in stones and trees, spoke up instinctively. With that, there was no need for Chiron to explain further. The group shared their observations and exchanged information. After piecing it all together, they reached a realization. Hiss. Even Heracles couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. So the current situation is... Jason's expression turned increasingly peculiar as he looked at Chiron, whose barely restrained laughter was becoming more evident. This adventure has temporarily come to an end. Promise has obtained the Golden Fleece, completing one of the most important quests of his life. And now... Before Chiron could finish his explanation, Jason interjected with a strange tone. They've run out of patience and are now trying to decide who Promise will pledge his faith to. Correction, Chiron said. They're not trying to decide, they are actively waiting for Promise to make his choice. At this moment, the situation on the scene is simply that all the gods are watching Promise and are waiting for him to make that final choice. As soon as Chiron said this, the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. After a while. Wow. Medea couldn't help but sigh. This feels so intense. And although I feel a bit sorry for Promise, I really wish I could see it with my own eyes. Atalanta nodded in agreement. The other heroes also nodded, one after another. What a coincidence, they all felt the same way. Chapter 215, Let's Split the Golden Apple, Promise, Among Us. 2.7k. 2,720 words. How naive I've been, truly too naive. How could I have ever trusted Athena and believed she wouldn't stir up trouble? If she didn't cause chaos, could she even still be called Athena? Looking at the flawless goddess before him, smiling serenely, Promise heaved a sigh. Thinking back on past experiences, he realized he really hadn't learned his lesson. Or maybe it wasn't about lessons at all. Perhaps, because it was Athena, deep down in his heart, Promise didn't really mind. At most, he felt a little helpless, like there was nothing he could do about her. His eyes drifted momentarily toward Hecate, who had fled earlier but returned halfway through. You're here to watch the show, are you? Laughing, are you? Fine, I'll remember this vengeance. Mentally, Promise jotted down Hecate's name and today's events in his personal book of grudges. Then, he swept his gaze across his surroundings, and found how lively the scene had become tonight. And why wouldn't it be lively? Like Hermes, Hestia, and even the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, who had somehow pushed Hephaestus' wheelchair over, were all present. People like them are obviously just there to watch the fun and enjoy the trouble. And they weren't alone, in fact there were many people of this kind. Particularly striking was Nyx, the goddess of the night, who had chased away the sun, blanketed the sky with stars, and now sat as Promise's most devoted spectator. For example, the sleepless dragon and the green-haired nymph, nearby watched on with expressions that seemed to say, I don't know what's happening, but it looks fun. And then there were the more distant onlookers, king of gods, Zeus, Thetis, the ocean sage, and of course, Chiron himself. Yet beyond these gods and spirits, there were the direct participants in the matter at hand. Athena and Queen Hera were, of course, at the center of it all, so there was no need to say much about them. The moon goddess, Artemis, and goddess of agriculture, Demeter, looked eager to join in, while even his goddess teacher, Hephaestus, seated silently in her wheelchair, kept her gaze fixed firmly on Promise. Even Apollo, god of light, gazed at Promise with anticipation in his eyes. So, although Promise was acutely aware of how lively things had become, he figured that most of the onlookers, like his trusty horse companion, were just here to graze and enjoy the show. What Promise couldn't have anticipated, or rather, what no normal person would ever imagine, was that at this very moment, gods of the sky, the sea, and even the underworld were all staring at the scene curiously. No one could resist joining the spectacle. Especially when the drama promised to be this explosive. Promise, in fact, still didn't fully comprehend the weight of his actions and the sheer prestige he held among the gods. Take, for example, his journey through the underworld. The events surrounding Hades, Persephone, and the blooming flowers of the underworld had cemented him in the memories of every underworld deity. Not to mention how fond Hades and Persephone were of him. Even Nyx, one of the primordial gods, seemed to seek him out regularly. As for the sea, the Argonauts' 6-month adventure had traversed most of its expanse. On the ocean side, the Argonauts' adventure lasted for half a year and spanned most of the ocean, not to mention the recent wedding of the ocean sage Thetis and the incident of the golden apple, the aftermath of which had not yet completely dissipated. Speaking of the golden apples, many goddesses now held one, each inscribed with "to the fairest." These alone were enough to amuse the Greek pantheon for ages. And the sky? Well, that was a story all its own. Shortly after Promise first descended the mountain, Queen Hera had been grabbing other gods left and right to brag about having Promise as her follower. Not to mention the chaos that followed, hunting with Hermes, storming Olympus, and countless other things. At this point, it would have been harder for the gods not to know him. So at this point, Promise's name was nearly synonymous with fame among the Greek gods. Even if not everyone knew him, his reputation had reached the level of "who under heaven doesn't recognize you?" Given the circumstances, most gods were well aware that Athena and Hera had been battling over Promise's allegiance as a follower. Hera's jealousy and pettiness, of course, were even more infamous than her status as queen of the gods. Now, seeing the situation unfold, wow, it turns out that this wasn't just a dispute between Athena and Hera, it had escalated into a grand spectacle involving more than half of the 12 Olympians. How could they not be amused? They weren't just entertained, they were ecstatic. While the gods reveled in the drama, thanks to Chiron and Medea's involvement, the heroes were equally entertained. After all, events like this were far more captivating than the so-called exploits of heroes. Stories like these spread quickly, remained in circulation for ages, and became the stuff of legend. As for the resolution of this chaotic affair, it would only come to light when Promise eventually returned to the modern era. For now, beneath a starry night sky filled with suppressed laughter, in the sacred grove of god of war, Ares, Promise stood before the gods with a pained and exasperated expression. He felt like a weak and helpless lamb waiting to be sacrificed, while people like the unabashed moon goddess Artemis looked at him with a green glow, making no effort to hide her predatory stare. "How's it going? Come on, tell us, Chiron-sensei." Over in the kingdom of Colchis, even Heracles couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Jason was practically bouncing with impatience, frantically urging Chiron to give them an answer. Don't rush. Promise, that kid, hasn't made his choice yet." "Wait, what's this?" At that moment, the elegant and refined sage, Chiron, seemed to shed his dignified persona entirely, transforming into a mischievous, gossip-loving teacher. Not only was he eagerly following the drama surrounding his student, but he also seemed to be giving live commentary as events unfolded. And so, Chiron naturally noticed something new. The goddess of fate is here too. Wait, even Themis, the goddess of justice, has arrived? Chiron's voice carried a hint of surprise as he continued his live commentary. Hearing this, Atalanta and Medea couldn't help but look at each other. They were a bit astonished but also found it unsurprising. Well, now that things have come to this point, some truths could no longer be withheld. Atalanta looked at the bewildered heroes around her and said, Clotho, the goddess of fate. I think it's fair to say she's Promise's favorite goddess. Small, gentle, and soft-spoken. More importantly, when Promise chose his path in life, it was fate that he embraced, meaning his entire existence would be intertwined with Clotho's presence. Atalanta's words left the heroes stunned, their gazes all turning toward her, filled with surprise and curiosity. As for the goddess Themis, recalling what she had witnessed and what her teacher had later shared, Medea added thoughtfully, I heard that during a crucial judgment, she personally lifted her hand. When the scales were weighed, she raised the balance in favor of Promise's kindness and fairness. She even removed the white cloth that had covered her eyes for eons, a symbol of absolute impartiality, just for him. Something like that actually happened? Hearing this, even Hercules asked in surprise. After all, he had never heard of these things. Of course it did. But, those aren't the most important details. Medea, who was now fully indulging her mischievous side, flashed a sly smile. At that moment, Atalanta's emerald green eyes shifted toward Jason as she asked suddenly, Jason, didn't you once mention that both you and Promise are considered Queen Hera's heroes? Because the goddess of fate herself acknowledged that your lives are intertwined with Hera's destiny, correct? Jason, caught off guard, nodded instinctively. And yet, Atalanta continued calmly, the threads of fate that intertwine with Promise aren't just one, they're four. She spoke without pause. The noble Queen Hera, the radiant and wise Athena, the fate-weaving Clotho, and the judgment-wielding Themis. All four of their threads of destiny have been deeply entwined with Promise's life from the beginning. And those threads represent the very path Promise has walked in life. Medea took over the conversation, looking at the dumbfounded heroes in front of her. She began to explain the implications of fate as interpreted by Thetis, the ocean sage, sharing the insights with the gathered heroes. Chiron, listening with a broad smile, seemed to enjoy every bit of it. After hearing the full story, the heroes were left stunned. Jason couldn't help himself and, quite naturally, turned to Medea and Atalanta with a puzzled expression. How do you two know all this? We've never heard anything about it. Heracles was equally curious. He had always thought he knew Promise well, after all, he even knew about Promise's hunt for Hermes. Now it seemed like he'd been overestimating himself all along. Because when Promise's fate was first drawn, I was there with my goddess Artemis and the god of light, Apollo. I saw everything and learned the truth, Atalanta said casually, brushing her waist-length green hair. I was there too, Medea added with a cheerful smile. My teacher dragged me along, so both Atalanta and I witnessed it firsthand. My teacher even explained some things to me afterward. Hearing this, the heroes finally understood and began to process everything. And then... Wait a second. Jason suddenly shouted, turning to Chiron. Chiron-sensei, you just said that the goddess of fate and the goddess of justice, both of them, came here. As soon as Jason finished speaking, the heroes froze and their eyes widened in shock. After all, they finally realized the magnitude of the situation. That's what I've been saying, Medea, pretending to be helpless, spread her hands, grinning as she said, everything Atalanta and I just said? It's not even the main point. The main point is... Promise has to make the final choice right now. The heroes finally grasped the gravity of the moment. Silence fell over them again, followed by a collective gasp. Choose one from four? Heracles blurted out, unable to contain himself. Not just four. Chiron, the ever-refined and caring centaur teacher, couldn't resist chiming in with a chuckle. I already told you, my goddess is very interested, Atalanta said, shrugging. And I mentioned earlier, Medea added, also shrugging, that the god of craftsmen, Hephaestus is Promise's goddess mentor. Plus, when I first met Promise, he was still wearing that necklace used for confinement by a certain goddess. Then think about the other gods like Apollo, Persephone, and Demeter, the list just kept growing. Cough, cough, sorry. Theseus apologized as he tried to suppress a laugh. How could you, Theseus? That's our dear brother you're laughing at. Meleager exclaimed indignantly. Actaeon, the giant stag, gave Meleager a sideways glance and retorted, before you say that, maybe wipe that grin off your face first. You're one to talk. Jason chimed in, glaring at Actaeon. You should tone it down too. You're a giant stag, your smiling face is terrifying. The heroes began pointing fingers at one another, each accusing the other of failing to hide their amusement. Before, finally. Ha 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 ha. They couldn't hold back anymore. Their laughter echoed through the kingdom of Colchis, startling many of its inhabitants. Stop laughing already, or Promise will find out and add every single one of you to his little book of grudges, Chiron warned after some time, trying to bring the group back to order. Hearing this, the heroes froze for a moment. Even Atlanta hesitated, after all, no one wanted their name added to that infamous little book. But the problem was. Chiron-sensei, you're laughing too. Jason pointed accusingly at Chiron's face, where his lifted smile betrayed him. Chiron froze when he heard Jason's words as he touched his face, fell silent for a moment, and then sighed. It's over. I don't think I can stop smiling anymore. Heracles laughed, the memory of Promise's hunt for Hermes crossing his mind. He said with a chuckle. If Promise finds out about this, we're in serious trouble. Then let's make it our little secret, Medea suggested with a mischievous grin. Everyone immediately agreed, including Chiron, who found himself siding with them. Now, the key question arises. After laughing so hard that his stomach hurt, Jason finally recovered and turned to Atlanta and Medea, asking curiously. Who do you think Promise will choose? As soon as he spoke, the heroes all stopped laughing and turned their curious gazes toward the two human girls who understood Promise best. It's worth noting that in this era, most people revered the gods deeply, and many heroes had been known to compete openly or covertly for divine attention and favor. Yet in this moment, none of the heroes present felt even a hint of jealousy or resentment toward Promise for being so adored by the gods. If anything, they were all collectively relieved they weren't in his position. After all, it wasn't a blessing, it was something beyond comprehension, bordering on terrifying. Faced with Jason's question and the curious eyes of all the heroes, even Chiron, Medea and Atlanta fell silent. The two girls exchanged glances, their eyes communicating silently. Finally, Medea spoke cautiously. I think it'll likely be one of the three, Clotho, the goddess of fate, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, or Queen Hera. Atlanta nodded in agreement, adding her quiet affirmation. After much thought, Medea finally spoke. Atlanta, standing beside her, nodded in agreement and said. Those three goddesses are undoubtedly the top contenders. Whether it's the things they've done for Promise or how much he cares about them, it's clear they hold a special place far above anyone else. Themis, while her fate is intertwined with Promise's, seems to inspire more respect than personal attachment. So, after the three, Clotho, Athena, and Hera, it would likely be Themis, followed by his goddess mentor and Demeter. Chiron gave a faint smile but didn't refute their conclusions, indicating his agreement. In fact, Atlanta secretly hoped Promise would choose Artemis. That way, they could spend more time together. But she knew it was a long shot, given how Promise always seemed inexplicably afraid of the moon goddess. Medea had similar thoughts. She couldn't help but wonder why Promise seemed so strangely concerned about her teacher, Hecate. If Hecate knew what Medea was thinking right now, she might appear in a flash and spank her on the spot. I just thought of something interesting. Peleus, who had been mostly silent until now, smiled and said, his sudden words drawing the curious gazes of everyone around him. You all know about the To the Fairest Golden Apple, don't you? The heroes exchanged glances and nodded. Of course, they knew about it. After all, Promise had spent a good while handing out golden apples to nearly every goddess he met. Well then, Peleus continued with a sly smile, don't you think Promise's current situation is just like a golden apple being presented before all the gods? The heroes froze for a moment before realization dawned. Wait a minute, he's right. It was another case of goddesses dividing the golden apple. But this time, it wasn't just three goddesses involved. A whole host of gods, both male and female, seemed eager to claim the prize for themselves. So, who will Promise ultimately choose? Jason swallowed hard and voiced what everyone else was thinking. Yes, in this situation, where Promise was like a golden apple coveted by the Olympian gods, the question remained. Who will he choose? Do I really have to choose one? Promise looked at the scene before him, goddess Clotho, who was brought here by the two goddesses of fate, Themis, who had removed her symbolic white cloth of impartiality, Athena and Hera both waiting with expectant gazes, and Artemis and Apollo eyeing him intently, their stares like sharp blades. He forced a strained smile, despair evident in his eyes, and stammered. I. Can I choose all of you? Chapter 216, Athena's Grand Stage, 2.4K. 2,432 words. That's a nice thought. Athena's curt reply drew a ripple of light laughter from the gods present. After that brief moment of levity, the gathering fell silent as all eyes turned toward Promise, awaiting his answer. To be honest, thinking about it carefully, this wasn't an earth-shattering matter for everyone involved, well, though for goddesses like Hera, it was of immense significance. This was precisely why many gods viewed it with the detached amusement of spectators enjoying a good drama. Still, Promise had had plenty of time to think, so, he couldn't deny that he had seriously considered the question, and now, at this moment, he knew the time had come to give his answer. But, Athena, didn't you say we'd wait until the moment our pact was fulfilled? Promise glanced at Athena with a hint of resentment. Even if he had to provide an answer, was there really a need for such an elaborate spectacle? I did say that, Athena admitted without hesitation, her tone composed as ever as she smiled and said, but I also said that this moment would be the best time for it. Because no matter who you choose, I think everyone here would want your decision to be known to all. After all, you are that important to us. Promise fell silent for a moment, his brows furrowing as he looked at her. You already knew that I had made my choice, didn't you? If she hadn't, Athena wouldn't have orchestrated this scene, which felt like she was pressuring him to answer. With your personality, you wouldn't have let a matter drag on this long. The one who interjected this time was Themis. With her white cloth removed, she gazed steadily at Promise and said, So when you didn't make a choice, we all guessed it was simply because you didn't want to disappoint us. But the truth is, you don't need to worry about that. In fact, Promise had indeed fallen into a mental trap. He knew he would leave this world after his death, but the gods didn't. They waited no. They even looked forward to the day he passed, when he would become immortal and remain with them forever. Because of this, while Hera and the others cared about his choice, they wouldn't be overly heartbroken even if he didn't choose them. After all, to the gods, time was abundant, and patience was their greatest asset. Yet, it was precisely because of this, Promise treated the matter with the utmost seriousness. And so did the petite goddess of fate, Clotho, who was more nervous than any of the other gods present. Themis, goddess of justice, I have always held you in great respect. Promise made his decision and turned to Themis, who was looking at him quietly and continued. Because you were the one who guided me when I was lost and showed me the path forward. If not for the sword of judgment you lent me, and the way you tipped the scales in favor of justice during my trial, I would not have come this far so smoothly. So, thank you. Promise spoke sincerely and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Themis while bowing his head. Themis, smiling faintly, silently replaced the white cloth over her eyes, her role in this drama complete. Promise then turned to Hera. The moment their eyes met, Hera's widened slightly in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, a gentle smile forming on her face. Noble Hera, may I ask, have I brought you honor? The honor you've brought me is immeasurable, Hera replied, her tone uncharacteristically soft and kind. You will always be my most cherished follower. Many gods glanced at Hera in astonishment, completely unprepared for such tenderness from the goddess known for her jealousy and pettiness. I think, the eldest sister Hestia laughed as she looked at her younger sister, who looked relieved rather than disappointed. She made peace with her decision the day she found Promise and let him go. Perhaps, she already knew the answer even then. Leaving Hera's side, Promise walked toward the petite goddess of fate as Clotho, cradling her crystal orb, stood quietly waiting. Yet as Promise approached, an unmistakable trace of disappointment flickered across her face. I'm sorry, Promise whispered softly. Really sorry. Clotho gently shook her head and turned away, not listening to Promise's words. To be honest, no further words were needed between them. I will always watch over you. Then, cradling the crystal orb of fate in her arms, Clotho spoke a poignant and meaningful line before departing. No matter the past, present, or future, I will always watch over you. As soon Clotho left, the outcome was clear, with no room for further suspense. Promise stepped forward toward the flawless goddess with golden eyes, who smiled warmly at him as side and said, "You're really confident, my goddess." Actually, you're wrong, Athena responded with a slight raise of her brow, surprising Promise with her answer. In fact, up until just now, I thought for sure you would choose the goddess of fate. Hearing her words, Promise looked at her skeptically, unsure whether to believe her. Really? Why would I lie to you? Athena gave him a playful glare, but the radiant smile on her face betrayed her emotions. She was trying hard to suppress the joy that threatened to overflow, striving to maintain her composure. Amidst the envious gazes of the other gods, she asked, "So, I'm genuinely curious now, Promise, why did you choose me?" Athena was really curious at this moment and was looking forward to his answer. Because she wasn't lying, she had truly believed that Promise would choose Clotho. After all, that day, when Clotho, who was typically shy and reserved, played straight balls, expressing her thoughts so directly, Athena herself couldn't stand it, not to mention. She had long suspected the reason Promise was so afraid of moon goddess Artemis. And she herself, like Artemis, was also a virgin goddess. The answer is actually quite simple, Promise began, as he gave a long thought-out answer to Athena's curiosity and the gaze of all the gods present. Since the day I came down the mountain and walked until now, I have received a lot of help along the way, including the goddess Artemis, the god Apollo, and the goddess Demeter. I remember those moments clearly, and I'm deeply grateful for them. But, having said that, Promise's clear emerald eyes quietly reflected the figure of the goddess in front of him. In that moment, he also saw every step of his journey, all the marks left along the way. But from the very beginning, the one who truly held my hand, who always believed I could make it, and who led me to where I am today, was you after all. When Promise said this, Hera let out a deep sigh from the side. She had already guessed that this would be the reason. Not just Hera, most of the gods had the same reaction. After all, it was an undeniable truth, something everyone had seen with their own eyes. Whether it was the golden apples that Promise had always eaten, Pegasus, or the brush he got from Hephaestus that could paint the gods, these were all things that Athena had guided Promise toward, holding his hands, step by step. Every place Promise had been, Athena's presence had left its mark. Her figure was woven into every part of Promise's hero's journey in ancient Greece, from the very beginning to its end. Athena took a deep breath, trying to maintain her usual elegance and composure, but at this moment, she found it nearly impossible. The expectations she had carried for so long had finally turned into reality. She had truly become Promise's goddess. Athena had known she would be happy about this, but she realized now that she had overestimated herself a little, or maybe underestimated the depth of her own emotions. How could one describe what Athena was feeling at this moment? As she gazed into Promise's clear emerald eyes and saw her own reflection within them, she felt as though an arrow had pierced her heart. The impact of that arrow made her breath catch, her chest tighten. The overwhelming emotions that surged forth were so intense that even she, the goddess of wisdom, found them frightening. Ah, it seems I care about him even more than I thought. And so, in that moment, Athena came to a deeper understanding of her own feelings. When her golden eyes filled completely with Promise's image, Athena silently made a decision in her heart. She would never, ever let herself be separated from Promise. Still, that being said, Promise suddenly said with a smile, breaking the heavy air and addressing Athena. "My goddess, if you could calm down once in a while and stop dragging me all over the place, that'd be even better." "Hey!" Athena shot him a mock glare, pretending to be offended. "What's that supposed to mean? What do you think it means?" Promise let out a sad sigh, then gestured to the people around him who were lining up to watch the show. Well, everything that happened was beyond words. In the end, Promise finally chose his goddess and the scene came to an end. After the lively spectacle, those who had gathered naturally dispersed. The clever Hermes was the first to leave, running away as fast as he could. After all, if they didn't leave, not to mention Hera, even Themis, the goddess of justice, might feel the need to talk some sense and vent her current emotions. Knowing was one thing, accepting was another. But that didn't mean there wouldn't be disappointment or unhappiness. Athena once again took Promise's hand and placed the rare treasure of Colchis, the golden fleece, into his hands. Congratulations, Promise. This journey, you've finally reached its end. Promise looked at the beautiful goddess before him, smiling brightly, and said, "What are you talking about? This fleece is tied to Medea's father's life, and there's Medea's situation. If I don't change her fate, do you believe Hecate won't really fight me to the death? So hurry up, Athena. Give me the next oracle?" "What kind of tone is that?" Athena said, knocking Promise lightly on the head. "You dare hit me?" Promise held his head and shouted, "Believe it or not, I will run to the goddess Hera right now. Do you think she will accept me?" "You." Athena clenched her fists tightly. And then she suddenly remembered, the person in front of her was the only one who had ever broken her flawlessness and left a blemish. Atropis, the goddess of fate. Feeling a sudden wave of humiliation, she gritted her teeth and uttered the name. Promise glanced at her in surprise, surprised that she was not acting as a riddler no more, and then answered impatiently. "Of course, I know I need to find her. She's the eldest sister who cuts the thread of life. But Athena, do you really think I won't be kicked out the moment I show up?" After all, he had just rejected Clotho. And the eldest and second sisters are fiercely protective of Clotho, and who wouldn't? "If you get kicked out once, just go back 2 more times, Athena replied offhandedly, and when she saw Promise staring at her with wide eyes, she burst out laughing. "Relax, go ahead and don't worry. In fact, even if you don't go, the other party will probably come to find you. After all, that little goddess Clotho will not make things difficult for you." Saying this, Athena suddenly seemed to realize something, and she glanced at Promise. "That's right, even though Promise chose me, it doesn't mean much. They won't let go of him anyway." Thinking of this, Athena couldn't help but furrow her brows and felt a little angry. She didn't realize that at first, that she, who always thought that Promise would choose Clotho, had been thinking the same way as Hera and the others had been now. That there was no rush, that there would be plenty of time in the future. But soon, Athena tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion appearing on her face. She didn't understand why her jealousy and possessiveness were so strong now. It was as if she had become like Hera. She knew she shouldn't feel this way. After all, she was the wise and flawless goddess, the most dazzling pearl of Olympus, Athena. Thinking this, Athena found herself staring at Promise, unable to look away. What's wrong?" Promise asked, puzzled. Athena shook her head and didn't continue. She even stopped herself from thinking further because, deep down, she had an inexplicable feeling, or rather, as the goddess of wisdom, she had an unspeakable yet clear warning. Do not take another step forward. Because one step forward will lead to the endless abyss. Athena was, in many ways, truly flawless. She was the goddess of absolute wisdom, second only in power to Zeus. But the true source of her perfection lay in her oath, the vow of a virgin goddess. That vow shielded her from falling into the dangerous domain of love, a poison, or perhaps more accurately, a curse. And this curse was even more devastating for those with unparalleled wisdom. Metis, Athena's mother, was proof of this. Metis, the first goddess of wisdom in Greek mythology, had fallen in love with Zeus and helped him save his brothers and sisters, overthrow the second generation of gods and establish the new Olympian order. Then, she was swallowed whole by Zeus. Metis, with her absolute wisdom, must have known about the curse of the king of gods, must have understood Zeus's fear of her intellect, so she must have known what would happen. Yet even so, she chose not to abandon love. This was why those with wisdom should never fall in love. Because once they did, they were destined to love more deeply, and more destructively, than anyone else. "It's nothing," Athena finally said, shaking her head and smiling at Promise. "Go back now. Your teacher and friends have been waiting for you for a long time. And..." She paused for a moment as she looked at Promise, staring at his emerald pupils. Not matter how much she tried, she found that she couldn't hide it. "I'm truly happy. Incredibly happy that you chose me. End. P.S. Oh, I forgot. A very happy new year to all of you. May you all stay safe, stay healthy." Chapter 217, The Banquet of Gods and Heroes. 1,203 words. Afterward, everything proceeded smoothly. The negotiations were peaceful. Although a bit reluctant, Atropos, the eldest of the Fates, came to the kingdom of Colchis from the Temple of Fate. She wasn't the only one. On that day, Queen Persephone of the underworld also arrived. In such circumstances, it was no surprise that Promise successfully obtained the Golden Fleece and, in doing so, altered the fates of many in one full sweep. Medea remained the adorable little princess of Colchis. She neither indirectly caused her father's death nor killed her own brothers. Moreover, she joined the Argonauts as one of their own. Jason, on the other hand, demonstrated his heroic qualities during the journey and earned the recognition of the gods through his own efforts. It could be said that as long as he didn't act too outrageously now, even if he married and then found another like a certain god-king, Hera might turn a blind eye for the sake of Promise. When Jason returned to his homeland, he was destined to ascend to the throne he had long dreamed of, reclaiming everything that rightfully belonged to him. In this way, Promise fulfilled the oath he had made to Jason when they descended the mountain together. And so, carrying the Golden Fleece high, they returned to the Argo in triumph. The king of Colchis himself led an escort to see them off. By the way, Medea went with them. She insisted that she must return to goddess Hecate's side and complete the studies she had been kicked out of by her goddess mentor. Upon their return, Jason and the others immediately boasted to the Argonauts who had stayed behind on the ship. They shared stories of their heroic deeds and recounted the entire adventure. Unbeknownst to Promise, they even sneaked in tales about how he chose his goddess, embellishing the lively details, which they shared with Helen and the others. As a result, Helen's mouth was curled up for a long time and she was very unhappy. After all, she had no role in any of these things. Still, when the Argo successfully returned, it would undoubtedly be Helen's greatest stage. By then, she was already, without question, the most beautiful woman in the mortal world. All the men of ancient Greece would go mad for her. Unfortunately, those events were no longer tied to Promise. After all. A few days later. The light of the campfire illuminated the night on the shore. The heroes gathered together for one final banquet on the land of Colchis. It was a grand feast, extraordinary in its own right. What made it particularly unique was the guest list. In addition to the Argonauts, there were others present. Heracles, don't you think it's about time you moved on to your next destination? Hermes, with a skewer of roasted meat in hand, slung an arm around Heracles' shoulder. As he spoke, he took a bite of his food, his eyes lighting up immediately. This is delicious. Who would have thought Promise had such culinary skills? Of course, Heracles said with a proud smile, lifting his chin high. You might not know this, Hermes, but back when we were learning under Chiron Sensei, it was Promise's cooking skills that won us all over. So that's part of the reason why everyone's so fond of him? Hermes gave Heracles an odd look. It made sense, though. As a transmigrator and more so, modern-day foodie, how could Promise tolerate the simple and crude cooking methods of this world? Especially at the beginning, when he saw Chiron taking the lead and even eating raw meat, he almost fainted from nausea, so he later spent time seeking out spices and herbs, satisfying his own cravings and inadvertently raising the culinary standards of those around him. Really? Then why haven't I ever seen his cooking? The god of light, Apollo, joined the conversation with surprise, clearly intrigued. Has Athena ever stopped feeding him golden apples since he came down from the mountain? Hermes glanced at Apollo, who thought about it for a moment and realized it was true. With a steady supply of golden apples, one of which could sustain someone for days, it was quite obvious Promise had little need to showcase his cooking. Not to mention, even without golden apples, Pegasus always brought Promise the sweetest fruits, never leaving him hungry. After all, this was the age of gods, where even the fruits tasted divine. Woo-woo water. Water. Persephone, fanning her mouth desperately, ran to her mother Demeter with teary eyes, while throwing a pitiful look at Hades. Demeter, indulgent as ever, handed her a cup of water. Meanwhile, Artemis quietly tried to sneak closer to Promise but was promptly pulled back by Athena. At the same time, Athena, holding her own plate of food, glanced at it, falling silent for a while. Although she wasn't particularly interested in satisfying her appetite, she still felt a little annoyed. I really didn't know, Athena muttered to herself. Then shook her head forcefully, trying to dispel the unnecessary thoughts swirling in her mind. Teacher, you can't kick me out of the house this time, okay? Medea blinked her eyes, looking pitiful but with a cunning look hidden in her eyes as she looked at the goddess Hecate. This goddess, who was playing badly naturally didn't want to come, but Nyx had grabbed her by the throat of fate, or rather, her neck. Like dragging an untamed wildcat, Nyx forcibly brought Hecate along. Come here, Helen, let me take a look, Zeus, the king of the gods, said, with what he thought was a gentle smile. Before his arrival, Helen's siblings, who had been sternly warned by Promise, stood protectively in front of her. What do you want, O great king of the gods? From the shadows emerged Queen Hera, her smile as warm as ice. That smile sent a chill through Zeus's heart, and with a sheepish laugh, he reluctantly shifted his gaze away from Helen. Hera frowned slightly, then stepped forward, taking Helen's hand and leading her aside. Thus, another devout follower was added to Hera's ranks, just like Io and that first ocean goddess. Truly delightful, truly delightful. Eat more, little sister. Eat him poor, that wretched guy. We're not mad anymore. Lachesis, the second sister among the Fates, continuously fed her younger sister, all while badmouthing Promise in an attempt to cheer Clotho up. Clotho, however, felt a bit helpless about it. To be honest, she wasn't particularly upset. If anything, watching Athena's subsequent reactions to Promise's choice left her more concerned than anything else. After all, she had always held Promise's fate in her hands. So, Clotho knew everything. The light of the campfire illuminated the night. Heroes and gods alike drank the finest wine and feasted on freshly grilled delicacies whose aroma filled the air. Meanwhile, Orpheus and others played enchanting music that even drew the muses out to join in the festivities. And? What do you think of this banquet? Does it meet your expectations, goddess Hestia? Promise smiled as he addressed Hestia. After all, just as she had hoped, he dedicated this banquet to her. Chapter 218, Clotho, Promise, this time I will win. 1972 words. The goddess of fate, Clotho, who weaves the threads of the future, was quietly observing a fragment of what is to come. The scene that unfolded before her eyes was one she had gazed upon countless times, waiting patiently for its arrival. It was Promise's fate, his final chapter. How could one describe such a vision? To Clotho, it was akin to a near-perfect answer sheet. The earth was ablaze. Or rather, the entire ancient Greek world was engulfed in flames. In the future that Clotho saw, it was not the sun god Helios guiding the celestial horses that pulled the sun, but an arrogant boy. This boy was the On Helios, deeply loved by the sun god. Driven by the mockery and desires of others, the boy had begged his father for the chance to drive the solar chariot. Even though the sun god tried his best to stop this, he finally softened his heart when he saw the boy crying and reluctantly granted his son's request. As the boy prepared to take the reins, Helios warned him repeatedly of the dangers, giving him precise instructions. But the boy, already overwhelmed with joy, paid no attention and did not hear a word. He arrogantly believed that this was a very simple thing and that he would be able to accomplish the mission of controlling the sun and would be praised by thousands of people from then on. But the result was that when the young man just drove the sun into the sky, because he did not listen to what the sun god said, he subconsciously looked down at the ground. Terrified by the height, he panicked and let go of the reins that controlled the celestial horses, unleashing their wild, untamed nature. The horses, born from the sun's fiery core, began to run amok across the heavens. Sometimes they soared too high, other times they plummeted dangerously low, refusing to return to the sun god, Helios's side, or be restrained once more. Night ceased to fall, and the sun burned perpetually in the sky. Under such circumstances, the earth was scorched, its surface cracking under the intense heat. Grasslands withered, forests ignited into flames, rivers boiled, and their waters flowed backward to their sources. Even the boundless sea began to evaporate at an alarming rate. The gods were at a loss, unable to find a solution. Finally, Zeus, the king of gods, intervened, striking the arrogant boy down with a thunderbolt and sending him plummeting into the river Eridanus. Just as everyone believed the crisis was over, the world saved, and the sun god, Helios mournfully stepped forward, enduring the sadness of losing his son, preparing to recapture the rampaging horses. He appeared. He seized the opportunity, directing the blazing sun to crash into Mount Olympus. Clotho watched the apocalyptic scene unfold before her eyes, unmoved. After all, had witnessed this moment no less than 1,000 times. The sun obliterated Olympus, reducing the realm of the gods to a sea of flames. The gods fled in chaos. Amid the turmoil, he found the king of gods, Zeus, defeated him in the chaos, stole his thunderbolt, severed his limbs, and imprisoned him in an eternal abyss where no one could find him. Clotho observed quietly as the events played out. She watched as the boy and the goddess of wisdom fulfilled their pact. In fact, everyone was wrong. Clotho murmured softly as she gazed at the future scene. His triumph over the monstrous being that terrifies the gods won't be a miraculous feat, it is the future written in destiny. When he made a pact with the goddess of wisdom, when the goddess of justice tipped the scales in his favor, and when Queen of Heaven, Hera, showered him with the love of all the gods, he became the one destined to save both the gods and the world. Clotho spoke softly as she stepped forward. The future before her eyes fast-forwarded, rapidly unfolding. She saw scene after scene. He drew his bow. He wielded the thunderbolt. He stood before him. Even though she had seen this countless times, Clotho still smiled gently whenever this moment appeared. She was happy, genuinely happy, for the young man. In this matter, she had deceived everyone, even the entire world. That was, in the countless futures she had observed, Clotho had never once seen him fail. Yes, the hero often deemed the weakest and most fragile in all of ancient Greece, the one surrounded by death in every other scenario, was, in this instance, destined to succeed. No matter what, he would reach the glorious conclusion. No matter what, he would usher in a grand finale. Therefore, Clotho always believed this was a perfect answer sheet, the best proof and reward for Promise's efforts so far. It was also the only fate Clotho had ever felt at peace with for him. But if it was truly so perfect, why didn't Clotho share this with others? Why did she even deceive everyone, including the goddess of wisdom herself? The answer was simple: this perfect answer sheet was flawed. Though the flaw seemed trivial and not worth mentioning to Clotho, she was the goddess of the boy's fate. And because of that, she knew that once the boy learned the truth, he would undoubtedly do something about it. Clotho trusted him very much but didn't want him to be distracted by this matter. She didn't want to be the cause of any variables in the young man's destined finale. Yes, the only flaw in this fate was Clotho, the fate, herself. Remember the story that was mentioned briefly before? When Typhon defeated Zeus, he learned from fate that he couldn't kill Zeus outright and was destined to be defeated by him. Therefore, he captured the eldest and second sisters of the goddess of fate, coerced the youngest goddess of fate to reveal everything, and demanded a way to break the unchangeable fate. The delicate goddess of fate offered him the fruit of the day. Because of this, she became the single flaw in the otherwise perfect tale. Who would have thought even Sister Atropos would cry? In the dim future, Clotho knelt down, trying to wipe away the tears on her eldest sister's face. Atropos, the eldest of the Fates, governed life itself and had been stripped of emotions, functioning like a true machine. Yet, this goddess was crying at this moment. Because in her arms lay a delicate body, someone who had closed their eyes forever. "Sorry, Sister Atropos," Clotho said, her eyes filled with regret, though her gaze remained firm. After all, she had seen this future countless times and waited for it for so long. Therefore, no one can shake that determination anymore. The future shifted again, and Clotho quietly witnessed the final scene. She saw him paint his last painting. She saw him collapse into the arms of the flawless goddess. No matter how the goddess called out to him, his eyes never opened again. As she watched the goddess's terror, panic, and eventual breakdown, Clotho smiled and looked genuinely, happily. "I'm sorry, Athena," she whispered gently. "This time, I'm going to be one step ahead of you." She then stood before the boy, who had closed his eyes forever. Kneeling down, she held her crystal orb as always. "I told you," Clotho said calmly, quietly gazing at him. "I will always watch over you, forever." no matter the past, present, or future. So, please forgive me for this one act of selfishness. For this one time. I have to win against you. Promise, you made the goddess of fate fall to shame because of you. These words intertwined Promise's and Clotho's threads of fate, marking the beginning of an ongoing contest between them. Clotho gazed at the inevitable fate. Promise worked tirelessly to change the destiny she foresaw. From her initial anger to compromise, to eventual acceptance, and now, to the love that was apparent to everyone, their dynamic had evolved. The goddess, who once observed unalterable destinies from afar and inspired fear in all other gods, had been brought to shame time and again since Promise entered her life. Even now, the gods and Athena acknowledged her loveliness, calling her adorable. Yet their contest had continued all this time. And Clotho had lost every single time. So, it was about time she finally won. Clotho opened her eyes, waking from her vision of future fates. Her gaze returned to blank, sightless white, unable to perceive the present moment. She knelt quietly in the ancient temple of fate, under the sky of fate, where threads of destiny woven from the essence of all living things intertwined above her. Clotho, you're back. You've been looking at Promise's fate again, haven't you? Beside her, a slightly weak yet teasing voice rang out. It was Lachesis, the second sister among the Fates. Lachesis, responsible for measuring the length of life, was one of the three sisters. Though she was an immortal goddess, her health was perpetually frail, like a delicate flower. Even so, despite being weak to the point where speaking too much might cause her to faint, this second sister never missed an opportunity to tease her beloved younger sibling. Clotho, are you sure you don't want me to grab a sack, knock Promise out, and deliver him to you, all tied up? And that unfaithful man, I've been dying to have a word with him, along with sister. Imagine choosing Athena. Such terrible taste. If he'd picked our adorable Clotho, we might already be planning a wedding. Don't you agree, big sis? Atropos said nothing, choosing to ignore Lachesis. She didn't want her sister to ignore her later. Though, deep down in her heart, Atropos agreed wholeheartedly. She, too, had considered whether they should just knock Promise out and bring him back in a sack. I don't care that Promise didn't choose me. I do. Lachesis interjected angrily. Even a clay figure has its breaking point. We're goddesses, for fate's sake. Do you have any idea how much extra work we've had because of him messing around with destiny? I can't even remember the last time I got to rest. In the past, I was willing to endure it for my dear little sister's sake, after all, we are family. But now, he goes off and chooses Athena? No, absolutely not. Just talking about it makes me mad. And when I get mad, I. As she spoke, Lachesis clutched her forehead mid-sentence, feeling faint, and turned to Atropos. Quick, catch me. I'm going to faint again. Atropos, however, quietly stared Lachesis emotionlessly. She watched as her sister dramatically fainted with a loud thud, collapsing to the floor. Well, it's quiet now, Atropos said flatly. Clotho nodded from the side. Indeed, much quieter this way. But, Clotho, Atropos continued, turning toward her younger sister, are you sure you don't want me to go and bring Promise back? All it would take was a single word or even a faint nod from Clotho, and she would leave the temple, armed with a mighty stick, and deliver a righteous bank to drag Promise back in a sack. However, Clotho shook her head. But he chose Athena, didn't he? Seeing this, even the emotionless Atropos was a little puzzled. Clotho thought for a moment, recalling the countless times she had seen Athena's breakdowns in the visions of fate. A mischievous smile appeared on her otherwise doll-like face. Yes, he did. But, that may not necessarily be a good thing. The ancient temple of fate grew quiet once more after Lachesis's dramatic fainting spell. Clotho, as always, sat beneath the endless threads of destiny that filled the temple, cradling her crystal orb. And she waited patiently for the inevitable. The finale. Chapter 219, Ride the Chariot. 1,610 words. Colchis. Beside the Argo, in the woods near the shore, the noonday sun cast long shadows on the ground. Today, Hestia, draped in vibrant red, stood in front of Promise. As one of the three great virgin goddesses and the eldest among the gods, she looked as radiant as she was aggrieved. Pouting, her expression was filled with dissatisfaction as she stared at Promise. Promise, tell me, are you brushing me off? I would never, beautiful goddess Hestia, Promise replied, his face the picture of innocence. You are brushing me off. Hestia widened her eyes and pointed at Promise, her voice rising. Everyone else's painting is grand and magnificent. Even that fool Ares got a masterpiece made by you. But why is mine so plain and perfunctory? Goddess Hestia, you can't say that. Promise remained calm, unfazed by her loud voice as he responded, I fulfilled your wish, didn't I? I invited the Olympian gods and hosted a grand banquet in your honor. Not only that, but all the heroes of the Argo participated. And besides, Goddess Hestia, doesn't the fact that the painting is complete mean that deep down in your heart, you're satisfied with it? What's this? You don't want to admit it now? This was undeniably one of the simplest paintings Promise had ever created. Even Athena had remarked on it. While she could be quite cunning, Hestia, as a responsible elder sister, truly didn't have extravagant demands. All she wanted was a harmonious banquet. The banquet didn't even need to be grand. As long as her siblings could all attend and happily gather together, Hestia would be content. Under normal circumstances, such a thing was nearly impossible. After all, Olympus was famously chaotic, and it was really difficult to have the kind of family gathering Hestia expected, where everyone was in harmony. Even in the beginning, when Promise first arrived, it would have been unthinkable. But now? With the gods showering the young man with affection, and many of them indebted to him in one way or another, it was as simple as asking. Promise enlisted Hermes to deliver invitations to the gods and then gathered the Argonauts to organize a barbecue banquet. And well, nothing fosters lively gatherings or even a big party quite like a barbecue. And with Promise's cooking skills, which were far ahead of this era, the result was unforgettable. By the time the banquet ended, and Hestia snapped out of her daze, she found her painting completed and taken away by Promise. To be fair, Hestia wasn't exactly dissatisfied. As Promise said, if she hadn't felt a sense of fulfillment, the painting wouldn't have been finished. But whenever she compared herself with everyone else's situation, she always felt like she was being treated perfunctorily. After all, even Hermes's painting included a lively divine hunt. Seeing her pout and complain, Promise could only shrug helplessly. Even so, I don't care. Promise, you must make it up to me. Hestia declared loudly. Promise looked at the pink-haired goddess with her mischievously darting eyes and could only sigh and say, "O kind Hestia, goddess of the hearth, please, have mercy on me. Relax, I won't make you do anything too difficult." Hestia said, a sly smile forming on her lips. "But Promise, about that golden apple dedicated to the fairest, shouldn't it be the time to give it to me?" "Ah. That's it?" Just as Promise blinked in surprise, nodded in understanding and was about to reach for a golden apple. "And, to make it up for me, you'll write on it, dedicated to the most fairest, right?" Promise froze mid-motion, staring at the mischievous goddess in front of him with a blank expression. I knew you black-bellied goddess was up to no good. Adding just one extra word, most, would undoubtedly cause a stir among the jealous goddesses. Artemis, in particular, who had already thrown a fit when she wasn't chosen. If she got wind of this. Promise touched his neck. He didn't think he'd make it back in one piece, even now, he felt like he was walking a tightrope. But refusing Hestia didn't seem like an option either. Thinking about this, Promise glanced at Hestia, who was clearly looking forward to the drama as his eyes lit up and an idea formed in his mind. He pulled out a golden apple and carefully inscribed, "The most fairest golden apple dedicated to Goddess Hestia." "Here you go, Goddess Hestia," Promise said with a smug grin, raising his eyebrows as he looked at the goddess in front of him. "Your golden apple." When Hestia accepted the apple and read the inscription. For a moment, she was silent. "Am I starting to act like Ares?" she murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Then, with a self-deprecating smile, Hestia muttered, "I can't believe I actually forgot, you're a master at appeasing goddesses. A real goddess slayer, aren't you?" "What? No. That's slander." Promise really wanted to shout and prove his innocence, but he didn't do it in the end. He knew all too well that the harder he tried to defend his innocence, the guiltier he'd seem. Brother Promise. At that moment, the most beautiful girl, Helen, came running toward them. And then with a plop, she threw herself into Promise's arms. Perhaps because she hadn't had the opportunity to shine during this latest adventure, Helen had been particularly clingy to Promise ever since their return. A god is looking for you. After greeting Hestia, Helen turned to Promise and said, "It's the great sun god, Helios." The one who attempted to replace the sun god Helios and drive the solar chariot was named Phaeton. When Helen found Promise and they waited together until sunset, they finally saw the great sun god, Helios, descend before them in his radiant chariot. Helios was draped in a purple robe and wore a golden crown from which beams of sunlight emanated. Well, he was a tall, burly middle-aged god. Helios wasted no time and told Promise about the matter involving Phaeton. "I once made a vow." By the seashore of Colchis, Helios, who had invited Promise onto his solar chariot, sighed deeply as he spoke. "Because Phaeton is not a god but a child born of a mortal woman, I swore upon the waters of the river Styx, a vow that cannot be broken, that I would grant him whatever he asked, to prove my love for him." But you didn't expect that he would ask to drive your chariot and control the sun? Hestia, who had followed out of curiosity and was sensing drama in the air, furrowed her brow and interjected with a grave expression. Looking at the sun god Helios with a very serious expression, she said, "Helios, do you even realize what you're doing? Are you seriously considering granting such a ridiculous request? Do you understand the catastrophic disaster this could bring upon the world if anything goes wrong?" Though she could be cunning at times, Hestia, elder sister of the gods, clearly leaned toward lawful good or at least neutral good. After all, as the goddess of the hearth and home, her role was deeply rooted in serving humanity. "Of course, I understand, noble Hestia," Helios replied with a bitter smile. "I don't want to grant the boy's unreasonable request either, but I can't bear to see him cry or feel heartbroken. What's more, I am bound by my oath." As Helios, the god of the sun, saw that Hestia wanted to say something, so he set his eyes on Promise and said, "And, to be honest, my feelings toward Phaeton are just like yours toward this boy, Promise. When he comes to you, crying and pleading, how can you bear to deny him? Tell me, could you truly harden your hearts and refuse him? Wait, hold on, why am I being dragged into this?" Hearing Helios's tale, Promise, who had been silently contemplating the myth, was dumbfounded for a moment. What left him even more speechless was how, after glancing at him, Hestia immediately nodded in agreement with Helios's words and let out a deep, exasperated sigh. "Wait a second," Promise interjected. "I feel like I need to defend myself here. I would never do anything that would make you all feel this conflicted." Promise's declaration earned him an admiring gaze from Helen, who was quietly sitting and listening nearby. Then, Hestia scoffed, giving Promise a sideways glance. The whole ordeal with Hades, the king of the underworld, and Persephone, the queen of the underworld, shooting that arrow at Athena on Mount Olympus. Honestly, compared to all that, this Phaeton kid wanting to drive the solar chariot doesn't sound so bad. Promise opened his mouth to protest but found himself at a loss for words. Under Helen's curious gaze, he could only shut his mouth in silent defeat. Hunting down Hermes, using Nyx's body as a canvas, escorting Persephone step by step to Hades's palace. Compared to Promise's antics, even Heracles would seem like a well-behaved child. Looking at Promise's awkward expression, Helen couldn't help but giggle behind her hand. Hee, but even like this, Big Brother Promise is so adorable. Ignoring Promise's situation, Hestia turned her attention back to Helios and asked in confusion. "But what does this have to do with Promise? Are you saying?" "Yes," Helios replied with a nod, his gaze sincere as he looked at Promise. "I don't trust Phaeton to drive the solar chariot alone, but I also cannot bring myself to refuse him. So, young man, I hope you can help me. Ride with him, guide the sun together." Chapter 220, See You Off. 1708 words. When the sun god Helios spoke those words, even though they had somewhat anticipated his thoughts, Hestia and Promise himself couldn't help but feel surprised. "Are you sure?" Hestia asked, unable to resist pointing at Promise as if emphasizing how delicate and frail he seemed. Wouldn't Heracles be a better choice? I don't trust him for this, Helios replied firmly, shaking his head before looking at Hestia seriously. And it's not just anyone who can drive my chariot. I can say with confidence that Promise is the only one in this world, besides my own child, who is qualified to take my place and guide the sun. Have you been spending too much time eating snacks with Nyx? Is this emotional favoritism now? Hestia had a strange expression on her face as she looked at the sun god with a determined look. But in truth, she understood Helios's reasoning very well. After all, although Promise was fragile, he had a way of handling every situation to near perfection. He had accomplished countless miracles, and as someone who, like Nyx, had observed many of them, the sun god, Helios naturally held him in high regard and trust. Upon hearing this, Helen looked at the young man with a frighteningly bright gaze, full of admiration and love. As expected of my big brother Promise. And what about you? Hestia turned her gaze to Promise. After a moment's thought, she added, should I call Athena, your goddess, over? Athena? If she were here, would there even be a discussion? Athena, the so-called mother of heroes, would jump at the chance to have him undertake a heroic feat that would undoubtedly leave its mark on history. And she'd be thrilled about it. Though this thought crossed Promise's mind, he didn't let it show. Instead, he gave the matter careful consideration. Then, under the expectant gaze of the sun god Helios, Promise finally replied, respected sun god Helios, if I can truly be of help to you, it would be my honor. I am willing to safeguard your child for you. However, I cannot guarantee that I will truly be able to guide the sun. Although Promise was not very close to the god Helios, he was not completely unfamiliar to him. Especially in the matters of the Colchis kingdom and the Golden Fleece, this sun god gave Promise and his men great help, so he didn't mind agreeing to him. Plus, this was a great feat that was destined to leave behind legendary deeds, so Promise had even less reason to refuse. But on this matter, Promise was really unsure. After all, it was the sun. Thank you, child. But even so, Helios stood up excitedly, and breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart, and said with a smile, this way, I am completely relieved. From this, one can see how much trust the gods today have in Promise. Seeing things developing like this, Hestia did not refute any more. After all, given Promise's current condition, she didn't think that he would be in danger even if an accident really happened. Because now that he had agreed, on that day, a bunch of gods would probably be staring at the sun chariot, ready to take action at any time, so there was no need for her to worry about it. And was the incident of harnessing the sun a big deal? Well, it wasn't a small one, but compared to the incidents like Promise taking Persephone to the underworld, or causing a big commotion in the realm of Olympus, it was just that big. So Hestia accepted it naturally. How about we go now, kid? As if he was afraid that Promise would regret it, Helios said anxiously, when we return to my temple, I will prepare a grand dinner for you with the highest standards. This. When Promise was hesitating, Hestia spoke beside him. Why are you in such a hurry? Has Promise ever gone back on his word once he's agreed to something? As she spoke, glanced at Helen, the most beautiful girl in the mortal world, who was staring at her with wide, expectant eyes. Looking at the girl's delicate, almost impossibly perfect features, Hestia couldn't resist reaching out to gently pinch her cheek before continuing. This boy has just finished the adventure for the Golden Fleece. The children of the Argo are still waiting for him to join them on the return journey. Even if he's going with you, shouldn't he at least say goodbye to them first? Helios, the sun god, considered her words and realized she had a point. He also suddenly remembered that his beloved granddaughter was among the crew of the Argo, and that she and Promise were quite close. With that thought, Helios turned to say something but paused when his gaze fell on Helen. After a moment's thought, his eyes flickered, and he simply smiled, saying nothing further. In this way, Promise and Helen left Sun God, Helios's solar chariot and returned to the Argo. At this time, all the members on the Argo had been waiting for them for a long time. Night had fallen. The moon's silvery light mixed with the glow of torches, illuminating the great ship. Promise, I imagine your business is mostly settled now, right? Jason, who had successfully obtained the Golden Fleece and thought that he could fulfill his dream and take back everything that originally belonged to him, impatiently called out to Promise. "It's about time we set sail for home, isn't it?" "Yes," hearing his words, Promise replied, nodding in agreement. "It is indeed time to go back. However, I'm sorry, but I may need to leave for a while again." As Jason blinked in surprise at this, Promise's clear, emerald green eyes could not help but look at everyone aboard the Argo. By the way, even their centaur teacher, Chiron, was aboard. When he stared and their gazes met, Chiron looked away awkwardly, showing a rare moment of discomfort. That brief flash of guilt obviously came from his earlier lapse in judgment when he had impulsively narrated a live commentary of the gods vying for Promise. After all, scenes like that, of the gods clamoring for one mortal, were practically unheard of, even in the annals of legend. For the normally wise Chiron, the sheer joy and novelty of it all had overridden his better judgment. But after calming down and thinking about it, Chiron felt that he was too irrational and unworthy of being a teacher. Worse yet, if anyone let slip what had happened, it was almost guaranteed to end up in Promise's infamous grudge log, a prospect that sent chills down his spine. "What's going on?" A calm voice cut through the air as a girl in a green dress came over to Promise's side. The two looked at each other, and as Promise opened his mouth to speak, "It's an oracle from a great god," Helen interjected excitedly, answering in his stead. Her face radiated pride and admiration as she spoke. "This time, it's the great sun god Helios himself. He asked Brother Promise to guide the sun, and Brother Promise has already agreed. So next, Brother Promise will bring the sun to the mortal world and light up the earth." When Helen finished her words brimming with enthusiasm, all eyes turned to Promise in shock and disbelief. But their astonishment quickly gave way to calm acceptance. Because it was Promise, so it's okay. Now, no matter how incredible things were, as long as they happened to Promise, they would be normal and not worth being surprised. This was now the shared understanding among everyone aboard the Argo. If there were anything that might genuinely surprise them at this point, it would likely be the day they received a wedding invitation from Promise, naming none other than the goddess of wisdom, Athena, as the bride. That, and only that, would truly leave them stunned. Is that true? Among the crowd, only Atlanta cast a questioning look at Promise. However, what she was puzzled about was not the matter of the sun god Helios. She also felt that it was normal for this to happen to Promise. Atlanta wondered why he came back. She knew Promise all too well. Under normal circumstances, he should have left directly until the matter was over and the oracle given by the gods was completed, and then come back as if nothing had happened. In fact, this was true under normal circumstances. During this journey, Pegasus often disappeared and came back with Promise. Everyone on the Argo has long been accustomed to this. Facing Atlanta's question, Promise smiled and nodded, saying, "I came back just to tell you that I'm leaving." Hearing this, Atlanta couldn't help but frown. Because the moment he said this, she felt her heart beating violently. A feeling flashed through her mind, that extraordinary sixth sense, which was frantically suggesting that Atlanta must stop him. It was extremely important. But at this moment, just leave if you want to. We're all used to it anyway. Jason came over, put his hand on Promise's shoulder, and said excitedly, "But we won't wait for you. We are setting sail, full of honor and treasure, back to our hometown." Jason's words made the hero's eyes suddenly become extremely hot. Even Heracles, who usually remained unshaken, found himself yearning to return home and reunite with his wife and children. Promise nodded with a smile and said, "Okay. Since this opportunity is rare, why don't I see you off properly?" After hearing this, the heroes looked at each other and found it very interesting, so they all laughed and agreed. Then Promise took out a painting and called out to the holy Pegasus under the stars in the night sky. But just as the majestic winged horse appeared. Wait. End. P.S. 12 chapters left, and the ancient Greek arc is over and we move on to the Type Moon arc. The past few chaps were too short, but worry not. Now, every chapter would be more than 2K words and the Type Moon arc would have even more longer chapters. So, what should I name this volume? Any ideas? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.